Welcome, everybody, to another day of Dota here at the TI13 Western European Qualifier. Sunsfan here with the Cinder Man.
The man.
The man himself, the legend. Okay. I got nothing else to say. You're truly a legend in many ways, Cinder, and I'm very lucky to have you as a partner.
Wow, this is keep going.
The funny thing is, I was gonna do a stream of just back-to-back compliments, and I just stopped at legend, and I couldn't think of anything else. So
like, this is already way too much.
Yeah, that's just can't get you too cocky. You know, we can't have two cocky people in the same casting group.
That's fair.
So today we're going to be doing lower brackets. Isn't that right, Cinder Man? Very exciting stuff. So we're going to see some actual eliminations today. A couple of the teams that we cast yesterday, Navi Jr. and Mouz, will be two of them that we'll be casting today. And we can see the brackets right now, or the schedule, I should say. This was actually yesterday. I guess we can cover that a bit. So Tundra 2-0, fast stomp. Team Secret, even bigger stomp over Mouz. And then the two that we did not cast, Entity 2-1 to PSG Quest, and OG 2-1 Nigma Galaxy. And there's a lot of posts about that series.
There's no team that gets as much interaction as Nigma. I feel like that is the team that people love talking about, win or lose, for a long time. But I would say both of the latter two series yesterday, we covered the first two. They were relatively one-sided, especially Secret Mouz was a complete beatdown, which I personally wasn't surprised by, but considering that Mouz did beat Secret 2 the last time they played and qualified for Riyadh through that, perhaps that was overall maybe a little less expected than I made it out to be. But when I saw them play yesterday, I kind of felt reinforced in my expectation of those two teams in this qualifier, with the exception that Secret looked a lot better than, or rather, Mouz looked weaker than I thought they would. Let's put it that way, to be honest. So I hope they can recover a bit after that loss yesterday. It was not a great showing, and today they should have an easier opponent. Both the Entity and OG series were very close, honestly. I think Nigma had a relatively good showing yesterday. People's expectations are varied for that team, but I think mostly it was quite good. And the Entity Quest series, those two teams both have the potential to go all the way, I think. But we'll see.
Yeah, and later on, for today at least, we'll be covering Navi Jr. versus Twisted Minds. Then we'll be casting Mouz versus Dandelions.
Yep.
And then the two big series, I want to say, Nigma, any series that they're in will be big because they have so many fans and haters at the same time. They'll be playing last against Just Better, but the highlight today for sure is PSG Quest versus Team Bald. And I know we're not casting that one, Cinderin, but what are your expectations for that? Because Team Bald, on paper, they got some crazy players.
Yeah. It's such a weird one because you know for a fact that PSG Quest have been preparing and scrimming a lot for this. And then you have Team Bald that has some true star players that just aren't active in teams right now, like Saberlight as well as Soxa. And they get together with Gorgon, this team. They don't scrim. They just show up to open qualifiers, smash it, and now they're here. It's a kind of scary team to play against because it feels like they have nothing to lose, right? And they're just
for sure.
They're just going in with a mindset of let's play some Dota, let's have some fun and play our best. And usually when people say that, you're like, okay, you know, they're just going to lose to one of the really good teams, such as Quest. And to be fair, that's probably the most likely outcome, but I wouldn't be surprised to see this being a 2-1 either way, really, as this is probably the strongest Team Bald has ever been in terms of just raw talent in the team.
Oh, yeah.
So that's scary. That's definitely one to watch. And I know a lot of, obviously, Gorg has a ton of fans from his stream. They want to watch him play, but also they love the underdog story, right? If they could go on a tear, that would be really funny for the tournament, right? So.
Yeah, and you didn't mention Mikey, one of the few Iranians in the scene, Persian brother. He had some stints with some teams, and he's definitely shown that he can really be good.
Yeah, there's a lot of potential.
I'm really looking forward to that one. Should be good, and I agree. Underdogs, I feel like you say that everybody roots for the underdog. I feel like that's not true. There's a lot of front runner fans.
Yeah, I mean, it's a saying, right? But
as we're in the draft,
let's put it this way: everybody loves a good underdog story. You know?
Okay, fair enough. We'll see if it's a story or not after today.
Okay,
because it's just the beginning. Surely it won't end right there. Yeah. So early on in the draft here, between Twisted Minds and Navi Jr., we have the TA and Witch Doctor taken out along with the Shadow Fiend, so no big surprises so far. Of course, in terms of data for this specific tournament, we only have stuff for Navi Jr., Twisted Minds. We're starting in the lower bracket. You can see some... You have a Handskin there. You got Stonebank. We have some names that we can recognize. I definitely recognize a lot more names on this team than Navi Jr., that's for sure.
I mean, yeah, this team basically, it has one of my favorite up-and-coming players from the last year or two in Shad, the carry. I think this guy has a ton of promise, but hasn't had his big break just yet. But this could be the start of something good with this team. And yeah, one of the few UK pros as well in the scene in Atlantic. Obviously, Ari is the big name right now for that region, playing for OG, but it's honestly been kind of cool to see the UK get a little bit on the international map, because it felt like that region was completely unrepresented for like 10 years. Almost. There's been like one or two players here or there, but they kind of faded shortly after. But yeah, there's some representation here, so that's nice. Not too many big surprises in the bans. I guess the Pudge may be the odd one out here. Did you see yesterday that was Run Jungle, by the way?
I heard. Yes, yeah. I heard.
So what they did was they played Pudge Enigma lane, and they just stabilized the lane from minute 0, and then the Pudge went jungle. And he went to the bottom half on Radiant, where you have the passive mana regen. So he had the passive mana regen from the jungle, then he had Basilius, and he was just standing there hooking creeps, and then rotting down the smaller ones. So...
I heard that that his lane was awful, though, right?
I don't think
it was a 1v2.
It's never going to be easy to play 1v2. But yeah. All right. This hero had a great showing yesterday, I want to say. I feel like it won most of its games. The Storm Spirit did. Correct me if I'm wrong. We had 3 games with Darkseer first pick, and they all lost, right?
It did feel like a lot of them lost. I can't say if it was...
In the first series, we had exactly this team, Navi Jr. first pick it twice against Tundra, and they lost both of those games, right?
Yeah, this is the only hero that PMA has played so far in this tournament. Yeah. So it looks like that will stay true.
Gonna run it back for a 3rd time. Well, it's probably an easier opponent this time than Tundra, even though I feel like Tundra were not firing on all cylinders yesterday. I saw that Ramsey's got quite a lot of criticism for his offlane play, and I would agree he was not playing his best yesterday, but that doesn't mean his ceiling isn't really high. And he played better in the recent tournaments we saw before this, so maybe he's just warming up. But it was still enough, right? At the end of the day, it was still enough to get a 2-0 win. But down the stretch, I would agree that Tundra need to level up a little bit if they want to still be one of the favorites. But they'll have a day of break now, because this is only 4 elimination games today, which is exciting. Love an elimination game, everything on the line for both teams. So no strats will be hidden today. And that's why Navi Jr. run their Darkseer again for the 3rd time. They didn't hide anything from the beginning.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Twisted Minds, you obviously know that's going to happen if you leave it open. As we're going to see, the Bat Rider is a 2nd pick for Twisted Minds. Again, another hero that has been, at least in the games that we've cast, been picked a decent amount. In terms of the actual pick rate for Dota as a whole in this tournament, this qualifiers, it is not even in top. It's like right in the middle, pretty much. About 30 games played right now, so nothing crazy. But we've seen it mostly as support. We'll see if there's any flex potential anymore. And for Navi Jr., in terms of yesterday, only 2 games played, of course, but we saw the Void Spirit for Niku and the Earth Spirit. So he's definitely a spirit lover. He's going to be against that Storm this time. So the question is, what does he feel comfortable with against that, in that matchup?
Speaking of spirit lover, Spirit Breaker is there this time. That was banned yesterday in both games against Navi Jr. by Tundra when the Darkseer was picked up. They also banned Tiny, which has now been the case from Twisted Minds. But if they want to go that route, the Spirit Breaker is there. I think the reason Twisted Minds are leaving it in is that Storm Spirit does not struggle with that matchup at all. You can just jump whenever Spirit Breaker charges you. Bat Rider has Flame Break, but they're still going to go for it. And
Double Spirit.
A third Spirit. All right, Niku, time to try the third one today.
That's right.
Damn, Spirit Heroes are really in right now.
They are. I mean, he's
so
like you said, he's played 3 of the 4 now, or he will be. But Storm, I feel like, is the most standard of the spirits. He has yet to play that one.
Yeah, that's true. I would also say it's the most specialized one in a way. And that sounds a bit weird saying out loud when one of them is Earth Spirit, which is a real specialist hero. But I think on a pro level, Storm Spirit is very... Ooh. Doing the last 20% right on Storm Spirit is extremely important on a pro level. Knowing your mana management, knowing the distances, having the feel and the flow in the game with that hero it's extremely unforgiving when you mess up. So really got to know your limits. All right. Pretty quick picks here from Twisted Minds. It seems like they kind of know what they want and what's coming as well. So getting NS Hoodwink, decent lane. Curious to see the facet choice on NS. You know, this is a...
Yeah.
Both choices are really good, so it's never easy on that guy.
I feel like, I mean, I have to look at the stats for the pros, but I feel like the one that you were loving more than me is probably what pros will go for, which is the Knight gets reversed and lasts longer. Yeah. Just because the laning stage is even more important on the pro level than it is in pubs.
The thing that I'm hoping to see is if NS has a lane matchup that is easy in some game, that he will take the other facet because he doesn't need the nighttime the first 5 minutes. So, but yeah, as it stands, he is probably going to take the nighttime one because Chaos Knight is a pretty strong laner, and if they couple that with a powerful 5 in that lane, it could be trouble for NS over time. So, at the same time, though, saying that, Chaos Knight is not exactly an absolute lane dominator the first 2 or 3 levels. It's after that he really picks up, unless the support in the lane carries a lot of the damage and pressure. But Hoodwink is a good combo breaker. So possibly you could go for the other facet for that reason on an S here. We'll see.
So final picks. Let's see. Navi Jr. need... It looks like a support. We've been seeing a lot of last pick support so far from our casting. CM's going to be banned on the side of Twisted Minds as a result of that, and Disruptor to follow. And then on the other side, still a carry to come, unless Cinderin. Unless
carry and S?
The Night Stalker carry is back.
I don't think I've seen much of that from Shad. He plays a lot of different carries, but I feel like he sticks to the traditional repertoire most of the time. So heroes I'm looking at here are carries that in particular perform well against Chaos Knight, but also ideally don't struggle too much against getting kited by Ember and Darkseer. Ironically, Troll and Lifestealer do fall victim to kiting, but the core-to-core matchups would have been good against both Ember and CK. So I do like the bans.
There is still Shadow Demon for days on the side of Navi Jr. That he played that yesterday.
I do think he's playing the SB though, right?
You think
it's so? It's a 4 SB with Darkseer, surely, right? Like,
oh, that's right. He is the 4.
yeah. He was playing ranged 4s. Oh, this has me doubting. I mean, it's
Cinderin. What about that melee lion facet?
Yeah.
Huh?
Okay. If I see that in a pro game, I'll get you a second dinner. Okay.
Okay.
Actually, unbelievably me for pro Dota.
If there's a lichen, they can bite the lion, Cinderin, and he crits in a cleave. It's very strong, of course.
Okay. Yeah.
In pubs.
I don't believe you. Yeah.
I mean, you know that what's going to happen though. It's going to get micro buffed a few times, and then it's going to legit be good. And then it's going to be too good, and then they just redesign it.
All right, the dinner deal is off if it gets rebalanced, okay?
Okay, yeah, fair enough.
You can't just be... You got to change the rules if you change the game. So.
Yep, that is fair.
Okay.
But a lion into a Night Stalker, what do you think about that? Like mid-game, that sounds like a nightmare for Lion.
It's double-edged, because Lion is one of the heroes that has the fastest reaction options if Night Stalker flies in. When Night Stalker has Dagger, it's awful, but then it needs to go that route first and acquire that item. It's going to take a bit of time. And they wanted the Hex against Storm more so than anything, right? All right, here it is. So Final hero matchup against CK. This is one of the better ones as well, in my opinion. The Ursa, you can enrage when CK jumps you, and then you can mitigate a ton of the damage. You naturally are a cleave buyer. And the lane matchup against Darkseer, we saw this one yesterday played by Crystallis as an actual first pick counter response to DS by Secret. And he did great on the Ursa. We'll see if Shad can repeat that in this matchup.
Ooh, oh my God. Every time it shows the wrong facet and then they change it. I thought it was going to be, it was selected for the Night Stalker, the other one. It will be Night Rain.
Take Night Rain.
Unless he changes his mind at the last moment.
Another interesting thing about Night Rain is we haven't really talked about that internally, is how does it affect the other lanes, right? Because we've just been talking about NS benefiting from this, which is obviously the biggest part of it. He is the number one beneficiary of nighttime in Dota, but obviously it can influence other lanes too. Some heroes have night vision, which gives you an advantage in those lanes as well in the first 5 minutes. If somebody is playing in the jungle side, for example, in the support battle. Or
Lion has Fist of Death, Cinderin. You owe me a second meal.
Dude,
we're gonna double check this.
He genuinely forgot to change. I refuse to believe this.
What does that matter? That's 2 meals on you, Cinderin.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh my God. Yes.
I made a big mistake putting faith in troll players. Why?
Oh my God. Yes. Fist of Death. It is likely going to be Fist of Loss this game, but that's okay. We're going to enjoy
Wait, what's
watching
the other
this live. The other one is Mana Drain does damage, so you will not have damage on Mana Drain for this game. I am really looking forward.
This one? Dude, there's no way.
He was probably using it in a pub and then just forgot. I mean, we have questioned whether pros would do that. Man, I'm just racking up the dinners here. Boy.
Dude, what is this garbage? All right,
that was amazing.
I feel like with the 2 free rolls I've given you, you've got to repay the favor at some point and give me a chance to win some back, because...
Well, you're gonna have to bring it up. I never remember about the dinners until you make these bets.
I can't believe this happened in the first game. That's so funny. All right. Okay.
That would make a really good montage.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Let's see the lanes. So it's gonna be probably just the NS Hoodwink. This is one of Pablo's absolute best heroes as a position 4, and that leaves the 5 position Bat Rider for Hanskin with Ursa. We saw this exact lane actually played yesterday by Puppy and Crystallis. They played Bat Ursa as well into Darkseer, but the 4 component in Navi Junior's lineup, or in this case, is the Spirit Breaker was yesterday by who was it? Secret played Mouse Sports. It was, who did they couple the Darkseer with in that game? Damn, why am I forgetting this? I feel like it was Shadow Demon, wasn't it?
They did have a Shadow Demon.
I think so. I think it was SD. They played SD Darkseer, I think. So, bit of a different story here.
Let's talk more about Fist of Death, Cinder. And so when you use Finger, you turn into melee, okay? And you have Cleave. And if you get a kill, well, it doesn't have to be a kill. It's similar to Finger, where it applies a debuff that doesn't actually do anything to the enemy. But if they die with the debuff on, you get an extra stack of Finger. So you can really stack them up. And I'm seeing Surge being an important spell for Lion to get around. Of course, it is position 5, so
I can't believe you're
he's not getting
the idea that
BKB.
he's going to even hit a hero with this.
Oh God, I can't wait. I'm so excited.
I will say though, the thing that I'm way more excited about for Lion is his innate, which I think is a quite powerful one actually. We haven't really got to talk about this one yet, but when Lion respawns, he has 20% debuff duration and 20% spell amp for 90 seconds.
Yeah.
That's pretty big if you find a fight within that time window, especially the debuff duration makes for a very long stun chain that is already long on this hero. And of course, 20% damage on that Finger is no joke. So it'll be interesting to see if they try to take advantage of this somehow. I'm not going to say you're strategizing around Lion dying, but it just makes fights easier, right? If you do take them within that time window.
What other heroes? So Venge, when she dies, she gets extra damage to the target that killed her. Are there any other ones that are similar? Like, I want to see a full team just dying.
Yeah, the Revenge Squad.
And then when they come back, they're just unstoppable, you know? One day we'll get to that point. I do want to talk about one more facet, Cinderin. which is the Spirit Breaker. I'm not sure what the more common one is. I assume the other one would be, which is you maintain charge move speed after you hit someone with charge for just a little bit. This one is Nether Strike. It's the when you Nether Strike, the units will be further pulled even farther with any knockback effects. And I'm guessing that works with Vacuum and maybe Phantasm. I don't know.
It
or
does
not
not work
Phantasm,
with
Reality
Vacuum.
Rift. Daze
Also,
looks like he
Daze
might
is
be
in
dead.
A lot of trouble here.
Charge will hit, but one more. Oh, Surge at the last moment, and he's actually going to be able to get out.
Yep.
What?
Out
He
to
dies.
his death. Yeah, I think that might have been the last tick of Flame Break, actually. He had so many sticky charges on him that Flame Break actually starts to deal a lot of damage, even though it's level 1. So, a good start here for the Twisted Minds. This is a favored lane for them. I would expect them to win this one pretty significantly. So, and the
double
top side,
bushwhack top
very good
lane.
combo.
Acorn shot to follow. Stonebanks is getting CC'd though. Got the juice, trying to run away on this CK. Tries to fight it out, but looks like the cover of the trees is enough for him to live.
Interesting that they
were gonna
yielded there.
progress. Yeah.
I think that is 100% a kill, but maybe they were a bit concerned about the counterplay coming in from Lion again. He already used both stuns. I mean, the cooldown on the first level stun is 14 seconds. I don't think that was going to be available for a save. But, well, they will let him go. Let him use his regen, and then instead they will be fighting on the 3-minute. They will also not do that. Interesting. All right, well, I feel like they're giving them a little bit too much respect here, considering how strong NS is right now.
Yeah, for sure. So back to that facet, Cinderin. What do you think of the Spirit Breaker one? From the games that you've seen, is that actually more common than the other one?
I think so. I mean, I'm just trying to. I don't think there's any like real good combo here because Vacuum doesn't work with it, as to my knowledge. So it's only for yourself. But when you Nether Strike people, the knockback is really meaningful. Like how far you push them, and then if you get another greater bash or charge afterwards, right? It does matter.
Got the juice. Actually getting away again.
Yeah, but now he doesn't have a salve this time. He's getting bodied here. They're really taking advantage of Night Stalker's facet in the first 5. Obviously, good times are coming up for CK, but he needs to be stable at that 5-minute mark. Pulling in
Good
Pablo.
rotation in the mid lane as well, as they deny both water runes essentially for Niku, who is at the lower of the HP between the mid laners. And you can see the CS slightly to the advantage of Idzantic,
Yep.
but not too far off is Niku. He's gonna have to bottle up this bounty rune now. Yeah, I'm anxious to see how this Nether Strike works. I've seen it in action and it does seem pretty powerful, but the other one also seems incredible and way more consistent. This charge is such a low cooldown anyway.
Yeah, they both have their strengths. Really depends on what you're mainly looking for. Okay, nice rotation from Riddies. Shad not going to expect this one.
Impale to start things out. And this will be the death of Shad one way or another. Daze has 5 stacks of sticky napalm, though. His handskin going ham right now. But doesn't look like he's going to find a kill on either of the targets. Pretty unfortunate for Twisted Minds. Top lane got the juice, getting surrounded. TP support's on the way, though.
Yeah,
But
they're
still.
immediately going to exploit this Lion showing bottom on this play to pressure CK once more. And considering how much Hanskin laid into the Darkseer and the Spirit Breaker, I don't think this was a particularly successful rotation from Navi Jr. actually. Yeah, you do kill the Ursa, but it's at the expense of CK getting pressured again and 2 of your heroes dropping low. So it means the follow-up plays here are a little bit open, but Pablo will get caught off, but still great bushwhack.
Oh my god,
Looking to
got the
trade.
juice! Oh, barely survives. Stonebank has Void in 3 seconds. That will be a kill unless they got some CC. There's the stun from CK, but the Void's still in range.
That is a
The
great
CK
trade
finally
for Twisted
dies.
Minds.
It
They'd be
does
very
take them a
happy with that
while.
one. Night Stalker getting a kill in lane during daytime here is just amazing for him. He already has a good start from the nighttime, and now if he even gets to get a little bit of a bonus here, this hero, we've seen it many times, can take over games when the laning stage goes fine before he got his facet. Now that that's better, he's looking to have a wonderful time in this one. And CK is just suffering. He's not expecting him to be 1k behind minute 6, but Lion is just not a strong laner, man. He still has the same problem he always had.
Yeah, but wait till he turns melee.
Yeah, I can't wait.
He's going to be fingering and
we didn't agree
fisting.
to the value of the dinner, by the way. I just said I'll get you second dinner.
That's not true, actually. You did kind of... I mean, I'll let that one slide if you want, but...
We'll see.
Charge in the top lane. CK stun again, but is it coming in from Exantic? Charge connects. Stonebank's going to live, though. Exantic basically out of mana, but Riddies looks to be very dead.
They got rid of him real quick.
Bushwhack onto Daze. Cancels the TP. Doesn't have charge for another 10 seconds, so this looks like another kill going the way of Twisted Minds. Nice rotation, shutting down the aggression from Navi Jr.
Yep. Gotta say, so far, right? We were talking yesterday how Navi Jr. had a pretty good showing, honestly, against Tundra. But this might be their worst laning stage yet. Against Tundra, they definitely came out behind in especially one of the games, but I don't remember them losing all 3 lanes this hard, minute 7. That is a really major concern.
They also lost both Wisdom Runes.
Oh boy, that's even worse. Deal. I didn't even notice that. That's actually... Okay, Lion is a weak laner, and without Wisdom, Spirit Breaker is level 3.5, minute 8. They have very little to work with.
But he's coming for the bear. It's cow versus bear. Who wins? Bushwhack incoming onto 2. Shad is okay. The level 3 Spirit Breaker will have to waddle away in shame. Although, got the juice coming from the other side. Gets off the Chaos Bolt.
They better get him with how much they've committed now.
The deny of Roche. Will it come? Ion Shell doing a decent amount of damage. Roche, kill him! No, PMA takes it. That's much needed for Navi Jr. Yeah. That would have been a disaster. But Exantic wants to take advantage of this. They get the cow. PMA. Don't see a lasso on Handskin quite yet, but they won't need it.
No.
So 2 kills for the price of 1.
This was the carry rotation too, so got the juice, got involved in that, and that in the meantime, Stonebank is just free farming. Stonebank is almost level 7, the Chaos Knight is level 4. I have never seen anything like this in a Night Stalker lane. Like, this is absolutely ridiculous at this level, that Night Stalker wins his lane this hard. Considering what we've seen this hero do when he breaks even or wins slightly, this is a very, very big advantage already for the side of Twisted Minds, and you would imagine that come the first nighttime, they're really going to try to put him to use. They will go for him here, but let's see if there's any TP assistance for Stonebank, or if they will kill him 4v1.
It looks like a kill. Unfortunately, Riddies is not level 6, so we won't see the fist quite yet. We only see... That's true. I just realized that they are really adding a lot of references to something specific to Lion.
Yeah.
He can suck people, he can finger people, he can fist people, Cinderin.
Yeah.
Is that a coincidence?
I think so, yes.
That's a lot.
I appreciate your thoughts on the subject. Pablo? Oh,
mid lane.
Spike. He's still dead.
Doesn't matter. Riddies, we're on the level 6 watch for him. It's not there yet. I'll let you know in 30 seconds how that's progressing.
So if he had Finger in that top kill and he would have used it to get the Night Stalker, he could have used the Cleave to go farm 1 jungle camp after.
That's right.
That might be the play here.
Cinderin, if you just get a little bit of snowball action with that fist, those finger stacks are pretty crazy.
All right. But as much as it's already a meme, it's an uber meme on 5. Like, if you're gonna play core line at the very least position 4, right? Then you could imagine, okay, maybe he could get an item or 2, but like.
Yes, I agree that he 100% misclicked. I don't think there's any question about this. It's just objectively worse when you're position 5.
Yeah, unless we're missing something about it that it doesn't say in the text, like it does something extra, or
he just gets a fist. I mean, it actually feels really bad when you finger someone and they have like 10 HP left and you can't actually right-click them because you can't catch up.
Yeah.
You're not ranged anymore. That has happened a time or two. Looks like the bottom tier 1 is going to be taken by Navi Jr.
Yep. Good use of the 10-minute siege creep here. It's a mirror play, though. Stonebank is doing the exact same thing to them up top. He will now almost complete his Echo Saber. So, very standard build for the NS. Curious to see what his second choice is, if it's going to be that Blink we talked about against Lion. and against Darkseer and against Ember. It's a really good Blink Dagger game against multiple enemy heroes. Could also go for the carry route and consider a BKB. And just really get in there, because the enemy team, the only counter BKB ability they have is Nether Strike, and after that knockback, Night Stalker will catch up, right? So
yeah.
So
good news, Riddies is level 6.
all right, keep an eye on him.
Time to see this fist in action. It's Xantic in the mid lane, gonna end up dodging out via pure luck these Searing Chains. And Night Stalker is hunting. Stonebank. I'm not sure if is the Echo Saber on its way. Yes, that is being delivered. So it's likely go time for majority of this lineup.
Echo Saber, NS, and Haste Rune on Storm. Is he also getting Orchid now? No, sorry, it's not the Orchid. It is going to be the Witchblade. So yeah, a lot of things really coming together right now for the side of Twisted Minds. But that said, they don't have to squeeze an advantage right now. The farming is also reasonable given their lineup. Ursa needs time. He's obviously not going to get involved for a while. He wants to keep at it to get that Battle Fury and continue building up. But yeah, the most important part is that you don't get caught in limbo now, where you're making rotations on Night Stalker and not finding anything, and you're just wasting time that could have been spent farming. And they're just trying to instead put some meaningful pressure. So straight into mid tower. There are 4 heroes here. Front lining with that NS very strong with this Echo.
Yeah, they will fortify, but the creep wave was pulled. I was going to say, I don't think they're going to be able to defend this. Just trying to buy as much time as they can for that CK to catch up. Impale misses. Riddies now very vulnerable. Sharpshooter just deletes him. And now the lasso onto Daze. Yeah, that was a lot of stats resist with that bulldoze, but it matters not. They still get the second kill. Handskin will be the trade for now, as Niku and PMA teaming up to at least get something out of this. Wall was used.
Yeah. It's not a great result, though, is it? 2 for 1, and you lose your tower. And you brought equal numbers, so you're not winning efficiency on the other side of the map. Ursa and CK are both farming, but given the circumstances, I would say Ursa is probably farming faster than CK, because his laning stage was significantly better. CK being 6th on net worth is generally a recipe for disaster. This hero, in my experience, watching primarily, really needs to be at the top of the charts, or at least in the upper half of chorus to
Here we go.
Really utilize them.
We're going to see the first finger of the game into a fist.
Well, we'll see about that.
At Xantic, I believe they spotted him with that ward, but not going to pursue any further, as they actually were scanned out. Twisted Minds just playing at a different level right now. 4K lead, 3K now. And the Battle Fury was just delivered to Shad, so he will get a lot more farm in the coming minutes. The tier 1 tower being applied some pressure to his Pablo being charged up, but that's such a far target. I don't think that's happening.
Yeah.
It feels like Navi Jr.
some respect here.
They're trying to find some sort of avenue to get a team fight going, but Twisted Minds are evading. They will lose their tier 1 though.
I like the play call to not take this fight. The enemy team is well set up. They have Darkseer with Greaves. The CK has an armlet now and also showed up, so that was a 5-man push. And knowing the limitations of their lineup here is really important, because I'm painting the picture that they're way stronger than Navi Jr., and I think they are in any type of skirmish, but in a flat-on 5-on-5 where the teams just clash into each other and everything gets used, the team with Greaves Wall 15 minutes into the game is often going to be really strong, and he has amazing Ion Shield friends, right? So probably fine to just pick your battles wisely here, not run at them for every single tower defense. I think they might also just concede mid here, to be honest, with the siege creep. There's no reason to take this risk and let Navi Jr. back in the game.
There's a charge in the top lane though. Pablo is spotted. Bushwhack cancels it. Daze. Not want to go for the Nether Strike.
Okay, so
mid lane, we're going to have a good old-fashioned team fight. Crippling Fear on top of the lasso. That's enough to take out Niku, but Xantic was killed. Riddick, use your fist! He will not. He will run away as a melee, pathetic creature. It's a 2-for-1. Both mid laners do die. So for Navi Jr., considering they're behind, I feel like that's okay for them.
Here's what Valve should have done. Here's what Valve should have done with that facet, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They should actually turn him into a lion, and they could have recycled some sort of model of Lycan's wolves or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And just change that a bit so it's a lion, and then give him bonus move speed as well, so he can actually catch up to targets. Yeah.
That's great. That's just a lot of work, Cinderin. Oh, yeah, another strike in the mid lane into a charge.
Okay.
He's trying to get something set up. He's still all alone, though, and he's getting extremely low. He just dies. The rest of his team just weren't close enough to convert that into anything. Yeah, very unfortunate for him.
I was hoping Nico could get there in time, but the distance a bit too great, and it might have been good for them that they didn't commit on that, because that could have got scary for the Ember as well, potentially. He didn't have that many remnants left, and committing into Storm Spirit is always a scary proposition. Hansken. Gonna get eyes on Niku here. We'll back off. And Shad, would you look at that top of the chart now?
Yeah, that's true. As the Blink Dagger now is being charged, so they have an idea he is here. But I think they really need this Blink Dagger on Riddy so that he can finger and then blink in to be able to actually attack people.
Yeah, I think that's what he's thinking with the dagger as well.
I wish we had like interviews in the series. I really want to know.
I mean, there's really is there any doubt though?
I don't think so. Mid lane, we have the lasso. Sharpshooter is there, but it's not quite enough.
There's a shot. Oh, he dodged it. Nice. Clutch. Good job, Nico. There. Yeah, that shot might have actually been enough. But he slice dodged by attacking the creep camp on the left. Very heads-up play there.
Now we have a smoke for Navi Jr. Now that some of these ults are down, this is definitely a good timing for them. Try to pick something up, especially with that finger at the ready. BKB not too far away for Xantic. As Navi Jr. enter the enemy triangle.
This could be a pretty good flank. They have a very nice setup with the ward behind, so they know there isn't that much backup for these two heroes.
Yeah. He's got his Orchid at the ready. Charge coming. There's the Orchid. Looks like they'll get the stun lock. Do they have the damage? Oh, yeah. Yes, the Impale at the last moment. Riddy's not going to use that ult. Does not want to be melee for the next 10 seconds.
Stonebank will cut him, but can Riddy's reach the Hex? We'll have to charge.
And the Impale. Another strike will come, maybe? But you bring them back. Now the Hex is there along with the wall of finger, and now he's melee. He cannot catch up to Stonebank. Go hit those Ancients. This thing's awesome. I love it.
That was kind of close to getting the NS, but still a nice heads-up play to get the strong kill that's smoking behind.
Yes.
Nice. Lovely.
I was going to say, is he purposefully not hitting anyone with the fist because he's too embarrassed to tell his team that he misclicked the fast? That's good. All right, well, Night Stalker did pop the ult. But it is still nighttime for quite a while, so Stonebank and company definitely have the opportunity to get something started here, but likely waiting for that BKB on the Storm. Can't really survive an Orchid gank.
Yep, they're lining them up really well, too. This is going to be triple BKB in 3 minutes, because Night Stalker will disassemble his Echo, probably. You've got the Ursa closing in on his in about, what's that? About 1,500 gold. That sounds like 2 to 3 minutes to me, with the GPM he should be getting now. And yeah, Storm only 300, 400 away. So with this triple BKB coming out and a 5k lead, I think Twisted Minds will be looking to take a decisive team fight and just really put all of them to use simultaneously. Navi Jr. not going to let it happen, though. Immediately smoking up as 4. Trying to attack the same spot they just did, basically, onto the Storm, but see if they can find anyone now. Trying to steal the Wisdom Rune that Pablo surprisingly did not take in time, and now it's too late. So, as a matter of fact, we'll be losing a Wisdom at the very least.
Yeah. They know they're there now, for sure. Good read again from Twisted Minds.
And the rest of the map is very uninhabited, so process of elimination, I guess.
Shad trying to run the other way. Does have his blink up in 3 seconds, but he's brought back. Orchided, already at half HP, and that is a dead bear. That was very greedy because they knew for a fact that they were over there.
And he pings a ward that isn't even there. So I think he was just spotted by the Watcher. Right? Yeah, Hanskin's trying to find the vision. I was like, what the hell? I think it was just the Dire Watcher that saw him there. So uncharacteristic mistake here from Shad will delay their BKB timings quite significantly. I guess the silver lining for them is Navi Jr.'s lineup is not great at killing Roche, so I don't know if they need to worry too much about that right now. It's all right. If you have 2 Iron Shells and CK, you definitely can do it, but it's not one of those, you know, ironically Ursa lineups that they have themselves. They can just go and take it really quick off of 1 core kill.
Gets easier once CK gets a lot of items, but yeah, it's not really catered to the Roches at all.
Yeah, his Roshing potential is absolutely explodes when he gets Bloodthorn. That's when it goes a lot faster. But
they do have decent Roche pit fighting capabilities though, with the likes of the Vac Wall, of course, being the main tool for that. As Hanskin leading the way in the top side of the map on this Bat Rider. We'll test the waters to see if anybody's in the pit, but that is not the case. It's only Roche himself. In terms of the... Yeah, Shad's still about 700 away from his BKB. The other 2 cores...
They are complete.
Should have it.
Yep, they do.
Indeed they do.
And Hoodwink not far from a Gleipnir either, which is obviously an insanely good item.
Link Dagger, Lasso onto Lion. The counter charge is there from Daze, but already the Lion has died. It's going to cost Hanskin his life in all likelihood. Daze trying to get away as Stonebank applying some pressure to the cores, but will have to run away himself. Not enough mana for Xantic to get to the high ground, so he's just dead. A 2-for-1, which seemed like a good initiation from Twisted Minds, ends up being a bit of a disaster.
Yeah, they were outnumbered, right? And Spirit Breaker stays alive largely in part to the Greaves aura, I think. This is what you always need to consider when you're playing against these Darkseer lineups is be clever about your teamfight selection. Navi Jr. are first picking this hero for a reason. You're opening a fight next to their top tier 2 in effectively a 4-on-5 situation. You don't know that's what it is, but the Ursa not part of that play at all. And this is actually kind of a disaster because when you lose 2 heroes in this top half this close to Roche, they're going to get it in time. This was meant to be yours for your Ursa. So really, things being slowed down a lot.
Daze sacrificing himself to the gods as his team continues to do Roche. Stonebank going to get a support kill. So Twisted Minds getting something out of this, which feels like it was gifted to them in some ways. Niku, the BKB TP is fine. So 2 BKBs lowered in duration for the likes of Twisted Minds. But yeah, they were fighting without Ursa, of course, because he was still farming his BKB.
Gotta say, a little bit of sloppy from both teams here, right? Like, first of all, Twisted Minds take this kind of rough initiation next to the tier 2 tower and get punished, and then Navi Jr. have a free Roche, but they overextend on other heroes for info, and they die 2... I mean, it's 2 supports, it's not the end of the world, but I think that was completely unnecessary for them to expose those heroes to protect their Roche. Could have had maybe one of them do it, just the Spirit Breaker, or... as it turned out, didn't even need any of them to do it. Twisted Minds were not ready. But now they should be ready. They have another BKB complete now on the Ursa, and there is that Gleipnir. Amazing item in general, but I would say even more so when you're playing against these types of chase you down melee heroes. All 3 of these enemy heroes, Ember, Spirit Breaker, and Chaos Knight, will be up in the face of Twisted Minds, and this combo breaker ability he will have with this is amazing. On top of course, dealing a ton of damage to Chaos Knight with the Maelstrom procs. This is a very big upgrade for them to get for this coming fight. But the Jew's not scared, though. With his Aegis.
They're going to lasso the Aegis target to start things out. Riddy's not able to get a good impale. That's going to be the first life for CK.
That is not a good
Stonebank with that BKB continuing to hound Riddies. Might be able to get that kill, but the focus right now is on the beautiful Vac Wall coming in from PMA. But is it going to be enough to actually save Got the Juice? Looks like he's getting Force Staff. Daze coming with a nice charge. Another strike. Storm Spirit to the other side of the map, it feels like. Brother versus brother. Looks like the Ember wins that battle.
Shield rune too strong.
Will TP out.
Okay.
So Navi Jr. lose 2, but it is the supports, and that's pretty good prize. For, I mean, I guess they lost the Aegis as well, but they do get the Storm Spirit.
Considering how that started, that's a pretty good result. They had their Chaos Knight pulled out of position. He used Phantasm on half health in his first life and got it cleaved down immediately by the Ursa. But then they did bail him out with a big play coming in from PMA there on the Darkseer. Really salvaged that moment. Could have been truly terrible. They could have lost 3 or 4 heroes at no expense of Twisted Minds, but instead this, as you said, turned out to be kind of an even trade. But they got to keep that Bat Rider in mind when they...
Finger! Oh, come on. Gotta get that fist out, man.
Yeah.
Pros don't care nearly as much about the charges as the pubbers do, that's for sure.
It's because they don't matter that much.
Yeah, I know. It's just like a little mini game,
you know. He could have. Think of how fast he could have killed that camp.
Yep, that's true. Don't want to waste any damage. The average pub finger probably does 200 damage. Would you agree with that? It's all for last hitting heroes.
Yeah, that's maybe. Yeah, definitely not one of the spells that get used the worst, I think.
Yeah.
Compared to what it really can do. A lot of the time with Lion, you just want to finger immediately when you open the fight. Like you're just stunning someone, fingering them instantly, and then the team follows through and gets the kill. That way you get maximum value out of all of the damage. But yeah, in pub games, people love to get that last hit. It's very satisfying, but not that important. Adzantic will now finish off his Meteor Hammer, so big upgrade to that Kaya. Goes from 50% mono regen amp to 75 at a pretty good price. Unlikely to see him being able to actually
looking for the opening. Oh, he's gonna get demolished by the CK though. Here comes the bear with Shad, already at low HP, has to pop the Enrage. Trying to focus down, got the juice, gets the bash at the last moment. Nice stun coming out from the Storm Spirit. They will get that kill, but it'll be at the cost of the bear. But they do buy back onto the Bat Rider, and Navi Jr. with only 1 member remaining. Adzantic out of mana. Looks like Niku with that haste rune will be able to get away, although Stomek has Blink Dagger, and the haste rune has dissipated. He's going in on this. Void with the crippling fear. That is going to be a full team wipe for Twisted Minds. Nicely done.
Blink and you miss it, right? This time they killed Darkseer instantly, and the fight is just over. Like, he got nothing off. Absolutely everything off cooldown on that hero, including the Greaves. Just 100 to 0'd, had no impact. And with that hero down, you look at Navi Jr.'s lineup, with Darkseer dead, they have no team fight in them. They really need this guy to land a good combo, and Twisted Minds know this and identify immediately that if they can jump and isolate that target with their incredible burst, they have so good heroes to kill and lasso. They have the Storm Spirit burst, they have Ursa, obviously. Hoodwink's combo does tons of damage too with the Hunter's Boomerang. Just too easy. PMA cannot afford to be out of position a single time. That's a big punish. That's a 5k swing in a matter of seconds.
It's funny because Hanskin didn't even drag him that far. He instantly got countered and destroyed, but it was still enough.
The damage is enough. It's the stun. Yeah, they just need the stun, and if the 3 BKB cores get to go to town, nobody's going to survive. So, got to be very fast on the charge, and you need to connect on the right heroes.
Handskin.
All right, I'll get Handskin maybe.
Phantasm.
Oh no way, he lives here.
Okay, the finger, and now Riddies, go hit a camp. Get some value, young man. Okay.
He's gonna show the facet that he didn't get there.
That doesn't do damage. oh god.
This is so funny.
Really cool.
It's a good kill. This opens up mid tier 2. They have a siege wave coming in, so there'll be a little bit more ground covered now for Navi Jr. Only 1 tier 2 tower left to claim for them. They are ahead by a decent amount of map control, right? They have 1 tower to claim outside the base, whereas Twisted Minds have 4 still left to grab out there. But a lot of the time, this is what happens when your carry isn't getting involved for a long time and the other carry is. You don't necessarily manage to get that pushing going.
Yeah, man, speaking of carry, got the juice on this CK. You've already seen it, but the Manta, Armlet, Orchid and Blink will be going for Heart of Tarask now.
Opting not to finish Bloodthorn first is a little bit surprising to me, considering he also has the Manta. The amount of value from a Bloodthorn here is incredible, but maybe concerned that his illusions just aren't tanky enough, despite having Halberd. It's a...
Halberd?
Oh, sorry, Armlet. Wow.
Okay.
It's... Yeah, it's... I guess it's a kind of difficult choice. I think you definitely want both items. It's just about the order. But... one of them is more aggressive than the other, and he will take the quote-unquote safer choice, I suppose. With this heart, the Reaver has come out.
From Navi Jr. 30 seconds we'll know about the next Roche.
Oh, this is a big
See
moment
Twisted
here.
Minds already getting in position, but they're about to get ganked. Pablo spotted, gets off the Gleipnir, but mules up into the air, will be punched and destroyed. But here comes the initiation. Oh my god, they absolutely destroy Riddies in the meantime. Can't even get off the Finger of Death. Looks like Daze follows suit. That's a double buyback from Navi Jr. As Stonebank, oh my god, the Vac again coming out. This Darkseer is going ham this game. That is 4 dead with the buyback coming out from... That's just a full team wipe. Out of nowhere. It's a dieback onto the Lion, but my goodness, Navi Jr. destroy them.
It's a dieback on the Hoodwink too, so they even traded even in that aspect of that fight, and it's just a lane of barracks. They have 1 buyback left on the Storm. He's not going to be able to stop this. Sometimes you got to just go for it, and that didn't even necessarily look that promising from Navi Jr., to be honest, with the counterplay that Twisted Minds came in with, instantly killing both supports. But crucially, once again, this time Darkseer gets to use everything. He got off a nice wall, he has the Ags and got the punch too, and of course just staying alive, having that Greaves passive for the entire team and getting the vacuum in is the difference maker. It really seems like the game at this point is down to that simple. Are you going to see Darkseer find him and kill him first, or are you going to lose the fight?
Yeah.
That's... Oof. Very, very quick, decisive attack.
2 full sets of racks. It's funny how the pros kill the barracks these days, just ignoring melee until they can get all the other buildings because of the changes to the refresh or the fortification. But just like that, it's been flip-flopped. Navi Jr. with a 5k lead. Surprised it's not a little bit more than that, to be perfectly honest.
Well, they were behind just a moment ago by like 7, so...
Still, that was pretty devastating.
Absolutely, and if they get this Roche, maybe the 3rd lane is primed for the taking, but Twisted Mind's going to do something about this. They hear the roar, and I'm not talking about Lion. They're going to be smoked up here, heading up S5. Storm a bit far behind here. Obviously can cover the ground, but...
Stonebank uses Dark Ascension. They find Niku, who's already half HP. He's going to be able to get bashed. A nice stun coming out from Riddies. And Niku gets out with the Remnant. The Aegis snatched by Exantic, though. Already pops the BKB, has very little mana to work with, but that second life should work out pretty well for him. Shad trying to go ham against PMA. He's going to use that Ogre Seal Totem to get to the other side, but the Bear is lost. Night Stalker as well, and Exantic. This will be life number 1. Might be able to get away, although Riddies.
Oh, no, never mind. Good save.
Is there.
Wait.
He had time to zip for sure.
I feel like he did too.
And he's dead.
Oh,
and that is really unfortunate. 3 dead for the Radiant. Make it 4. And Twisted Minds might be on the doorstep of a loss of game number 1, which looked like they were in the driver's seat for a majority of it. Navi Jr. amalgamating towards that bot lane to try to get these eventual mega creeps.
Yep. Hanskin will do his very best to stall this with a Firefly in 5 seconds, but he can't do it before the wave reaches the backdoor protection removal. And at that point, it doesn't really matter that he kills the wave because this push is coming fast. They do have a glyph, but yeah, there's a lot of horses here.
Yep.
He's got to hold all of them for 5 seconds until the glyph is gone. And now, inbound, more than likely megas here.
Easily megas. 20 seconds of no Storm Spirit means Twisted Minds just cannot fight. The question is, does Navi Jr. continue on? It looks like that is the case. Can Twisted Minds capitalize on this? try to take advantage here. First tier 4 will fall. They'll have the full team up. Does Navi Jr. back away and reset? They're going to find the Bat Rider at the top side of the map. He's taken out, so it's still a disadvantage here for Twisted Minds in just pure numbers. 4v5. And the tier 4s will be taken out. Smoke attempt there. Beautiful searing chains onto 3 heroes in the fountain. Impale to follow. There's the initiation onto the line. Got to kill him before he gets off that ultimate. You cannot deal with the fist. He is dead. Lasso, but the vac wall again onto several heroes. PMA has been doing such a great job in these fights. And Shad controlled up, silenced up, will not be able to get back into the fountain. Buys back instantly though, but again, the Ancient is fully exposed. Night Stalker will fall, no way to get back in the game. Shad destroyed by CK, not even remotely close as the GGs come out. And Navi Jr., it's 100% win rate with the fist facet on Lion.
Yeah, somebody's gonna be like, oh, I want to play like the pros on my Lion. I'm gonna look up the stats for the facets in pro play. What's gonna win? And then he sees 100% on one, and on the other it's like 46. It's like, oh, that one must be really good.
Easy choice.
Yeah. Boy,
oh boy.
Yeah. All right. That game took a turn and a half. I did not foresee this sudden ending. Just one moment, really, and it spiraled out of control. That team fight that got Navi back in the game and got them 2 lanes of barracks in one fell swoop basically just kind of ended everything. Despite Atlantic stealing the Aegis and Cheese, they still lost that fight too.
Yeah, I mean, so this game was 37 minutes and 15 seconds. At about the 35-minute mark, Twisted Minds were up around 7K. In 2.5 minutes, the game ended. That's crazy. That's actually really wild.
Yeah.
That's a Lion with fist, of course.
I've got to mention that one more time for the fans.
And this was a really good fight here. We're already 32 minutes into the game, but you're right. I feel like the Darkseer had to be the first kill.
Yeah.
And they did find him once, and it was just really easy from there. Twisted Minds just decimated. But it feels like every other time it was somebody else initiated on.
Yeah, and I was talking about Shad, right? I think this guy has a lot of promise, and I think he's very good. This was not a great showing from him. He goes 2, 8, and 10 on the Ursa. Was really struggling in every single fight, despite having a pretty good laning stage. I guess the problem he ran into was he will go in, he'll go for his initial burst, but then the chase potential, he can't ever reset. So you're just in, and you're in the absolute death ball of the Navi Junior lineup, where everybody just has ion shells, you get walled, vacuumed back in, and overwhelmed by tons of stuns and roots and everything. So, yeah, nice game from Navi Junior, especially considering that, once again, similar to against Tundra, their laning stage in their early game is probably their weak point as a team, which is a problem if they are to win this and go deeper in the tournament, that you can't reliably become a champion or get a top 3 finish if your laning stage is not in order. So they absolutely have, that's where I would say they need to continue putting their work, because against the best teams, you're not recovering this game, right?
It's crazy though. Like, look at the score. Got the juice. I feel like he was struggling the whole game. He's 10-2. And then Shad, who got like a really early battle for 2 and 8. That is really wild to me.
Yep.
I didn't realize the scores were that lopsided.
Yeah. He got the better end of every single fight on the CK. He stayed alive because of how much space his teammates created in the fight. And of course, because of the target selection that Twisted Minds kind of had to go for, right? Their play calling was kill Lion, and then we go on the support Spirit Breaker and the Darkseer. And obviously one time they went Darkseer first, and that was the best fight they had. But yeah, obviously that leaves space for Got the Juice to get the job done, and Navi Junior as a whole get the job done here. I still am really surprised that, first of all, that they won is one thing, but 37 minutes. You looked at this game, 32 minutes, there's no way, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes Dota's that fast.
I should have thought of this before, and we should have told production to make Riddies the MVP of this game. Playing on truly hardcore mode.
In all fairness,
the difficulty
though, it's
settings
not like
were
the other
all the way up.
that great in this game either.
But it doesn't turn you melee when you ult. So.
That's fair. There he is.
There we go. Thank you.
Look at that. Standout player, 8k damage.
That's right. That's my boy. Yeah. He was melee for about 20 seconds of this game. Barely ulted at all.
I want to give him the standout player award for his tenacity of getting bodied by Night Stalker every single fight and not losing his cool. Went on him the whole time and really made his life miserable. But
all right, well, that ended up being a very entertaining game. We'll see if Twisted Minds can bring it back to push it to 3 games. But for now, Navi Jr. with the 1-0, the 1-0 start to this series in the lower bracket of the Western European TI Quals. So we'll be back after this break with game number 2. Stay tuned.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 2 of this lower bracket TI13 Western European qualification between Navi Jr. and Twisted Minds. Navi Jr. We're down most of that game, and then in the last 2 minutes they just won. So if you missed that game, the last 2 minutes are very entertaining. Kind of came out of nowhere. As we're already in the draft. This tournament's been run very smoothly. I really enjoy the really quick in and out, follow by schedule. So much
action,
less downtime. Yeah, it's been great.
Yep.
So looking at the draft so far, the bands Witch Doctor, TA, Pudge, and Darkseer. So Darkseer is the new one, since that was, of course, picked last game.
I had a feeling.
And it won last game.
I had a feeling they were going to ban this. Obviously, Tundra solved it yesterday twice against Navi Jr., but Twisted Minds probably after that game just comes to the conclusion that, all right, Navi Jr. has played this hero first pick 3 games in a row. They just beat us with it. It's obviously one of their absolute #1 comforts, and that means we get to see PMA on another hero this game. So let's see what else he's got up his sleeve. If he's going to maybe grab the Night Stalker this time that we saw played by Twisted Minds in that last game, or something completely different. Maybe Centaur. I'm just trying to think, the way Navi Jr. have structured their games is obviously extremely Darkseer-centric, because that's what this hero does. But I do think their biggest strength as a team is teamfight execution. I think that's where they shine the most, and their biggest Achilles heel is the laning. So probably if you want to pick to your strengths, you pick some sort of teamfight initiating offlaner that just set things up, like a Centaur maybe might be their go-to for PMA instead when he can't get the DS.
Not quite the same impact, I'll say, as a Darkseer in that way, but
it's difficult to have the same
not many
impact.
offlaners have that kind of impact.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, not related to this draft, of course, which would just be too normal. Why is Dawnbreaker not popular right now?
It's a good question. I guess a big part of that hero is winning the lane, and if her current power level is not consistently winning her lanes, then the innate is kind of interesting in pro level, that every time it turns to day, you get to see the map gradually for 5 seconds. That can be used for sure, but it's also a matter of what is the meta for the offlaners to do, right? Dawnbreaker is not an initiator. She's a counter initiator or a follow-up. So if what you're looking for in your offlaners, which it is for a lot of teams right now, is that first jump and the entry into the fight, Dawn doesn't give you that. So you have to build your lineup differently, where the first point of contact needs to be the mid hero generally. Obviously we see the spirits, you can run it with that. I think it's reasonable. But yeah, maybe just needs a little bit of a nudge.
Do you think that there's any do you think the synergy is this strong, where when I talk about that innate for Dawnbreaker, heroes like Night Stalker, Luna, Phoenix, 2 of those are really popular right now, in the Night Stalker and Phoenix. When you can change the day-night cycle, that means it's more often proccing that innate.
That's true. I feel like that sounds a little bit like a gimmick still. Like, in the grand scheme of things, it will have games where it's better than others, but mostly you're sure it works with Supernova. Yeah. So when you cast Supernova, Dawn sees the whole map.
It should, because the other ones I'm positive it works with. I haven't seen it with Phoenix, but Phoenix, I know the egg overrides every other spell in the game in terms of the day-night cycle.
I'm just saying, even if that were true and you turn day to night or night to day with Phoenix, most of the time when you use Supernova, it is already in a team fight, right? So then
That's
the
true.
intel you get from the Dawn
Well, keep in mind when that innate goes off, everyone's FPS goes down to 10. So
yeah, that's true.
And you know it's coming because you're the one casting it, right?
So you might want to do a strat with Dawn Peel and Monkey King, and then beat the enemy on hardware. Is what you're saying?
Oh yeah, that's good.
That's a good strat right there.
So first 2 picks for Twisted Minds, Weaver makes it through this time, and Storm Spirit, which they had last game, and the other side, Rubik Primal Beast. Neither of these were banned in the first phase last time.
Assuming that PMA will be playing the Primal as his Darkseer version here, so that will be a strength initiator type hero that sets up the fight for his team in a different way, of course. Yeah, I think Weaver is just an incredible hero right now, and I understand Twisted Mind's just overall first picking it. Rubik is obviously one of the best responses because you can steal that Shikuchi, but what makes Weaver so insanely strong is also it's a flex, right? So you're not even hard committing to any idea when you first pick this hero. It's just a good laner. It's good overall in the game. Gleipnir is amazing. You can build it as a 4, you can build it as a 1, and the way your strategy plays around the swarm just opens up many avenues. It can kill Roche. You know, like what can't this hero do, right? It's just so nice right now. They'll pick the IO, which still keeps their options open. This could still be a 4 Weaver and a carry Weaver. IO Weaver is quite strong. The IO can follow you in your Shikuchi, so you're very fast, and you can keep the Weaver alive. All right.
Ooh,
it is actually a
mid-primal.
mid-primal, so it is the Centaur for PMA that I was suggesting before the game. Interesting that they double down on this. Disruptor against IO, a classic, and great static Storm game if you get to cast it. That's the big caveat here, is Storm can also get you out of the fight pretty quickly with an Orchid.
Yeah.
But I like what Navi Jr. is showing so far.
Yep, very beefy heroes as well. Always a fan of that. On the other side, kind of squishy,
Yep.
but very evasive in nature.
I do feel like that's exactly what they need to tie this together now, is some beefy offlaner that acts as a wall. I think you're a bit dissuaded from picking a hero like Tide here because you're against Rubik and Disruptor, so the support matchups are quite bad for Tide in the mid game. We'll see what they end up doing. They're saving their offlane pick for last, so buying themselves more info, getting the CK. You're against a decent amount of AoE damage here, so the illusions can definitely die. Primal with Ags in particular can be truly devastating for Chaos Knight with the break as well as the massive
Do
damage.
you think that Twisted Minds needs an initiator as their offlane, or can it be something like an Underlord?
Underlord sounds good.
Pit is insane against Primal Beast Centaur.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind that. Only downside is you facing Spell Steal on Firestorm, but you know, he's going to get something, right? Although, when you look over Twisted Mind's lineup, the only other good spell is actually Shikuchi. It's hard to use Chaos Bolt if you steal it effectively because the cast range is pretty bad. And the targets that you have, some of them can disjoint it. The Storm can jump away, the Weaver can Shikuchi away and buy time. So
Ball Lightning's great as well. So Shikuchi and Ball Lightning, ways to
Ball Lightning's okay.
get around.
Looking at what other options they have for this offlane. Yeah, not really the greatest options, are there? Underlord sounds like one of the better ones. Mars, perhaps? Could be a thing. They will ban the Underlord, so good call. The thing I like about Mars here is you're containing Primal and Centaur in a space that you can choose, right? And if you take the Bloodsport facet, it's a lot harder for the Navi Junior heroes to actually help heroes that get caught. The fact that you lose shared vision when you're inside that arena is really crazy, in my opinion. I think it's one of the best facets in the whole game.
Out of curiosity, is Clockwork ever played as more than a 4?
I haven't. 4 and 5 is the only thing I've seen in the last.
Because back in, like, originally it was an offlane hero, like years ago, and I know that it's insane against Primal as well.
He is banned though.
That is correct.
But it is.
He is banned.
I still think, despite that, it's an interesting conversation if Clockwork is reaching a point where he can be played as a core because of how much better the cogs are. Now that you can go bowling and the levels are really valuable, if you have the 4-4 build that we see a lot of supports going for, even 4-4-0 sometimes without a rocket flare point, you do a lot of damage as an offlane clock, but your laning is just not great. I think that's still his biggest issue as a core hero. It's hard to put pressure on the opponent when you're playing in the wave. It's always an issue. Yeah.
Well, always a classic offlane hero when the beefy boys are banned is the Enigma, which we have seen a couple times so far in this tournament.
Yeah. True.
It's actually an old school counter.
It's a bit of...
Yeah, I'm not saying they can fit in a Navi Junior, but that is an old school counter to Io as well. But I don't think they can get away with that.
Oh, you meant for them?
No, I was talking about Twisted Minds, but I'm looking at the Io. I'm like, could be a good counter to that theoretically. But I feel like that doesn't work that way anymore with the relocate. like Witch Doctor, Lich, Enigma, they used to be considered counters to IO, but I don't think that's the case anymore. All right, Timber
another
Sauce.
beefy
You get the
offlaner.
beefy boy.
Yeah. It doesn't offer the initiation, but as we talked about, not necessarily a requirement. You have Storm, you have Chaos Knight that can lead the charge when necessary. The matchup against Primal and Centaur are obviously quite good for the Timbersaw, but the support matchups are pretty tough. Rubik can steal Chakram now. You're playing against Disruptor, who can always glimpse you back when you're playing on mobility. Static Storm is good against you, so this, to me, is not the ideal pick, and I kind of feel like Twisted Minds ran out of time or options that they like to play. And I do think they wanted that Underlord that you talked about, but it got banned alongside Slardar. All right, there has to be a really good carry for this, right? CK and Timber. If Slark were good, it could be him, but he's not very good right now. Let's see.
Oh,
Okay.
Monkey King.
Why not?
Okay.
Decent. The Wukong's command is incredible against Chaos Knight. If you're laning against the Timber, which you're guaranteed to in this case, you have a good first few levels if your support plays the lane aggressively with you. Now, the big question here is it possible to beat Weaver in lane with these heroes? That's my big one, because as good as Monkey King is against Timber, Weaver is a beast on 4, and Disruptor is not a particularly strong lane 5, so it's possible that Pablo can enable Stonebank regardless in this lane and just get them off to a good start. But if last game is anything to go by, Twisted Minds doing well in lanes is not enough. They also need to convert it in the mid game, and you're once again playing against a very nasty teamfight lineup on the side of Navi Jr. No Darkseer this time, fortunately, for Twisted Minds, but there's plenty of rings you need to navigate. Primal Beast Pulverize, the Thunderdome from Disruptor, Monkey King ults. It's going to be tough to fight into this team if they have decent items.
Yep, for sure. Looks like Got the Juice took Simeon Stride as his facet.
That's the one where you can jump all the time, right?
Yeah. I was wondering, like, the other one is you can step outside of your Wukong's command for a few seconds and it won't go away. But when we originally read that, we're like, that does sound good. But the other one, no matter, even as a carry, because it feels like it's designed to be good for supports. But even as a carry, I feel like it's just the better choice.
It's just a great facet.
Yeah,
you're saving time on everything. It's just great efficiency. If you're farming the jungle, everything's going to be faster because you can just jump, and not have to expend mana. A lot of the time when Monkey King is farming jungle for efficiency, he will jump onto a tree and then he will primal spring off to cover the distance and spend some mana on that. Now you can just, if you don't feel like you need to primal spring, you can just jump twice with the tree dance. So he needs to be above 90% health for it to have no cooldown, though. But as you're jungling on Monkey King, if you just have any sort of decent region, you're going to stay above that.
Yeah.
Okay,
as
let's
we
see how
make
this
it
plays
into
out.
game number 2, where Twisted Minds have to win the next 2 to stay alive for the TI Dreams, TI13, in fact.
Yep.
Or else their sights will be set on TI14, which won't be till the following year. Assuming that's actually going to be the case. Yeah, just making sure everyone's aware.
The TI13 Valve announced TI14 in 2 months. Yeah, right. Okay. Let's keep it real here.
I mean, I wouldn't mind that because then we can get back on track of calling it by the numbers, right? Because then it's aligned with
That's true.
So
I thought you were going to say I don't mind because then I could go back to Copenhagen, you know.
Oh, you want both in Copenhagen? What are you, greedy or something?
Can I just have every event in Copenhagen? That would be great.
Yeah, as if every other place we go is not close enough to you.
Yeah, it's
They're 2-hour plane rides.
your Europe is it's not good enough. It needs to be all the way back home. All right, run time. Stonebank against 3. We'll give it up. And should
Talk to me about the Timbersaw facet, which is Shredder. So when Timbersaw collides with a tree, it shatters. I feel like the other one, I believe it got nerfed if I'm not mistaken, but that was the more popular, which is
the second chakram.
The chakram, like the infinity sign or whatever it is.
Yeah.
That it throws out.
Yeah, that's a bit surprising. I definitely thought he would take that one as well.
I don't know if this one's changed at all, but I haven't seen it in game yet. Everyone goes for the other one, and this one just in like a sandbox mode seemed really underwhelming.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see if it's a noticeable impact. I was just having a laugh because God the Juice showed up to lane as a tree and just walked toward Timbers. I was like, this is the worst nightmare.
Yeah,
you know, for lore reasons, but fortunately, it was just a monkey.
You should be able to timber chain to that. That needs to be in the game.
Yeah,
at
that
some
would be
point.
quite funny.
And same with Treant Protector.
I'm sure it's going to break Rupik somehow if that works. So be careful.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a scary one. Yeah, any of these lanes you expecting anything juicy? I got the juice specifically, maybe.
I think compared to last game, this is more of a level playing field, which is good news for Navi Junior since the lanes didn't go too well, but they still won. I don't see the IOCK really putting a lot of pressure on Centaur Rubik. And in the bottom lane, that's the one for me, is how much can Pablo get done here when he gets level 2. One of the reasons Weaver support is so ridiculous right now is that now that Geminate is your innate ability, you a lot of the time can go just Shukuchi into the Swarm level 2 and have this incredible power spike early on in the laning stage. Where you just do so much damage and provide so much disruption with the bugs. Don't know if they can manage to pull that off in this lane position, though. Ideally, Twisted Minds want the lane to be pushed so they can have chase down potential and use the trees. So we'll see if they can manage to ideally push the wave so hard into the tower that it goes back the other way, but you can see Got the Juice is stabilizing it. Actually, maybe overreaching a little bit with that stun will push the wave now. So perhaps leaving a little bit of vulnerability here.
Mid lane,
Niku is going full offense. 1-1-0 build.
Oh, I see. Niku is struggling a bit in the CS versus the Storm Spirit. 10-1 versus a 17-3. Kind of to be expected. He's going to try to pull the wave here. And we should talk about his facet a little bit because we haven't gotten to cast him yet. But that's the one where Uproar with each stack will increase the AoE of your spells, which I don't know if... I mean, have you seen this one in a pro game yet? Because the first thing that I see in pubs is the Bloodstone to get even more AoE, and then with the Aghanim Scepter.
On the very first day of this patch, Malrine did this on Primal Beasts.
That's where I'm remembering it from. That's true.
He got the AoE Uproar, he went Bloodstone, and he just absolutely obliterated the enemy team that game. He was insane.
Stonebank's in some trouble. Thunderstrike applied. The right click from just got the juice, but he has the juice this time.
Yeah.
So first blood for the Monkey King. That is a scary proposition for Twisted Minds. As you talked about how Navi Junior seemed to just struggle in the early game, but if you can get first blood on your carry, that's really good news for them.
Yep. Night and day to his last game, where his CK was suffering very hard early on. Now he's top net worth in this one and in a position to potentially snowball this lane. Top lane, all right, good stun from Shad, but they perfectly timed that.
That was nice. Wow.
PMA faked him out twice to bait the tether, and then on the third one he actually committed, so well done.
Beautiful. And the Centaur does have horsepower as well. The facet that everyone is going for right now, that's the bootless wonder.
Yep. He bought boots.
What? You're kidding. Why? All right, well, he's going phase boots, so he's doing the same thing that who was it that did that
Ramses
day one?
Yesterday.
Yeah, Ramses. Riddies.
I don't know.
On the bot lane, getting chased under the tower, trying to kill the swarm. Got the juice, has the boundless. Now Stonebank at half HP is going to take some damage here. We'll be able to get away. Pablo, they do get Riddies in the end. Got the juice continuing to hound both of these players. Okay. You can see that Timber Chain shooting out those little spikes.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know, man. It feels like, so on some level, the phase boots, I get it, right? Because when you use them, it works for that short duration. You get the phase movement and you get armor. As we're going to see more action in the top lane. Stun, force stun, just eye for an eye right now. Yep. But it does feel like a lot of the value of the boots is lost because of the facets. So like the idea behind it is that you just have an extra slot, it feels like.
Yeah, I think if people are doing this, what I would expect them to do is get... Oh, hang on. Mid lane. He's 6 first on
lane, telekinesis with the pulverize. That is enough. And Pablo trying to get another kill, but instead it's going to be Daze to take him out. 2 for nothing. Navi Jr. dominating the laning stage right now. In the bot lane, even more. Stonebank completely out of mana. Jingu, full stacks. Made that a little bit too exciting because he's very, very healthy, Synderen.
Yeah, but still, the fact that he's out of resources is already a problem. This just means Monkey King gets to thrive again for longer now. And yeah, that mid lane kill. Primal Beast gets 6 first. This is what Primal can do in mid. He's pulled 1 or 2 of the waves from the mid lane up to the medium camp and got an experience advantage from clearing all that out with Trample. Gets the 6 first. They rotate in Rubik and they kill Xantic. It's textbook stuff. Just very, very nice. Just to finish off on the Centaur thing, so we've covered that entirely. What I was expecting players to do is if you want phase boots, that's fine, but don't you just buy Windlace Chainmail and then get the phase boots?
Yeah, the boots first literally does nothing.
So yeah. It's like the Windlace is just the same value at half the cost, and then you can get the phase boots in opposite order. I feel like that's what the players should be doing, but
I think from a design standpoint, it kind of defeats the purpose of this facet. I think the cool thing about it is you just don't go boots. If this turns out to be better, then they need to change some things, I think.
Yeah, then you might want to take Counter-Strike, right? A lot of the time.
Yeah, Counter-Strike feels like it's a little bit undervalued. It's definitely good, but the problem is you're doing more damage to yourself as well, so. But I've seen in games at least that you do like 600 damage with 1 double edge, which is insane. It's like a little baby finger of death as Hanskin.
Yeah.
Forcing PMA out at Xantic. We're going to get the CK stun off. Gets off the hoof stomp, but dies shortly after. So a nice pickup there from Twisted Minds. Niku taking advantage of this, though, pressuring the tier 1. But right now, looking at the CS, the Storm is doing quite well off the top of that kill as well, but definitely leading the way. It's not a big difference between him and Niku, though. I think that's good news for Navi Jr., as we talked about their laning stage. But the next 3 up are all on the Navi Jr. side.
And the particularly concerning thing is probably Stonebank, but at the very least, he's got his 6 now. This is when things can get a lot easier for him.
Yeah, they got the Pulverize for the Weaver. Do they have the damage? Yes. Pablo's taken out Riddies. A little bit of trouble, but Daze has made his way over as well. It will be the death of the Disruptor. Now, Daze in a little bit of trouble, completely surrounded. But Got the Juice has made his way over with that Wukong's command. They have the damage on his... Nope, they don't. He makes it to the high ground. Hanskin does die inside the Wukongs. Daze stealing Chakram. And looks like Stonebank should be able to get out.
Daze got greedy there. He wanted more. They could have 100% killed the Storm if he telekinesised him, but he thought Storm, by being out of mana and being in the Wukongs, would already die, but he pops the stick and he jumps out and TPs away.
Stonebank. Nice timing. They cancel it. Nicely done. Easy kill. Niku just followed him the whole way with that invis.
Niku is playing a really good game so far on the Primal. They've had him on Spirit Heroes in every game we've seen so far, and this one is definitely the performance that I'm most impressed by. Good knowledge
considering
of the
he's lost the lane pretty much every game that we've cast.
Exactly. This hero against Storm seems to be much more comfortable for him. He just, as you said, was losing the first few waves, but then he gets level 3. He just starts cutting the waves and farming jungle together with them and gets ahead and stays ahead, as it looks.
Stonebank.
Counterplay.
Tank a lot of damage here, but Xantic is hooked up by Hanskin. Will get glimpsed away. Got the Juice in a lot of trouble, though. Doesn't have balance strike for another 17 seconds. Looks like he will be sacrificed to the gods. Down goes position 1 for Navi Jr. Riddies. That is the most annoying innate in the game, by the way.
The knockback?
Yes, it's really stupid. Especially if you're Pudge. You
I
hook
thought you were
him.
going to say if you're Lion.
That's true. If you're a Lion Core with the Fist of Death, it's really annoying.
Yeah, that was a good punch back here from Twisted Minds. They effectively just baited their Timber. The Storm was waiting in the wings, and they hoped that they were going to commit on it, and they took the bait. Get 2 kills and catch up a little bit off that. Still think Navi Jr. in a very good spot in this game, especially considering the Centaur is going to finish his Blade Mail soon, and when that dagger comes out, the pace that they can play seems pretty high, with their support duo Rubik having a very good game and some good steals that are pretty reliable. Either Chakram or Shikuchi, you can more or less pick your... I was going to say poison, but that's... what's the opposite of that? Pick your boon.
Water.
Yeah, okay. Pick your water just doesn't have a good ring to it. I don't think that's going to catch on.
H2O.
Yeah.
You sound really scientific.
And same situation as last game here. Teams are just going to be trading their safe lane towers on the 10-minute siege creep. First to claim it will be PMA here on the Centaur. But soon to follow down bottom are Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds are using quite a few more resources on it though. They're parking 3 heroes down here together, whereas for the Navi Junior side it was just the Centaur and Rubik. So being a little bit more efficient on the map with their hero spread, just assuming that defense will not be coming in, which they were correct to.
Have you seen this Chakram for Stonebank? I think it looks so weird.
Yeah, it's just bugged.
Because at first I was like, oh wait, did he actually take the other facet? Were we completely wrong? Because it kind of looks like that version.
It's just it's a graphics. It feels like when he throws it out, it's not loaded until it starts spinning fully or something. You see there? When it arrives, it looks correct. So on the way out, it's bugged.
Interesting.
Really strange, but hopefully not gonna phase Navi Junior too much.
Yeah, it's really gonna ruin their game, I think. Question is, does it look the same for Rubik when he steals it? I didn't notice it that time around, but see as the game progresses.
Cleaned up.
Yep, damage rune is at the top side of the river, which Niku will snag. He's gonna go for the BKB next. They now smoke up. It looks like they're heading bot to try to kill this tanky Timber Saw again.
Mm-hmm. Will be scanned though. So Stonebank should be well aware this is coming his way.
Well.
Yeah, he is.
Okay, he gets away.
Backs out the right time. Very good. Good scan, whoever did that. Probably saved his life.
Get a nice juicy stack here
it's
as
very
well.
hard to gauge how much damage the splinters are doing in his farming.
It's, yeah, I mean, doesn't it say how much? Splinter damage is 80.
Yeah, but it's hard to tell
slows.
how many are hitting, right? It's not when the creeps are close to you and you timber chain through them, how many of the splinters are actually connecting. Mm-hmm. And do they pierce? They pierce, right?
I don't know what kind of damage they do.
I'm assuming it's pure.
Is it pure?
It's timber saw, yeah. The color is yellow, so I think it's pure.
Yeah, true.
But they do pierce through targets, right?
Stampede
we'll wait about that.
With the
Shad
onslaught
glimpsed.
from Niku. They isolate Shad. He's going to get hoof stomp double edge. Static Storm on top. We'll be able to take him out eventually. Oh, wait. Gets off his ult. Actually, armlet toggling really nicely. You're going to be able to steal the CK stun. They lose the Primal Beast. They have to get the CKers. This is a disaster. Fade Bolt at just the right time while armlet toggling. They do get the Horseman. Question is, will that do it? PMA taking some Whirling Death damage. I don't think this is going to turn to anything else, though. So they lose a position 2. Does Navi Jr. in place of the position 1.
They're going to get both Wisdoms. One of them is picked up by a banana. Nobody will know. The other one... Oh, actually, never mind. Xantic did manage to snipe it with the relocate play from Houndskin, but it will cost him his life on Glimpse. Probably? Yeah. Maybe not? No?
Oh, okay. Surprisingly tanky, Mr. IO.
I was not expecting them to trade there. I really thought that Navi were going to have both of them, so that is an even exchange. And yeah, as you said in that top trade, sure, they finally do bring down the CK, but it cost them their Primal, who was having such a good game and had a kill streak. Oh, Pablo.
All right, that's a freebie.
Bonk.
And still has the haste rune in the bottle for Niku, one of the best that you can possibly get on this hero.
Yeah.
Of course, doesn't have his BKB
nice ward, yet. The one up here that Navi Jr. have, because it's right outside the range of the high ground ward that you see the Dire running here. So Pablo was feeling very safe. And now they're even going to clean this one up, so well done. Turn into a smoke. Probably just heading straight down to bot. Yeah,
got the juice. Got the juice. Shad is going to spot him out. Can't get up on the tree. Just going to be able to kill him off, it looks like. Nope, the Stampede used. And he will have the tree dance up the
Nice
zip in.
jump. Oh, so good.
He dies. That was so close. But well done from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, nice
Bring the
jump from
Monkey King
Atlantic, anticipating
down.
the arrival
Glimpse
position.
into the Static Storm. This is a dead Weaver. It's just a support, though. Shikuchi was stolen, so this is where Rubik can truly take advantage of that.
They have really good heroes against Weaver, to be fair. Disruptor, Rubik.
Oh my.
Very tough
Daze
matchups.
spots out 2 little juicy heroes to kill.
Uh-oh. Adzantic will probably make it out of here. Hanskin,
Yeah.
unlikely to be
Hanskin?
as lucky. Actually, oh my god!
He does not
Yes.
have a TP,
The classic
though.
juke spot just standing out in the open.
What in the world?
Wow. They actually didn't find him there.
Well, he's still stuck
They
here
were
for a
like
while.
50 vision range away from seeing him at nighttime, but this is awkward. How does he get home?
Looks like just the old
Now he
walk
walked in a
back
ward.
slowly.
No, he's dead. Oh no.
Daze.
Well, is there any backup? This is
Fade
gonna
Bolt
take-
with a Shikuchi. Has telekinesis.
He has nothing to tether to. He's gone.
That is quite the death. All right, well, that's Dota for you these days.
Did a great juke and they just can't use it for anything. Oh man, funny.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not often you get caught off without a TP there. He could have relocated back to base and bought a TP, actually, right?
I think
Theoretically.
he had cooldown on reload, didn't he?
No, I don't think so.
Was
No,
it?
he
If I was
had it
ready,
the
you're
whole time.
right.
Yeah.
Dire's bottom
But it does feel weird to do that, of course, because then you have to wait for the relocate to be backed up to do anything. Pablo, spotted. Static Storm again. They're all over this Weaver.
They really have his number this game. Despite the 5 deaths, he still has an Atos though. But begs the question if this was the right choice, considering how much he's getting run down. He's eyeing up a Yules now. Maybe that should have even been his first purchase, but that's a difficult judgment call to make in the moment when you start creating your build for the game. But yeah, they're really punishing the Weaver with their supports. Shad would be wise not to walk up into the triangle here. He was thinking about it for a moment, but is going to wisely go to the right. And chill over here. Orchid complete.
Oh, Pablo. Are they hunting him again? They have dust on Daze. Don't have any vision here, though. Pablo put some nice wards, though, in the area for the gate. And got the juice top. They haven't spotted him yet, but this would be another huge kill for Twisted Minds.
Is that a finished Gleipnir? Yes.
PMA instead shows up to help him out. They spot the 2 heroes. Hoof
this
stomp
is
on
good.
both with the kinetic field and Wukong's, and
Clean.
Primal Beast not really needed, but they'll take what they can get because that's a huge kill.
I actually think he was needed for the Storm kill, because they didn't have Static Storm after using it on Weaver bottom. So
okay,
I think all of the pieces they put together there were all necessary, and all the spells were cast perfectly. So really clean stuff there from Navi Jr. Gonna gate down to bottom looking for something, but Pablo sitting very patiently and very safely in this tree line. They're not gonna go looking for him there.
is under attack.
But he's also not accomplishing anything. It's just AFK. Never feels great. Just sit there and wait.
So Weaver's been one of those heroes that's been banned every game.
Yeah.
One of the most contested in the qualifiers. What do you think makes him so strong, other than the flex potential? Like, have you noticed him being more effective as a carry versus support?
He's just I think the main thing that happened to Weaver in this patch with the facets is not only did he get the innate that gives you a free Geminate skill point level 1, which is obviously amazing, right? It's a 10.5 second cooldown, but double attacks are really good when you're trading, because heroes aren't just AFK standing and trading with each other all the time until someone dies. It comes in bursts. So every time you trade better, and your skitter step.
Stone Bank, Static Storm on both him and the Storm Spear. Actually, no, Storm Spear on the outside, but either way, they should be able to get the Timber Saw. Indeed, they do. Daze taking most of the damage, though, from the Storm. Looks like he'll be traded out along with the Rubik, so a 2 for 2 as the IO drops. Adzantic forcing the issue onto PMA. Spirit Vessel applied, and the right clicks from Pablo are enough to take down the Man Horse. What started as a good initiation from Navi Jr. lose 3-2 so far, and it might even be more. They find a stun lock onto the Primal Beast, and not nearly tanky enough to survive it. As got the juice, kills off the Weaver, but then gets brought back up to the high ground by Shad and company. Gets the Jingu stacks, but it's, again, not enough lifesteal.
Good trade overall for the side of Twisted Minds. They will also relocate in their Ion, give it Zantic a nice little refill. And a mid-tier 1. So very big swing there. I think this is kind of the ideal way for Twisted Minds that a fight can start, and it was Navi Jr.'s choice. I think them initiating on Timbersaw in this fashion is really, really good news for the Dire team. Sure, they do kill the Timber, but Stonebank went Pipe, which is a very uncharacteristic item for Timbersaw to buy nowadays. Having this super defensive item on him makes him way less of an offensive threat, and I would argue you just don't go on this guy now. Focus his teammates instead.
Eternal Shroud has been nerfed a lot.
Yeah.
But
he still has his quick buy. He might want both.
Okay. I was going to say, like, the mana regen aspect of it feels like it's a must-have for Timber if you're going to go for the magic. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good to see Pipe making a bit of a comeback than it has been.
He's like, Pablo, I will save you. You cannot save yourself. And, well, he died anyway, so. But maybe next time he'll live.
Well, Niku, I don't think he had BKB for that fight, if I'm not mistaken. Still at 9 seconds.
Yeah.
But that is a huge pickup for Primal in general. It's a must-have in every single game, it feels like, as Roche will be attempted by Twisted Minds, and it looks like it's a freebie.
Yep. Zantic finishing the Meteor Hammer. Gonna put it to use immediately. And Roche will indeed be going down. So I would like to see Niku go Ags now, I think, on the Primal. It's probably realistically between that and Blink. The really big upside to getting Dagger is Twisted Minds have no BKB piercing cancels, so he can Blink, Pulverize, even Storm when he's BKB'd if he's clutch about it. Or of course it's a really great way for him to initiate and control the CK and his illusions as well. The really major upside to the Ags here though is you're just eating CK alive when that's running. Like, it's incredible damage, the break is nice, it's very, very strong here. There's a little bit of a side benefit with the break against Timber, but that's kind of negligible because you're unlikely to get it when you want it. But yeah, I think for him it's between those two. Shiva's is of course always an option as well against the CK, it's very nice, but I'd rather see that on the Centaur, and that, as a matter of fact, he has queued that up, so I think that's a good distribution of items here. Have the Cent get the Shiva so Primal can get bigger items, can carry the fight.
It might be a tier 2 tower trade at this rate. Meteor Hammer being put to use by Xantic in the bot lane. And it will be a 1-for-1. Shad about 3/4 of the way to his BKB. And looks like Xantic already has the BKB. And he's going for Eternal Shroud on the top of that. Got the juice with the Gleipnir into BKB, so he's still about 800 from finishing that. That's likely the threshold in which they're ready to start fighting a bit more, because Niku feels very ready. Yeah, I am curious what his next item. I would love to see the Ags personally.
Considering he hasn't bought the Dagger yet, it feels like it's not that, at least, because he has had the gold for that for a minute now.
True.
Just hoarding it. Yeah, there we go. All right. Ags it is. Happy to see that.
Does feel like when you get that facet, you kind of want to go Ags at some point.
Yeah. Readies.
Oh, they're spotted. Oh, the Monkey King gets silenced and killed. Oh, boy. Got the juice, has lost the juice. Very unfortunate for Navi Jr. And with that, Twisted Minds can just abuse the map, get more towers. They still have that Aegis for another 2.5. And the worst part about that death is I don't know how much money he lost, but he was pretty close to BKB.
Yeah.
Now a Tormentor steal. Oh boy, that's a big moment.
Yep. Huge swing from that one kill. Nice job from Twisted Minds to just maximize the advantage out of that situation. So yeah, Niku 1,000 away from the Ags. We just saw Pablo pick up the Yules as well on the Weaver, so he's going to be a much harder kill. They can't just combo him in the Static Storm and take him out. He can buy himself time. He can have his teammates connect. Can also use the Yules offensively, potentially in some situations. If he finds Monkey King, he can guarantee that he falls out the tree. Yeah, there's a couple of plays available with this item. And now he's going Axe on the Weaver, not finishing the Gleipnir on Pablo. That one is a bit surprising to me. I don't know how good the Axe is going to be here. It's obviously an amazing item when you do get it off. It can win the game, but after the nerfs to the cast range, we see people prioritize it significantly less. And either way,
Remember, it used to lower the cooldown as well. I mean, it used to be absurd.
Yeah. Used to be a 20-second cooldown on like a 900 cast range or something. It was so good. One of the best Ags in the game of that era.
One of the best Ags of all time, I would say.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Got the juice hounding.
Stonebank
Opening has the
complete.
BKB now. They spot them. Hoof stomp onto the Weaver. Static Storm on top of the Storm Spirit as well. Hanskin needs to try to use relocate, although the damage not really coming that hot onto the Storm Spirit himself. Inside the Wukong's command will zip away. Wukong's mostly avoided. Pulverized basically just onto the IO as the Aegis has gone down. The IO killed off. And Xantic finally uses the BKB on Resurrect.
What's this Rubik?
The rest of Navi Jr. on the way. Trying to run away. What's happening with Rubik?
Are you seeing these Rubiks?
No.
Oh my god, that's so funny. I'll explain it in a sec. All right.
Okay. You just...
Chad's in trouble.
Yeah, he is in quite a bit of trouble indeed. Chad is dead at Xantic, trying to take advantage here. He's basically out of mana, though. He does get the kill and got the juice, but the Pulverize is there with the Fade Bolt to follow. PMA will be chakram down. Xantic still very vulnerable right now, but Hanskin has made his way over. He has a mech. He has a nice, juicy, great healing Lotus as well. And the onslaught for Niku. BKB TP. The fact that he didn't use BKB the whole fight is crazy.
Did you not? Okay, is this just a graphics glitch for me, or did you just not see it?
I did not see it.
Rubik stole the static remnant. And the static remnants that he was throwing out were like 2.5 times Rubik's size, and they were constantly just spinning their staff animation.
Oh, really?
In the air. It was all over. I thought it was super distracting. It was all I could see in the fight.
Are you casting on? Are you watching for like your camera or the production camera?
I'm just watching myself in game.
Yeah,
so
same.
that's why I'm saying it might just be a glitch for me only. But we have the same Timbersaw issue with the chakram, right? So maybe it's it just looked really funny. All right. Well, when the dust settles, I actually think that was pretty all right for Navi Jr. That was the fight into Aegis, and they maintain a 5k deficit out of that situation. Of course, Xantic getting very rich off of that. Will now be completing, is that his Parasma? It is. So damage going to be coming in spades for him. Level 20 talent inbound as well. All right, he's on to the Rubik. Daze. Oh, he has Ball Lightning, so he'll live.
He zips to safety. I want to see these static remnants now.
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen again, but maybe we'll get a highlight of it later if it did show further for the observer. Funny. 7k lead.
We've seen this exact number before, Cinderin.
Oh yeah. We just need 3 minutes to pass, and then Twisted Minds are in trouble. So
The game will end in 3 minutes. Niku, his courier did get killed, by the way. That was his Aghanim Scepter, so it has to wait a minute.
Stings. I mean, Stonebank's build is, I don't know. That's something. Pipe Eternal Shroud, Kaya Sanj. He is very tanky against magic damage. Oh,
Yes,
they're gonna jump.
They're gonna jump. Primal Beast, and he's just dead.
Gone.
Oh my goodness, that is. I feel like that is at least one set of racks without the Primal. And the zip onto PMA. Gonna get the hoof stomp off, but now he's surrounded.
BKB.
Stonebank coming from inside his own base. Oh boy.
I feel like almost everybody BKB stampedes there, but he thinks he can live? No way. Twisted Minds. All right, well, Okay, we didn't have to wait up for 32 minutes, Shannon, and it was the other team, so...
I mean, I might be right about the 3 minutes, how long this game's going to last. That escalated very quickly.
Couple of big core mistakes. The Primal Beast being out in the open entirely unprotected. He dies. And then the Centaur not BKB stampeding, so he dies. Lane and a half gone. Just like that. That's CK for you. Ag's now complete for Niku, but is it too late? He's queuing up. Surely
Meteor
not
Hammer.
finishing this Meteor Hammer, right?
Meteor. I mean, it's bigger AoE, Cinderin.
Yeah. I would much rather see a Kaya Sanj, I think. Or Sanj and Yasha, even. But, no. Or, sorry.
Oh,
yeah,
they're
never
going
mind.
to smoke.
Kaya Sanj.
Looking for an opening. Oh, Twisted Minds look very ready for this. Hook
Nice
Stomp
Yule.
doesn't look like it's going to hit. There's Static Storm onto 2 heroes with the trample following. Rubik's going to zip away, being chased by Storm Spirit himself. The double edge brings Pablo down. Daze is the trade. He buys back instantly. It's Xantic, very healthy right now, but the Pulverize, only a couple procs go off. And Shad, he's in a lot of trouble. Half HP, has to pop the BKB in retreat. Got the juice, is still on the trees, being zipped on by Xantic. Not able to take him off the trees, though, in the end. But again, the Primal Beast just melts. Double kill for Xantic. And a nice hook stomp from PMA. The Gleipnir to follow. Got the juice, surrounded, and killed. No buyback available. The Centaur is next. That might do it. GGs are called. So this is going to a game number 3, Mr. Cinderman.
32 minutes, baby. It's over. This is when
over.
these teams decide who wins, is around that half-hour mark. And this time around, it will be the Twisted Minds getting it.
Much, much better game from Xantic in particular here on the Storm Spirit. He had a great time. Of course, it helps a lot having IO, giving you all that mana, just acting as that battery. They took full advantage of that. And I don't know, interestingly, this Timbersaw build actually worked quite well because what physical damage does the enemy team have? You're blocking a ton of Primal Beast, you're blocking Disruptor, Rubik, Centaur. They're all magic damage. And the Monkey King didn't go the Battle Fury physical damage build. He went Gleipnir. So when you do have all this magic resist, you're just extremely tanky. And I think Stonebank with a very clever deviation from the norm there. What I don't know is if he actually even needed both. Like, I don't know if the math really favors you getting both. When you have the pipe, maybe the Eternal Shroud, you just buy some Ags, right? Or whatever, get health for your magic resist and get the utility, but end of the day it worked.
He bought the pipe for his team and the Eternal Shroud for himself.
Yeah.
That's,
Well, the pipe also works on you, so.
yeah, but the Eternal Shroud feels better to get, Cinderella.
Oh, way better. Absolutely.
Get all that mana, as we see. I mean, the game was pretty even for a good portion of this game. See, around the 22-minute mark, it was dead even in net worth, and then escalating very quickly. I think the courier being killed that had the rest of the Ags for Niku definitely hurt a lot, and then he died around that time as well.
I mean, the game just ended from deaths outside base on course, right? Both the Primal Beast and Centaur had no business dying like that, and you just can't slip up. Even though this isn't like the tier 1 level these teams are at, when the mistake is clear enough, the punishment is going to be there. Like, Twisted Mind had no doubt about going on that Primal Beast instantly when he was out there, and they fully capitalize on it. So that's the kind of mistakes that you just can't afford. And you could argue Twisted Minds made similar mistakes last game. I do feel like the way they lost was quite different in nature, though. It wasn't, okay, we have these 2 heroes out of position that die and don't buy back and just lose racks. That time they lost a full-on 5-on-5 team fight just getting outplayed. But this one was honestly a little bit disappointing, because I would have rather seen Twisted Minds win off of a great fight than off of just getting freebies.
Look at Primal Beast portrait on this graphic. Where did they get that from? That is definitely not the in-game.
That's true.
It's from
National Geographic, that one.
very seldomly seen beast of burden out in the wild. Niku, I mean, maybe he needs to lose his lanes to win the game, Cinder, because this is the first time he won his lane, I feel like, or at least became even, and they end up losing horribly.
What a score line, by the way, for a win. The Dire wins 22-22. That's rare that the kill score is even when the game ends. So a little bit of a unicorn this game.
Look at Weaver's face on this screen. That looks blurst. I love these, man.
It looks like he's concerned for your health. It's like, are you okay? Yeah.
And Io is just the same face as always, of course.
Fair to highlight Xantic in this one as the standout player, I would say. I think he did a great job on the Storm. Did what he had to do. Despite getting killed in lane by the level 6 Primal plus Rubik rotation, after that he went effectively 9, 1, and 10. And took great advantage of the Io pairing that he had to really extend his reign in fights and do a ton of damage. And look at that kill participation as well, almost 90% on Storm. Very healthy numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's the end of game 2. We're going to get our first 3-game series that we get to cast Cinderman. We'll see how the laning stage goes. That should be interesting for Navi Jr. We've seen both sides, and only
Seems
time
like it
will
doesn't
tell how
matter
this
that
game
much.
3 goes. Yeah, it's kind of irrelevant. It's almost like a turbo mode game in some fashion. Yeah, winner of this next series stays alive. Loser is out. Not going to be going to TI13. So stay tuned for game number 3.
Headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back to the road to the international here for the Western European lower bracket qualifications. Suns fan here with Cinderin.
It's me.
Erin. And we are casting Navi Jr. versus Twisted Minds. It is currently 1-1, so we got a game 3 coming. Loser goes home.
Yep.
Or stays home. Winner will move on to the next round.
Actually true. Loser stays home in this tournament.
And the winner of this match, or this game specifically, I guess at this point, will face off against the winner of our following series that we will also be casting, which is Mouz versus Dandelions.
Yes.
So should be. It's actually looking at the bracket, Cinderin. The upper half, there seems to be quite the difference than the lower half, doesn't there?
How do you mean?
In terms of just known entities, right? You got PSG Quest and Nigma on the bottom side, along with Team Bald, which, you know, they came in through the opens, but they, like we said earlier, they have some really good players, very historic players on their lineup. So it'll be an interesting day.
The thing about a bracket like this is even if it is weighted in a certain way, not necessarily by design, obviously, but just if that happens, there's no difference in this tournament between getting 3rd and 10th, right?
That's true.
You have to get top 2, and if you want to get top 2, you have to be able to beat every other team. So it's not that big of a difference what draw you get, so to speak, I would argue. You could say it matters mainly in the upper bracket, actually, where if you get the right draw and you get the good matchups, then you perhaps avoid a team you have a bad matchup against up there, and you could get a fast track to TI in that sense. If they get knocked down by another team that is better at playing against them in particular. But in the lowers, you know, you kind of need to grind it out no matter what you do. So anyway, let's see what we got here. So Darkseer will be banned again, and Twisted Minds will grab their Weaver once more. But this time Rubik is banned, so Navi Jr. have to look for a different counterpick to Pablo this time. Do they grab the Disruptor that they ran last game as a first pick, or is there something more valuable?
10 seconds remaining.
Well, it's interesting that they ban it, though, because they just beat it. You know, they're not confident in doing it again, apparently.
Well, Days was, I think, a Grandmaster Rubik, and it was a good matchup, so I think they're going to give it the respect it deserves. I think Days played a good game, but there were other issues in that game than his Rubik performance in particular for the side of Navi Junior, whereas for Twisted Minds, the Rubik was actually a major thorn in their side, even though they won.
So the hero that was banned last game that is not this time is the Beastmaster. Not sure if that's going to pop up early or not.
True.
It will not, but Tony himself. This has been quite the hero in this patch, but looking at these picks bans from last game, it wasn't actually, it was just ignored. I didn't even realize that. I feel like it's mostly been banned from the games that we've been casting.
Yeah, it's been banned in a lot of our games so far. But yeah, we'll make it through here. Flex pick can play all roles, in my opinion. Maybe except 5 at a pro level, but all the other 4 are fine. Makes for a very versatile start to the draft. You know, you have a guaranteed burst hero, you have stun from range, and he's a solid laner that, as mentioned, can play in so many different roles that you can just build around him the way you want. So yeah, it's in a way, it's kind of a similar logic to Weaver, just that Tiny plays more roles, but I think he's less broken overall than the Weaver is.
Well, I would argue he was more broken until the nerfs came in the last patch.
Yeah, that's fair, I think.
And I think pretty much every aspect of him was nerfed in some capacity. So the fact that he's still being respected this highly just goes to show how strong he actually was in the previous patch.
That's also something I think is really fun to see when patches come in, is what heroes were so broken that they remain first pick after getting 2 nerfs. Because then you start thinking of, okay, the experience that teams had having to deal with that hero in the previous patch was just like, okay, you know? It happens occasionally that heroes get that overtuned, and you need to clearly...
What do you think the most broken hero of all time was? Was it Death Ward Ricky? No, just Dota.
In all of Dota's history.
All of Dota. Was it Death Ward Ricky?
I mean, I think the most broken hero of all time was probably Gambler, but he was really stupid. And the way in which he was
chance to play against him.
The way in which that hero was broken was full RNG. So effectively, his ulti was you did an amount of damage between 1 and your current gold, capped at, I think, 1500 on level 1. And then you had 20% chance when casting that spell of losing all your gold. So it's like, that's the most broken hero, right? Because if you're lucky, you just keep one-shotting people, and if you're unlucky, your game is ruined. So
yeah, but let's say there was a more established pro scene. Do you actually think that would be first pick, first ban kind of thing?
That's a good question. So. I don't know.
I don't think so.
It's so hard to wrap your head around, like, how a hero like that even works, right? It was just so stupid. Okay, among normal heroes, so to speak, I think the most broken hero Dota 2 has ever had was on release Earth Spirit, probably. But people were just not good enough at playing it, aside from a handful, of which Jerax really stood out. He had an absurd win rate in pubs when he played that hero when it came out. I think it was like 70% over I don't know how many games. It was like really high. Then the hero got multiple nerfs, and he still owned with it at TI as well. So that hero, on-release Monkey King in Dota 2, was also extremely powerful. Centaur for the week that Stampede stunned was also pretty crazy.
That's when I was ranked 6th in the world on Centaur.
Yeah. And maybe, really like you said, the Death Ward Ricky as well, but it's so hard to contextualize because it was a different time, right? People were worse at the game. Things that might have been really broken back then might not now, with what players know and how good they are.
Yep, that's true.
And there's so many variables because the game was entirely different. The map was different. The amount of gold was different. The way everything about Dota was different 20 years ago. So, okay, back to this. We've got a couple more heroes coming in. So Navi are going to run back their Lion that they ran in game 1. Let's see what facet he takes this time. No side bets.
Dude, if he picks it again, though, then it's not a mistake, surely.
I'm gonna laugh my ass off. All right, Ench and Storm will be picked again. So Twisted Minds, 3 Storm games in a row. But the Enchantress is new. And I wonder what prompted this choice, because if these are the supports, the Ench and Weaver, this is a support duo that doesn't offer any sort of lockdown or like meaningful control in fights. And it limits your draft in the sense that you need to cover those bases with other heroes a lot more. So perhaps they're leaning carry Weaver here for that reason. it's not the best Weaver game in general again. I feel like Navi Jr. are really trying to target this hero. Previous game, they had Rubik Disruptor. This game, they have Lion, Tiny, and now also Void Spirit.
Yeah.
Tons of really quick burst and lockdown. Also a good way of killing Ench. So I think Navi Jr. is setting themselves up for a very skirmish-heavy lineup, which I always love to watch this type of Dota. I think it's very entertaining. Explosive.
Yeah, we're going to get to see the Spirit v Spirit again. Only time will tell what position this Tiny is going to be. Hoping for core. Heard so much about it, Cinderin. Status resist is out of control.
Yep.
But there's a lot more lockdown, that's for sure, for Navi Jr. And they were the team that had 0 lockdown in that first day, if I'm not mistaken.
They didn't have much, at least.
They were going stunless for a lot of those games, and they're going to take the Beastmaster. So this, again, was banned in the first phase in game number 2, and they get it really deep into the draft.
Mm-hmm. They're picking Beast into Ench, but I think he's just going to play on Axis primarily anyway. So,
10 seconds remaining.
not the best spam lane. Sometimes when you're playing Beastmaster offlane, you really want to couple him with another hero that spams enemies, so you just beat them in a war of attrition. But Lion doesn't really fit the bill for that. So, depending on what role this Tiny is, they could still solve that by getting position 4 that does that. Rubik is a classic, but he's banned. If you want to go down that route,
Weaver.
Caudle is a possibility. Yeah, it is the Weaver support again. So Twisted Minds with a support duo effectively not offering control.
Yeah.
The CK lane matchup against Beast should be good though. Yep.
They have a lot of long-range ballista-type shit between the two of them. But you're right, their lockdown's pitiful.
I think the CK is a little bit double-edged here. He lanes quite well against Beast because you can sustain yourself at least somewhat against the Harass with Chaos Strike, but the core matchups you have in this game are a little bit concerning, right? The Lion can be very annoying. That still hasn't... Has that changed? Well, the CK illusions can't get mana drained out, right? Am I tripping
Well,
here?
there's one facet that makes them strong. I think the other one...
He has to choose that one. Yeah, but that's the one everyone takes, Phantasmagoria, right?
Yes. So far today, that's the only one they've taken. I don't even know what the other one does, actually. What is the other
It's
one?
the one that gives you a chance of applying Break, Disarm, or Nothing when you Reality Rift people.
That's right. Okay. That one feels more like a support facet, actually.
Yeah, I suppose, but this hero has not seen support play in a long time now. Yeah, also Tiny. If the Tiny's carry, I actually think the CK matchup's really good. So I would suggest Navi Jr. put him position 1 and then grab a ranged 4 that enables Beastmaster and is also good against CK. Honestly, wouldn't be mad at Caudle here as a 4. I think it's really good this game. Blinding Light against CK is awesome. Illuminate spam together with Axis is tons of harass in the lane. You give Chakra Magic to your Void Spirit so he can own in the mid game. Or the Tiny. Tiny carry loves playing with Caudle. It's very, very nice to get double Avatos in the fight. Yeah, see a lot of upsides for that route.
We might be seeing a Centaur for Twisted Minds. There's not many offlaners left. And they definitely need stun. I don't think it solves all their problems, though. I do like the Navi Jr. lineup a lot more right now. Assuming this is a Tiny position 1.
I wonder if they run back the Timber. It's, carry Tiny, potentially Beastmaster. It's a great matchup for Timber. And once again, Navi Jr. have tons of magic damage, right? So you could argue that you could go Eternal Shroud Timber here and be pretty happy with what you see currently in the game. But Tiny will obviously offer way more single target physical damage than Monkey King did last game, specifically because of the build he went.
Well, Twisted Minds are banning carries as if this is a Tiny support, which still could be, of course, but it also maybe indicates what they want to pick in the position 1, like Lifestealer. What is it good against? I mean, Troll Warlord comes to mind as something.
They banned both Lifestealer and Troll the last game as well, didn't they? I think. Yeah. There it is.
And their offlane is the Centaur.
Damn, look at us. We know this game.
No big surprise.
Insane.
Why does Centaur look so small in comparison to CK? I guess nobody can see what we're seeing, but he looks really small.
He looks like, you know, the gym I go to has this mirror where you're like squeezed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Have you seen those? He looks like he's looking at himself in that mirror, and that's what you see.
Yeah, of course, no one watching it has any idea what we're talking about. So very interesting. It's Medusa finally.
Okay. Well,
So it is a support tiny.
yeah. Also a good core-to-core matchup against the Chaos Knight.
Yeah.
Lane matchup against Centaur Weaver should be fine.
Fist of Death. Let's see if he keeps it. Surely he will remember this. Fist of Death on Lion so far.
Maybe he
is
thinks the
selected.
Mana Drain one is just useless as well. Because the way he skills, last game he went 4-3-1. So at the point where you do get Mana Drain up high, you're not really reliably using it for harassment anymore.
Wow. So it was not a misclick. Unless he's still not remembering.
I feel like he got so insanely little out of it that the Mana Drain is probably still just better just for a little bit of chip damage in lane. Is what I would argue. Like, what did he use Fist of Death for last game? He killed one creep camp, I think. All game. That's
The
all
entire
it did, one
game.
time.
He never clicked a hero, I don't think.
So, I don't know. Anyway.
This is where the interviews would just be really gold. I'm literally only looking at Fist of Death right now to see if he changes it. And he did not. So second game of Lion, Fist of Death. We don't see the Lycan combo, which is what we've been strategizing between you and me. Of course, Cinder, I know you're really on board with this idea. The biting of the lion eventually, but
And I'm just
save it
really
for
happy
TI.
I'm happy you agreed to the double or nothing, and it was obviously the other way around, so that he was meant to take Mana Drain. So now we're back to square one.
what are you talking about?
Because you also thought he wasn't going to take Fist of Death this game.
Yeah, but we
that
didn't
was
make
your
a bet.
side bet with me.
That was not a side bet. You still owe me 2 dinners. Nice try, Cinderin.
All right,
But
let's see.
Danish people are supposed to be very honest in their dealings and bargaining and whatnot. It's not very Danish of you.
Best I can do is 1.2 dinners.
So like a McDonald's then. Okay, well, I can swing it. We have a smoke here from Twisted Minds pretty early into the enemy triangle. We put down a ward showing such. So yeah, in this game, are you liking Navi Junior as well?
I still would have liked it more with a carry tiny and a different 4 for the Beastmaster, because now my concern is how good is that lane actually going to be now? The Beast Tiny against Ench CK, I think, has the possibility to get really dangerous for the Navi side. And if their laning phase goes poorly here, in comparison to other games where they've had like this offlane Darkseer or whatnot, Beastmaster playing from behind is not the same hero. Not even close. And they have a way slower carry too, who really needs time. The Medusa wants to farm for the better side of 25 minutes before she really gets involved. So I see a world where Twisted Minds kind of just run them over if the lanes go well. So this is my biggest concern. If that doesn't happen and the game is even at minute 20, kind of like what Navi have got. So I would like to see Twisted Minds really play fast and aggressive and very much take advantage of their Enchantress in particular in this game. Go through the gate, pressure the Medusa who cannot fend for herself against an Enchantress creep.
So the Beastmaster taking the Beast Mode facet, which is when you right-click, you get stacks of your wild axes, essentially, and give yourself some attack speed when you activate it. That's a pretty cool one. I'm seeing a lot of Aghanim Scepters with this build. I don't even remember what the other one is. Do you offhand?
Oh, wait.
As we're going to see First Blood, apparently.
What the?
Lion ends up dying.
Yes, the classic level 1 kill from Centaur Weaver.
Yeah.
Sorry, what did you ask again about facet?
Beastmaster, what's the second facet? I could have looked it up by now, but, you know.
I actually don't remember this one at all, so I do have to look that up.
That's
let's
good.
see.
Do your job.
So, Wild Hunt. Beastmaster attacks faster when his units are nearby. And this one is the active where he can just apply... he can give himself attack speed and put Wild Axis damage stacks on his target.
So, do you know if this build changes at all? We're going to see a toss-up.
Hanskin, big
in
damage.
a lot of trouble. Gets off his little attendants. He's continuing to get chased by the boar and company, but yeah, he's starting to look a lot more healthy.
He'll be fine. That was very close, though. Actually, maybe... He has a mango.
Yeah, toss
they get
back
him.
up.
They don't.
Still healing.
They do.
And he's dead.
I had me at the edge of my seat the whole time.
Yeah, I'm glad we got to hear the commentary. Of flip-floppy
it must have been the same for Hanskin, to be honest. He's probably like, I'm fine, I'm not fine, I'm fine. That was because that was the last attack that was going to come out. I think they overkilled him by like 5 damage in that. It was very, very close. But
that was funny.
Yep. In the meantime, though, Shad is just free farming. So it's like, yeah, sure, you kill the Eng, but it probably cost him like 3 or 4 creeps, so it doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of things.
So anyway, back to the Beastmaster. Do you build this any differently than like a regular Beastmaster, like with the helm and whatnot? I know that you go for the Ags at some point, as I alluded to earlier. But I remember that the helm is still part of the build.
You probably still do the same, right? Just play to your hero. I don't think either of these facets reworks the hero significantly enough that you pivot. But we'll see. All right, mana burn creep will be not fully dealt with, so PMA will be completely out of mana. Satyr's Soul's Mindstealer, sorry, is very annoying. Daze will have a little Lotus for his friend though, so can get a burst of mana if needed.
The mid lane right now, it's Xantic 23-0 versus Nico's 15-0. So that's a good sign for Navi Jr. that he is losing this lane. He's lost every spirit lane that we've cast.
Yep.
But they've won the single game today.
Here. Both sides. Riddies is in big trouble.
Stomp finds the line with the double edge to follow. Riddies attempting to get out, probably being hounded by the Medusa as well. Both will survive. Top lane, they traded a bit of damage as well, but no casualties as of yet. The axes continue to be spewed out by PMA. Level 3 now, going for the arcane boots so he can spam away to his heart's content.
Now Shad has hit level 3 on CK. So.
Oh, the taunt actually, oh my god. Pablo gets killed in the bottom river. That was comical. He was trying to go for the rune and steal it, and he tried to go around the Aether Remnant, and just the tippity-tip hit him. And caused Niku to not only get the kill, but the water rune as well. That was kind of a big turnaround, because he was pretty low on resources at that point.
Yeah, in most of the games we've seen him lose on a spirit hero in mid, he gets a rotation coming in from Daze to stabilize him. This time it was the enemy position 4 that ganked for him, I guess.
We'll see what kind of rotations are going to be made for that 6-minute power rune. That's typically the go time for a lot of these supports, especially the likes of... Oh, we'll actually see. They don't really have the stuns like we talked about for the supports on the Dire side here. I'm not sure if that changes like your strategy when trying to secure power runes at 6 minutes.
I mean, it makes it way more likely for the enemy team to get them, right? Because they're going to just stun you and take the rune. PMA's in trouble.
Chaos bolted. Avalanche is there from Daze.
He's dead.
And the blood grenade, and he should get ticked out here eventually. Indeed, that is
Got one right there. Nice. I wonder when this is good enough. I think when Shad is level 5, which is coming right up, I think Hanskin can just take a creep and go gate bottom and try to kill the Medusa with
mid lane.
Reaver Sun.
It's Xantic. Cannot zip away. Didn't really have that much mana to speak of anyway. Riddies with a great rotation. So this mid lane, Niku was losing. But now this equalizes a bit more. Still down in the CS, but
the top lane
6-minute power rune.
Very lopsided though. Like, this is the biggest concern. Shad is level 5 and almost 5.5, and PMA just cracked level 4.5, so a full level advantage more or less. And this. The way Beastmaster wins his lane doesn't really work against CK now with 3 points in the Chaos Strike. Riddies gonna get killed off.
He wanted to deny that haste
Revenge.
rune. Cost him his life.
And Stonebank too, on the receiving end in the bottom half. Niku has another step
Shad
now.
under the tower. Daze.
Everybody dying.
Get the Centaur stomp off, but it's not enough to save the old CK. As Hanskin left in a 1v2, but we've seen this with all the heals coming out. They still will have enough damage eventually
Yeah.
Nice toss up. One more Axis should do it. Not even needed.
Wow, that is such a big sequence for Navi Jr. The lanes were starting to look kind of grim, right? The top lane, they were losing to the CK. He dies. The bottom lane, the Centaur also gets killed simultaneously, and then they also get the Ench. Just 3 back-to-back easy ones they grabbed there, and that is after they just ganked Storm mid with Lion. So all of their moves are working back-to-back. Very good look for them, and perhaps this could be a game where Niku can pop off. The last time we saw him play Void Spirit, it was against Tundra, and his lane wasn't great, and they kind of just got rolled that game. So we didn't get to see him unlock the hero, really. This is a hero that's very momentum-based, and having this early 2 kills is a very, very big deal.
Another attempted gank here in the mid lane. Niku forcing the lane up. Handskin is the one spotted, though. Impale with the Astral Steps. Daze is here to help
Easy pick.
finish it off. And Navi Jr. off to a very good start here. As Xantic forcing them away for the time being, knowing that Niku is basically out of mana. So the 8-minute rune coming up. Poplo already positioning himself on the bottom side. Navi Jr. towards the top. Although Xantic looks like he wants to go to the top area. But the Aether Remnant dissuades him from doing so. Good placement there.
Beastmaster cracked 6.
Shad.
Daze is finding Shad. Now, this is scary. This is a really big moment here. Daze will absolutely find him.
Yep, the Avalanche. Ooh, even got the juices coming. Stampede was used, but they get the toss back. There's the roar. Down goes CK. PMA gets credit for that one. Navi Jr. all over the place in this early stage of the game. Very nice.
In a good way. Yeah. I think this is where mentality starts coming into play a little bit, not losing your way. This is an elimination, best of 1 effectively in this tournament. And Twisted Minds have just had 3 back-to-back bad things happen against them in a row. They need to not crumble under the pressure.
He's fine. The zip in from Xantic. Niku still had the Astral Step, though, so he's fine. Got the juice. Doesn't have his ult. Doesn't have much mana, but the Impale comes in, and the Storm Spirit gets turned around on completely. Nothing is going right for the Dire.
Yeah. They need to start stringing some sort of success together so they don't lose their way. This has been like 5 or 6 kills in a row for the Radiant. Just no counterplay working out for Twisted Minds. And I was talking about how the Ench could take over this game early. Has not happened. Hanskin's game is not good right now. So that ship has sailed in a way. It's unlikely that he will be able to find that major impact. And another kill, Finger of Death. Lion punching away at the
punch
wave.
It. Keep punching. All right, that's 2 creeps he's punched in 2 games now. Really exciting stuff.
Some damage there.
I'm just glad we're getting to see it again sooner so that we know it was not misclicked. That makes me really happy. Has not done anything, of course. It's literally been a non-factor other than just being a great conversation piece, which is more important.
Maybe that's what his intention is. It's like, I want to give people something to talk about. I want to get noticed, you know?
And that's a nice way to think about
publicity facet.
Gaining followers on X.com facet.
Yeah. Well, for him, it might be VK, but...
True. PMA is going straight Ags, by the way, so we're not going to be seeing the Helm build at all. That is interesting. And bottom lane, you can see Stonebank. So just all over the place. So it's the same horsepower facet, but no boots this time. Go straight for the blade mail. I just feel like there's some aspect, like the idea that you can save 1,500 gold for an early game item is the reason you pick this facet, you know?
You know, he still hasn't bought Windlace, though. That to me is I don't know. That should just be a given that you buy that, right? Then you're really fast. It's very nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, can talk that to death all we want.
And it actually makes his 10 talent good. His 10 talents have always been very underwhelming, but 20 move speed with this facet, really nice.
Yeah. All right, so this is the same we've seen in plenty of games with these teams so far, both of them, that is. The tower trade at minute 10 Siege Wave, but this time around, Navi Jr. actually didn't manage to get the trade. So this time, no heroes pushing top, their Siege Creep is already dead. a little bit of advantage Twisted Minds in that regard. They're going to start invading the enemy jungle before it happens to them. And possibly could hold on to this top tower for quite a while even. It has a lot of health left. They also have the glyph, if they would want to use it on it. Niku on at Xantic mid.
Yeah, he missed his Aether Remnant. He's shadowed by Riddies, though. Looks like the shield rune will be secured for Niku. And he's very deep into the Aghanim Scepter already. So
Yeah.
1,200 away.
Don't know if I like buying that first here. I understand that it's really good against both Weaver and Storm to have the silence, but with how good of a game he's having, this is not the best scaling item. We've seen other Void Spirits go like an item like Echo Saber, for example, to just like really ramp up Echo Manto, whatever, and become a beast that way, but he's going the full-on caster route.
Bottom lane. Impale with the Astral Step Finger. Punch him! He punched him to death! Only got the one charge, though. So.
But this time he did damage to a hero with it, because he fingered
did.
before he died, and then he swung.
That is good.
And went to farm a camp after. All right, I'm seeing it. I see you, Riddies.
Respect the Fist of Death, Cinderin.
Respect. Teammate's dead.
The zip. Yep. He's so close to the Aghanim Scepter. We'll have to hold off the days in no man's land now. So he has TP support from Riddies, but of course they already know he's used the Fist of Death. Something to truly fear.
Pablo.
Aether Remnant.
This is another
Pablo in a
awkward
tricky
position for
spot.
him.
Hiku still does not have the Ags, though, so no way to silence. And now they're going to try to retreat. The zip on in, using all the mana of the shield rune, doing a lot for this Void Spirit. He's hoof stomped, and it's still going to be his death. Big kill for Twisted Minds.
And Twisted Minds are in the neighborhood now for potential 14-minute rune steal, but they're just out of resources and have to back off. If they still had stuff left in the tank for Storm, I think this would have been double wisdom as well, with no Void Spirit in sight, but just can't linger with how much they expended on that. So we'll be going the way of Navi Jr. I reckon they'll be putting this on the Beastmaster. He needs this experience, and he will get it.
Yep, 200 away for Ags for him. Got the juice, has his Manta. And we already talked about the Aghanim Scepter for Niku. Still 800 away. And then the other side for the cores, Shad on the CK with the Armlet. And working towards Orchid now. Not that far away. Stonebank, Blade Mail. And he just picked up the Blink Dagger. Don't think he's revealed it yet. And it's Xantic, just the Witchblade right now. But not going for... He was going for a BKB, actually. Or is that coming to him? No, he's just going for the Eternal Shroud. So I think this gives more value to the Ags on the Void Spirit, actually. If he's not going to go for some sort of Dispel. But we'll see if they can actually get some kills with it.
The main thing I'm still looking at is when is Medusa a part of this game, right? That's because it's all fine that they have the silence on the Void Spirit and they can try to kill the Storm. They might burst him once or twice with it, but
Finger punch.
Oh, see you later.
3 stacks now. That lion is fearsome. Okay, PMA's got his Ag, so he has the Drums of Slom. What are your thoughts on this Ags in terms of strength level?
It's very good. Not the reason it's very interesting in this game as well is if he's fighting into a Chaos Knight that has the illusions running, if he is not the target and gets burst himself, he will do a ton of damage in the fight to illusions and just have a lot of staying power. And even if he is the target, if there's something protecting him, any sort of defensive item from Lion or from Tiny, which I guess is not the case yet, they both bought Dagger as their first item. If they can keep him alive, it can kind of become this classic thing that we've seen from, oh, hang on, Pablo. He's in the wrong neighborhood. He is
showing
very
off that
dead.
Ags for the Void Spirit now. They have the lockdown. Easy pick off. That's going to be harder for him to itemize for that as well.
True. The Beast against CK is a little bit similar to, if you remember some clips with Beast against PL, just not being able to die, right?
Yeah.
If there's enough units nearby, the Beastmaster can easily overwhelm you. CK is obviously way different than PL in that his illusions do a lot more damage, but the logic could be similar. If PMA gets tanky enough after this dagger, perhaps he's going to buy like a Lotus Orb or even a BKB and just stand his ground and outlive the CK.
Stonebank being spotted by Daze, has to use his Stampede, but the Avalanche... Okay, he's actually going to get some backup via the Storm Spirit, but the Impale onto 2, no Finger of Death, so no Fist Punch this time. Silence applied to the Storm Spirit. Niku needs to finish the job, and he will. The Blood Grenade actually gets the kill. That is a sight for sore eyes at this stage of the game.
And it was the worst part about this. I think that was actually necessary,
it was needed.
too.
Yeah, it was. It was.
He was so close to being able to jump. They used everything they had in the tank, and then the Blood Grenade comes out. Love seeing a kill with that minute 17. That's a rare one.
Got the juice in the triangle now for the enemy.
Already is compromised.
For some D wards. They
Who's
get the
killing
Hex
who?
onto Weaver. That's a higher value kill, the Finger of Death. And that is the death of the Weaver. And now 2 more heroes for Twisted Minds need to try to back away. Stonebanks with that Blade Mail is just not going to be enough to survive. Enchantress still staying alive, though. As Xantic attempted to go on Niku, but they just don't have enough in the tank right now. So 3 for nothing as Navi Jr. get kills. They take over the enemy triangle, at least for the time being.
Yeah, that's a great first showing from Medusa in a fight. Just really taking advantage of the fact that she's such a hard target for Twisted Minds to even consider going on to begin with, but when they get the information, when she moves in, and they feel comfortable in that position, they can just stand their ground and get multiple kills off of it. So,
interesting.
She almost has butter already. This is a very early timing.
Yeah, she has
CK's gonna struggle with this.
She has Talisman Evasion in her backpack, which is really triggering me.
Yeah, I think that talisman's probably better than a branch. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there we go. But what do you think of the Orb of Destruction, by the way?
Sorry? Yeah.
Oh, top lane, Storm Spirit ganked and destroyed. This Aghanim Scepter has really worked out in conjunction with the Blink on Riddies.
He has 1 Galvanized stack. 1. That's bad.
Not great.
That is very ungreat. What do I think about the Orb of Destruction on Dusa?
Yeah.
It's good, right? You get the slow, you get armor reduction. It's a way for her to be able to stick on her target. Dusa benefits a lot less from some of the other neutral items as well than other heroes do, I would say, because of the way Mana Shield works. So this one is quite good on her. And this is a free Roche. There is absolutely no way Twisted Minds even think about this without their Storm. So Navi
Does
Jr. in a
Niku take
very
this or
commanding
Medusa?
position. I would like to see it on Niku personally, but they will put it on Dusa. I don't really think this is necessary right now to have on the Dusa. I think rather put on Void Sprint, play over aggressive would be nice, but maybe they're going to siege with this, at least some tier 2s. They're drawing the line, or, well, that's a curved line, but you know what I mean. To hit bottom.
Twisted Minds on the retreat, down 4K. Remember, this is an elimination match for TI13.
There's that butterfly preparing for Scotty next.
Tasty treat.
They don't have good tools for dealing with this Dusa. They just really don't. The way they beat this hero was mainly, in my opinion, 10 to 15 minutes ago through Ench and the Weaver, but just did not happen at all. Got the Juices having a totally free game. The core-to-core matchups he has here are great. The Storm can't really burn through your mana pool easily, and against the CK, if you get your ult off, you're good to go. So I think Navi Jr. in a very commanding position here, and based on the previous 2 games we've seen, this should be the type of game that they win against Twisted Minds.
You never know. Let's be honest.
No, of course not. It's not like the game is over, by no means, but an advantage is an advantage, right? And let's see what they're going to do with it. Still 3 minutes.
It's not
on
like
the Aegis.
you can even go for... Like, this is a support Weaver, so it's not like you can get Diffusal or anything like that.
No, they don't have good diffusal heroes, which is a big part of the Dusa pick as well. Weaver gets a talent on 15 with 20 mana break.
Probably not good enough.
But that's not reliable because Pablo is being eaten alive every fight. He can't go and hit the Medusa.
Oh boy! Oh my goodness!
reaction.
Lots of blinks, and now
just
the
come back.
retreat
Oh.
stampede. Oh shit! Get out of here!
Yep.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Twisted Minds. Really looking for something, but yep, the Enchantress, Mr. Hanskin, does drop. And Xantic has to run away. Yeah, got the
Pablo
juice not
is-
too far away from the Eye of Scotty, so he is really taking the farm to
Yeah.
another level right now.
I wonder what Pablo's mindset is here. So he's not buying a defensive item at all. He's going Ags. So he wants to save his teammates. I think he's effectively going to stay really far out of fights, throw a swarm, and then just try to save allies. And that's it. He's never going to go in and hit anyone.
Oh, it's Xantic trying to help out his little centaur buddy. Finger of Death, and he has to go into melee range, and he will get
Oh,
the
no.
kill. And now it's Xantic
Petrified.
gets completely destroyed thanks to the Medusa ult.
Shad is
And away
slowed.
Shad and company goes, but the Impale does hit 3. Aether Remnant on top, and the silence should spell doom for the CK. They even find Weaver on the back line. This is looking real bad for Twisted.
Damn, they're all
Minds.
playing them really hard. I'm super impressed with Navi Jr.'s spellcasting in this game in particular. It's also what I've praised their team for. I think the thing that these guys do best is executing spellcasting and just overall team fights. It's also how they won the first game, just having nice combos and pressing their buttons well. The difference between many of their games that we've seen and this one is that this time they also won the lanes, which is not what we're used to seeing. So when you get that cocktail of a team that's best at fighting but not good at laning, and then you give them a lane win, you bet they're going to convert it with what they have. And these fights are just beautifully executed. All their spell casting is on point.
PMA. Okay.
He's fine. Not the juice is quite low too, though, but he'll live. He also has the Aegis if things go wrong, but yeah, now they even steal the Tormentor. Tiny's going to have infinite tree slaps now. It's officially the name for that.
Sure, I'll take it. I like it. Yeah, Medusa just... I mean, the CK has had 0 impact on the game. Like, I don't even remember an Orchid. I mean, I'm sure he's cast the Orchid, but it's had no impact so far in terms of actually converting into some sort of a semblance of a team fight victory for Twisted Minds. And it's just going to get worse from here as well, because I was going to say Aghanim Scepter would actually be pretty damn good for Medusa, like, especially against the CK. And
Yeah.
it will be the next item, apparently, for her.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And
they find the
CK,
Tiny, but
all
what's it
right.
gonna cost
They
them?
do get 1 kill. PMA gets off the roar, though. Stampede not going to help Shad. Unfortunately,
Dire's middle tower.
it doesn't do
Excellent
anything when you're
punish.
stunned.
Dire's middle
Just so fast. They immediately get that counterplay and find Shad. So not even that going Twisted Mind's way when they finally do get a kill on the board here. It's not... It comes at the cost of a core and a mid-tier too, so even that was bad. It's looking real grim here. You gotta dig deep. I actually don't have any obvious solution. That's why this is so difficult. The enemy team has extremely good skirmishing heroes, and you can't really kill the carry very easily. So you need to outplay them through what exactly, right? Like you need to find some sort of skirmishes on the map that favor you while you're down map control and down farm, and you don't have really good burst in your, except if both Storm and CK couple up. But those moves are going to be quite obvious when they're not showing on lanes, and Medusa's going to make them. She's going to keep Manta split pushing and dragging their attention. She switched, by the way, not going for the Ags after all.
Oh, okay.
Will
Raw
be
damage.
the dataless. I mean, she might get the Ags for free eventually. That's obviously far down the line, and probably way further down the line than they're planning this game to extend to. So I guess he just wants damage and then end the game with next Aegis, potentially. That fight is going to be so hard for Twisted Minds. And it is coming. I don't see them getting Roche. They need to really pull one out of the bag to get Roche.
They have a terrible Roche fighting team as well. Really
Yeah.
bad. Even if they were even. Like, having to worry about Stone Gaze, that's the big spell to worry about for the CK specifically. Ags is almost there for Pablo, though. This camp We'll give it to him. So the time lapse will be able to be cast on allies. Doesn't even bother finishing the last one. We'll TP back and we'll have to heal up. And we'll see what kind of impact this Ags will have.
Yeah. That is one way Twisted Minds can find a way back, is a really strong bait where they offer up the storm and tons of spells get thrown on him. He gets time-lapsed and then they turn. So this item is going to have one moment now where it could make something big happen. But they need to set this up specifically so that happens. And they really need to be cognizant of where Navi are for that to work. The good news for them is they can kind of predict that Navi will absolutely want to go for the next Roche and where it's going to be, so they can try to make their bait move there. But for that to work, they need to not die on the other side of the map. Stonebank will live.
Yeah, he's pretty low. Oh, Impale. And the finger on top as well. Stonebank will die to a hawk. It looks like more like a pterodactyl
TP
here.
Cancelled by the hawk? I guess so.
And now Storm Spirit. Oh, the time lapse is there, but he has
no
very little mana. Oh, he's in a little juicy area here, but they will get vision eventually. More mana drain to come. Actually, does have a bit of mana to try to get away, but
they have so many stuns.
It's just too much.
Yeah. Back to what you talked about with that Xantic. I think it was a really good point. Was Eternal Shroud going to be the item? Because it's like it's a balancing thing where it is so good when you can go in on Storm and tank damage, live, and then reset the fight and fight again. But I think this game is just overwhelming how much stuff there is, that the Shroud is actually not protecting you. So it's easy to say afterwards, but maybe this was a BKB game. He is getting it next, but probably too little too late, right? They've lost so much ground while he's had this. Pablo's dead on the side, trying to farm and steal the Wisdom Rune. Did he get the rune?
By the way,
he did get the rune.
I wasn't paying attention to that last fight, but I'm pretty sure Riddy's got a ton of stacks of finger, Cinderin. He has 9. Am I right?
Shit.
Like that.
This
that
fast is amazing.
That ballooned really fast. He did not have close to 9 in the last fight, I'm pretty sure.
He's 7, 2, and 10. He's having a really good game on a 5 line.
This
is
facet's
very rare.
amazing. Try it at home.
Yeah, guess so.
All right, so 15k lead for Navi Jr. Roche will be up in about a minute, and that's probably what they're waiting for. Although they'll take a Centaur on their way. Why not at this stage of the game? 28-7.
Well, it's 30 minutes, Shannon, so you know how this series goes.
True. We got 3 minutes left.
The game is about to end. That's just
Twisted Minds might still win the game though in that 3 minutes.
Yes, of course. I'm not calling a winner. I'm just calling the game is over in 5 minutes. So
okay, gotcha.
Let's see. I would give Twisted Minds a grand old 1% chance of being the victors, but you never know. Even 1%, it happens 1% of the time.
It does. That's factually correct.
Yep. All right, that's one.
We're gonna
lane.
ignore the
On
melee.
to the next.
So
They'll
they
let
get
the creeps
this
take care of
tower.
business.
Well, they want definitely get the tower before the melee Rax is killed, and they will. Very nice. So it'll be 2 sets.
Twisted
As
Minds,
Storm.
you're losing your base. Just a little heads up here.
Centaur is up
You're-
now. CK's gonna pop his ult. Do they have a way to initiate?
Okay, they lost
They've
2
lost-
lanes of barracks and did not cast a spell.
Well, they did on creeps.
Okay, well, let's hope this game ends with a fight at least, and not just them losing a 3rd lane and then tapping out. That would be kind of boring. I hope they have
Pablo.
some sort of plan to do something.
I'm sure they do.
Not looking hot right now, though.
They're gonna smoke up, so this might be the last stand for Twisted Minds. They need to get an emphatic teamfight win.
Days will break
how?
that smoke and find... Oh, good
Well,
reaction.
finds nobody. But they do see Stonebank now. Try to cancel that Blink Dagger. Still on cooldown for another 8 seconds anyway. Has the Crimson Guard. Astral Step into the silence. Onto 2 with a double impale. And the finger brings Pablo down. Aghanim Scepter not able to be used at all. And
he got
Riddies was
pitched.
getting gone on by the Storm Spear, but the Primal Roar brings him to an end, and it might bring this series to an end as well.
Yeah.
Not even
This is
close.
This is a game ogre if I've ever seen one, Shin. It's done. It's done and dusted.
That was
Oh my goodness,
beautiful
they
spellcasting, though.
They complete. That's what I'm saying. Like these guys are. They know how to press their buttons. That's for damn sure. And this game is. The fact I'm actually very surprised they go Roche here. Sure, it's completely safe. And they do have the outpost, so it's not that big of a time investment. But in reality, the just straight down bot lane should get the job done. But now they have even more insurance with a Medusa Aegis. And in they go. Niku starting it off.
The banner as well, if they want to use it, which they will.
Yep.
Fortification will do basically nothing, other than buy a little bit of time for the Storm Spirit.
Yep.
So it looks like the Twisted Minds will have another last stand. It's a Blink Dagger picked up by Got the Juice. Range Rack's dead. Melee looking to be next. Hoof Stomp, the delay. Medusa again, 2 lives to work with. Crimson Guard, mitigating a good amount of damage. Has got the, okay, they're finally going to jump in. PMA with the Primal Roar, the Finger of Death. Centaur gets time lapse though, so he's at a decent amount of HP. Weaver will cost him his life. It's Xantic in the meantime trying to take out the creeps to try to delay this again, but it's not to be. It is Mega Creeps. Buyback onto the Ench. But what more can you possibly do? They get the Tiny and Lion, surprisingly enough, but Ultra Kill forgot the juice, as GGs are called. A good attempt here from Twisted Minds, but it just was not enough.
Yeah, I think after seeing this full series, Navi Jr. just playing better overall, right? Like they were just in the first game they were behind, but did a great comeback team fight, and in this game it wasn't even remotely close. Just completely owned them. I think this is a team that can go multiple rounds in this tournament if they do well in lanes. Because I'm very impressed with their mid game performances in general, win or lose. I think that's definitely up there. Not with the best, but they could even take some of the best teams in this qualifier for a bit of a ride, which they already did against Tundra. The first game was like 52 minutes yesterday before they eventually tapped out. And yeah, once again, the laning stage, if it goes like this is a team that can beat, I genuinely believe, anyone in this qualifier if the lanes are going well enough. That's going to be the challenge against the best teams, though, is can they actually manage that? Because I feel like Twisted Minds, in all honesty, kind of dropped the ball here. I think the lanes went way worse than they were supposed to. The Enchantress didn't get any rotations going. She lost her lane even. Which, if you pick Ench CK as your lane and you lose it, it's not good. Like, it's really that simple. Right? It's very black and white.
And Riddy's, I mean, he beat the shit out of people with that fist, Cinderin. He really did a good job this game.
Yep.
Not often you see a Lion.
5 Lion in general.
Such a good KDA in general. Yeah.
They definitely have something going with that. Definitely a comfort pick for him. And both games, this is another thing that's really nice for them is Weaver is a top tier pick in this tournament, and they've just beaten it twice, right?
Yeah.
They have a good, or did they beat it twice?
It definitely lost twice.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember by now if Weaver was in game 1 or game 2. It was in game 1, wasn't it? No,
it was game 2. I'll check, Cinder.
I'm getting it mixed up. Anyway, they clearly at least have a way of dealing with Weaver, as they show.
Twisted Minds had it both times. Game 2 and 3.
All right, so they did lose game 2, but they still made Pablo's game miserable. That's how it was. They lost to Weaver, but not because of Weaver.
Right.
And that's good, because if they can, with confidence, give this hero away, that gives them a lot of an edge in the draft against other teams that probably were likely to ban it themselves.
Got the juice. So. Flawless. 10-0 this game. Niku, we talked about his laning. He was a little bit behind early on, got some help, and then from there it was pretty smooth sailing. And the fact that no Dispel was picked up from the Storm Spirit at literally any point of the game. Couldn't even afford the BKB by the end. Well, actually, he did get it by the end, sorry.
He got it just in the end, but...
Yeah. The Ags owned this game really hard.
Yeah, I was unsure about it. I was a bit worried about the scaling potential, but he put it to so much work instantly after getting it that it very much paid its own weight in gold. So, yeah, well done. Once again, very impressed. It's cool for me to cast these qualifiers because some of the teams we see are not, standard teams that we get to cast in general in our tournaments, and it's interesting to see what could be the next generation, right? Some of these players have the potential, I think, on Navi Junior. They're on an academy squad for a reason, right?
Yep.
They're playing well. These guys have a lot of potential to make a big break in the future, I think. And I'm saying that like they lost. They didn't. They're still in. But you're definitely seeing what they're about. So well
I
played.
think you probably could have picked any player to be the standout here for this game number 3 for Navi Junior. I would have picked Riddies, of course, on that Lion, but that's just me. Just the fist punching is really good.
Unironically, he was a pick for it, to be honest. I think his Lion performance was really good. His spellcasting was awesome. He got a lot of multi-hero Earth Spikes. He had good positioning. A lot of the major moments that happened in this game was Lion starting it, which is not necessarily characteristic when you're playing with Tiny and Void Spirit, but he was still the one finding a lot of the setups. So, but yeah, I agree. Everybody in the team played perhaps their best game of the qualifier so far, all simultaneously. So
that's good news though for them, because that means they're clutch, Cinderin. They perform well under pressure.
Very true.
It's only going to get harder from here in this lower bracket. They only have one life to live. YOLO, as some would say, Cinderin. You only live once. That's what that stands for, Cinderin, in case you're wondering. Yeah.
Okay.
You got that now. Good. Perfect. So that's the end of this series. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds are now out of contention of getting to TI13. But Navi Junior move on, and they'll play the winner of our next series, which will be Mouz and Dandelions. So stay tuned for that series coming up next.
PGL tournaments, now with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, everybody, for the second series of today for the TI13 Western European qualifiers. Sunshine here with Cinderin, and we got Mouz versus Dandelions. And we cast Mouz yesterday, and that was a huge stomp. Not in their favor. Secret pretty much dumpstered them. So they'll get a second chance to show off their stuff. Maybe it was just a bad day. But they will be playing against Dandelions. How familiar are you with these teams?
Well, in all honesty, not particularly. Obviously, I mean, Dandelions just went through the open qualifiers. I know all their players quite well. And my player to watch for that team in general is going to be Nande. I think this guy is a potential upcoming star. Very, very skilled carry player. Has a diverse hero pool. I believe he played with the Greek team, which is now called Just Better. I don't remember what they were called at the time, but he was playing like carry morphling and just having outstanding performances on that, for example, and other stuff. If I remember correctly, that was the team he was with at the time. But it's like this is just like truly a mixed team, Dandelions. 5 different countries, players that just know each other from high-level pubs and formed a team. I guess for the average viewer, the one that they might know the best might actually be Desire, because he's a frequent visitor on Qualifiers stream. So if you're watching Dota more casually and not so much into the pro scene, he'll be the guy you've heard about the most. He plays position 4. And a fun fact about him in this post-game lobby or pre-game lobby, he asked if he was being asked to move his camera down a little bit so you could see him better. And he said, okay, but I don't have a shirt on. And he was told, that's not okay. You have to put a shirt on. He was like, all right, I'll put on a t-shirt, but it's 40 degrees right now in Greece. So maybe the heat buff is going to help Mouz here if Desire literally faints during
All right, let's see. Celsius to Fahrenheit.
It's
40
hot.
degrees is 104.
Yeah.
And I'm sure it's quite humid compared to where
Greece
I am.
is generally not like fully dry, at least. So it's not like Arizona heat. So yeah, he's probably having a bit of a rough one there, but you know,
I'm gonna see I'm looking at my phone right now, very unprofessional. I'm gonna see what the high is today in Arizona. We did get to weather after all this, Cinderin. That's really cool.
there you go. It wasn't our initiative though. It was Desire that started it.
That's true. The high today is 111. And let's see, C to F.
That's probably like 43.
111 is 43.8. Very good, Cinderin.
Actually closer to 44. That's surprising. But
of course, close to zero humidity, so it is quite a bit different, I'm sure. Still hot, though.
He also wrote he doesn't have AC, by the way, just in case you were going to suggest that.
Oh, you can't go anywhere here without AC. It's just great, you know? Just love it. Love the indoors.
Just to give some context, the reason the game hasn't started yet and we're just shooting the shit is one of the players is waiting for their bathroom to be available.
I didn't know that.
My restroom is occupied and I really need it. And we've been giving them a chance for 2 minutes to get done in the restroom. It is still unavailable and now we have to start. So another buff for Mouz. Dandelions have a player who's sweating and a player who needs to shit. Let's see if that can carry Mouz through game 1 after Yesterday's game against Secret was a rough one, so they might need a little bit of help here. And Divine Intervention is real.
That is great. You need to join the slot, by the way. Not that it really matters, but
that's a requirement. Sure, I'll join it. I don't think it matters, but yeah,
yeah. This is why you always need a backup bucket, right? Just in case.
Yeah. God, I love TI qualifiers.
How do you pronounce their position 2's name?
Mobe, I think.
Okay, that's actually what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Good. I feel like Leet Speak doesn't, like, nobody knows what that is anymore. So that's why I was confused seeing numbers as letters.
Well, I guess he's German, so it might actually be Mobai, but I think every official broadcast I've heard, it's been Mobe. So
yeah, but there's like this trend away from using numbers as letters, right? If you type 1337 in chat, probably less than 50% of people would know what that means, right?
No way, dude. No way.
Less than 50%.
No way.
Do a poll in Twitch chat. Let's see. Okay. But even if it's not true, LeetSpeak has definitely taken a downturn in the last 15 years,
I think
I'll say.
polls in Twitch chat in general are very reliable and a good academic source. So
Yes.
I will trust any result coming out from that.
Good.
Yeah, so jokes aside, Dandelions, they came in from the Open Qualifier number 2. I believe, as a matter of fact, they lost the finals of Open Qualifier number 1 to Team Bald, if I'm not mistaken, by 2-1. So they ran them back to back and got through the second one. So showing some tenacity there, and they've obviously got a lot of games under their belt. And now they get put to the true test, because the Open Qualifier is all one thing, but now the worst team that you're playing is roughly as good as the best team of the Opens in this. That's how it should be most of the time. So level up. Let's see if Dandelions are up to the task.
As we are into the draft now. Yes. Batrider, Rubik, Witch Doctor, TA, and Enigma Clockwork out. Enigma is not one we see every time. The others are, well, Rubik, I guess, flip-flops. Sometimes Batrider gets through. What's available?
Seems like whatever team is second pick is just always banning Witch Doctor and TA as the first two. Every team we've cast has done that. Yesterday, Enigma did get their hands on Witch Doctor twice and went 1-1 with it, and then it was banned in the third game. That's the only team I've seen got to play Witch Doctor at all so far. So, but not the case here. Let's see what Mouz would like to ban for their final one. Is there any key hero still left that's generally banned here? Weaver?
Yep.
I would say pick or ban Weaver. Definitely a good idea against Desire. It's one of his best supports, and the hero is
Shadow Fiend has been very consistently
SF.
banned.
Yep.
Darkseer.
And DS. This is probably the discussion in Mouz is what trade do
Pudge.
we like better? Because I think Pudge is the outlier. Desire also plays that, but yeah, they will ban Darkseer and probably pick SF, I'm guessing. Nope, they get the Weaver as the higher priority, and Dandelions now have the choice if it's going to be exactly that SF or the Pudge. Pudge against Weaver is not great, though. So they're going to get something completely different. All right.
Okay.
Pretty good hero against Weaver.
Bramble Thicket.
The
Very
Thorny
annoying.
Thicket.
Thorny Thicket. Yeah. True.
Yeah. We'll say, though, Dandelions might need to work a little bit on their flag. Some aspect ratios are off a little bit here.
5 seconds remaining.
No one knows what you're talking about, Cinderin. They don't see that.
That's, well, they can imagine.
Because I was gonna say, and I never noticed the flags when we're in game, but I did want to say Navi Junior has a really awesome flag. Did you notice it?
Isn't it just Navi's flag with Junior? Or
It's
was it
no, it's
completely
Navi
different?
flag. No, it's similar flag, but the colors are yellow, green, and purple.
I see.
And it gives off a very 90s vibe for me, which I really like,
yeah.
which I believe that is coming back
that.
now. So, along with Leet Speak,
Yes.
apparently. Okay, we got Centaur and Treant out of there.
Triand is interesting. It is Kidaro. He's very good at Triand and Phoenix. Phoenix still available. But I don't know if you're likely to grab that into Weaver. It can be a bit tricky of a matchup.
Weaver good at getting vision on you, has the double attack for the egg, is quite good at pressuring you in lane, dodging fire spirits. Of course, that is assuming Weaver is a 4, which there's no guarantee it is. When I think Mobe, I think some flavor on mid. He plays certain heroes that other players don't touch as much, like Pudge and Necrophos. Now that they've banned Lifestealer, perhaps opening up the Pudge door?
Unfortunate.
First.
Come on, let's get some Pudge in here. Let's get some fucking Pudge now.
Yeah, I have more pick, Shannon. Take it
That
easy.
second facet, by the way, for Pudge, the one that was buffed, is
Player's hook?
incredible.
It is so good.
Incredible.
10 seconds.
Even a noob like me can hit hooks again. I feel like I'm playing Heroes of New Earth, legitimately. That's how good the hook feels right now. Which means, of course, it's going to get nerfed and feel like garbage again in
Yeah,
a couple
probably.
weeks.
But you know what?
Gyrocopter.
The good news for you is laning has always been your weakness, and you can now play Pudge jungle, apparently, after
apparently.
yesterday.
Yeah.
So, you know, just go Radiant, pick Pudge, and play the bottom half of the map, and tell your offlaner if it's lyrical to good luck. You're a Darkseer, buddy. I'll be down here. Get what you can. You know?
I don't know what Darkseer would be doing in that lane, but yeah. I mean, I guess there's the carry facet, kind of. The carry build.
No, he's offlane solo because you're 4 Pudge in the jungle.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, is that what they did? Or was
Yes,
it the position?
they played offlane Enigma and then forward Pudge. And the
okay.
forward Pudge helped Enigma until minute 1, which is when the creeps obviously spawned in the jungle, and then he left.
Right. Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, it worked.
Sounds like a good Pudge contribution. Crystal Medine coming out. So you got the Frostbite
bad
against the
matchup
creeps.
against Pudge. Just saying. One of my favorite heroes to play against is Pudge. Just very slow, easy to hit, low health,
Yeah.
bad teeth.
10
Yeah, she
seconds
hates bad
remaining.
teeth.
Yep. Speaking of bad teeth, Weaver. I don't know what that really. What do you call that? Is that fangs? All of them?
Yeah, looks like fangs.
Says Weaver has 6 fangs.
Well, no,
8.
the other 2 are pincers.
Yeah, so the outside ones, the blue ones are pincers, and then the red ones are fangs.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
And they're orange, so his breath is rancid.
Nature is so fucking cool, man. Weaver's of course a natural hero, inspired by real bugs. If you didn't know,
That's right.
just like Gyrocopter is inspired by Greece, where they invented gyros, which is where you spin kebab. And,
That's my kind of
Very
joke,
good.
man. Eurocopter. We're gonna see an Underlord. Very cool. I am fascinated to see what facet they take for Underlord. I have no clue what people have been taking. There's the Cleave one, and then there's the Necrobook one that come out.
I think
of the
it's
old.
almost exclusively been the Necrobook one, and it's looked really bad. But it's just if the alternative is even worse, then
Yeah.
you know.
I mean, you get vision on Weaver theoretically if it's in range, I guess. I mean, the thing about Underlord, and again, I haven't seen any Underlords on this patch at all, but Aghanim Scepter just seems really good on this hero
Yeah.
in theory. So, especially if you go for that
think-
Necrobook.
Remaining.
I think part of the reason people elect not to get the cleave talent as well is that it's not good in lane if you don't want to push, right? It's running constantly. It's whenever you have any damage from Atrophy Aura, which is almost all the time. So you can't like switch off your cleave. So effectively you're playing an offlaner that's automatically wave pushing when it's last hitting, which can be good if that's what you want, but not necessarily, right? I think you would prefer to control it yourself when you want to push and then use Firestorm for that. And then just last hit normally aside from it. But yeah, the summons that come out of the gate seem to have really bad AI. It's the problem. They just run out of the gate and then they are like, what is the worst
really?
target I can find? And then they go and hit that.
5 seconds remaining.
It almost seems like they prioritize neutral creeps over heroes. No joke. Like, I don't know what they're doing,
Get some good farm out of that. That's nice.
I suppose. But we'll see. Maybe he takes it and we get to see it a bit
I
more
mean,
in action.
I'm
But yesterday,
guessing
I'm
you
not
would
impressed.
prefer for it to be microable, right?
Either that or prioritize heroes, right? Then it's better.
Yeah, there's probably something buggy with it then. All right, Phoenix for
Yeah.
Mouz, and this is a hero
Nice
we
Phoenix
have.
game, right? Really good.
We have not gotten to cast this hero yet.
There's basically nothing against it. The enemy team have really bad attack speed heroes. Underlord, Tiny are both slow. Willow can't really go and hit the egg, nor can Ench. You're playing against 2 tanky strength heroes in Tiny and Underlord that you can burn with a Sunray. I really like this pick from Mouz.
Time
This
for a
does
mid
put the Weaver
Snapfire.
on carry, probably. You would imagine. Unless the Phoenix is a core.
Well, Dark Willow Cinderin could be core, you know, the Shadow Realm build that hits eggs, easy peasy.
Yeah.
But other than that,
Unlikely.
curveball. I mean, Enchantress ends up doing a little bit,
10 seconds
but yeah,
remaining.
it's not the best.
I think what Dandelions might be eyeing up here is potentially playing Tiny Mid from Obe, which is one of his best heroes, and then they could grab Ursa as a solution to Egg, as well as a good matchup against Gyro. I think it's one of Gyro's roughest matchups because Gyro later in the game usually thrives off being able to just stand his ground and deliver, but Ursa's just too overwhelming. He can kill you even through Satanic if he just switches in Rage on and you deal so little damage to him. I also think Ursa is very good against CM, but they are banning 2 mid heroes on the side of Mouz, so they're pretty convinced that the Tiny is carry and the Underlord is offlane. But I would really like to see that Tiny mid pivot here.
Yeah, that would be cool. All right, Timbersaw is the final pick for Mouz.
That makes it less appealing, of course. I think the lane is still playable.
Oh, the instant pick. It's a Morphling. So you talked about this hero being in their repertoire. So that is the position 1, Tiny mid, Underlord off lane.
Another great carry against Gyro, goes without saying. You turn into him, you switch on Flat Cannon, and then you just blast the fight away. And it's a non-day special. He is extremely good on this hero. I can't say with full confidence that it's a better pick than Ursa, to be honest, but it's just player preference. And he's very likely to just flat out deliver whenever given this hero.
Well, what do you think of Timber in this game? Because it feels like 2 strength heroes. Whirling Death's amazing. Pure damage against Morphling, theoretically. How does it work out for him?
It's quite good, but he is also playing against a support duo that I think are good against Timber, both of them. Tons of damage. Enchantress with the Impetus, the Willow, both ultis from Willow are good against Timber. So I don't know. I'm not fully convinced that Timbersaw is the best pick here when they took it. And what do you know? I feel like we're going to see a mid match of this game that will be the only time we see it the entire qualifier. It's mid Tiny against mid Phoenix. That is
It's mid Phoenix.
a special. It's supreme. So yeah, it's mid Phoenix.
Wow.
And he's taking the Dying Light. So this is the one where you have permanent radiance based on your current health.
Right.
The more health you've lost, the more damage it deals, correct? Let me just make sure that's the case.
Yes, it is. I'm just trying to remember what the other facet is.
4.5% of your missing health as a magic damage in 450 radius. The other one is that Sunray deals more damage toward the max range of it.
Right. Which is just always good.
That one is always good, and the other one you basically only take on.
This is
going to be a
cool.
game. Yeah, that's
That
a lot
is
of fun
really
stuff.
cool. Dude, I feel like Phoenix is one of those heroes that has kind of fallen by the wayside in some respects. I'm not saying playing him in core has been standard at any point, but you played him greedy, sometimes offlane, but it was mostly a position 4 that you play really greedy. You get Midas. You remember those days? Get a lot of levels. You get like that early Shivas, and it just had huge impact. You get the Aghanim Scepter with the crazy save, or if you're, what was that team that really, it was Bet Boom. Toronto, Tokyo. Ate a teammate by accident, Nightfall as an Ursa, and they just lost the game because of it. I mean, either way, just as a spectator, it is a super cool hero to watch.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites. It's a very it's a very high stakes hero in the sense that it really gravitates fights around itself. No matter what position it's played in, which is really cool as a design, right? It's just the centerpiece of the fight for both teams. So very, very much a hero that generates moments. We kind of glanced over Olnet playing Gyro. It's one of his best. This guy's a very high-rated carry player, and his Gyro
What
is
a
level
nerd.
30.
It's a level 30, yeah. Jesus.
Tons of games on Gyro. How many level 30 heroes do you have?
0.
How many level 25 heroes do you have?
1.
Okay, let me guess.
You won't be able, oh, maybe.
Is it Pango?
Yeah, wow, that's very good.
Oh, okay.
That's
Well,
really
it's Pango, Pudge, or Centaur, but I thought you played
Centaurs
more
too.
Pango.
Yeah. Well, the problem is, like, I played those heroes a lot before the Dota Plus came out, so
Right.
it's deceiving. That is... Bounty runes have been taken.
Yep. See how
Any
these
other
runes-
facets that you want to talk about? We are seeing the Timbersaw Twisted Chakram instead of the one that was very underwhelming. It's just hard to tell the impact. Maybe it is good.
And the
It's
mid
not
tiny
really
opted
obvious.
for crash landing, not the status resistance one. So has the toss does more damage, does more damage on its impact to other targets than the primary target you tossed. Good for wave clear, good for certain teamfight situations. The damage is not negligible. It's actually quite a lot. And it does a very strong slow too. So, interesting. We'll see how that goes.
Yep, that is the normal build, or that's the normal facet for the support tiny, right?
Yes. Primarily support tiny. But yeah, mid tiny, it makes sense, right? You're playing mainly on the spell burst and not so much on right click.
Right.
Especially when you're playing against Phoenix. I think going right click tiny in this game is just not a good idea. So, yeah, it checks out.
Quick question. I know we talked about this in our podcast when we were doing the balance review, or not the balance of the patch review. Many people think the worst innate in the game is Enchantress. Do you still think that's the case?
I don't know. I think it's kind of whatever, honestly. Like maybe if you're really good at exploiting the timing of getting the neutral items very fast and you're really putting them to use somehow, maybe it's like an invisibly good one, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Bottom lane.
It doesn't feel that great when I see it. I don't know if it's the worst one, though. It's probably another one that's even worse.
Okay. I'll give you the rest of the game to think about that one.
Yeah. I don't know all of them by heart, so I would have to go and look them up. I don't think anybody knows all the innates by heart at this point. That would be kind of crazy. It's a lot to remember.
There's a nerd out there named Fogged that knows all of them.
Fair.
All right, so the mid lane is what we're really paying attention to. And, I mean, Supreme, we talked about this. Oh, he's actually going to dive in. Okay. As the Fire Spirit's available with the Blood Grenade as well, Mobe's in a lot of trouble. Might just tick out. Indeed, he does. First blood for a Phoenix mid. I don't know if I've ever said those words in my life.
I don't know if I agree with Mobe's build here of going 2-0-1. I think having a toss point is just such an incredible safety net against Phoenix. When he's playing with the Dying Light facet, he's going to take advantage of you throwing out your Avalanche and then go for the punish, as he did there when you went on the rune without Ava ready. I understand that another, 2 points in Ava helps push out the wave, but it's, I don't know. It's risky, and he paid the price. He's definitely skilling toss now.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it.
That's a big advantage. This is already a Phoenix favored lane, and now he gets first blood to boot. He's going to have a good time running a fast vessel, it looks like, against Tiny and Underworld and Morph. Really good.
Disgusting. So for the Tiny build, how often have you seen Tiny play mid in this patch? Versus
In this
the position
patch?
one? Yeah.
Maybe not at all.
Yeah, it's one of the least common of the core of the positions so far. Is Blood Grenade bottom lane with a Rocket Barrage from Ulnit. Well, who's their focus? The Dark Willow will likely be taken out. Doesn't have any more regen to work with. Puts down a tree, and they're going to eat it. That's a nice double regen there for Ulnit.
Good news for Desire is he did make it to the pool before dying, which is very important for him as he's sweating balls in real life right now. So then hopefully help him out a little bit.
Who was the one that really had to use the bathroom? I'm gonna judge their
that was
play based
Kidara,
on
and
that.
he actually died now, so it's time to rush.
They're gonna pause it probably.
Pre-game chat is something the audience is never really privy to. Like, you don't really have access to that, but sometimes there's actually some real gems in there.
And you leaked it. That's a leak, Cinderin.
Yeah, not bad.
It's a private conversation.
Speaking of leak, Kidara might actually need to take one right now, but he is back to top lane.
Diving away. Good gank there from Desire.
Gonna cost in the bottom lane though. They immediately, instantly go for the punish on Underlord and get the trade. So
yeah, true. As Force getting chased away, but Narman is here to be an annoyance for Kidaro. Chakram
serious.
Gonna get the heal, so should be okay. And Force continuing to take heavy damage. Has the Timber Chain away. Put down a sentry. Narman. Does he go for this? He will. Shikuchi finds the kill just out of range. We'll take the bounty. I don't think Nande is going to be able to chase him any further.
Pulling it. Big damage. The brambles are very bad for him
is
here.
there, and he's just going to walk.
And Bangin is just going to walk in and take 400 damage there from the Bramble plus Firestorm, and he might just die. Oh boy,
Yeah.
that's a bit of a
Shadow
blunder
Realm.
there. Both supports on the side of Mouz dying here back to back, and I feel like that Weaver death, or rather the Maiden death, was absolutely avoidable from Bangin, so a bit of a mistake there.
That's one of those, I need to help my teammate. Oh shit, he didn't need help. I'm dead.
Yeah,
it happens,
pretty much.
You know?
Yeah.
So it will be Spirit Vessel, like you said, for Supreme. I assume Shivas will be relatively early as bottom
Unexpected
lane.
rotation, Palantimos again.
Palantimos, slowed by the Shikuchi. Gets
Not
off the
surviving
pit,
this one.
but yeah, he's donezo. Desire has to walk away.
Like the pace of this game. I feel like both teams really, they're here to brawl. There's no hesitation. It's also worth keeping in mind the way Mouz lost against Secret yesterday might have inspired some changes in their gameplay and drafting, where Secret kind of just ran them over. And I think Mouz refused to let that happen again against another team, so they want to set the pace and play very quick. And they've drafted lanes and heroes that want to fight.
Force.
Nice,
Ooh,
adaptive.
Good adaptive, yeah. Beautifully done. Nande gets credit for that one. He makes his way to the top lane. See how long he stays there. His bottom lane, more action. Palantimos dies as
is
the
dying
mid
a
Phoenix
lot.
is ganking.
Willow is fine here, of course, but that's a third death on Palantimos. His game is very, very rough in the Underlord. He's going to come back to lane against what's probably a level 6 Gyro, and he's level 4. So he's close to 5, but...
Look at Force, Cinderin. That's his opposing offlaner.
He's having an equally terrible
Same
game.
net worth, level 4, 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Nande is going to take it.
Both teams steal.
He's going to turn into the Phoenix.
It's fine.
And we'll wait for him away. Can you remind me how Rubik and Morphling work with facets/innates?
So Rubik had the innate of the opponent when he spell stole the static remnant in the game against Storm.
Right?
I
The moving
think,
one.
at least. Yeah, because they were moving. So I'm assuming Rubik steals the innate version, but I don't know about Morph.
They should be the
I
same.
wouldn't have
shouldn't they?
expected, yeah, exactly, but I wouldn't have expected that to work. It makes sense that it works with the shards and eggs, right? Because you actually own the item that empowers the ability. But in this case, you don't own the innate that makes it stronger. But it seemed like on the Storm it worked, so I'm just going to go ahead and say it
Palantimos,
probably works.
Frostbite with the call down. It's off the pit again.
They're all going to hit.
They are. They're actually not chasing. They're assuming that there's going to be help, but no one seems to give a shit about Underlord on the side of Dandelion. Probably could have gotten that kill, but yeah, there's more action elsewhere. That's probably why.
God, Tiny is so bad at killing the bugs. It's actually really annoying for him.
Oh, yeah, that was my question. Are you, like, obviously Blink is going to be first item, but after that, maybe have to hold your horses here, Cinderman.
Okay, holding them.
Hold them real hard. Brambles placed. Norman gonna posture his way to potentially go for Palantimos, but Supreme is
Desire
really
did
low.
not expect him to linger here. And that is
And
a
he's
kill.
gonna get the kill. Very easy peasy. Can he
It's
get
gonna
out?
cost him.
Avalanche, toss, kill. So it is a trade. Supreme couldn't go any further though because it doesn't have that egg anymore. But yeah, the build for Tiny after the blink. What's typical these days? Like, do you go for the Echo Saber type thing? I mean, it's good against egg theoretically if you don't get spirited.
I still think the mid Tinies should probably still prefer Conda, right?
But do you think you pivot maybe because of the egg? You don't really have a... I mean, you do have Morphling. Supreme, spotted, Avalanche.
Oh, he's
Toss
gone.
Off. He's
That's a
dead.
big one.
Huge kill.
Yeah, Mobe is back in a big way now. He was suffering, and now suddenly that kill bottom, and now this kill in the jungle has recovered his game entirely. It's very, very important. To answer your question about the egg, I don't think Echo Saber does enough for that aspect of the game. I think you just have to accept that the egg is not something you deal with particularly well, and then play to your strengths, which is that
Mobe
Conda.
wants more. Toss into the Pit of Malice. The cooldown's going to be activated. I feel like they should have the damage. Curse Crown activates, and yes.
Wait, how did
Great
Nande
rotation
die?
from Mobe.
Nande got killed by 2 heroes
Oh,
without a stun
shit.
or silence. The
Wow.
Weaver plus Timber somehow found the way to kill him up top. That's a big one. He only has 1 point in attribute shift, so maybe he got caught in an awkward moment.
Oh,
Kadaro as well going down.
very close to getting out, though. Force. Pushing this tier 1 tower top as Nande makes his way over. Looks like he's building a Kaya on Force. Nande, of course, very cookie cutter Morphling build. Don't even need to talk about it.
Yeah,
Nothing
pretty standard.
unusual.
This is a hero that can solo the egg, so it's possible when he gets big enough that doesn't become that much of a concern. Oh, they're diving him. They're really,
the swarm is there,
oh
but,
my goodness.
oh my god, through the gate they
Okay.
go. This could not have worked any better, man.
5-man gang down at the gate, minute 10.
Wow. That was actually looked so sick.
My goodness.
Great coordination, man. Just well done. Kudos. Well,
that's
the
huge.
carry
He
dying provides Underlord some time to finally farm, but he's going to get gone on.
Oh,
Frostbite into the freezing field. Double TP's coming, though. I don't think they have the damage to actually finish the job. Instead, Mobe coming in. Oh, the toss wasn't there, though. Finally
Got
gets
it
it
now.
off back into the Underlord's arms, who's just ignoring everyone. Egg is there. Mobe is dead. So what looked like it was going to be a good return there for Dandelions. End up biting them in the ass. Kadaro.
Oh my god, the damage is just
Looks like he's
wild.
fine.
It almost killed him.
Wow, he's still low.
Yeah, Vessel
Spirit
is
Vessel really strong.
nasty. Yeah, that was a pretty crucial mistiming there from Mobe. If he gets the toss back at the right time, they probably find that gyro kill and he survives. But with that extension of the fight, it was easy for reinforcement from Mouz to arrive, and they instead are the ones to walk away with a tiny kill. And despite Nande dying back-to-back top, he died, TP'd back, died again. He is still top net worth in this game.
That is
Somehow.
unusual.
That is very unusual. Not quite sure how he's managing to be ahead of the Gyro, who's 1-1 and 5, and has about the same CS as him, but guess he got some high-value stuff going. First tower of the game taken by the Weaver with the help of the wave. That is, unfortunately for the Weaver, going to get the last hit. And Narman, this is something that we didn't really cover. The support Weaver, in this case, doesn't need to buy the urn. Because as a rare exception, the mid-hero in this game is buying Vessel. So he can rush Atos and get a very fast Gleipnir and become a third core, or fourth core rather, in this game for them. So that will be interesting to see.
They go through the gate and are smoked. Olnet leading the way, trying to bait himself a bit. Bengen in the trees as well. Palantimos looks like he was biting, but Spidey's senses are tingling. In fact, his team is coming over with a counter smoke. It is scanned out, though. Man, these teams are reading each other so well.
Except the 5-man gank at the gate.
And now
They
the
didn't read
scan on the other side is a big avalanche onto 2. Rocket Barrage doing a good amount of work. Supreme does have his egg available. Mobe is just in no man's land. My goodness. His team bolted immediately.
Well, I mean, from his perspective, you got to consider the vision he has. He's like, all right, guys, I've got to
Yeah.
catch. And then there's like 5 heroes. Like, oh, shit. You know, just dip, cut your losses, which is a good sign. I think a lot of teams fall into the trap there of overextending and trying to help their tiny and getting the save a friend syndrome, right? It's just better to call a spade, lose the guy you lose, and then return to playing the game normally. They will lose a tower, of course. This was a major rotation from both teams, so Mouz have numbers to get that tier 1. They will not have access to the Wisdom Rune. That will be going to Desire.
So Supreme, going to talk about the Phoenix a lot just because, you know, the
It's
obvious,
interesting.
it's not a
Yeah.
mid hero very often. I don't know if I've ever seen it mid, actually, in a competitive game throughout all the years. Would you say that's true for you as well?
No, I've definitely seen it mid.
Okay. I'm just an idiot then. Boots of Travel will be the next choice for him.
Wants to be able to join fights.
What
increase his
happened to
farming speed.
Midas Phoenix, Cinderin?
Yeah, good
That was the
question.
go-to.
You'd think a mid Phoenix wants Midas after the fast vessel, right? To really stay relevant and keep that farm going. But maybe since you do have the dying
facet.
light facet, your farming speed is good enough that you could keep up without going Midas.
Yeah, we'll have to pay attention when he's next to creeps then, I suppose. There we go. It's like having, what's that neutral that gives you the same effect? I bet both of them together is real juicy. This is your job to look it up, Cinder.
Sorry, which one?
All right, I'll look it up. Go ahead and talk.
All right, talking. Hello, Suns fan. This
It's
is your
Cloak
captain
of
speaking.
Flames. Cloak of Flames.
Oh, all right. Whatever the question was, I could have definitely answered it.
Cloak
but I
of
didn't.
Flames is the correct the answer, Cinder. You didn't know it, obviously.
Kadara's
Mid lane.
in trouble.
Yeah, that's a lot of magic damage he has to withstand. They're actually not fully committing, just scared of the counter initiation. But there's the egg. Atos cancels TP. Palantimos will get stunned on the outskirts. Another dive, and that should be a second kill in the name of Mouz.
They are
And likely
running
the
the
tier
show.
1 tower. Yeah, for sure. And it is going to be an
concerning
Echo
if
Saber
the-
for Mobe.
Yeah. Huh. It's concerning if the mid tiny is not finding kills right now. This is why you run this hero mid, is to dominate this phase of the game. If they cannot find anything, which has been the case for a while now,
You do not get the facet if you're Morphling. I can 100% say that now. His force is
but
dead.
you get it when you're Rubik.
Yeah, which doesn't really make sense.
No,
You'd think it's the same code even.
but that's Dota for you.
He did not have the, whatever that spell is called, Twisted Chakram. Of course, knowing Dota, it might work for most heroes and just not a few like that one, right? It's always a possibility. You never know.
Well, it still might work with the abilities that are empowered by the facet, but you don't get the extra spell, right? So Morph turning into Timber doesn't have the empowered chakram, but maybe if you had the Timber chain one, Morph will also splinter with that one.
Does it scale? Does the Twisted Chakram scale at all? Oh, I think it's because it's based off the ult. That's why, because Morphling doesn't get any ults, right? So maybe
right.
that
So
is the reason.
yeah, that's probably what it is. I would assume Morph and Rubik are treated the same. But
All right, we'll pay
Nandi will
attention.
probably turn into someone else and we'll notice.
Yeah, when he
If he
turns
turns
into
into
Phoenix,
Gyro, will there be a giveaway? Not really. Well, if he casts Rocket Barrage, he should get move speed, right?
yes.
We'll see about that.
All right, that's for you to pay attention to.
Okay.
Really minor detail. This is not the same facet
Oh,
as
Kadaro.
original. Yep, he's
Well-
done.
It's just not fair.
I mean, that's kind of the Enchantress tanking the gank specialty.
Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, for Dandelion, what's the plan here? I mean, Mobe has the Echo Saber now. Are you waiting for something on Morphling? Like the Manta is about to be finished.
The Manta timing's pretty good. It makes him a lot better at dealing with the Phoenix and the Crystal Maiden simultaneously. And he gets away out of the Vessel, which is huge. So that might be the thing. Actually, Mobe eyeing up BKB here, just really not going Kanda. I don't know. It's the reason Kanda is so sick on this hero is that Chinese problem a lot of the time in the mid game is that you don't one-shot combo people anymore, especially cores. Like they just have too much tankiness in this patch. But when you have the Kanda, you can kill the Gyro almost, or the Phoenix. You get close at least, and absolutely the supports are just gone. But maybe he thinks he needs the staying power more so than the bursts. The Phoenix is obviously a huge problem for him, and so is the Timber. So maybe it is not ill-advised to go BKB. Showing himself in bot, pushing the wave, and we'll be fine.
Twisted Chakram. 20-second cooldown.
Yep.
It's an interesting one. Who did you say was owning with that? Was it Amar?
Malrine on the day this
Malrine,
came
right.
out. It was him as well. It was him on both that one and the Primal one.
Nice.
On day one. I mean, they just played really well.
Yeah. Seen that before. Of course, Palantimos, he's spotted. Twisted Chakram dances around him. Yeah, only pops the BKB a little bit prematurely.
He
That
was scared of the
means-
tiny tossback,
Right.
so I think it might have been a good call. But this
Either
is
way,
obviously going to
they have
prompt
the
an
bank.
instant smoke. It's like, okay, the enemy team has 4,000 dead net worth right now. Let's try to play our advantage with our items. We just got the Echo and the Manta, and they have BKB down. It's a pretty significant difference. Damn, toss one shots a wave. That's
Yeah,
wild.
it's really good.
That is so good. Okay, they gated bot. Force is in trouble. He used his dagger already.
Yep. Yules, Bramble, Narman is here, but there's not much he can do. He's tickling the Tiny right now, so Timbersaw is destroyed. Palutimus, of course, can join at any point with the Fiend's Gate, which he will. Gonna be a bit of a delay. You can see the
Nice pit.
the Necro units are killing the neutrals. Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, what are they doing?
That is awesome. And Nande gonna continue the pressure now. He has a lot of mobility. The CM is dead, and now let's see if they want to Roche. Is this a little early? We could probably try for it if they really want, but
Here's the new meta for Underlord is to scout where the enemy team has stacks, then you Fiend Skate there, Firestorm, and leave. And the gate takes care of the rest.
that really is awful AI. I mean, it might not even be the AI. It might just be the search radius.
Yeah, it's possible. I feel like there were situations yesterday where the gate was literally next to a hero and the creeps just ran past the hero and hit something else. But I could be wrong. It just did not feel very impressive. I think the concept is really cool though. And you can obviously just improve or fix it or whatever if it's too weak. But the idea that this gate has demons coming out of it is quite cool. I like that.
Okay, well, Mouz are going to be the ones to take Roche instead, apparently, as we can see Supreme. His courier just got killed. Kitaro gets the shard from the Tormentor. But it will be an uncontested Roche.
Getting a nice little sproink. Great against Timber. In particular, that extra burst damage for the Ench will be nice. Did you mention she didn't take Untouchable at all?
I did not.
I would say that's quite unusual. But it's not great this game, so I understand. Like, it does nothing to Timber. Gyro is generally not going to be hitting you, but someone else. The Phoenix doesn't care. So, effectively, what would you really get it against is the Weaver, right? And it's like,
Yeah.
eh. So,
I mean, it would have been good for Roche as Frostbite onto Mobe. He is close to the enemy bait. What is, my goodness. He is punished.
trying to cut waves a little bit too far there. But they've somehow, Dandelions have somehow managed to accrue themselves a 1k gold lead during this downtime.
That's true.
They were suffering badly just a few minutes ago. Not by like a ton of gold, but just constantly getting killed all over the map. But they're being efficient while dying.
Yeah, Desire. Good luck living through this, my friend.
He's got Yules, he can buy some time. Oh, okay. He could not. He tried to Bramble instead, which...
He does have a level of Untouchable now.
Yeah.
So Nande, Hurricane Pike, or sorry, Dragonlance, Manta, and BKB is just a few hundred gold away. And on the other side for the Eurocopter, Ulnit, he is pretty close to Ags, just about 1,000 away.
Yep. I still
that
feel
feels
like
like,
the wild card in this game is what's Phoenix going to offer very late in the game when Morph gets big enough? Because it feels like this is a game where Mouz is not going to be able to just win it at 30, right? That's just not happening. So we know the Morph against Gyro matchup is awesome for Morph. He's definitely going to turn into him every fight very reliably because there's no hero in the Mouz team that really kills him. You combine all of those aspects with the fact that this is probably Nande's one of his best heroes. I'm looking for solutions on the side of Mouz for this hero. You're going to get Hex on Phoenix, looks like it. It's far away. Timber's going Ags. I don't know, I think there might just be a power play coming in not too long from here for Dandelions.
Oh, Mass Gate. Ulnit is all alone up here, so they're trying for a backstab. Ulnit will likely just TP.
They
Scanning
don't
just in
have
case.
any instant stun for Nande.
Nande.
So he's just going to get his spells off, right?
Ulnit's going to show himself. They see each other now. He's going to go up the cliff. Okay. Going to try for this. This is the Aegis. It's going to be consumed immediately. Supreme going in with the Shivas. Egg obviously still available. Supports trying to get up to Terrorize. Will be successful onto one. The Timbersaw gets shredded by Nande, who turns into the Gyrocopter for now. And all they've lost is a support Dark Willow. Supreme has no dive. Will have to use Egg, but not even the time to use it. Avatos demolishes him. So 2 cores dead for Mouz. And Dandelion will be able to do some structural damage.
Do you know how Specialist Array works with Flak Cannon?
Ooh, Avalanche on 2. Hold your horses, Cinderman.
Holding them?
Looks like they're going to try to potentially defend here.
All right, the horses have been held.
Okay,
Do you double hit one target when you have Specialist Array and Flak Cannon? Or 2 targets, rather. I guess you do, right?
Yeah, I don't see why you wouldn't.
That's so crazy on Morph. Like, it's wild. He just turns into that gyro and just flaks, and stuff dies.
Yeah, I never thought about that
with
combo.
the array, too.
It's pretty disgusting. Yeah, because it's based off your main attack, so I don't see why.
Yeah, it should just work,
It's not like
right?
there's stacking rules with that kind of stuff.
No.
All right, well, Force, once he gets the Ags, which he's 1,000 away from, he's at least not going to die in that same fashion, you'd think. He was isolated and just... That's a little squishier than what a Timbersaw would like to be at this stage of the game. Bengen gets his Crystal Clone Shard, which was nerfed not too long ago. Although in 7.36 was buffed. Can be aimed where Crystal Maiden will slide. A little bit more control. Very nice.
There is a massive timing coming up for Dandelions in a moment. And I feel like I just said that with the Morph BKB, but they're close to 2 Condas now. So Morph's Conda is complete in, what's that, 750 gold? And you've got Tiny working on his as well, which is done now, I believe. No, wait, never mind. He still needs the
not even
Chrysalis.
close.
Yeah, okay. So probably like 2 to 3 minutes away from these 2 Condas as well. And I wouldn't want to be a support on the Radiant team when that comes out. Literally just either of these 2 heroes can just one-shot combo you. Even the cores are exposed and at risk of dying. Even the Timber, right? We saw in that previous fight how he just disappeared. It's going to get way worse. He needs to have that Ags running when he initiates. If he gets caught off guard, he gets 100 to 0'd. He's not tanky enough.
For sure.
With this 2.3k.
He has the Ags now. Nande, he sees Bengen, and Bengen, he sees the Morphling as well. Fiend's Gate is a coming. That means Necro units are going to go kill the neutral creeps real quick.
Oh, they hit Bengen.
All right. Good job, Necro creeps. You guys don't know what Necro creeps are, because there's nothing that shows what they are in the game.
Close.
Good luck, have fun. So they only get 1. I thought that was going to turn to a big team fight, but...
Yeah, Mouse turned tail and ran there. That was not going to be good. Level 20 talent now for Nande. And he's also going to steal the enemy Wisdom Rune by the looks of it. Unless... Nope.
Narman. And he does get the Wisdom Rune. Fast fingers. There's a damage rune top of the river, which you would think Morphling will end up getting pretty shortly, unless Olnit makes his way over. Now Nande is getting.
All right, amplify damage rune, Conda. Just find any target.
Force. Get that Aghanim Scepter. He's already at half HP. My goodness.
Nobody blinked away.
Yeah, he was scared, apparently. Narman, he's going to get Cursed Crown. They have the vision. He's dead. Easy kill for Dandelions. And Olnit, he's already damaged here. They're going to spot him. BKB is popped. Toss in place. That was really weird. What was that? Just giving Morphling a little
was he tossing Morph
ride
onto Gyro and then Gyro BKB'd in the same frame and then it just tosses in place or something? I don't know if that was like a bug or whatever. That seemed very strange.
Yeah, what is the interaction with BKB actually? You used to be able to toss on BKB like a long time ago.
I don't know for a matter of fact how it works right now with who you target and where you target and whether the facet matters. It shouldn't, but yeah. Either way, they got the Weaver, they get the tower, and they are in firm control of this game right now, the side of Dandelions. Morphling.
Have you noticed that games that feel like one team is in the driver's seat, but the net worth lead is not as big as it was last patch? I feel like I've consistently noticed that in the games that we've cast.
For sure.
That's interesting. I wonder why that is. But 6K just seems like I mean, it doesn't, like last patch, it's like, close to an even game. I mean, obviously, they have an advantage, but it's not crazy. But this feels like they're all over the place.
It's really just down to how the gold is distributed as well, right? The 6k lead is into incredibly powerful items. The double Conda is still what I'm looking at. Not complete yet for the Tiny, but Morph has his. The Ench has Pike, almost BKB, and a Quiver. She is richer than the enemy 3. Despite being 0, 5, and 1, Kidaro is outscaling the enemy Timber. It adds
Smoke
up.
on both sides. Mobe, he's the one that's not smoked, and now he
They
is.
have a good ward here. Both teams do now.
You know that Norman is dewarding it. So
wanna
Mobe
control the
still
rush.
without the Conda at this point in time. Yeah, they're scanning Roche. It's just illusions, but they think they might be in the pit itself.
They have an Alpha Wolf for this fight, which is pretty important. Morph gets insane amounts of damage out of this one, so does Tiny. If they can keep that alive from Kidaro, that's big.
Yeah, they have a good idea that they're to the north. Hit a Malice to start things out onto Force. Trying to bait out that reactive armor, Aghanim Scepter. The Boom Boom, as some like to call it. Just me.
Yeah.
So the Roche off. This is the second Roche, so Banner is waiting. And it's not going to be nighttime for quite a while. So
Nande's getting started.
We'll start it up for now. Ulnet is showing himself quite far away. Can they take it in time?
Do Mouz think this is a bluff? They're really timid.
I think they're just going to get it here. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't think it's happening, I think. That's
right.
just completely free. That's really bad news for Mouz.
And now they're going to fight anyway. An avalanche onto 3 heroes. Force finally gets off the reactive armor. Mobe pops the BKB in the retreat for him.
Oh my
And the waveform deletes 2 heroes. Nande. Goodness gracious. The burst is out of control. Bengen in the trees. One more right click for Nande brings a 3rd hero down. And with Narman on the sidelines, that is close to a full team wipe. Not even an egg was used. It wasn't really a team fight at all. That avalanche was disgusting.
Yeah, it's about as good of a setup as they can get there. And he doesn't even die himself despite eating a full Sun Ray, just sitting in BKB the whole time. And Ulnet, this is the problem you run into with Gyro against Morph. It's already a bad matchup. If Morph is ahead by 6k, like, what the hell can you do? He just waveforms on you and kills you. Like, there's nothing. Until he has Satanic on Gyro, he doesn't have the staying power to outlive this kind of damage with the Conda burst. And this is probably, you would imagine they can just get, oh my god, this tower. That toss does so much damage to buildings.
He canceled the TP of Phoenix as well, so he's just stuck on the other side of the map. Actually uses his egg. Meanwhile, his base is dying. Oh dear, this is just getting worse and worse for Mouz. And it looks like it's going to be a full set in the mid lane. Nande's going to take some burst damage, but can easily get away. Still has 3.5 minutes on the Aegis to boot. I mean, they know that Phoenix is not close at all. Gonna waveform now. Supreme. This Phoenix has not worked out so far. Even though we were really hyped about it. Did fine in lane though. That's for sure.
Yeah, it did. But obviously, the downside that you have, if you look at the Mouz lineup, we didn't really talk about this in detail, but if you look at the core composition, they have 3 cores, of which none has lockdown. So
True.
It's difficult to access fights. The only stun they have is Homing Missile, and then they have 1 Frostbite. So talk about a perfect Morphling game, right? Like, they literally can't stop him from doing anything. And eventually, I do think draft-wise, this was a game where Mouz needed to really snowball the game, and they were a bit on a timer. When the more I look at it, the more obvious that actually is with their cores, that these heroes need to itemize to solve that issue that they have. And obviously, you can't do that if you're not ahead. So I guess the Gleipnir from Weaver was meant to help. Just not enough when Morph has Manta. He's just going to break out of it. And Tiny with the BKB, as we already covered. Greaves on Underlord. So many tools.
Yeah, Ag's on Underlord as well, so now he can globally gain. Oh, there it is, being put to good use.
Oh, hello.
The pit on top of Bang.
Take the
Oh,
wisdom
he's
in.
greeted by Mobe. There's the toss back. And Nande shotguns him.
They do... Wait, where do they... Oh, they have creeps mid. They're close enough. They don't even need this top wave that they're trying to cut on Mouz. Narman didn't get the mid wave out in time, so this Rex is probably gone too. Like a minute and a half on Morph. They can't kill him twice.
Now they're going to buy back on CM, so it looks like they do want to defend. Range Rax is destroyed easily. Remember, Morphling has the Aegis still. A minute and a
Toss
half.
on
Toss
Phoenix.
back. Phoenix
Oh my
can't even get the egg off. Oh, dear. Does have buyback, though. As you can see, the burst damage onto the reactive armored Timber Saw. The Axe just not feeling like it's been very effective. He will die. Instantly buys back along with the Phoenix. Nande, again, still with Aegis. Pit of Malice placed pretty effectively. They're going to get the... Well, they actually didn't get the melee racks, but it does cost 3 buybacks so far for Mouz. Nande, life number 1 down. Will exit, and the egg not really doing much.
4 buybacks and they lost nothing. They didn't even lose a hero. Like that was a 9v5 that they lost. Like, okay, you know? That's dire straits. He's gonna go straight on to the next lane here, Nande. Getting to work down bot. Top Rax is being pushed by the wave, so they will probably just get megas here if Mouz don't stop the top bleeding as well.
Yeah, those creeps are doing some work, no doubt about it. Gleipnir onto 2. They're one disable-ish, the Frostbite, and the other one, homing missile, swiftly taken care of.
Yeah. He has cooldown on all his defensive except BKB right now on Nande, so he's a little bit vulnerable.
And they get the range, and there's the pit, globally used. Necrobooks going ham onto Crystal Maiden because there's no neutral creeps to actually attack at this point. That's when the AI is great. Weaver's dead. Nice tossback from Mobe. Supreme is destroyed. No ult to work with. No buyback either. GG
Game over.
is called.
And you would think it was our previous series because guess what? 37 minutes. And this ends as well. So
right.
really it seems like today's games just want to end around the half an hour mark. Like 35-minute average game time. No really long games, no absolute curb stomps. So this is just like the sweet spot. I would primarily chalk this up to a draft victory from Dandelions. I just think their lineup looks really good against what they're facing. This Morph last pick was amazing. Now that I see it in play, I don't think Ursa could have... I think Ursa would have been a great viable alternative, but I think the Morphling was just stellar for this game. And they bid their time. Mouz found a lot of early mid-game kills, but couldn't convert it into anything meaningful. And eventually, Dandelions just win through sheer itemization and good matchups. The Morph and Tiny doing tons of damage. And their lineup is tanky too. We didn't talk too much about Palantimos this game on the Underlord, but fighting into that hero with what the Radiant has. All these auras when you're playing spread damage carry, spread damage offlaner, spread damage mid, that's value.
You talked about the lack of disable on the Mouz side, and I want to ask you just a general question. If you're playing core Phoenix,
Yeah.
I feel like having stuns is actually really important.
Yes. I think it's mandatory.
Running away from the egg is just always an option, it feels like,
Yep.
right? So
It
I think
also
that's
is... Exactly. It's not even just the egg. It's also about the Sunray. It's about reliably being able to hit your combo of Icarus Dive into Fire Spirits. And when heroes aren't stunned, Dispels just counter Phoenix. They always will, right? He has 2 major dots plus Vessel that he places. You just mantle them. And then half the hero is gone. And Phoenix can't itemize out of that with anything else than a Hex, which he was working on but didn't get to. But it's way easier for him if his teammates can take care of business. If you have like a strong targeted stun so that all your dots get to do their damage before it's too late. That's not the case. I really thought it was a good Phoenix pick when they picked it, but the overall last pick of the draft might have needed a better stun or better matchup, whatever it is. But his individual matchups, hero to hero against the enemy team, were quite good, but the cohesion in the lineup was probably lacking. Now that we saw it play out.
So Nande ends the game 8-2 and 11 on the Morphling. I mean, the Morphling just worked out so well. It felt like a free game, like you were saying.
Back to back at like minute 6, right?
Yeah, it looked like a
Those were his
disaster at that
deaths.
point.
Those were his deaths. The rest of the game was just clean. So.
And he is the standout player here. Ends the game with how much damage did he actually do here? Let's see. So 28,000 damage for himself. Top of the game. And yeah, Dandelions just looked good. The laning stage was definitely a bit favored for Mouz. It wasn't a huge lead by any means, but they definitely pulled it out and took care of business in this game number 1. But it is the best of 3, of course, and Mouz. I mean, the games that we've cast in so far in this TI quals, they're 0-3, so they're gonna have to step it up if they want to stay alive in this qualifier.
Yeah, that's the other part of this now is the mental aspect. You come into this with your hopes and dreams. You're qualified for Riyadh. You're like, we can do it again. And now you've lost 3 back-to-back. The first series against the team that you beat in the Riyadh lower bracket finals to get there. And now you're potentially just bombing out without winning a single game. This is where you really need something to raise morale and to keep things together in the coming game so that you don't just completely crumble under the pressure. We'll see if Mouz have that. No really experienced captain on that team that I can think of that would be, you know, a godsend to have in this kind of situation. So let's see if anybody can rise to the occasion and rally the troops.
Let's see, with game 2 coming up next.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 of our second series of today. We have Mouz, also known as Mouse Sports. Actually, not anymore. Technically, we did learn that the other day, that they're literally not called Mouse Sports in any capacity anymore. Versus Dandelions, Cinderin. And Mouse.
I think you still haven't said Dandelions normally once.
Why?
I don't know. You just can't do it.
Dandelions.
There you go. Good job.
It's a fun name to say, you know. It's kind of like saying, I got the juice.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to see I got the juice versus Dandelions.
That is...
Feels like it's a match made in heaven.
It is a very likely match to happen, as this is looking right now. If Dandelions win this game, you will get that match.
I can't wait.
And I do believe that one would be played tomorrow, I think. It's a little bit about how the bracket order is with when uppers run again, but I think tomorrow has 2 uppers and 2 lowers, if I had to guess. But we'll see. Maybe it's another day break for the upper guys, as this bracket is really short if you're just taking the short path in the uppers. If you just win 2 series back to back, you're almost there. Whereas the lower bracket grind is long. So, yeah. Dandelions are 1 step closer with a game 1 victory over Mouz. And yeah, I agree with you. I think the matchup Dandelions against, getting ahead of ourselves here, obviously Mouz can easily come back, but either of these 2 teams against Navi Jr. will be interesting to watch for sure. As we have both, I think fair to say, been impressed by Navi Jr.'s play in this tournament.
Their
so far.
spellcasting is sick,
Yeah,
Cinderin.
very good.
Really sick. Their laning leaves a lot to be desired, though. But, you know, you can work on that.
Yeah, and especially against maybe some of the middle of the pack teams that don't have that down to a T, such as Dandelions, perhaps that's where a team like Navi Jr. can float the lanes and get into a mid game that could be very interesting to watch. Same with Mouz. I think Mouz's laning against Secret in particular yesterday was not great. Today against Dandelions, I guess it was fine, but they were also kind of, I want to say, largely set up for success, right? They had the mid Phoenix against Tiny, which is a very good matchup. And the bottom, they had Gyro plus, what was their 5? Gyro Maiden against Underlord, which is also a good lane. So, you know, the conditions were there for Mouz to do well in lanes, and they did, but the big picture wasn't covered. And we'll see.
We have a slight delay, Cinderin.
Yep.
And of course, as usual, it's the player's fault. I'll say that right now. One player is just AFK, it seems. They will remain nameless. It's Nande, actually. Changed my mind. I changed my mind. Who gives a shit if people know or don't know? Doesn't matter.
So effectively what the team captain is saying is that he's muted right now, which is not the case usually. So he's hoping that it's nothing serious, and we're waiting for him to come back.
Is this the guy? Wait, who needed to use the bathroom?
Kidaro. He made it back.
And then who was the shirtless person?
Desire.
Oh, wow.
And we're really making some lore for these players, aren't we?
That makes them more interesting.
We
I
just
agree.
need Palantimos and Mobe to do something, and then we've got a full package here.
Yeah. Well, they're going to have a level 1 penalty in the draft so far. We'll see how that if that gets expanded. I love the idea of being an admin and like being a ref in basketball and just giving technical fouls. That's the equivalent, right? Is the level 1 or like the penalties to the draft. Did you, when you were captaining your teams, did they have that rule in place yet? Like the penalties of the draft, or is that a later thing?
I don't think draft penalty was introduced until, I mean, it has definitely been a thing while I played some of my later games, but I don't
Did you
know if it was
ever
even a, I don't even know
Were
if it
you
was
ever
thing in
given a
TI13.
technical foul, Cinderin?
I don't think we've got a draft penalty ever. I can't remember it, at least. But I'm trying to think if it was introduced before or after 2016, because that 2016 was the last year that I played with, you know, a team that was competing at TI. Right? I had a couple of teams since then that took games here and there of decent teams, but we never like made it to big events.
Right.
So I don't recall any draft penalties with those squads anyway. But I don't know. I don't remember when they put that in, but I will tell you for a fact that draft penalty was not a thing in the beginning of the game, right? At least not one you could just manually put as the admin of the lobby. I don't know when they
So
introduced
I
it.
guess from an outside perspective,
Okay, he's back. We're good.
Yeah, he's back. We're gonna get started here in a second, but I still want to talk about this because it's interesting. How much of an effect does it have on the draft? Would you think, on average? Do most
Level
teams
1, very
care?
little. Level 3 draft penalty, where you have 0 bonus time, it's extremely stressful. Because if you think about how drafts usually go down, you use your bonus pool when the enemy team surprises you and you need to think for a moment. That means if you have no reserve time and they throw a serious curveball at you, you have like, how long do you have to pick? Like 30 seconds to identify what's going on, discuss with your team what hero pool you have to solve this problem, and then ultimately pick a hero. A lot of the time, reserve time isn't spent in the first phase at all because you can mock draft most stuff. You know, you're like, okay, this team usually does this kind of opening. They ban these heroes. Maybe they deviate a little bit and surprise you. Oh, we didn't think they were going to ban this. We thought they were going to ban that. And then you can kind of figure that out relatively easily. Most of the beginning of the draft is just automated, more or less. But in the second, and especially toward the end of the draft, you often see teams dive into reserve time for like a minute or two. If you don't have that, you might end up with a really subpar draft. So I would say it's pretty important.
So let's
It'd be
see what the
interesting to see
differences
stats
are.
for it, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
Win rates for teams with level 3 draft penalty against
TA
their relative ELO opponents.
TA's still there. Tiny is a new
available. Oh
ban so
boy.
far. There's one more ban though.
Wonder if they're going to pick that.
Whoa,
They are
do
not.
not. Okay.
They grab
Enigma
Enigma.
was also banned last game, so that's an instant TA pick for Mouz.
Case in point, no reserve time used yet, right? The teams know what they want in this composition. This is a flex pick for Dandelions. They can play it on Palantimos and on Kidara. This hero has, I believe we looked at this, right, with the facet win rates. This hero has the highest win rate in pub games in Immortal. With like 60%, which is obscene. I think it was more like that. Something like that. It was absolutely high 50s. That doesn't always translate to pro play, but the games that we've seen it played so far, they got their hands on it yesterday as well. I don't remember which team it was. I think there were 2 Enigma games yesterday. The hero looked good. So OG had it against Enigma in game 3. And didn't we have an Enigma? Or did we not?
Yeah. We've
had
had
one,
a
right?
feels like we've had a lot of Enigma.
Do we have 2
actually.
Enigmas yesterday?
I think at least 2.
This hero is rated very high for a reason.
So remind me why TA is considered so OP right now? Is it the refraction,
The
the
changes
damage
to refraction
instant stuff?
primarily.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the old refraction that everybody will remember forever. The way TA's refraction. There you go. You love this. TA's refraction used to just be you block 1 instance of damage, and the way you remove a layer of that is by dealing more than 5 damage in an instance. The new one is you have layers of barrier that need to take a select amount of damage before they break. So let's say you have a barrier that has 50 health for each refraction charge. The amount of damage you need to do to TA and the way you remove these layers is a lot more complicated than just flying over her with Firefly for 2 seconds and all the layers are gone, right? Like now you need to burn through each individual layer, and because it's a barrier, the health of the barrier is calculated after resistance. So if you have armor and if you have magic resist, that on top of the barrier means that each stack of the barrier is suddenly not 60 health. It might be 100 when you add that up. So she's just a lot harder to kill is the main reason. And she got nerfed quite quickly after 736, but she is still an S tier hero right now. Look at some team fight here. Dandelions with the Wombo combo.
Love it.
Mouz with a very different approach with Pudge TA, more of an assassin style lineup that they're building. So a clash of styles here. See if Mouz can build some momentum here, because last game might be a repeat here, where if the game is slow enough and Dandelions get to late game, they might just have superior team fight, superior control. Already, these two heroes kind of have their bases covered, right? Now you can go for almost whatever you want. Maybe one reliable catch would be nice, like a spirit hero mid or whatever for Mobe, but not a requirement.
Cannot wait to see this push. I'm going to be so disappointed, Cinder, if they go for the first facet, which is garbage now, by the way.
There's
My
a reliable
goodness.
stun.
Yeah, okay. So more Wombo. It's like, let's pick every TI winning ultimate in the pit.
This does pigeonhole Enigma to offlane unless it's a flex shaker going mid, which Mobe also plays.
Oh.
So I guess in their minds, this might be flex still. And I'm a little bit concerned when I see the shaker pick because I think this can be too much of the same thing.
It is, yeah.
It's less of the same thing if the shaker is core, because then you're playing less on the absolute wombo combo and more on like the assassination of having enchant totem and going for big bursts of damage. The downside to that is that sucks against TA. So I think that's one of Shaker Core's absolute worst imaginable matchups. You lose the lane and you're never good against her at any point in the game. So I would probably think they are still putting it support and running the Enigma core. It just feels like there was a better pick here.
All right, let's pick
Shaker.
2 more Wombo combos for them, Cinder. Let's go with Sand King and Shadow Fiend. What do you think?
Oh, SF is in.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Okay.
Do
The
these
Sand
teams
King
not
is
like
garbage
him
now. We know that he's been deleted by Valve. So
Yeah, he was good for a week again, which is too much. Or actually, he was good for 2 days. So better get that out of the way.
Yep.
It's a shame. I love that hero. Just make him more viable in pro without being silly, and it's fine. Love Burrow Strike. Love Epicenter.
No,
But
Epicenter.
Sandstorm is like everything. Okay, Dark's your
Darkseer?
third pick. Look who made it through all the way here.
boy.
So, Ion Shell partner in Pudge, and there's some synergy with TA. You can vacuum into a TA Trap Silence plus Psyblades. She benefits a lot from Surge as well, just being able to stick.
Can I ask you a real question here, Cinder, as opposed to the
Try
fake ones?
to the best of your ability.
So the PUD, the first facet that you gain strength while dismembering, can you tell me why that's ever better than the other one? And I understand the melee hooks do less damage, okay? I understand that. But level 1 is 1 strength per second. Let's just talk about level 3. I believe it's 5, right?
Yeah.
And dismember's 2.75 seconds. Is that not awful?
I think it got over nerfed. It started at
It's so-
357.
yeah, it was
and then
good.
they nerfed it to 135.
Yeah, I thought it was decent before.
They could have nerfed it to 246. I don't know why.
I don't even think they needed to nerf it. I think the buffs to the second one are crazy.
Yeah.
The hooks are so much easier to hit now. Speaking of over buffing, Warlock. My goodness.
Oh boy. Nande's
See
back
another Morphling. Okay.
for seconds here.
Too bad he can't turn into Earthshaker anymore. That would have been something.
Yeah, he can turn into TA though and get refraction, which is wild too. So that's going to be something to think about. The Warlock pick seems like a direct targeted solution to Black Hole. They want to have a combo breaker against this Wombo combo, as we talked about. Need to be quick on your fingers, though, because heroes die very fast in this game if they get caught. Even canceling a 1 second Black Hole might not be enough. As long as it's enough for Shaker and ET to land their shit, people are still dead. So, gotta be quick. Gotta be aware of your positioning if you're Mouz. Don't stack up your heroes ever, would be my advice when I look at this lineup. Keep playing on angles. And specifically for that reason, get either a carrier mid, whatever you want to do with your TA, that plays angles, like a spirit hero. Ember would be great. They banned that, though. Storm would have not been as good, because he doesn't use Iron Shell as well, in my opinion. But that, like, archetype of hero could have been a thing. Unless it's mid-pudge.
Let's
Just to say it
go.
isn't. Maybe this is Mouz's secret strat that they've been hiding until backs against the wall. Or, dare I say, it's the legendary Suns fan lyrical lane where you help him until minute 1 and Pudge goes jungle on Radiant.
I thought you were gonna say the Necro strat.
Yeah, nah, they're not going there. That's just not good against the enemy lineup. Necro is terrible against Dire in this game.
Yeah, but Necro doesn't. He's just inside Pudge. He won't die, surely.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
really
but the
good
Pudge better
Cinder.
farm the jungle real good.
Morphling likes to hover on half HP. You know, Reaper Scythe destroys
I
him.
mean, yeah, I guess.
It's really good, I swear. So Dandelion's looking for likely a mid against the TA.
Yeah, I just think Shaker's matchups are not good enough to play him core. Would be my verdict here, but see what they fancy.
I mean, if this was
Yeah,
the
obviously.
last patch, I'd say there could be a cheese pick like a Viper or a Huskar. I don't even know how. I mean, Huskar's garbage right now. I understand, but in general, I don't even know how they're good if they're good against TA anymore.
Okay.
But Death Prophet, okay. So Spirit Siphon. I wonder how long that takes to take off a refraction.
She's a quite good hero against TA because the barrier, the ghosts shred them really fast, right? It's interesting because TA counters used to be heroes that dealt a lot of small instances of damage really fast, right? Because you just wanted to remove all the stacks. Now the good counters against refractions are the ones that deal a medium amount of damage really fast, right? Because you want to do enough damage to break the barrier, but it also needs to be enough times. And the ghosts are actually quite good for this, combined with Spirit Siphon. We saw this matchup being run in, I believe it was Dream League, where I think BetBoom ran DP against TA as well to great success. So might be inspired by that from Kidaro here.
I think
it's a good
Dandelions, they have one very big downside to their lineup, and that is cooldowns.
Yes.
It is insane. 4 out of the 5. Very long ult cooldowns.
Yeah, for sure.
We're going to see an Underlord picked. Ol Nit will be taking it.
The question is, though, when you talk about that weakness of having long cooldowns, right? We're generally looking at it from the perspective of, okay, the enemy team can exploit when your abilities are on cooldown. I feel like Mouz don't have good skirmishing heroes, right?
But they have a carry Underlord syndrome.
Underlord is slow, Warlock is slow, Darkseer is slow in terms of like, you know... Darkseer is a fast enabler, but he doesn't have an obvious way of activating that. Carry Underlord is an absolute wild card for me. Mouz are like, fuck it. If we're 0-3, we're going 4 Pudge and Carry Underlord as our last hurrah.
Hey, I'm in for that. That sounds awesome.
I have no idea how this is going to work. I'm looking at the Mouz lineup and I don't understand it, but that doesn't mean it's bad. I just need to see it in action to really appreciate why this Underlord was a good choice. He's going for the cleave facet, so you finally get your wish. Because now that he's playing carry,
yeah.
he wants to have that cleave to push out the lane and farm jungle.
That's right. That's right.
So
Absolutely.
no Necronomicon units going for neutral camps. Now he can do it himself. Very good.
And I'm sure a lot of people watching have seen this in action, but the cleave from Underlord, if you have like a big team fight, it just takes up the entire screen. It's enormous. Hilarious to see.
I'm ready.
But yeah, we'll see how this works out for them. They do have some beefy targets, including the TA now, apparently.
Yeah.
Whereas Dandelions, I mean, they have a lot of wombo combos, so the Roche Pit's going to be a really hard place for Mouz to fight in all likelihood, despite having Golem and whatnot. But yeah, the cooldowns are what I'm looking at, Cinder. And I trying to remember the last time I've seen a lineup where 4 out of the 5 heroes just have ridiculously long ult cooldowns and how that's worked out for them. Because one mistake, enemy team can take full advantage.
I mean, you could argue that the ET has medium cooldowns, right? Because for me, Earth Splitter is not the most important ability on that hero.
Right, that's true.
And Shaker is a mixed bag because in some games, honestly, Fissure is more important than Echo. I don't know if this is one of those games. I would actually kind of argue it is. I think the Fissure is way more important than looking for a fat Echo because we've talked about they have ways of covering it. It's going to be a nice luxury. But this is more about using the Fissure to protect allies when they get hooked or to counter-initiate the Darkseer vacuum wall combo. Just break up the fight and reset, essentially. And I actually think it's my hero to watch for this game. I'm very curious what Desire is going to do that justified picking this hero when they did. He can obviously just Fissure twice for Enigma to get him a free level 2, which I'm assuming is how he's going to start out. And let me click on Pudge. Okay, he has boots, so he's not playing the Ari style with Basilius and farming jungle camps bottom.
Is that what you were expecting?
I was considering it because he's with DS and maybe he can help him get level 3 and then leave, but it's probably just too difficult for Darkseer to be alone. It works way better with Enigma, which is what OG were running yesterday, because Enigma is way more self-sufficient.
All right, so we're getting to see the old Putka with the Flayer's hook. It is something to fear. Hitting hooks is way easier, does a lot more damage from range. Cast point. Is it the cast point that gets improved? They don't show everything in the tooltip.
It's the cast range, I think.
No, there's some. I think it's not just cast range. Casting it is faster. I think.
Okay.
You know what? You cast, Cinderin. I'm gonna look up the patch notes real quick because I could have sworn that was because I know the tooltip's not showing everything.
Yeah. It looks like Narman and Kidara are gonna into a fun little fist fight here. Never mind. Narman's gonna walk away with boots. So.
Oh, that's right. So projectile speed and cast range increased. That's what it says.
Right. I guess it just matches, so it reaches max distance at the same time as it did before. Right.
Well, the max distance is longer, so if it's the same hook range, then it's faster.
The projectile is flying faster, but the cast speed is the same.
Sure.
Right.
I'm just done talking about this.
I'm just saying it's two separate things.
That's good, Cinder. Keep it up. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Armin trying to pull the creeps a bit here. The wave has
they managed
completely...
managed to have the big camp open. That's good news for Mouz. Gives him access to a nice, juicy, big centaur that he can hook. He is currently working on the small ones and positioning them so he gets the big one. Very nice. And he might even pull the wave as
you
well.
said you didn't know what to expect with the Underlord carry.
Yeah.
You want to give some guesses here? What type of build he's going to go?
Oh, what build?
Yeah.
Well, currently he's eyeing up Tread's Echo.
Okay.
I guess Tread's Echo BKB? You have to have BKB so you can stand and fight, right? This game, I don't think... My concern is the hero's slow, right? Are you just relying on Surge and Upheaval to allow you to hit targets? Or, like, how do you get move speed on this guy if you buy Treads and not Phase? That's what I'm wondering.
It's all about that attack speed when you got that cleave action.
Oh, Warlock's so good against Eidolons.
Yeah,
Right.
this hero
March
has just
bad boys
been...
up.
Would you... You've probably heard me say this 100 times, Syndra. Is there a hero in Dota that's been more power crept than Warlock?
Probably not. In lane, at least.
I think it's overtaking... You know how much I hate Lion in lane? It's the #1 most annoying hero now is Warlock instead.
It is very annoying.
It
has some very clear pitfalls, of course, but they used to be... The hero used to just be played completely differently, right? Where you would go Shadow Word and stabilize the lane and just play farm, and now you can instead play pressure with Fatal Bonds. But he still has the same weaknesses as he used to in the past outside of lane. He's very slow. He has no stun. His slow is very unreliable. He has a huge cooldown. And is very frail. So, yeah. Those things are still the same.
Well, I've yet to see a hook yet from Narman, taking his sweet time. The big camp is now blocked.
Yep.
So won't be able to use that to farm. And I think the one thing that people maybe don't realize, I mean, I'm sure these guys do because they've been playing it for a decent amount of time now, but with this facet, the hook does, even just level 1, does a lot of damage at max range. It's an alarming amount of damage. Let's see if he can reposition to try to get that. Okay, that's a missed hook.
Well, we can do some quick math. It does 12% of 150 at max range, plus 80. So what's that? That's 100. That's 210.
Okay, thank you.
210 pure if you hit it at the absolute peak. And it scales really hard, right? Because the distance percentage scales along with the flat. It gets stronger very fast.
And I assume he's maxing hook as well. That's definitely not the norm before this patch.
I think you do.
Down bottom, Desire is getting quite low, but Olnet is the one taking the brunt of the damage. Gets off the firestorm, and the hook is there, but it's not enough to get the initial kill. So first blood onto the carry Underlord first. and then Narman gets a trade.
And Desire is going to be really happy about getting that kill. Shaker is all about getting to that Arcane Boots blink, and getting first blood bounty on this hero is quite rare. Shaker is almost never the one finding that kill because his options of finding kills in lane are very limited. But in this instance, the Fissure does get the last hit, and that's going to be almost Arcanes for him minute 5. It's going to be very good news for him. Gonna do some quick math on the max damage on Hook. He did go 2 in Rot on Narman.
Okay. All right. Well, then that means he has to go Flesh Heap then in the next level.
Yeah.
Nande taking quite a bit of damage with this Ion Shell. The Surge away from Force. Has a double Bracer. Going to be Arcane Boost relatively soon. Narman.
All right, let me see how
Making his
good you
way
are
over.
at guessing this, just based on your own experience. What do you think a max damage Hook is? Roughly.
I don't even know what the regular one would be. As
The regular old Hook is just 320, I think, or is it 360?
all right, I'll say 450. Narman destroyed.
You were
Nice
close.
Force. Yeah, what is it?
It's 650. Yeah, that's wild, and it's pure.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this thing's
That's
insane.
something.
I was being conservative, of course.
Yeah, I understand. You were being reasonable, which is not how we patched this game anymore. Since
Very
years
true.
ago.
Hey, if
We
it's
like
for
it
Pudge, I'm
wild
okay
now.
with that. Yeah.
I'm just happy to see this hero in Pro. I think it's super entertaining.
Yeah, well, wait till next patch.
It's great for moments. It's great for big hits, and it's great for big misses.
That's
It
right.
makes the highlight reel one way or another.
Olnet getting ganked by Desire. The Blood Grenade is there. Palantimos, though, he's Fatal Bonds, so we'll have to run away now.
Those bonds against Eidolons are just eating him in lane. I guess it's an underappreciated part about that matchup, because we always just focus on the golem to just stop the black hole, right? But as we talked about yesterday in other Enigma games, it's not always about black hole. It's about Enigma getting a good laning stage, and Fatal Bonds is making his life miserable. So
Yeah.
he's 6th on net worth, and not far behind the Darkseer, but is behind. And you want to make sure Enigma doesn't get off to a very good start, and Warlock is accomplishing that.
I mean, Fatal
Kidaro
Bonds with
trying to be cute here.
Firestorm is insane. Narman
not cute enough.
gonna get the Wisdom Rune. Desire gets the other. Echo Stomp
And he's
canceled. Kidaro done for. Looks like it will. Yeah, it looks like it will be an Echo Saber into potentially SNY on the Underlord. We'll see.
SNY is
follows
an
suit.
interesting way of handling what I was talking about. Gives you that movement speed, status resist to make it easier for you to stick. Yeah, could be the solution.
Meanwhile, we see the Warlock getting ganked. He gets taken out very easily. Gets the Fatal Bonds off. But Olnet, without a care in the world, just continuing to get complete free farm right now. He's top CS on his team. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The TA is top CS, which I guess isn't that big of a surprise. No. 67-2 for the TA versus the 48-6 for the
Nobody's gonna
DP,
make his
who
first
now
move,
uses
though.
our ult. Oh, Morphling died. What? To a solo Darkseer? Excuse me?
Didn't use wall, by the way. He just how?
Ion Shell? Oh no, it looks like it was vacuum.
He killed him with vacuum. How? What happened?
Okay, it must have been like an attribute shift in the fog or
Oh,
something.
he's down to max agi, and I guess he was about to use his stick and healing lotus, but got vacuumed mid animation. Wow, that's a big kill. The
yeah,
mid
but while
tower's
that's
in
happening,
shambles too.
the tier 1 tower is taken out, but like you said, Supreme pressuring the tier 1 mid.
He should not be allowed to do this much damage to this tower. I feel like this is a pretty big oversight from Dandelions. They were getting this bottom tower with less commitment than all the heroes they sent, but as a result, they've left themselves wide open, and now Kidaro is actually just going to die instead to Supreme.
Yep,
Stomp
he's in
will
a
not
corner.
happen.
Oh,
Okay,
wait.
cute.
Oh,
All right, he's a
okay.
gamer. Where are the tips?
My
Where are the
goodness.
tips, boys? What's
What a
happening?
beast.
Why? How is his team not tipping him for that? Oh, sexy.
They weren't watching. They didn't
guess.
care if he lived or died in that mid
And
lane.
Kidaro is
obviously.
very humble, so he didn't tell his teammates, "Hey, I just pulled off an insane play." It's just like, I'm fine. You know.
That's true. That's the true sign of a psychopath, aka Dota player.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, Nande back in the top lane after an embarrassing. I mean, he had. What game was it that he had? Oh, he gets hooked.
He's fine.
Waveforms away. Will live.
But I guess if they
So
do
many
hook him,
heroes bottom.
Hook can one-shot Morph if he's fully Agimorphed, right? So, gotta keep his wits about him. But yeah, we were talking about maxing Hook on Pudge, and that's probably what he's gonna do. He did the exact opposite, so good job, team. He's 1, 2, and 2.
Yep.
I think he's gonna skill ult on 6. Hell yeah, nailed it. All right.
Good job. Black hole
Ulnet
bottom.
Black Hold.
Ulnet does have his ult, but there's just too many stuns. Can't do anything. Nice pick off. Meanwhile, we see the Dismember being used as Kadaro finally will die. Supreme and company should be able to get the tier 1 in the top lane as well.
Yep. The TA is proving to be very effective right now. Usually we don't see TAs push this much in this early stage of the game. A lot of the time you just play your lane and then you farm side camps or the Ancients. But Supreme identifying that with the rotation of DP bottom, he could put so much pressure on the mid tower to get that low, and now he's going for the more standard play, which is to kill the enemy safe lane tower around the 10-minute mark. So job well done, and it's time to start stacking those juicy stacks for Bengen. So double up.
Hook Dismember
hook.
again.
Again,
Just
Kidara's
walks
not playing the
into
game right
death. Yeah, that was an AFK. I'm taking a leak, guys, but I'm going to jungle real quick kind of play. So
now. Yeah. Little did he expect that Pudge was waiting in the bathroom. The right place for that guy to be fair.
They are smoked, heading towards the top. No, they're going to go through gate instead, actually, as Palantimos might be greeted by a little ganky gank here.
Oh, hello.
Yep, he's just going to die. And the Underlord will use the ult. Not really needed. Supreme gets credit for that one. 2K lead already for Mouz. It's their best start so far.
Yep. We were talking about how that's probably also important for them to happen, since, first of all, their lineup is very uncharacteristic with the carry Underlord, but also they're playing against ridiculous late game. So they really need to at least make sure to get the right start to the game, which this is. All 3 cores are pretty happy. Underlord the least happy, but still doing all right. I just have no frame of reference for this. That's why it's so interesting. I don't really know. It's like, holy shit, that cleave is big.
I told you, dude.
What in the world?
You haven't seen this yet?
No.
Really?
100 plus 5 per stack. Dude, what is that animation?
It's awesome. It's freaking awesome. What do you mean? I can't believe you haven't seen this yet. It's like literally off the screen right now. There it is.
You can't believe I haven't seen carry Underlord.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it's not about carry Underlord. It's about people picking that facet on Underlord regardless of position.
Yeah, if they don't play carry, they just don't take this one. So that's...
They should. You're seeing it right now. The Necro books go jungle. Force spotted. I don't think the silence hit. Hook kind of completely whiff. Gets a vacuum off, but the wall was used as well, actually. But Supreme runs into Mobe. You can use the exorcism, though. Silence attaches to Pudge. A nice fissure to block off the Warlock.
Clean.
TA, though, does squirm away, but the hook save doesn't matter. Nande's there. Hook will miss from Nande. Doesn't get that facet. Oh, he probably does, actually. We already talked about that last game, of course. Definitely remember that conversation. And this might break things up. And each team goes their separate ways. So with that fight, close to equalizing, but now Ulnet getting some cleave action on the nukes.
You know what I want to see this game, Shannon? I want to see Morph turn into Pudge to save heroes that get hooked. Just like when Morph turns into Kunkka and X marks back his teammates that got X marked.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Cool. Gotta get some hook on hook action here. That's good. Most of the time, Nande will obviously be playing as TA because Refraction's that good. But there's probably a case to be made that turning into Underlord is also good, right? The Rubik versus Underlord matchup is a classic because how much Firestorm just ruins him. Morph can do the same and pit him at the same time, which is
true.
Really strong. So let's see if that's the idea for Nande. Which priority does he have?
Oh, Palantimos. Is he gonna? He's gonna scout Supreme on the high ground. Oh, actually wants to go. He's gonna
nice
get hooked though. You can see Desire has his blink dagger. Actually, Pudge is gonna be the one taking the brunt of the damage. There's the Echo Slam coming in. Pudge is dead first. Vacuum in though. Morphling already really low. Nande is gonna have to get the hell out. Waveform up in just a moment. Echo Stomp to try and delay. Only hits one, in fact. And Supreme trying to chase down Kadaro. Unless he has another juke for the ages. Okay, well, he might actually have it.
Wait, why did TA not blink that? Okay, she wants to have it for sale. Maybe this was a good call to not get that kill. And compromise her position.
Can't be too greedy now.
No.
Ulnit,
That was a lot of big ults used.
I lied.
So Echo, Black Hole, Golem.
That's true. Yeah. DP still has ult though, so they can fight. He changed his mind on S and Y on the Underlord, by the way. It's going to be BKB into Assault.
375 move speed at nighttime is nothing to write home about.
Narman looking
But
for
I do
a hook.
suppose they have some coverage, as we talked about, between Surge, Upheaval, TA traps. They have so many slows that maybe the move speed is a secondary concern here.
Would you have preferred just S and Y or Boots of Travel instead of Treads?
I think the treads are just really valuable for farm
Atos,
speed.
Exorcism, Echo Stomp. So many ways to disable this. Darkseer, he is gonna actually live or not. The Death Prophet's gonna die instead.
Oh,
Gracious.
That is really bad news for Dandelions. They're both gone.
Palantimos, Dunzo as well. Boy, that was close to getting the Darkseer.
And a trap is another kill.
Desire gets hooked. Looking for more. Underlord not able to get the pit on time. And yeah, 4K lead for Mouz in pretty good position right now.
Very good sequence for them. And yeah, I mean, you know, Darkseer survived on, well, that 50 health, so a little bit unlucky as well that they didn't have a tiny bit extra. It's going to get way harder from here on out to kill him now. The pipe will be complete, and you imagine he will finish the Greaves, and then he can break out of DP Silence and search himself every time. So that was probably the last time that that play will be attempted in such a fashion by Dandelions. And they will lose 3 heroes in a tower for it, so that's an expensive lesson to learn. Yeah, Palantimos and that Enigma has had a very bad game. They first picked this hero overall. The Warlock has really slowed him down. Going for the auras here. Pipe after the mech. Probably just not going to think about Blink BKB at all this game is the question. I'm very curious to see what he does after this one.
Mid lane, bit of a group up here from Mouz.
Desire.
Looks like heroes are
will
very
get the
spread.
rune.
Desire.
That was extremely greedy.
Was it worth is the question.
Oh my god, that is so greedy. Holy shit.
Hashtag worth for sure.
Maybe he didn't have the
Dandelion
vision
or-
I thought he did. So that seemed crazy to me.
That's possible. Dandelion are very spread on the map, trying to farm in every single facet.
Yep.
As the BKB is up now for the Underlord, who's using
Good
Fiend's
movement
Gate.
from Nande there.
Nande, the most
This is
farmed
next
hero
level.
on the map.
Oh, I thought he was going to go back and farm. He's doing it again, right? He got spotted farming a camp, and then he looped around, and now he's farming the same area again because of this ward he has. So effectively just ran a ring around the rosy and then back.
Yeah, they'll never
That's
expect
funny.
that.
Yeah, exactly. This is a pretty unexpected farming pattern. So he's probably quite safe here, to be honest. He's even feels so safe that he waveforms to farm the ancients. So
Yeah, he stacks
he's
the
gonna get
camps
caught.
as well. This is nice. But yeah, he's got a lot on his shoulders in this game. Down
Yeah.
5K, most farmed here on the
True
map,
that.
but the rest, or the next 3, I should say, on the side of Mouz. But if they make it to late game, that's where Enigma, despite the struggle bus start, just becomes a monster of a hero. Then again, you do have the Warlock to cancel the ult. It's not Kuro playing the Warlock this time, so...
All right, that's just uncalled for.
Everybody's thinking it's Cinderella, all right? Just chill, all right? And we'll see how that matchup ends up faring in this
Easy
one.
tier 1 tower top, no defense mounted by Mouz, so Nande will grab this for himself, get the wave. Yeah, I struggle a little bit to feel confident about this lead for Mouz, specifically because I don't know what Underlord's net worth is worth yet. He sure does hit like a truck, so I see the value in that.
You just don't have faith in the Underlord carry, I see. Huh?
Oh, I'm not saying I doubt it. I'm not like this hero isn't gonna work. It's just, you know, inexperience on my part of having a clear reference for this. They will take the Tormentor very quickly.
Trying to steal the other Tormentor. It's very slow going.
Oh no, he can't do it, dude. He can't do it. He can't do it.
He gets it. Is it gonna be worth it?
Shit,
All for the Earthshaker. You have waveform in 1 second. TP, will he get hooks? Oh, he's in their base. What the fuck am I watching right now?
All right, he's running.
Narman, he's got his hook at the ready. Will Manta, nice. Waveform, but he gets silenced and killed. Oh dear. That was a clown show. Wow.
You know what? Glass half full, he got the Tormentor. That could have been so much worse.
True.
It was very close to failing the fight, and then they just clean up the Tormentor and him instead, but...
And Desire gets the shard, which is a good shard, to be fair. It's not like they gave it to... If it went to the Elder Titan, then you feel really bad about that.
True that.
But that was... Whew. That's some Benny Hill type shenanigans right there. Hook will not hit.
Not gonna land.
So the Pudge does have Crimson Guard. Interesting choice. It's mostly magic damage. What do you think about that? It is almost entirely magic damage. And it doesn't do anything against the physical of Death Prophet ult unless they've changed something I'm not aware of.
I don't think they have. I think the Ghosts pierce damage block.
Very interesting.
If they don't, okay, that's what's gonna decide my judgment here. If it blocks Ghosts, I think it's fine. If it doesn't, I don't really get the appeal here of buying Crimson. But maybe it's just like a timing thing. They're like, all right, this is when we want to win the game. We have our strategy with TA Underlord course. We want to push and win minute 30. What's the item I can buy that has the most impact in that specific team fight? Darkseid has the other auras. He has Greaves Pipe, so I buy the Crimson and we go. And if that's the rationale and they pull it off, that's fine.
Okay.
But it expires, is what I'm saying. Like, this Crimson Guard is not going to feel great soon, I think. Needs to put it to
Invis
work.
rune for Mobe. Did spot Supreme blinking over him. Not sure if he's trying to find him or not.
He can't solo him, I think.
No, he will definitely need some backup.
He doesn't even have detection, so he absolutely can't solo. But, he got spotted on a sentry. Oh no. He knows, though.
Yeah, he does.
Alright, time to get the hell out of here. See if he BKB TPs or just TPs. I mean, I guess BKB TP doesn't help against Pudge or Warlock, so maybe he just... Golem?
Oh!
Yikes. Wow, Merry Christmas, everyone.
Oh my god. Alright, well, the Golem was used for farming purposes, it seems.
Alright, Palantimos, time to smoke. This is your moment, your one chance.
Oh dear. Kuro strikes again.
That was really close. Hook?
Oh, that was so close.
Yikes. He actually, that would have hit if he wasn't bullwhipped, I think. No,
Alright, well, they need to
force
use
them
this
back to base
Aegis.
here. He has the butter, so he hits really fast and hard here. Yo, Mouse, your base. Alright. Pudge gonna TP back. He almost got a base tower.
Yeah, well,
on that split.
can't get it now because there's a Crimson Guard here, Cinderin. Block that damage. That's what it was built for.
Guys, I know Morph will split push, so I will buy Crimson to defend this Pudge. Said no one ever.
Yeah. I mean, Crimson's definitely really good this patch. It's just I don't see the physical damage. Unless, like you said, the ghosts... I mean, I don't remember there ever being a patch that it changed that, but who knows? It's been many years since Crimson was even remotely useful. Smoke now, and remember, this is a Wombo combo special they got going here. They're down 7k for the likes of Dandelion, but that could change in the blink of an eye. Echo Stomp on the TA, of course, the Aegis is there.
Oh,
Pudge has the hook at its
Force
ready.
Staff.
Yeah, we'll hook to safety. Pudge does not have
feel like
Shard.
committing on that.
He's about to pick up a blink for the Putka.
Let's see if this has shades of Mouz versus Secret all over it, where they went for that high ground push and failed and lost the game shortly after.
Maybe the
it's
Crimson is
gonna
just
work
for the
this time.
tower. That is a possibility. Tower is no more, though. Hook no good.
The Crimson's in the other team, Shin.
Yeah, to block the tower shots when they fortify.
Oh, okay.
Really important. I'm being semi-sarcastic here. So.
That's a good idea.
Okay, good.
Okay, tower
Olnet-
taken. No
Yep,
casualties.
Olnet has AC, and okay, once he gets Harpoon, then the move speed's not as big of a deal, right?
True. That helps a lot. Yep. Man, they have so many auras. Like, Mousesport's lineup is truly peaking right now. Underlord aura, AC, Pipe, Greaves, and Crimson. Like, they can't possibly get any more auras this game. Except, do they have drums too on Warlock? No, they don't. So they can get drums. That's it. They're capped out on all that team fight. Time to put it to work. Golem is ready again, so Black Hole not an easy play.
Are they just gonna give this up?
They're just conceding it, yeah. They feel like this is not worth the risk. And to be honest, this might be the best play. They can give them one lane, but I think another is stretching it. But they want to buy time for Nande to get his BKB, so he can get in there and get the job done. Important for him to have that against Underlord's Atrophy aura, which I think might have been part of the pick here, is that aura really cuts through Morphling's high base damage.
Okay, they get a full set of racks, absolutely no defense whatsoever.
You
from
can't give the
Dandelion.
second one for free, right?
No, surely not. They have Fortify. They will use it here. No Crimson Guard to block those pop shots,
A
Cinderin.
full minute on
They're
Aegis.
backstabbing here. Yeah, they still plenty of time. Tower's gone. And they're positioned to backstab. The melee is just...
Kind of too late.
Okay, Exorcism pop. They're going to try to go in. Silence on it too. Echoes slam onto 2 as well. There's the Crimson Guard. Actually keeping him alive as Olna was the one taking the brunt of the damage, but he's able to just slither away. Now the Spirit Siphon being applied. Supreme, 40 seconds on the Aegis still. And the Morphling hasn't really fully committed to this fight yet, and they finally blow up the TA.
It's just the
Life
Aegis.
number 1.
Black Hole is just waiting and waiting and waiting, and so is Golem. Game of
Warlock
chicken.
ult. Yeah, it really is. He pops the BKB for the TA. We'll try to back away. They did not get the melee racks.
But conversely, Dandelion also did not
technically
get
defended.
any kills. And they
Yes.
used big spells.
Oh, hook.
All right.
Onto the ET, blown up by Supreme.
So here's the problem.
Crimson popped again.
You used Echo, Exo, and BKBs, and you killed a TA Aegis who still has Golem on backup. I think it's time for second lane. This upcoming fight for Dandelion is extremely difficult. I think Supreme just goes in without Aegis now and is like, whatever.
Yeah.
That seems to be
He
the
will
plan.
try.
They're stalling him the
The
best
block
they
is
can,
there.
But
He still has range.
Melee
Melee dead. Okay, well, this is 2 lanes now for Mouz with very little defense from Dandelions.
Nice
The
hook.
Death Prophet.
Really good.
Yep. Still no shard on the Pudge. And they'll just back away. They did not get the range, but nobody cares.
Okay. The question now, what they were obviously trying for with that backstep Dandelions was to find Warlock. If they could have somehow found him and killed him first, that opens up the fight completely for Enigma. That might be the go-to next time as well, is make the same
Cinder-
play and just hope for a better outcome.
Our scan
Can I ask you a very simple question right now?
Do you ask any other questions?
Have you even noticed there being an Underlord in this game? Like, legitimately.
Yeah, he has a very big cleave. I've seen that in the jungle a lot.
Like, honestly, this feels like it's been TA and only TA, and I literally have been forgetting that Underlord exists in this game.
There's the hidden factor of the aura in that fight. I think Atrophy actually made a pretty big difference in the survival of the initial engagement.
Okay.
But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the Underlord was very replaceable in this draft so far. It hasn't like been like, wow, Underlord was gorgeous in this game.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. It's not a...
They scan out.
Oh boy.
Okay, all in on this Underlord. Black hole, adaptive strike, the hook.
That was
not
so
enough to
close.
save. It actually hits the Morphling instead. They pop the Crimson. Looks like Palinemos will just get run down. Vacuum back. Oh, looks like he's fine, actually. We'll blink with the Malefice onto the Pudge.
Warlock.
Waveform back in from Nande. Bengen looking for the rock. He will finally place it onto the Enigma and then die shortly after.
No, maybe not.
Staying alive with the Shadow Word. Actually will live, but Nande might be able to save with the hook. Okay, Nande really wants to finish the job. He'll get it. But now Supreme is here waiting along with a lot of other allies. Even the Tormentor spawns again. Nande. Yeah, Manta's up. Waveform up as well. Trying to go through this Crimson Guard. He'll get it. Double kill for the Morphling.
An actual gamer. This guy in Morph, man. Something special. Dare I say that just blew the game wide open. It's a really nice play call.
Two racks down.
It's a really nice play call to go and catch the Underlord there and kill him with those two. That was extremely important. They finally got some value out of Enigma in this move, and yeah, they're 2 racks down, or a racks and a half, I suppose, but 6k gold, and considering it's Nande's Morph and how good the game is, this is not out of reach by any stretch of the imagination, especially if you couple it with any sort of good ET combination. Put the Spirit on top of them with 4 points in natural order. You just absolutely blast them with Adaptive Strike, with the Conda. The burst is there. Mouz still very much so in a comfortable position, but can't say with confidence that they're just easily winning this now after getting those 2 free lanes of barracks. They're going to lose Roche now too. They're nowhere near. Almost pinging it. He does have his ult.
Roche is up now. It will be spotted. Now, this was scanned out by Mouz, so they know that Dandelion are in here. Damage Rune will be dissipating here as well.
So
Exorcism activated just to make sure that they can take it. This will be Roche's banner.
There comes the smoke. It's too late. Ages on Nande.
He will begrudgingly pick up the Roshan banner, realizing that it's...
You really had to think about getting that one.
He's like, oh yeah, it's actually decent now. Maybe not for the defense, though.
Somebody's gonna die here.
Yep, Supreme going for the kill onto the ES, but they'll settle for the Enigma instead.
Nice hook.
Everybody, okay, the hook. Kadaro. Was he actually in vision there?
I think so.
That was close.
Yeah. Staying around and pushing that wave in that fashion after killing Roche, I feel like is very greedy when the entire enemy team is missing. That could have just been taken care of by a wave of Eidolons, right? But they stood with 2 heroes and killed the creeps. So a bit of a blunder there from Dandelion, rightfully so, punished by Mouz, but they can't really take any buildings off of this, I would think. 20 seconds. Maybe the mid-range is what he's going to claim, but relatively inconsequential here. This was inevitable. We'll just get it now.
So now if you're Dandelion, more importantly than getting the Aegis is you're denying the Aegis on TA. Yeah. You can just go all in on this hero.
Yep.
And they certainly have the lockdown. That is for sure. And now with the Satanic, Nande is really packing a punch.
The player to watch here is, well, basically the support duo of Mouz. Pudge needs to save and Bengen needs to not get caught. That's the name of the game for both players. Here.
They smoked up right now.
Though I say that.
See if they try to blow up the Warlock. That's so their... Oh yeah, he's mega dead. Good attempt at the hook, but it's too late.
So they both failed their task successfully.
Narman.
And Narman's dead.
Rooted up. No TP for you. Pops the Crimson. But he's donezo. All right, this game is definitely interesting. And Nande, he just picked up the Satanic, but he's already 2k into his Scotty. This guy is a monster.
And now we go back to what we talked about prior to this game even starting, which is Mouz's mental, right? They've lost 3 games in a row. They just qualified for a very big tournament, probably came in with confidence here. And now it might feel like, man, are we really messing up again after getting 2 lanes of barracks? Like, what's going on? Just really a couple of crucial minutes ahead here where if they lose their way just slightly, the racks are going to be equalized, or they might just lose the game. Morph is huge. He can push the base very fast.
Huge.
Yeah, and you have the EXO too. So mistakes will be expensive. Underlord working on
They
Satanic
get the
after this
Underlord. Okay.
completed. So
Has he been able to right-click anyone this game? Am I just like not noticing things
Don't
right
know
now?
if I've seen him hit a hero.
Genuinely, right? It's just spellcasting.
I'm not even exaggerating. I don't remember seeing him attacking a hero. It may have happened.
I don't know why it's so funny. God. I'm a big fan of Underlord. He's done nothing this game, honestly.
Isn't it almost mandatory on this type of carry to have some sort of mobility? I know he has Harpoon, but what if this MKB was like an overwhelming blink, for example?
Yeah.
Or I know the MKB, he might feel like he needs it to hit the morph, and I get that problem, but it doesn't matter that you can now attack the morph when you never reach him anyway. But we'll see if Olnet finds a way.
I'm trying to chase Olnet.
The narrative of the game
out.
is can the carry attack? It's my favorite story of Pro Dota in a long time.
Can the carry do
Let's see if
anything?
Olnet gets to attack. It's literally... My goodness.
I mean, he's very
Goodness
farmed,
me.
though. Don't get me wrong.
Oh, yeah.
So this Aegis doesn't look like it's going to be used, Cinderant. They're actually scanned out here, surprisingly enough, despite the Aegis still being up.
Yep.
Bottom side of the map, though, Death Prophet runs into the Dark Seer, but
Nothing coming from that.
Force just gets out. The Dark Seer farm has really not progressed as fast as I'm used to seeing.
Oh, Underlord is taking a lot of the map. He's playing...
Okay, he just finished Ags.
He's playing side lanes and then connecting with Fiend's Gate, so a ton of space that would usually befall Darkseer is on the Underlord with his 400 CS, and TA is taking the rest, right? That's just... There's only so many creeps, which is crazy to say with this map, but... There is
He does have normal punch now, though, so the Morphling actually matters.
That has
And
True Strike, right? That attack can't miss.
I was just going to ask the same
I'm
question.
pretty sure
I
it
don't...
can't miss.
I'm pretty sure
it
you're
says
right,
there.
but it
yeah,
doesn't...
it has True Strike, yeah.
True Strike, yeah. Okay.
So that's a big illusion, absolutely, to get in the fight.
Does not pierce debuff immunity, though.
Yeah, he has to hit him outside of BQB.
All right, we got a smoke from Dandelions. They have a Shiva's on DP. I'm sure she's had that for a long time. Just getting back up to speed here, of course. Hope Supreme is going to show himself mid. Sees the Death Prophet, though. Atos to start things out. The Shivas to follow, trying to get through these refraction charges. They get
he's
through them
fast.
initially. Exorcism is already popped. Feels like they have to fight, but the disengage is there for Mouz.
Olnet,
He is
attacked
really
Morph.
fast. Olnet, he's getting destroyed right now. The big, fat, juicy Underlord about to die with a couple more right clicks, but he
Atos?
makes it to the high ground. Atos is there. The Exorcism not finishing the job, though.
Yeah, tell me what carry would have survived there, Shannon. aside
Meanwhile,
from Underlord?
the Earthshaker gets destroyed by Supreme. Crimson Guard popped by Narman.
Oh, that's
Vacuum
good.
wall onto 3 heroes. The silence on Ananda. He's going to have to get out or potentially just try to fight this out, but his Enigma is already dead. The pit onto 2 heroes. This is a disastrous fight for Dandelion. But the TA does die. Nande able to burst him down. Can they fight
Get punched here.
without the TA? Narman, he's going to go down to the Morphling in all likelihood. Pit of Malice is used, but really to no avail. The waveform is successful. Oh, but the Harpoon back in, the normal punch as well. Nande's in a bit of trouble. He's getting beat down by Olnet, finally able to right-click an actual hero. Satanic keeping him a decent amount of HP, but they finally kill off the Morphling. And he does not have buyback, by the way.
Dude, these
And
are
the
the
tier
games
4
in,
is taking damage.
these are the games in pubs where the Morphus is like, I'm 1v9. Did you see that fight? Oh my god, how much work does he need to do? He did 15,000 damage. His team combined did like 5. It's... Shaker didn't get Echo off, Enigma didn't get Black Hole off, and the Death Prophet X... I mean, they were so close to killing Underlord, to be fair. If they kill him in the initiation, this is a totally different story now. Can Mouz finish the job? 20 seconds on TA. She does not have Boots of Travel. She could buy them and then not have buyback, but I don't think
They don't know.
I don't think Mouz know for a
Morphling.
fact, and I don't know if they're in the mind space to go for this play. It's really, it's a big move to make now in your elimination game to buy Travis here and go for it.
Is 900 gold off of buyback.
Yeah.
So
They have
bounty rooms
decent
will not be
stalling. They
enough.
have Glyph. They have ET. They have Shaker, Enigma. Like, gotta find a hook if you want to break this one open, I think. This is gonna
it's always
keep
a
being annoying.
possibility.
Alright, Olnet
Olnet,
cleaving every
he does
building,
hit.
but they're invulnerable.
That's true. More
There's the
stuns
Glyph.
coming. There's the fortification. 15 seconds for Morphling. So he will be back in time before these racks are taken out. The question is, will this tower survive?
The answer is no. You're lucky.
Oh, one more right.
there we go.
Oh,
knew
you're
it.
lucky.
Oh,
Oh, Moby wants
Okay.
to fight. Gets the Atos. Earthshaker. Gets off the
Good
fissure,
force.
but the 4 staffs are there for Olnet.
eat him
And
up.
he's been eaten by Putka. All right, I feel like Dandelions really need to find a team fight where, I mean, it's not even one of those things that they need every ult to hit. They just need a couple.
Yes.
And the Exorcism has been kind of a difficult one to, which is interesting that's because they have so much lockdown for it.
Mouse are just doing a good job with their 4 staffs, right? They have Pike on TA and they have 4 staff on Warlock, and they're just creating distance that way.
That's why Mobe has a blink dagger.
Yeah.
They're going to go for the old Tormy action. Nope, not interested in getting that Earthshaker his shard. Or the Elder Titan, I should say. Understandable. The smoke is popped. And Force is going to blink away, avoiding the Shivas. Roche is up in the pit, ready to go. Oh my god, the damage from Supreme is absurd,
that's a long
but he
fissure.
gets fissured.
That's a long hook.
Nice save with the hook, and he eats him, and he's gone. Nice job from Narman, and they used the Exorcism for this, so they had to get something out of it. Darkseer getting destroyed on the high ground. Is he going to be able to get away? Black Hole coming. They find the Darkseer just on the edge of the Black Hole. Supreme is going to delete Enigma for his transgressions, but they buy back onto the Darkseer immediately. But
Supreme
again, the
is
TA,
dead.
he pops the BKB and dies instantly. Does have buyback as Narman's surrounded now. Will be eaten. Or he is doing the eating, I should say, but dies shortly
Dice to
after.
Roche. Love that.
Okay, that's interesting. Palantimos finally going to drop here, and that's a dieback for him. And Supreme, okay, the Warlock Golem comes out. Nande trying to chase Supreme. This is going to be a 1vx situation again. Normal punch.
Good
Fissure
fissure.
trying to buy him a little bit of time. He's trying to go all in onto Supreme, but he's inside the Pit of Malice now. He can't hold his ground any longer. Pops the Manta and dies. Has the buyback for the eventual defense, but the Roshan will go the way of Mouz. They're going to be able to get the Death Prophet as well. So it costs a couple of buybacks onto the Darkseer and TA, but
Oh, are they actually...
well worth it.
Oh, I thought he was going to maybe fight the Roche with this buyback and just go full YOLO 3v4. They could actually make this a 4v4 if they bought back Death Prophet and smoked instantly and headed down there, but I actually, no way. They can't make it in time. So, I guess Nande just makes the judgment call that if I don't buy back, I'm going to be forced to anyway, so I might as well go push out the waves now. My teammates can't stall long enough. Probably the right call. This way you reserve the Death Prophet buyback instead.
Yeah, now you got to go through TA twice.
Yeah.
Nande trying his best to keep this game alive. But Mouse definitely in the driver's seat right now to extend this to a game number 3.
Enigma eyeing up the Ags here. Interesting. Don't know if that's good. in this game.
I mean, surely you go refresher.
Yeah, if you go refresher, you have a counterplay to Warlock, right? It's like the
Warlock
only...
does have a second. Oh wait, he didn't take the refresher shard. Who took that? Is it Darkseer?
Yeah.
Yeah.
DS has that. Yeah, I do feel like refresher is the way to go here to have a counterplay, but
Well, they're gonna have Black Hole in 20 seconds. Everything else online for Dandelions. It's gonna be tough. Shieldrune on TA right now as well. She is so ridiculously tanky.
yeah, that's a tough kill. They
And
need to start
Morphling already
softening her
turns
up,
into
actually. They have
the-
to start doing some damage to the shield rune. I'm very careful here, Mouz.
I mean, the Shieldrune is dissipating. It's not going to be up that much longer. Echo Stomp onto
Okay.
2. They're going to try to go all in. Echo Slam is available, and they use it. They kill off the Underlord immediately. He buys back and has his ult to get back into the fray. Black Hole
Onto Nande.
Well, okay. Well, that's life number 1. Finally, the Golem comes out. Kadaro already dead. He has to be careful. This will be a dieback for him, but Nande is the one they have all their sights set on. He's silenced. He's getting destroyed by the right clicks of TA. Trying to get to the other side, but
waveforms?
pops the Satanic. Has to attempt a getaway, but the Pit of Malice again is there. Shiva's to follow. Nande is dead. No way to get back into this game, and Olnit finally getting accustomed to be able to right-click some freaking heroes as GG is called. Going to a game 3.
I can't
Gracious.
Oh my god, that last fight was pure stress. You could just tell the players were out of it. My god, that black hole was not even... I think the closest enemy was 500 range outside the black hole. He just YOLO'd it and hoped somebody was in the trees, and the only guy he hit was his own morph. Like, nobody even...
When I saw that in the corner of my eye, I got really confused. I'm like, wait, did he miss it? Or was there someone there that I couldn't see?
And the sad part about that for Dandelions is it was actually a beautiful initiation. The way they started that fight, completely blasting the Underlord, getting TA down to half, forcing her out. And then they really, I understand they want to chase there, and I don't think it's a mistake, but the spell casting that followed that left something to be desired, that's for sure. So, wild.
High stress, Cinder, and high stress.
All right. I mean, Mouz, they get a win. The carry Underlord worked. And it seemed like a little bit of a like surprise strat that they had planned against, I suppose, mainly the morph is what the Underlord is meant to be good against here. But by no means was this a clean win for Mouz. And
No.
if there's still things to sharpen up, but very entertaining game.
Cinderin, go ahead. Keep talking. I'm going to try to fix my lighting, I guess.
Yep. That's sometimes the sun gets in your eyes, you know, and sometimes it gets in your entire face and your back when you're unlucky. But wow, what a fun game! Like that was crazy. I didn't really know who had it at any point until the very end. I feel like until Morph truly died and didn't have buyback, this could have gone any way. That's when Mouz put the final nail in the coffin for the game. But who's to say how Game 3 will go? Who's to say who's the favorite? And who's to say if we'll ever see Carry On the Lord again in our lives? They won, but Shannon, hello.
Yep.
You back?
Hopefully that fixed it. We'll see.
Did the sun just burn your entire room?
The sun has risen here, and
you
it's
are a
ruined
fan,
my camera.
so-
So yeah, it's true.
It's there for you.
Sorry, what were you saying, Cinderin? I'm sure it was really interesting.
It was, but it's okay. Check the VOD.
I'm not interested, actually. I've heard enough of you in my lifetime. So, Underlord carry works, Cinderin. Unbelievable. It did not look particularly... I mean, most of the stuff that looked good were the Pit of Malices, which that just comes with the hero no matter what position you are, right? But they pull it out, and the TA, I have to say, does look amazing.
Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, Dandelions let it through. I don't think... I mean, they're probably going to get first pick, I would imagine, this game, depending on what the rules are, actually. I'm not sure, but I don't see TA getting through regardless. We get to see it once and get reminded why it's been banned. Because, like, if this was an old patch, they had, like, just Death Prophet alone rips right through the refractions. really fast.
I'm surprised they opted to go for Enigma over the TA. Like maybe they just respect Mouz's Enigma that much, but TA is banned every game for a reason. And the one time you get the option to trade, you choose Enigma over it, and then you also didn't ban Warlock, right? So they could have covered that problem if they wanted to, but they didn't do that either. So yeah, probably a couple of things to adjust in the draft to make Dandelion's lives easier. But just for Mouz, maybe this is just like, this is how runs start, right? You have a bad streak, you're struggling, and then you finally get that 1W. And then, you know, if they win this third game, who knows how far they can go in this with a little bit of momentum. But I've mixed feelings about the way they won this game. I like their itemization a lot, but I don't really like the Underlord carry, and I feel like the game was very all over the place and chaotic.
Did you like the Crimson?
It was better than I expected, but it was hard to gauge just how much it did. But I guess how to say, what Mouz were trying to do with it was what happened. Then it's about whether the numbers were good enough. But he found many team fights immediately after buying that where it was used on his entire team, and maybe that's a part of the reason that my Mouz pulled ahead in some of them, was that the Crimson was blocking a lot of Morphling's attack damage on certain heroes. So,
right.
You know, who's to say?
Okay, well, that does it for game number 2 over here, which means we get 2 3-game series, Cinderin, today.
Yes.
So let's see who will move on in the qualifiers with the game 3 coming up next.
Official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome, everyone, to Game 3. I don't know why I'm putting up my hand like this. It insinuates it's Game 5. Game 3 over here for the Western European qualifiers of TI13. Very important stuff. Suns fan here with Cinderin. Mouz versus Dandelions. That last game was a shit show in a good way. I enjoyed watching and casting that.
It was very entertaining. A lot of the time, Dota is most entertaining to watch when shit hits the fan, right? Like when stuff misses, when the fights are chaotic, when it isn't all structured and formulaic. That was that game. There was nothing formulaic about that one. Let's see what the teams have learned after that one. So Dandelions have learned we don't like playing against TA, which I could have told them before the game. If they needed coaching, they can just hit me up and I will tell you, ban TA. They're also going to ban their own Enigma. They're like, you're not getting a second chance on that Palantimos, apparently. And what's left to ban?
So Gyro was banned last time. Clockwork was in there.
Pudge is a ban potentially after that previous game. Some teams have banned that first phase. Tiny. They will ban the clock.
Dark Willow. And those are those are all the things that were banned last time.
Let's see what Mouz try their hands with here. So I feel like we're forgetting one that's still available.
Well, I just read off all of them.
Okay. Then we're not.
Well, in terms of first bans from last game.
Oh, yeah, I meant like in general, like meta first picks of the tournament so far that is still available. I feel like there's one left that is just not coming to mind. It's a bit hard when you're not looking at all the hero lists. Gonna see if I can find it here. Darkseer's still in, right?
Yeah. We did see a Phoenix first pick.
And Weaver. So, okay, they're actually not going to go for the DS here, Mouz. They're leaving it open. And we'll promptly be responded to with Tiny. One of the better heroes at killing Willow. If you blink toss Avahur, she just dies. And if you're very quick at it, it's more or less impossible to react with Shadow Realm. If you start with the toss, it has basically no animation. And Dandelions, as they showed in game 1, they are not afraid to put this mid. These bans from Mouz were instant, by the way. Out with Morph, out with the Ench. Zero
they got all the confidence in the world center. They finally won a game.
Yep, now they're feeling themselves.
Honestly, it should help a lot. I feel like that getting over that little issue, even if it was a sloppy game, I think they'll still feel good about getting a W.
It is true. When you're losing a lot, winning does help. It's a good point.
I hate you.
Warlock.
Right.
Okay.
He's back.
This time, though, he's not countering anything. He's picked early, and he's on the other team. This is quite the adjustment from Dandelions, but it feels like they're coming into the series with a very clear mindset of, we're going to beat you guys in team fights, right? All 3 games, the way they've drafted, very heavy team fight lineups.
5 seconds remaining.
I wonder why they picked this over the ET, though, in this case. Because that's been their... That looked good when... I think Kidara did fine in the previous game. It wasn't the ET's fault, in my opinion, that game didn't work. But, different game. Entirely with a Warlock. So usually what deals well with this... usually what deals well with Warlock is heroes that can flank and don't stack up. So you don't land in that entire combo. So Spirit heroes like Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit are good against Warlock. Puck can be nice. You get the idea. Just make a lineup that doesn't all stack into a ball. And maybe that's what Dandelions kind of are daring Mouz with, isn't that how you guys always play, kind of. So we'll see if Mouz have that depth. Not mad at Pudge here as an option, potentially.
No one would ever be mad at Pudge, Cinderin, let's be real.
Don't know if they play the Willow on position 5, though, for Bengen.
Dire team pick.
Oh, Banana Mancer making an appearance. All right.
Why?
Very cool.
Okay, I don't understand the. I'm sure we'll get our questions answered, but Venno in my book is not particularly great against, especially Warlock. I think he's just not good against, right? You're slow, you're not mobile, you're just playing static fights, playing zone control. And against Tiny, he's better against Tiny because Tiny really hates being slow to a crawl, but you're also, if you get displaced, you're just dead. So this one's a bit puzzling for me. I'm assuming it's a support, Venno.
Yeah.
Brewmaster? More team fight for Dandelions? No surprise.
Yep.
Seems to
This
be
has
how they
been a
roll.
ban in the. I don't know if it's been banned this series, but we've been seeing it in the latter half of a lot of these games.
So the facet roll out the barrel has very high win rate in Immortal Pubs. It's the one where you throw your Cinder Brew through your barrel. See if that's his choice. Probably is. Seems to be the better one. I feel like there's still. It would be really good for Dandelions to not pick mid now or off lane. If they could pick carry and leave Tiny to absolute last to decide how they flex that, it would be great. But their go-to carry in this spot when they are lacking information is generally Morphling, and that's banned for the first time this series. So, what are they
The
going to
only
run?
thing I can think of with the Venomancer, by the way, is maybe they want this to force this Tiny to be support, because it ruin it. I mean, can you think of a worse, like a better hero to ruin Blink Dagger type heroes?
I mean, it's fine, but at the same time, a lot of Tiny's initiations come from smoke, and then your Plague Wards aren't doing it. Tiny can get Shadow Blade, and a lot of games. I mean, it's obviously it's not great for Tiny by no means. I'm not gonna downplay that it is a factor, but I just don't know if it's enough. Okay, hang on. Tiny committed to core, but he could still be carry, so they're keeping the flex open that way
Yeah.
by getting the Grim. So good pairing with Brewmaster. This is a very strong lane. The Dispel is amazing this game. The Shard on Grim is the item to look out for. Can remove Venomous Gale. Can remove all of Willow's combo except the Terrorize. Pretty nice.
But Venomancer can stun people for dispelling.
If he gets the
his
Shard.
Gale.
Yeah, true.
It's pretty
I do believe
decent.
the order of operations there does get them stunned when they get Grimstroke Heart dispelled. I think it is made correctly, so to speak.
I think Valve programmed it correctly. I would agree with that.
Because you could actually argue that Manta isn't working as intended, right? Because you do get stunned when you Manta, right? I think.
You mean like this? You're talking about from Veno? Yeah.
Yeah. That arguably that shouldn't be the case because you're dispelling first and then you're invulnerable for 0.1 second. So
Oh, I see. But
in
then
reality,
it would
you
defeat
should
the purpose
dodge
of the
stunner.
spell.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it works that way because otherwise it would just be terrible, right? But it's
Yeah.
it's a bit of an odd one. The what's it called? Lethal something.
Gyrocopter.
I don't think it's a gyro.
So Mouse looking for a mid laner, and like you said, the Tiny can be flexed, so either mid lane or carry here.
Mouse plays some weird stuff mid sometimes. I'm wondering if they're actually considering Veno mid as an option
Veno?
here. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, against Tiny. Because they will not have the info until the last pick is the problem here. I would imagine that lane is pretty bad for Tiny, actually. Like, really bad.
Well, sure.
If Veno's good.
But then what about the rest of the game?
It depends what you pick around it, right? If they could somehow round out their lineup in a way. I'm just saying, I've seen crazier stuff, right? They played mid Phoenix 2 games ago when they had 0 stuns, so...
I mean, we've seen
what's-
Lion with Fist 2 games in a row.
Yep, we've seen that too.
Anything's possible.
Today, anything goes. So this time they're going to ban the Ursa. We were talking about that as a gyro solution game 1 when they did go for the Morph. Now neither is available. So what are you going to find on the side of Dandelions to deal with this gyro? And how come you're banning Meepo?
Huh.
Is that a hero that... Supreme does play it, so maybe they think mid Meepo is a big problem here. I think they have decent heroes against it, but
I don't think they want to get cheese in an elimination game.
I suppose so. What carries are left that are good against gyro? Lifestealer's out. They banned that themselves. Terrorblade.
Have you seen a Terrorblade since they changed it?
Not Not much of it, no. Shadow Fiend?
It is still there. That's true.
These teams have not, they've just ignored it every draft, right? I think it was never banned either. They just don't care for it. It's just very interesting to see these dynamics when teams just don't have the hero pool. In a lot of our other games, Shadow Fiend has been first phase banned, and it's really dictated the draft a lot here that ban slot has been free to ban something else. That's why you see a hero like Rubik out. It's why you see a hero like Batrider out by Mouse. They've banned these two every game against Desire, just targeting him very clearly. Because they feel like they can do it since they don't trade away an SF for it.
You know, hero is good. Well, depends on what position you want to play it, I guess. I guess if Tiny... Can you still play Pango mid?
Yeah, absolutely. Pango's great this patch. He's really good.
Pango's still there if you
Yeah.
want to put Tiny as the one.
Yesterday,
Maybe against an Ember, though.
Quest played Pango mid on Noob in game 1, and he owned. It was so strong.
Which fat? I'm guessing he took the double jump.
Yes, yeah, it does a ton of damage. I love that suggestion if Mobe feels confident and they play carry Tiny. I actually think mid Pango is going to own this game. I think it's a really good idea.
They don't have many stun. They do have a couple of roots, though, which is annoying for Pango, but...
He's very playable in this game.
Otherwise, if it's a Tiny mid, then, yeah, a lot of carries taken out of the pool. It's Pudka! Can't be sad about that. That looks like a
Pudge
core
carry.
Pudka. Hell
In
yeah.
the last game of this series, one
Hell
of these teams is
yeah.
going home. Man, you know what? I want to commend
Pudge-
I want to commend both teams for having balls. Okay, like they're just picking
Yes,
what they want,
agreed.
and I don't know. I mean, Pudge in theory is quite good against Gyro in certain phases of the game because you just block so much of his damage with your what's the third ability called now? It's not called Flesh Heap anymore. This is innate now.
It's meat something.
Meat Shield, very original Valve.
Yeah.
There's a lot of value to Meat Shield in this game. You block Ion Shell, you block a lot of Venos damage, you block a lot of Gyro, block a lot of Flame Guard. So I understand the value in that, but it also just feels quite all-in-ish in a way. That this time around, if this goes later, when Darkseer, Ember, and Gyro all have farm and scale into the late game, you have Gyro to kill the Brewlings, you have the Darkseer, who is, I want to say, relatively unanswered in his ability to land combos in this game. And do you have the catch for Ember, who is the last pick of the draft? You have one Tiny combo and a Silence from Grim. And Dismember, which, you know, isn't technically there, but Supreme should be good enough to deal with that most of the time. Supreme's going Chain Gang, by the way. Every other
one is
mid-Ember
that?
we've seen has taken the
Double
extra hit.
slight.
So this one gives him 4 targets on Searing Chains instead of 3, and it allows his remnants to also cast Chain. So technically you can hit, what's that, 16 targets. You want to do some math here? How many targets can you hit with Axe Refresher?
That's a lot.
48 is the correct answer.
Okay, thank you.
Yep,
Professor
very welcome. I'm
Cinderin.
sure this is going to happen. Hate when this happens in my pubs, when the Ember literally chains the entire map, all the camps and the lanes. It's like Tree and Axe.
Well, I have good news for you, Cinderin. Pudge is using our set with the beard.
And he took
Very
Flayer's
exciting
Hook
stuff.
as carry. So
Of course.
if that
Yeah, I mean,
isn't
there's no
telling
question.
of the other one, then I don't know what
Yeah.
is. Because carry Pudge is the most obvious role to take the Dismember empowerment
Yeah.
on. And if you don't do it on
But
this,
I really hope that they don't nerf that one and they just buff the other one. I think that would be great for Dota. Thank you.
I mean,
to
there's
my
a
TED
way
Talk.
of rebalancing this where it's not necessarily a nerf, but just a change of the numbers where it might be slightly worse later and slightly better earlier or something, right? So you just lower the percentage and then increase the flat, for example, so that some of the most ridiculous outliers are changed. But
Yeah, I just think the speed feels so good that
I don't think they're
cannot
taking that away
change.
from it. I think that's staying. I think they're changing the numbers on the damage.
We'll see, Cinderin. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right, game number 3, elimination game. Who will prevail? Let's see what the facets look like. Anything weird? We talked about the chain gang already. Afterburner for gyrocopter.
Yeah, standard.
No big surprise there. Patient Zero, we probably won't see the Plague Ward one. It just seems objectively worse in most cases, but it's a cool idea, being able to put Plague Wards on the heroes. I don't think we're going to see a battle here, as the Hook will secure
3
a
runes
bounty.
for Dire. I think this is the first game today. It's not a 2-2 split, right? Well, there's a little X factor that Pudge can do that.
Warlock took the Black Grimoire this game, by the way.
Oh, what did he?
Instead
what was
of,
yeah, Bengen took the other one.
The other one is like your healing applies extra damage to the golem, essentially. Like
It
the
deals
damage over
more
time,
immolation
or,
damage based on your own HP and mana regen. Okay.
Yeah, so you get this little consumable.
Yeah.
And is this the one that you cannot put in your backpack?
No, that's the Gree from Witch Doctor.
Okay. But you can put it in your inventory. You can't put it in your backpack, though.
Yeah, the Gree that is?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. But yeah, this one effectively allows Warlock to use Black Grimoire and gain 250 experience per charge it has, and it gets a charge every time you get a kill or an assist. So I find these ideas quite interesting, and I think it's fun to see how the player base interacts with stuff like that, because I want to say my gut feel is that the average player will be insanely greedy. You know?
Oh, yeah.
They will keep this until the game is over, and then they will use it.
Yes,
on a pro
that's-
level, it's
sure.
a very interesting thing, because this is a timing item where you can choose, when do I want my value? Do I want a faster level 6? Do I want a faster level 12? Is there a key talent I want to reach? And also just in general, how is the game going? If you're absolutely popping off, you know, and getting assists left, right, and center, this book is just mega value.
Yeah, it could be a win more
interesting.
type scenario.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I have yet to see this in a pro game, but I'm not sure what the ratio is. Cannot wait for stats on the facets for pro games. That is going to be very fascinating to look at. But yeah, we'll be seeing a carry Pudge, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty fast... I mean, after the Phase Boots Bracer, it's going to be pretty much right away the Aghanim Scepter for Nande. And I mean, is there any any issue with him getting around, like as a carry, like move speed wise? Like feels like with Venomancer, with the roots from the Brambles, it's just going to be an annoying game for Pudge to get around. You do have Toss, I suppose, to get him in and out.
Yeah, what do you have? You have Toss.
Top out.
The Grim Ink is obviously amazing on Pudge.
Yeah.
That's the biggest one.
But do you
Edge-
think do you go? You don't go Blink, do you, on this hero?
You
As a
do, as
position
carry.
one?
I definitely think you do. Yeah, it's
Okay.
part of your build, but it's not. It's probably not until you have an upgraded boot, an Ags, and maybe one more item. Like, depending on the game, a lot of the time you see Eternal Shroud. I think Shroud is just mandatory.
Shroud's
this
amazing
game.
here. Oh yeah.
So yeah, I guess he's gonna take that route for his build. Currently, he's eyeing up Phase, Bracer, and Ags in his quick buy. We'll see how that changes over time. Pretty slow start compared to the last game. No kills just yet, and everybody seems decently happy. Nobody's getting crushed in lane. Nobody's owning, and the pull camps for the most part are accounted for. A little bit of a Gale bot onto Palantimos, but they're gonna turn
own
around
it.
here.
Yeah, Inkswell will end up hitting. That's a lot of damage, but he does have 9 stick charges, so Desire's going to have to back away. Doesn't
Narman
want to
came for
overextend.
this.
Narman, yeah. Brambles placed. Palantimos, they get the Blood Grenade as well, but there's just no reach to finish it.
Narman with the tax. He uses his Shadow Realm to last hit the range creep right in front of Ulnet. Sure, he's very happy about that. You're welcome for the help, guys. I didn't help and took your farm. And he's leaving.
Yeah, it's
And
just
this
disgusting
leaves
behavior.
Force vulnerable, obviously. He's Darkseer level 3, no mana against this Warlock Pudge lane, so Nande is just gonna free farm completely. Do whatever he likes here.
Radiant structures are
A lot of denies there as well. Force not going to be too happy with that. He's level 4 right now, but mid lane, Mobe was getting gone on. Norman made his very slow rotation from bottom. Should have been pretty obvious that was happening. So Mobe just taking damage and not really suffering too much consequence.
Yep.
Norman, I mean, he's position 5, or I mean, he's position 4 technically because he's in the off lane. But do you think the Venomancer is going to end up being the actual 4 in the end?
I don't think that's how this team operates in general. That
Like, do you like Veno as a 5?
Yeah, I think it's its best role.
Oh, okay.
The way you play it as a 5 is what we've seen mainly. Oh, hang on, pressure bottom, Palantimos. Counterplay is immediate from Desire. This is a very awkward engagement. All right, they're out. Well, he's very fast when he keeps Afterburner running, so he'll be fine. The Venomancer, like the benchmark for 5 Veno right now, in my opinion, is snaking on Tundra, who secures the lane, but makes sure he doesn't fall behind on farm. So he effectively is playing 5, but he's getting very farmed as a 5, and then he buys really good utility items for the team. So on a game-to-game basis, I've seen him buy armor items when they're playing against physical lineups. He can buy magic resist. He can buy utility items like Force Death Glimmer. No, that's what's nice about Veno is your hero is good without any items, so you can buy whatever your team needs. And that makes for a very cool 5 utility hero, right?
Oh, Palantimos.
He's rolling out the barrel, but he is.
Yep, gets hit by the Gale. Ulnet will get the kill one way or another, and that's going to be first blood for the Gyrocopter.
Supreme's here to witness it.
Extremely good about that. Yeah, I was wondering what he was doing here.
Okay, they might just set up
career.
shop here and try to steal the wisdom with their 6 Ember already over here. Dandelions need to not let this happen, or they need to at least steal the enemy one, but they're in no position to do either right now.
Oh, the courier killed. They did scan this out, so they know that they're up here as well.
This is
TP
gonna be
coming.
spicy.
5 seconds to go. Mobe should be able to grab
Toss
it.
away and get it. Fine.
Does force the mid laner to come about. This force will get the other one. Narman, in the meantime, almost goes down to the creeps, but Nande's the one to pick up the kill. Now he's in a bit of trouble. Gets vacuumed back into the bramble, and one more right click will do it. Not even needed, in fact, the Ion Shell enough.
That's Heart of Battle.
Nicely done.
I think he doesn't kill him there without Heart of Battle.
That's true.
Nearby other heroes makes him faster, and the wall illusions do count, so he was quick to run down that Pudge for the last hit. Desire getting killed off.
All right.
Gonna cost
Got
him,
the
though.
toss back as well. Oh, my. All right, Ulnet was pretty happy with the first blood, but Mobe has been very good on the Tiny. Just looking to fill up his bottle. 8-minute power rune is coming up. Supreme, accompanied by many teammates. In fact, it looks like he's going to get the rune regardless of where it spawns. Doesn't have to bother going any further. Has the illusions.
Mobe has a decent experience advantage over Supreme. He's actually managed to get a full level lead, which is quite surprising looking at the CS. Ember is 42 and 7, and Tiny's 35 and 5, but Mobe still with the level advantage from that 1 kill on the gyro. And a little bit of less wasted time, I'm assuming. Supreme, that rotation over to the right cost him a lot of time, and he gained nothing from it, really. So he has a little bit of catching up to do. We'll get the tower here.
Tier 1 tower is out. By the way, that when you mentioned the rune, it reminded me. I don't know why it reminded me here in game number 6 that we're doing today, but have you seen Oracle yet in this patch?
Not in the games we've cast.
Do you know what I'm referencing? Is innate?
Yeah, that he can call the rune.
Yeah. I figured that would be something in competitive that would be pretty important.
Yeah.
It's maybe the hero just sucks otherwise. I don't know. But
Yeah, I'm sure we're gonna see it at some
it's a
point.
funny one. Oh yeah, for sure. Ember Spirit smoked up. Now Ion Shell. Nande. Oh boy.
Doesn't have
Walled
any
up
shield,
as
he's
well.
just screwed.
Very dead. Even if he had it, he'd be dead. The Bramble is so annoying to get through. Big kill here for Supreme. And that was the top farmer in the game, in the Putka. You can see how well Force is doing, though. He's right up there with the Pudge in farm.
Yep. This is
himself a
the
very good
trade-off
game.
that you take when you pick carry Pudge against Darkseer. That's not a bad lane matchup, and your support is a Warlock, so like they're not stopping Force even with Narman rotating on level 2 to the safe lane. Force is still top net worth. It's just so safe to play this lane once you get the levels. What Darkseer's always about.
Yeah, Kadaro needs to get some assists. Cinderin, 0 charge. I mean, he has the 1 charge that it comes with for the
Yeah.
Black Grimoire. He's being used as cannon fodder at that farm. Always fun.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And Palentimus in the bot lane.
He used it.
Oh, he already.
He
Wow.
took it with
Okay.
1 charge, and now he's going to TP bot with his newly acquired golem and look for a play. So this is what I find so interesting, is that this is completely untelegraphed. He did it in fog, so I have no idea he's 6. Oh, he almost
Okay,
missed.
he
That
hits
would
the
have been really
golem.
funny.
Yeah, that was close. Primal split. That would have been really good. Black Grimoire being used to full effect. Olnet is so fast, though, with that facet, man. That is insane. And
Okay,
looks like
support
Norman is the
kill.
one that's to be picked off.
And Ember died as well to Mobe, as well as
wow.
Nande comboing up there.
Wow.
So, a couple of good kills going the way of Dandelions here. Don't know if they can turn... probably just turn this into the tower as well, right? You've got the Golem for half a minute. You've still got... Even though your Brewmaster doesn't have split, he's still decently strong to stand here, and you want to force the rotation if nothing else. Let's see if Mouz even choose to oblige with that, or just let it go.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it looks like the tier 1's just going to be given up. They nerfed the gyro facet, right? The move speed?
Yes. It only counts heroes now. It used to count every unit,
Oh, yeah. That's
which
right,
was
that's right.
obscenely overpowered.
Yeah. But it wasn't truly obscene until you got force boots, am I right? Because that unlocks max movement speed.
Oh yeah, that's true. I don't think any of the gyro games we saw went far enough for that to happen. But
That one wasn't tested properly, it seems. Tier 1 tower being pressured by Supreme and company. He's going for the Mage Slayer. Oh, Mobe caught off guard. He's going to take some Noxious Plague action. Gets a nice avatar. Oh my god! The mech keeps them healthy though, and they all live. Somehow. That was a shit ton of damage though.
if they...
Gracious.
Just for some perspective, if those heroes were Fatal Bond, they all die.
Yeah.
Like, he could have literally got an ultra kill from just his spell combo there. Holy crap. That's wild. Yeah. That's a hero combo to look out for in this game, that's for sure. If they get a good Fatal Bonds into Tiny combo with that facet, that's why that did so extremely much damage, is that crash landing just really improves the damage in situations like that. That was nutty. He did 2,300 damage with that combo.
At minute 13.
Yeah.
Radiant's bottom tower
Cool.
Holy shit.
It's almost a highlight. All right, Palantimos has been given a lot of space in the bot lane. He eventually gets a tier 1 tower. Yeah, he was not off to the best of starts.
Mouse do get the mid tier 1, which is good though. So, comes at a cost here. Ags available now for Nande. Easy.
Yeah.
Easy kill.
Dark Willow, just a slight annoyance. I mean, the farm distribution, not... I mean, the discrepancy is not that big overall.
No, it's one of the more even games we've had. Minute 14. Oh, they find him.
Supreme, oh boy, toss into the dismember. Do they have the damage? Yes.
Nice golem. Really nice.
Golem
That is not an
had
easy
to be
call to
used.
make.
Yeah.
I dare say literally everyone in Twitch chat would have hilled it there. Maybe it's like the bell curve meme and all the heralds would have used it instantly.
That's true.
You know?
Well, they wouldn't have stacked it properly, though. So
Fair.
they would have gotten away.
Radiant's middle tower
That was a close call. They do get him, though. Another stack of that juicy flesh heap for the Pudge. He's a 1-4-4 build, which is quite common on carry Pudge. You really want that tankiness as fast as possible to support yourself when you're running your Ags. And you can see his build right now is exactly what we expected. It is Ags into Eternal Shroud into Dagger. So
Okay.
Radiant's top tower.
he's going to be a
Smoke
beast
now from Mouz.
when he has
Oh,
to.
yeah.
They do not have good ways of killing him until Gyro's big.
Gyro, kind of middle of the pack for the cores right now, but obviously once that Ags comes online, you should be able to close the gap pretty nicely. But the good news for Mouse is, like we talked about, Force has definitely kept up a good amount of farm for this stage of the game.
Cool.
I'm looking for a little munchkin named Warlock.
Cool little multi-purpose play there from the side of Dandelions. They smoked to make an aggressive move bottom with Grim and Tiny, and they also used the smoke on Pudge so that he could farm an Ancient stack. During that, you can just see he's just farming the creeps for free because they don't move during the rot.
Beautiful.
Now, the multi-purpose smoke is only going to lead to one thing, which is his farm, because nobody's living bottom whatsoever on the side of Mouse, but it was a cool idea.
Palantimos, Radiance online. Pretty good timing. Nande, oh, we see Supreme taking an Invis rune. It's bottled up right now. Nande showing himself, but yeah, I think you're right. I don't think that's a possible kill at all. Finally, somebody comes to the bot lane, and it is the Ember Spirit. The silence is there on top of the Avatos, but he had that Invis rune. We'll be using Sleight of Fist and Remnanting away. Oh, but he's spotted? No. Nande's not close enough here. Does have the Blink Dagger, though.
You'll find a billion
this
plague
is,
words.
Yeah, the classic. Bengen has the Pavis, working on Solar Crest.
Yeah, that's the thing about Veno, right? What we talked about. You can buy whatever you want for the team. I don't know if Solar is my preferred choice here, to be honest, but if he likes it, does look like a 4-step Glimmer game to me when I see Dandelions as heroes, right? You want to be able to reposition out of the combo. They're overwhelmingly magical damage between all of their heroes, including carry Pudge. So I don't really know if that crest is going to do as much as he hopes, but just everything to empower the Gyro, I suppose.
Mobe, I believe he is building his Echo Saber.
Yep. Same build again. It's coming out. Blink Echo,
And-
probably going to see the either BKB or Conduct. Last game was BKB first.
And I think in a game like this, I would imagine Dandelions will prioritize going for Tormentor as fast as possible to try to get Grim his shard. One of the best shards in the game.
Yeah, true. If you can get that for free, it's big.
Oh, smoke
Bouncy
up.
ones will
And
break the
Bengen
smoke.
with the Plague Ward being very annoying. Ink Swell. Okay, Avatar's coming from Moby from the other side. Call down as
that's
well. Nande
5-man
jumping in
Fatal Bonds.
very deep. Beautiful
Oh my
damage coming
God,
out.
they're fucked.
And Mouse Sports are melting.
my
Holy shit.
God, dude.
Triple kill for the Warlock, and it's a full team wipe. Gracious.
Holy. Not only was that a 5-man Fatal Bonds, they almost farmed a pentagram. They were just doomed. Holy shit, man. And Pudge was in the middle of 3 of them rotting with Ags, and then they got the Avatos combo we talked about on Mobe onto multiplayer. I mean, that was just... Okay,
Disgusting.
that is dirty.
That's
My
a wombo combo.
goodness, that is the combo of the tournament that we've seen. That's just dirty. And it's... Yeah, what can you do when everything just lands perfectly and Mouz are stacked up like this? When I saw the Fatal Bonds out, I was like, okay, it's a matter of how many heroes do they lose, not do they lose the fight.
Right.
And it was all 5. They had no way out of that. No dispels. Nice save hook here from Nande. Will get out Warlock.
And Desire
Oh my
actually buys his
God,
shard,
I
by
wanna
the
see a
way.
replay of
So
that.
has that.
Sick. Sick stuff.
And we're going to see it right now.
Radiant's bottom tower
Fatal
is
Ball.
under
Oh,
attack.
you're right. It was a pentagram. It actually was a pentagram there. Holy cow.
My goodness.
Absolutely dirty. But there's some action as Olmit dies in live game. Oh dear. This is spiraling.
It is, and they do not have a pudge solution. This last pick, Nande is very, very good at this hero. We didn't really talk about that as one of his specialties as well. We've mainly talked about the morph, but he plays a mean pudge. He knows when it's good, and he knows what to do. And with how tanky he is now, and what supporting cast he has, especially with the Grim getting the shard now, it's
Oh boy.
it's gonna be
Force
difficult
being
to deal with this guy.
pursued. He's already used Surge. Coming back soon though. As the pipe and mech still intact. Avalanche.
Toss.
Pops the mech, tossed up. Will be his death.
And bonk
Boy,
down.
oh boy. Nande being very patient in the tree line. They see the Veno. Dismember for the easy kill. 9 stacks of Flesh Heap now. 16 strength overall for him. Supreme. Is he actually going to die here? He gets off the Searing Chains. Remnants away. Looks like he's fine. Boy,
Made it out.
Dandelions are all over the place.
Yeah. Mouz, so here's the problem. The way back into this game is to fight, because that's what your lineup can do. It's the only thing it really does, is to group up with the Darkseer Veno and take team fights, but you can't solve the pudge. So it's kind of a catch-22 now, where you need to fight, but the fight doesn't feel winnable into the Warlock. And you don't have a good way of killing the Warlock before the fight starts. You don't have an easy way of finding him and assassinating him. Ember, in theory, is one of the better heroes at doing it, but he doesn't have the damage yet. So I think Kadaro is very safe. Look at his items. He's got 1700 health, a Drum of Endurance, and a Solar Crest. Like, good luck. There's no way they're killing that guy. So effectively, you're forced to playing the way your lineup doesn't want to, which is keep away. I think they have to concede every tower that Dandelions are posing a threat at. You just can't hold them. And you need to wait for some sort of perfect timing on Gyro, which is probably Ag's BKB. And think of how far away we are from that right now when he doesn't even have the Ags yet. A lot of ground to cover. Nande TPing top. Looking to maybe fish for someone, but they've backed off.
Yep, has the Eternal Shroud now. And Shiva's is next on the list. No big surprise. You can see Supreme trying to go through the gate. Trying to prevent those going through the gate. Meanwhile, yeah, poor Narman just not able to do much this game.
And they're trying
Force
to
TP's out.
be cute here, but will only...
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Nice try. He was gone 10 seconds ago, though. But, you know, maybe he was still there.
You never know. We've seen people hide. Palantimos has a pipe as well. Now be going for the shard so he can cancel his ult prematurely if he wants. And I do think that, I mean, they're continuing to go through the gate to try to find kills. Oh, the Inkswell. Oh, not able to hit the hook, but
Could get the-
he
just
does have
chase with
Blink
Blink?
in 5. Yeah.
Oh, he will
Wait, only at,
think about it.
okay.
All right. Never mind. Guess he was
Doesn't
assuming
wanna-
there would be a lot of backup, but as a matter of fact, that was chaseable. But yeah, doesn't not have access to the information that we do, of course. So
Is under attack.
Molbe actually took apart the Echo Saber to build that BKB, gets
and
the Echo Saber
built
back
Echo
again.
Yeah, and now Conda for sure, right? No doubt about it.
Conda. Do you go for Ags still on this hero, like later in the game?
I feel like I haven't seen it very much, at least. I think you probably just go for Conda and then more damage, or like AC or whatever. You just like stabilize your hero in the fight instead of looking for the volley. The volley's very situational nowadays. Supreme is showing himself, has to get out. Mobe's on the hunt, not connecting. All right, do bully him away with those plagues.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Well, Roche is available at any time. Palantimos will not get his shard as the courier is killed. Any other item timings from each respective side? We can focus on Mouse for now.
Darkseer opting for the
had the mech
Crimson
fight
over
for a
the
while.
Greaves I find interesting. I think they need dispels against Fatal Bonds. I don't agree with Crimson here. You need Greaves on Darkseer and you need a Lotus. So that you can somehow stand in the fight against this Fatal Bonds, because you know it's coming, and your lineup kind of will group up for it, so...
Tower is under
Yeah, well, Aegis on the Putka, 9k lead for Dandelions. In the driver's seat, to say the least, at least for now. Oh, he actually did end up building the Greaves, by the way. He heard you, Cinderin. Good job.
Yeah, good. He's going dagger next. I think that's also okay. It's another way of dealing with fatal bonds is to have reach, so you don't group up your heroes. And with the dagger, he can play from a distance and get a flank, and potentially find a good back wall where he doesn't connect with his allied heroes to begin with. And Venno is going Lotus, so alright, good to see Mouz make what I would consider the right adjustments, which probably makes them terrible, but you know, it's I used to be good at this game, no longer. No, so don't listen to
been a while,
Don't listen to it. Yeah, thank you. You were never
Time
good.
to start playing Turbo. Hey, how dare you? And Counter-Strike, maybe. When the player base was 10 in Dota 1, that was really good.
In Dota 1. I was good on the first day of beta.
That's right. Well, Narman taken out by Nande, easy peasy. As Force continuing to be pursued by Kadaro of all heroes.
He's
A
on his
warlock
tail
chasing
here.
a dark seer.
All right, scouting with the courier here. It's dead. Okay.
Oh,
he
all right.
He really doesn't. Okay, he just wants to cancel
What
his TP so they can push. I mean, if they don't have Dark Seer, they probably can't defend, right? All right, there we go.
Yeah.
What an awkward
He's
sequence.
out of there.
They got
A
half a
warlock
base
chasing
tower
a dark
already.
seer. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen those heroes. Usually it's the other way around, surely.
Right.
Fortification is activated. And yeah, knowing that this is going to be pretty hard to fight. They get the Vlads on Benyon. Any cheap item that they can afford.
Okay, so he feels like he has to have the value
value.
immediately and can't go the
Oh, hook
Lotus.
hits.
Nice hook.
Doesn't matter.
That would have been clutch to Golem on top of, as he's mid-hook. That would have
Yeah.
been sexy. That was actually
Fair.
a possible kill there. Missed that one. Hold down.
Got the call down. Searing Chains onto Palantimos. Still with that primal split. Remember, that thing rips through buildings like none other.
Yep. I think they just keep fishing until Nandi hits, right?
Yeah,
There is
the
one.
blink hook, it hits. It's Bengen, the Venomancer, being dismembered now. Will be able to get off his ult. The toss back, though, onto the gyrocopter. Oh, dear.
Double
Another fatal
bonds.
bonds. Oh, dear
Oh,
me.
boy.
2 dead already for Mouz. And it looks like the Ember will get away, but the buildings will not be so lucky.
Dude, Soulbind Fatal Bonds is a wet dream when it happens. It is just so sick.
This wall is actually pretty
Absolutely
annoying
crazy.
Oh,
All right,
another hook.
Yep, alright. Oh, you can jump
Another
away
hook on
again.
Ember. Yep.
Oh, he's
They're gonna
draining his remnants.
Take
He's
out
out
the
now.
melee. They have fortification again because that melee Rax goes down. Let's see if they use it here. They finally do. The last moment.
What's it called?
Gyrocopter up in 12 seconds.
Away with the Grim. He
Down
can just keep
goes
fishing. He has
tier
infinite mana.
3.
So, you know, just keep trying. Eventually you hit one more.
Venomancer's there again for you, if you'd like.
Yep.
Yep,
Hello.
there you go.
Thanks, Ban.
He does get off his ult finally, the Venomancer does, but he's dead. No way to get back in this game. Still a minute 16 on the Aegis.
Oh!
Another hook hits.
another
My
one.
goodness. Beautiful.
DJ Khaled on
Dream has to
Pug,
pop
baby.
the BKB. Gets off the sleight of fist. Able to back away, call down just a minor annoyance for Dandelions. They're going to get 2 sets here.
They haven't even taken half of Pudge's 2 lives.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey,
He probably just wants to die now, so he can put his BKB in his inventory.
I have a place he could go. Just straight into the fountain might be the only way to die in this game right now for Nande.
Yeah, that's probably true. Alright, so now the lead has ballooned to 17k. And the only... I feel like the only way... I mean, Gyrocopter obviously needs to get farmed, but is there any other... Like, do they really have a combo? It's just Vac Wall into Poke, it feels like, for Mouz. So the Vac Wall has to be there.
Yeah.
But, like, the
Vac wall
the
into
illusion of
terrorize
Pudge.
and then a flat cannon is the idea, right? But the problem is that
Yeah.
the side of Dandelions are never going to offer you the combo because they can just put Nande in front with with the Brewmaster. So at most, you're going to hit 2 heroes. All right, well, now you could hit 3, but you're not ready. So there's the
Mouse
chance.
do smoke up. Supreme is spotted. Aegis is gone. Well, they're going to blink right on top of the Dark Willow. Narman able to get out.
It's just standing there.
Yep, he's not doing much other than standing there, but he is very unkillable. And now the Primal Split finally used, and this is going to be mega creeps.
They're trying for
Not
a
much
nice
of a
combo in the
defense
back.
for Mouse. There's the vac wall onto 3 heroes. Nicely done with the avalanche. Onto the gyrocopter. He's going to get dismembered now. But already the mega creeps. It feels like this might just be over anyway, regardless of how this fight goes. Warlock's dead. Looks like the Venomancer actually going to go down as well. I haven't seen that before. We'll buy back instantly.
That was honestly as good of a combo as Mouse could have hoped for, but it was after they got Megas.
Yep.
And it still wasn't enough.
And they're just going to call it
It's
GG.
over.
Yeah, they're not even going to fight this out.
My
This was,
goodness.
wow. What a punch performance from
And
Nande.
in classic today's fashion, 31 minutes on the clock. Ladies and gentlemen,
Beautiful.
I think 5 out of our 6 games have ended between minute 30 and 40, right?
Yeah.
Something like that.
We've had one 50-plus minute game.
What a beatdown. All right, I mean, this was a very one-sided affair, but I was hyped about that Warlock combo. It's rare you see that in Pro Dota, so you got to celebrate those moments when they happen. You know, you see them sometimes in like highlight clips in Reddit, and then people are like, yeah, but you're Archon, you know, like this was actually very high-rated players getting a 5-man Fatal Bonds combo with Pudge. Not every day you get the pleasure of casting that moment, so that was cool. And yeah, Dandelions, they move on. I feel like fair. They were just better overall, right?
Yeah.
If I had to say,
so.
like, sure, Mouse did win a game, but it was very hard fought victory. It was very scrappy, and they did have to pull out all of their stops with their best strategy and the carry Underlord to win that one.
Here's that combo again.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah, we can see that one more time. Oh baby, it is 10 Fatal Bonds, dude. It wasn't 5. It was 10. It was with Soulbind. At least I saw one of the heroes have 2 Fatal Bonds debuffs.
Oh, dear.
So I'm pretty. At least some of them were double linked. Oh, that is just so sick. Holy
That is
moly.
the true Wombo combo.
Doesn't get much
Tell you
womboer
what.
than that. That is much cooler than a 5-man black hole in my book. That's just sick. All right,
yeah.
well. Okay,
sure.
Dandelions, great work from them. They get to move on to play Navi Junior, which I believe is tomorrow, because I think tomorrow has 2 upper and 2 lower games, but we will defer to whoever's coming up later to elaborate on that. And I can spoil you guys and say that the next series of today, the next 2 series of today will be covered by OD as well as Fogged, I do believe, or maybe it's OD Lacoste. It's OD Lacoste. So a little bit of a switch up
Special
today.
treat.
So yeah, they will be on the. They're on the doorsteps right now, waiting for the next series to start. But yeah, I guess we say goodbye to Mouz. It's disappointing. It's a disappointing showing, right? They just qualified for Riyadh after beating Secret 2-0 in the finals, or the lower finals, I should say. Secret lost the upper finals to Entity. So Mouz probably were on top of the world and felt like, all right, this is our big break, and it's big time qualifiers time for TI, and it just all falls apart. So the silver lining is they have a big tournament coming up, but this was obviously not what they themselves and a lot of the fans expected out of this team. Just straight back-to-back losses in this bracket was not the run. So
Yeah, Nande, standout player, easy choice. Always go
Yeah.
with that Pudge. Although obviously the Warlock.
the support combo in
and
that fight was the standout moment,
Disgusting.
but it's
Yeah.
fine to take Nani. He played a very good game on the Pudge.
So Navi Junior will be playing, or sorry, Dandelions will be playing as Navi Junior. That's going to be the next matchup in the lower bracket. Not today, of course, but later on. I think that's going to be an interesting series, considering
they're a good match.
past all of their games so far. Yeah, I think they are.
Yeah.
I agree. That should go 3 games most likely.
Yeah.
But today, you guys got 2 awesome series. PSG Quest versus Team Bald being the featured one, of course, which I believe is the next one. That is going to be very cool to watch. So we'll take a break for now, and then you guys can watch that beautiful series coming up next.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version, experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to more coverage here of the Western European qualifiers for the road to the international. I'm Odie Pixel, and I will be joined today by the fabulous Lacoste. Lacoste, how are you doing?
Doing great. We had to bring in a special guest. Fogg had to take a break because it's going to be Gorg's team playing on the stream, and I had to replace him. I was a big fan of this team, and it was just had to be done.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah, we've got some big series today to close up this day 2 of the Western European qualifiers. Been a pretty crazy qualifiers so far. Lacoste, I don't know how much you've been able to follow, but any sort of surprises so far looking at the results that we've had, or do you think this has kind of been what you'd expect from the teams that we have in this qualifiers?
I kind of expect the teams to be in the upper bracket semifinals. These big teams, Tundra, Secret, Entity, OG. There's a lot of good teams. I expected it to be a bloodbath in the Western European qualifiers. And then Enigma Galaxy, they did drop down. The biggest one for me was this jungle pudge that Ari played yesterday when they were playing against Enigma Galaxy. The first thing, I didn't watch that game. Fogg messaged me, and I had to download the replay, see what he was actually doing. I think a lot of pubs will be ruined in the next couple of days for everyone who watched that. It's probably going to be, on the receiving side where you're going to have that position for pudge starting in the jungle, and your offlane is going to be getting hit with good luck, have fun.
I mean, you're a pudge enjoyer yourself. You haven't tried this out yet. Have you had the chance to?
No, not really. I've been watching Dota today, but yeah, we'll definitely give it a try to see if it's any good. It looked okay. I'm gonna say it looked okay with self-sustainable offlaner. You can make this work because you're getting a lot of levels.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun to see. We'll see if they, obviously in the next upper bracket matchup, OG, they're going to go against Entity if they feel that there's going to be the chance to bring that sort of pudge play out again. But yeah, we're going to be focused mainly on the lower bracket round 1. 2 big series coming up. There's big names involved today, boys and girls. I'm sure you know it. That's why you're all here. We've got PSG Quest versus Team Bold, or as this graphic says, the Bolds. And then we've got Enigma Galaxy against Just Better. And of course, this is lower bracket. You lose this series, your hopes and dreams of TI will be shattered into a bazillion pieces.
You might keep your hair on the head because Saberlight just tweeted an hour ago that he will actually shave his head if he manages to qualify with Team Bald to the international. Maybe that's why they changed the names on the graphic. The Balds, maybe he already shaved his head. We're going to need to see on the camera. You got to stay one step ahead, something that Yatoro did. You can't just, qualify and then say, oh, I'm going to shave my head right now. You need to do it before. You need to power up.
Well, this series, because this series in particular, so Team Bold Reborn, they've got to go against Quest. Quest being knocked down, of course, yesterday by Entity, and quite a close series. That was pretty crazy one. 2-1, of course, ends up going the way of Entity. As your Quest, they've ended up down here. I mean, in all reality, when you look at Team Bold's lineup and what they're approaching this qualifiers with, is there a chance? What would you say sort of the vibe is going into this matchup? Is Quest looking at Team Bold and saying, this is going to be easy, we're moving on? Or do you think Quest is going to be a little bit scared of Team Bold?
Oh, they definitely should. I mean, the way they played through the open qualifiers, this is the undefeated team going through the open qualifiers, did not drop a single game. So yeah, you should definitely be worried. The stats are in their favor. But looking at the PSG Quest, seems like they want to have more experience. They're going through the lower bracket. They are doing the side quest right now. So want to collect more items and get themselves prepared better for the potential TI run. Not going to be an easy one. Definitely not. No. PSG Quest, the results have been lacking recently. They did manage to qualify to Riyadh Masters, but throughout the year, these are not the results that you expected from the team. This was one of the best up-and-coming teams. They also did have Amar, the rank 1 player in the world. But yeah, the team looked, I would say, in the middle of the pack between all of these stronger teams and they're facing tier 1 teams. Just didn't really feel that magic anymore from PSG Quest.
There we go. The draft begins. And I think one other thing absolutely worth mentioning, he's on your screen right now. Dekalis on the hard support. I mean, Lacoste, back when we all remember, of course, there was the Western European qualifiers for, was it the previous one of the TIs or something? When
seems like we don't remember.
I just remember the game. I can't remember the significance. It was an important one, right? It was first round. I think it was 2023 qualifiers. With Team Bold knocked out Alliance. Dekalis was on Alliance back then. So he's in another situation where he might be getting knocked out by Team Bold again. So this series is going to bring back some memories for Dakalis, folks.
Yeah. It's me. No fogged, at least for now. Yeah, we should definitely bring some memories. And when you said, like, I'm like, yeah, there's some big story that's going to come out. Yeah, I would definitely not remember this one. But Team Bold, they are ready to go. I mean, this is a stack that has really good players. Like, I think this team, it should not be underestimated. We had an interview in the Chinese region when they did when Panlo qualified to TI, where he was talking. I asked him, like, which position 4 player does he look up to the most when it comes down to playing the new heroes and stuff. And he immediately said Saksa, because Saksa does not give a crap, he said, because he is like, he didn't have the team. He was just trying the new stuff. Yeah, absolutely. So, so he's just trying to new things in Dota, and he's really not afraid. I've seen a lot of Monkey King being played by him from position 4, and we can go through some of these bans. You know, Pangolier, still, no matter what you do to the hero is still going to be pretty imbalanced, just in a different way. There is no more Diffusal Blade anymore, of course, in Pango. You're playing off your Shield Crash, picking up the Echo Saber, being super tanky in the middle of a fight. Everything you do is also physical, so changes a lot of these matchups as well, depending on the armor, and he deals quite a lot of minus armor with his spells, with his passive ability. It is a lot.
No, yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah, so I think we're going to see that one coming out as first. But I'll tell you what ban has not come in so far, which was kind of in all the games, I feel, yesterday at least. The SF. Right? SF is still in. This hero is pretty insane. I think pretty much, every game that me and Fog casted yesterday, SF was banned. So we'll see if that gets through and is open for one of these 2 teams coming into this.
Absolutely amazing hero right now. If he's been played across all other regions as well, it gives you potential safe lane carry if you want to pair him up with, you know, some strong melee position 5 like Clockwork. You can also get the free souls. It still works that way now, being part of his innate ability, the Necromastery, that is. And also from the mid lane, this new build with cast speed reduction. We're back to old Arcane Blink, which feels pretty much the same. And the hero feels super strong in the lane. I was reading some of the comments on Reddit. Of course, I always want to learn something about the game, how to counter Shadowfiend, and one of the best comments was, just kill Shadowfiend.
There we go. I mean, either team might have to sort of play towards that. So it's been left in. That's what Quest want to get here now for their second pick.
Clockwork has been banned out. Tiny is still a flex hero. This hero can be played across multiple roles. Position 1, position 4 with the crash landing. Now Hoodwink's going to take care of that one. So Tiny can be swapped between 3 different roles, 1, 2, and 3. I know Tiny position 3 is not the most popular thing, but some teams do like to play it if it's relatively good matchup. Most likely going to be 1 and 2. Hoodwink from position 4. The Squirrel still feels really good in the patch, having this new faucet where it gives the Hoodwink ability to just like zone out the heroes, because the Acorn bounces 2 times. You have like 2 guaranteed shots when you're playing 1v1 on the side against the other support.
Marcy comes in, another pretty crazy hero. A lot of very nice duos that can be run together here.
I'm looking forward to potential IO that can come up with Marcy, unless they want to play this on Saksa. This combo just feels super strong. It gives Marcy ability to flash farm. There's been a couple of Chinese, because I've been covering the Chinese region, so I will go back to it, where you tend to get a lot more farm. You can also go for the Battlefield build if you're having like that good of a game, if we're talking about the carry Marcy, and most likely... I mean, they're keeping the flex open for now. This is also potential Darkseer. I don't know if you've seen that. You love the Theorycraft. You love to play this imbalanced stuff. Darkseer from position 1. You probably played that in the last couple of weeks.
I've not tried it. No, would you recommend?
I wouldn't, but seems like pro players, they think it is good. Like the first series that I was covering in China, you're basically buying pretty much the similar items that you're buying from the off lane, but you are getting them way faster, and then you can start to scale.
ET coming in. We saw that having some good games yesterday when Seb was able to grab it for OG. amps up everything fantastically. And
Yeah, especially with Tiny. You have Hoodwink,
Yes,
insane amount
well,
of
that's-
physical damage. Tiny as well. Also, Tiny is a bit of a mixed damage. He is... Uh-oh. So
talk
this
to me
is
about
nice.
this, Lacoste. I mean, you said this is nice. We had this yesterday come in, and they did it as the carry, and I was very whelmed. I wasn't expecting a lot. I didn't get a lot. They lost. If it does end up being the Venge carry again, do you like the Venge carry right now?
I didn't like it the first time I saw it. I'm like, yeah, this is great. People started to build Battle Fury because you have Faucet that allows you to get all the advantages from your melee attacks. But because you're a universal hero, so people started to think different. They're like, okay, what are we gonna pick? Like, what items should we pick up on Vengeful Spirit? This like Echo Saber into Manta style Aghanim Scepter, depending the order, like what type of a game it is for it. It feels really nice. There's been quite a lot of offlane Vengeful Spirits in the Chinese region, and this is the hero that they banged out, I believe, 2 or 3 times in the open qualifiers. This is gonna be most likely carry on Gorget's Necrophos with
This is best hero.
It's Necrophos, Eternal Shroud, Radiance, stay in the fight as long as possible. Winter Wyvern as well. There's going to be a lot of sustain. Darkseer with his auras, Mech / Guardian Greaves, maybe even Pipe that comes out. And then you have Heal from Wyvern. They don't have that much ways to deal with Winter Wyvern. Other than Tiny's combo, if you get the Cold Embrace off in the middle of a fight, it's gonna bang. I don't think they have enough. It could be a potential setup, for the pushback, for the ET stomp into Earth Splitter, but there's a lot of saves. There's a lot of sustain on Team Bold Reborn.
Absolutely, I believe the 2022 rank 1 Dota buff Necrophos player here, Gorg.
Yeah, the man
doesn't maintain that spot anymore. I'm checking the rankings now. He's not on it anymore. I don't know if that's because for whatever reason he's not been playing a lot of Necrophos in his pubs, which I think he has, but it doesn't matter. Who cares about the rankings now? He was there.
Yeah, I think the list is bugged. I think that list has been bugged. That's
if it
why
wasn't
he's
bugged,
not.
he'd still be at the number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Gorek, Necrophos. I don't think you can ask for anything better. And last set of bans. Look at them banning out Dazzle. This is the all heal strat. Team Bold Reborn. This is something that they've been cooking. It seems like maybe PSG Quest also experienced some of that in the high level pubs. But as you said, it is a lot of sustain. Pretty much every single hero on their side does have some kind of a heal, some kind of a lifesteal. And with the sustain on Necrophos, your aura is going to dismantle these heroes. I try to theory craft how to, I've been wanting to see more Necrophos recently. It just never came out. Some of these heavy heroes that deal tons of magic damage are relatively popular. Some of the bad matchups for Necro, and that's why we don't see it as much. Also in the previous patch, like 6 months or so ago, with the Mage Slayer being one of the best items in the game, when it lasted for 6 seconds, Necrophos just could not play the game. Now that it lasts for 3 seconds, and these are also not Mage Slayer buyers, so I could potentially see this Necrophos going on. I kind of like Team Bold Reborn lineup. Also, why are they Reborn? How many times this team is going to be reborn? This is like PGG plus 4, back in the old days.
Yeah, well, quite a few iterations for sure. This one definitely the strongest, though.
Absolutely.
Saberlight and Sax have been added to your lineup. That's so it was quite some big names. Mikey as well, because remember back when Mikey was standing in, I think it was for EG
Enigma Galaxy.
tournaments?
Yeah,
was it
EG
Enigma
as
Galaxy?
well.
No, yeah, he was on. I think he was on both, right? And then either way, he had a tournament where he came in and he looked absolutely fantastic. So
when we say EG, we mean Shopify.
Well, I think were they Shopify still back then? Maybe they were. Last pick's going to be the Brew. So that, well, I want to see, is it going to be the Tiny carry or the Venge carry? It's going to be this Venge carry. All right, he wants to give it another go. We saw it, as I said, yesterday. They did play it. They lost with it. He was able to make some cool moves. He just wasn't quite able to keep up with the pace of the enemy carry. That was a matchup where he was against the CK. We'll see sort of overall how the game plays out, where the matchup on the other side is going to be, of course, Gorg playing the position 1 Necrophos. I don't know. I'm a bit of a Venge position 1 doubter, but we'll see. What do you make of sort of the overall drafts here, then, Lacoste?
I gotta say, Owen, I do like Team Bold Reborn. I like the tempo. It's a bit of a on the slower side in the early stages of the game, but once they keep the ball rolling 15, 20, 25 minutes into the game, this is going to be a very difficult lineup to kill because I see PSG Quest, they also want to reset a couple of times with Tiny, Hoodwink, get another round of spells. Brewmaster, he needs to heavily commit. I don't think they have that much of a lockdown for this Brewmaster. I don't think Brewmaster should be too afraid for this game. Yeah, they do have Mana Burn, they do have like Winter Vibrant ulti and potential Necro ulti combo, but if he has status resistance, if he's brewed up, also has a little bit of a save coming out from potential toss, swap coming out, I feel like Brewmaster should have a pretty free reign in the team fights, and that's something that I'm going to be afraid of if I was on Team Bold, because they don't have, like, he built into Radiance, he also has a Dispel mechanic against the Necrophos, which is always going to be great. It's not as good as it was before, especially like with the Cyclone and everything changes to the Brewmaster, but still a very strong hero.
Oh, let's see what Malik can do with that last pick as we get into the action here, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of this best of 3 here in the lower bracket. Team Bold up against Quest. And, well, we can see already in terms of Master Tier, Grandmaster Tier heroes, Team Bold certainly got that covered. With level 30 Saberlight Darkseer and over level 25s on both Gorg's Necrophos and Mikey's Invoker, which is going to be a lot of fun to see. Invoker, not a hero really that a lot of teams, a lot of players are willing to go for right now, Lacoste. We don't see this one a lot.
Yeah, definitely not, but I think when they qualify to TI, other teams will start to copy what they're doing.
There we go. They are indeed setting the meta, setting the trends here, Team Bold. And ready to go for action here with the Smoker.
Also, Gorgets did go for Profane Potency, which increases his AoE. The first thing when I read the patch notes, I was like, okay, gotta test the Bloodstone, gotta test the Radiance and everything. With each build that you get, it gets pretty massive. I think this is crazy. Something, it gets pretty crazy. Like, you need a bigger monitor to actually see how big it is.
That's true, get the widescreens out. to have the full sort of level of Necrophos enjoyment when you start to get ahead. So the bounty runes is just going to be... Oh, they might actually get the 3 here on Quest by the looks of it indeed. So 3 for 1 on the bounties going the way of Quest. Let's see how these lane setups are going to play out. I mean, looking at the matchups, is there a certain lane that you feel could be a bit of a tricky one for either teams?
I'm looking at the top lane. It is definitely a killer lane. You have Elder Titan plus Vengeful Spirit, a lot of kill threat coming out from that. And you said level 30 Darkseer on Saberlight, paired up with Saxa on Marcy. Saberlight did go for his other faucet, Heart of the Battle. He moves faster when he's near the other heroes, and then you have like a sidekick. So there's going to be, I would say, a lot of these small engagements when people are trying to get to more trades, and Ducali so far doing a really good job. ET level 1, not gonna say he's the best what he got, but he's definitely one of the better ones in terms of having his innate ability.
Doing a great job punching the back. Saberlight's gonna of course grab the wave, take that back behind the tower.
Don't look at the mid lane. 6-1 for Tiny, 2-2 on Invoker.
Yeah, first few waves are gonna be a bit tricky. That's for sure. Noob with his tree, gonna have the heftier chance of getting those CS. We'll see how Mike is able to recover once he starts getting the levels in and is able to start throwing some spells back out and hold Noob back from the creep wave.
Tiny can be a bit tricky at the early levels because he has way more damage than you. Gorp in the bottom lane, there it is. Immediately a point and cold embrace. You just don't have enough. Like, you can't kill it here, especially a Necrophos with the magic wand, with the death pulse. This hero is not going to be killable until they rotate the Tiny or maybe push out the top wave, and then you see Ducalis running through the twin gates and trying to grab a kill there. But yeah, this lane is just has way too much sustain. Cold Embrace level 1, almost 200 heal. It's 160 flat plus 2.25 of your max HP.
Incredibly difficult to slow them down. Yeah, Gorg's farming perfectly fine. Top lane. Trying to get in onto TI13. They've got the drag back with the vacuum. The body blocks as well. That'll be first blood for Team Bolt.
Stop the count.
Able to take the kill.
Stop
Bing
the
bong
count. They
indeed.
already. Yeah, this is the new build on Darkseer where you're getting like multiple gauntlets because you have mental fortitude, so his intelligence cannot be lower than his either strength or agility, and it makes more sense to buy into strength. So good start, and Saksa, look at this harassment, doing so much work. One dispose into Vul Assassins, so if you have Tango running, you're not going to be healing as much with the End Venom weapon. There's a lot of new words that we need to learn, huh, Owen?
The amount of vocabulary that last patch added to the game, it probably doubled.
Yeah, this is some like Oxford shit, the type of like these are some really fancy words that we need to learn. But for me, I can't speak for you, you being British, but for myself,
as a Brit, we speak English the worst,
Very complicated words. I do love the name of those bosses that they did and the innate abilities. Or gets under a lot of pressure. 12 CS only, lowest in terms of CS, but he's going to catch up. He knows that we're watching. Everybody's watching, and he wants to gank the skeletons.
Seeing Mikey. Now the levels have come in. He's keeping it level now with Noob on the matchup pretty much. Okay, maybe not that level. He's 4 or 5 CS behind, but not in a bad spot here on the mid Invoker. Bottom lane. Still just continuing to be a part of the map, which is Necrophos and Wyvern are under very little threat unless mistakes are made here by Nagato and Gorg.
You can definitely afford to make some of the mistakes in the bottom lane, try to play slightly more aggressive, see what happens. They're trying to go on Gork, but he's definitely fine. I don't think they even need to use Cold Embrace, and they also have Arctic Burn ready to go. Plus, Blood Grenade, so quite a lot of slow coming out from just Winter Wyvern right now. Necrophos doesn't have a point in the Ghost Shroud, but should be able to secure his lane.
Top, they've got to be so careful. Saberlight and Saxa, they're constantly looking for ways to dive in and get aggressive. Trying to make the lane as tricky as possible to play for TI13 and Ducalis. Good jump in onto the two of them. Ducalis is going to get disposed as well. Under the damage of the Iron Shells, he's gone. See if TI13 can get Saxa in return. He can. TI13 able to get the trade kill. A good amount of damage to Saberlight, but the Surges at the ready. Magic Missile coming in afterwards, though. A few more right clicks and a wave of terror. TI13
does have boots.
Saberlight pretty hard, but doesn't have quite enough to get him there.
Not gonna chase. If you look at the Darkseer's inventory and you see this, I don't know, a year, 2 years ago, you're like, what the hell is that? Like, what are what are these items? 4 gauntlets into arcane boots. Sounds like a grief, but with the current state of Dota, it does feel really nice. So Darkseer makes him super tanky, and of course has a lot of mana pool with all that strength.
So the move's going to be now 6-minute power runes coming in. Saxa ready to swing over towards the mid if necessary. Stop Noob from grabbing that, but Noob's going to have both of his supports coming in to help out as well. Omar and Ducalis ready to keep it set up for him. And Nagato might be able to get the deny. He can.
That's a nice play.
Yeah,
Manages
really
to get it denied.
Completely out of mana. In fact,
Saxa is in.
Saxa. He was seeing if he could maybe get the catch on that, but Noob, he's safe.
That's the problem with the mid Tiny, especially if you play into Invoker matchup. You know that your mana is going to get burnt, so you need 2 supports to rotate, try to secure the runes. He would be 10 out of 10 happy if he managed to pick up that regeneration rune, would refill his mana completely, and then he can have even more bottle charges. And you can see this bottom lane just unkillable until they get level 6 on Malik, who is level 5.5. Omar gave him quite a lot of solo XP. George only level 4.5 right now.
See if Noob is able to get the bounty, but top lane. Moment Saberlight relatively on his own. Back up from Saxa to grab the wisdom. Same to be said for Omar. He'll grab his. Just back towards the mid, but now Mikey having a very good time. Getting ahead now and denies. Very good position for the Invoker to be in. Both of these mids having good potential with early rotations that they can come in with.
as long as you can keep his mana low, that also means that your side lanes are in a good spot. That also means that Tiny cannot gank, so in the 30 seconds, I also expect somebody to make a rotation, try to steal that rune from Tiny. Tiny in the mid lane, I would even say that he's as much rune dependent as Storm in the mid lane.
Top.
Omar.
Did have Nagato trying to set up something. He's able to get the cold embrace off. Backup comes in from Saxon with the dispose onto Dakalis. Vacuum as well to stop the stomp and take down Dakalis. The swap back here from TI13 as they should be able to pick up Saxon as well in return. So they get the two of them, only losing the one here, Quest, as they turn up for the defense around the tier 1 and take the fight.
They brought the numbers. 4 members of Quest immediately went to the top lane, so that means some damage will be dealt to the mid tier 1 tower. And it also leaves solo XP to Gork in the bottom lane. Malik, he's level 6.
He's going to try and make a bit of a go on to Gorg here. He's going to get the drag back, but Nagato in position, does have cold embrace at the ready if necessary, and it comes in just in time. He's also able to hold back Omar, chasing down with the Arctic Burn. Jump forward for Zaxa. Not quite able to close the gap onto Omar as of yet. He continues into the trees. Mikey, he's headed over the haste rune, burning the mana of Malik. Not quite having enough damage to kill off the brew though. So Malik and Omar will get away. At Team Bold, they keep Gorg safe.
One thing that they do lack is control on side of Bold. They just don't have enough. It needs to be Mikey making the moves. What is your stun? It is your Marcy making a move, which Saxa is a bit under-leveled for the state of the game. Level 4 only, about to crack level 5. You also need somebody to like try to set things up. A lot of eyes on Mikey. He did go for Power Treads as his first item, did pick up like a casual crown in the laning stage just to have a little bit more presence against Tiny, and now going into Spirit Vessel.
Close start so far. Slight overall lead for Quest on the goal, but not by much. For 9 minutes in.
Oh god, this is so annoying. As soon as he uses Tornado EMP combo, Noob pops a Clarity wall.
I mean, he's been left on his own completely. They just drop the wall and go straight for him. Doesn't stand a chance whatsoever there. I mean, a risky spot. I'm sure he's under his tower, but he was completely on his own in this tier 1. Always a dangerous spot to be, especially when it comes towards this 10-minute end of laning phase. They get in under the tower. They should be able to take this tower as well here with the push from Saberlight and the illusion. We'll see over towards the mid. Turning with the combo onto Mikey. The stomp comes out. Is there any save available to keep this invoke alive? We'll turn with the EMP. And Mikey, he's out. He's going to be able to walk away from this. They can't quite kill him. They don't have quite enough damage. At the same time, Nagato is able to get over towards the mid and again take away another power rune from Noob with the deny. Will cost him his life though. Omar's quick with the bushwhack setup.
Should be pretty happy about that one. The trade that they did, killing TA2000, killing the tower in the top lane, and also not losing Mikey, who's super tanky. All of these small items that he did purchase, Magic Wand, Casual Circlet, Fairy's Trinket increases his HP, Crown as well, does make a lot of difference. And now they're making a move, or at least trying to make a move, on Gorgets in the bottom lane, but he continues to farm up. About to finish off his Sacred Relic, level 7 right now.
It's going to be a solid timing from him here. They really want to try and punish him before indeed that...
He's already gone.
Yeah, he should be able to stay away from this move completely. Unlikely to come back anywhere close towards this tier 1 with the fact that they're off the map. They're going to be very aware that Quest is on this sort of hunt.
And look at that efficiency. Dodging the gank and also managing to stack the camp for himself. This is the build on Vengeful Spirit, where you get Echo Saber instead, so you have double attack. He is still top 2 in terms of net worth. The big one, the biggest one, is Saberlight on the Darkseer, who is 4-0.
That's massive.
Casual, Veil of Discord, and going into Aghanim Scepter. So basically, he wants to create more illusions, and he has some really nice illusions to create in this game. Radiance Carrier, you do have Radiance on your own team, but eventually the Radiance is going to spread from the Brewmaster, and then you also have Vengeful Spirit, so you get Vengeance Aura as well.
On him.
Orc.
Gonna try and set up on a Gorg. They've got the bushwhack. They've got him, and they get him as well before he was able to spend the money on the Sacred Relic, so a bit of efficiency lost there. Perfect time to get the hit on the Necrophos.
Courier was there. I'm not sure if he was just lacking a little bit of gold, 10, 20 gold or something, but they didn't lose too much. Noob, he's the one who's been shut down. 12 minutes in, still no Blink Dagger on Tiny. Did invest into smaller items, of course, adjusting to what he's playing against.
Omar there coming in from a very greedy angle over on Team Bold's own side of the river, and Mikey just immediately turns and sets up onto him. They'll drop the wall down. Sableye trying to step up and start
Big stop.
this fight. The opening onto Malik, but Malik, is he able to get away from this? Saxa coming in with the ult. Has he got enough to bring down the Brew? He can.
Mikey's
He
still
brings down
alive.
Malik. Saxa and Mikey both escaping on minimal HP. Saxa will tick out to the Spirit Vessel, but indeed Mikey once again getting away from this.
And have in mind, these are all fights 4v5. Gork still didn't join in any of these fights, doesn't have the Radiance. Maybe he can join with TP rotation. Pretty difficult with Necrophos, especially because you died, so you want to TP to the lane. You're very sluggish as the hero. But Team Ball doing a very good job. The one who's being super active is Saberlight. He's been involved in all 6 out of 6 kills. And look at the amount of stacks in the triangle. So he's going to farm all of that halfway through the Ags already.
This is going to be such a fast timing from him this game.
Oh no, he's underneath the vision again. That Observer Ward on the high ground. Gork will need some kind of a help. Scan does connect for a brief second.
Might be hesitant to go whilst they don't quite have the split back online. 40 seconds until that's there once more for Malik. Noob, 200 off the blink. Definitely start looking to make more plays. Probably going to hit that blink dagger timing at the same time. Malik will have the split back online.
To go back to my point about Tiny not having that blink dagger early on, 14 minutes into the game, he didn't die a single time. But all of these smaller items, the big one for me is Soul Ring, playing into mana burn, playing into EMP. So he needed to adjust. He needed to have, you know, some kind of a mana sustain so that he can actually cast his spells, and even more stacks being made on quest side of the map. So that can be killed by Tiny. It can also be killed by Vengeful Spirit, who is getting close to her Aghanim Scepter. You can disassemble the Echo Saber. That's why this build is super popular. Pretty similar to, I would say, Slark when he was buying into Ags and Echo Saber, then disassembling, going for the Aghanim Scepter.
Mikey did know that tier 2000 was up here, but didn't want to try and set up for a kill that close to tier 2. The rest of the team swinging across. Mikey has been found. They get in with the jump combo. They'll drop the split. Make sure that this time around they do not struggle to find the damage to bring the Invoker down.
He was so close to dying multiple times, and this is the only time that he actually dies. 15 minutes into game. That's pretty impressive. Malik. Spirit Vessel on him, going into Radiance, definitely needed. Oh,
they just
wall
gonna jump
again.
on the tier 2000 straight away. He's able to swap himself out to the side, but he's going to get dragged back here with a vacuum. The splitter comes down onto Saxa, but Saxa getting a hefty amount of damage out with this Unleash. Brings down tier 2000. The Cold Embrace comes in. It's going to give Saxa a little bit of a chance to survive, but he's still taking down to the Spirit.
Gets him another
Saxa,
jump.
He's actually able to make another jump happen out of this. He gets over with the rebound. The call comes out, controlling Malik and Takalis. Saxa, he survives.
Ooh, Sunstrike misses. It's only 1 point in Exort, so should not be a kill, but a very nice spell. Just give this team 1 slot already, because the spell casting in the previous fight was really god tier.
It was.
Waiting with the Winter's Curse for a really long time, and then Saxa also, after a Cold Embrace, gets another rebound. They get another kill, and he gets out of the trouble.
Oh, well.
Well done.
So we'll get caught there by a quick combo. Sablelight's going to try and fight back. I mean, he's trying to do this 1v4. It's a little bit risky. He's got the surge to get away, and he will live. So able to do that at this point with how farmed he is with this early Ags timing, the amount of stats that he has. He can just walk into the 4 heroes and walk away alive. Mid tower's going to continue to get the pressure. We'll see a TP back over from Noob here in an attempt to start the defense. So whilst this is happening, Gorg getting all the space in the world, has the Radiance done, and already halfway through the recipe gold for his boots of travel.
Boots of Travel, much like this is the item that you need to buy. I know a lot of the times it looks like a grief, or you're going like Radiance into Midas, so you're spending quite a lot of gold for farming, but this is how you play. This is a really strong mid and late game hero, and also your move speed is one of the shittiest one in the game, so you need to get something like with the casual Windblaze Boots of Speed, 345.
Quest. They should have, obviously they've got the Ags now done for TA2000, ready for the next fight. So he's going to have that second life to play with. See if they want to go hunting for some action. They've got their ults ready to go. Malik still, of course, quite away from having his Radiance. It's about 2,000 more gold for that one. See how much they want to try and look to fight. I mean, do you feel with these drafts, is there pressure on more on one side than the other to kind of play the game fast? You know, who scales the best in this?
Team Ball, they are pretty chilling, I would say.
Yep.
The longer this game goes, it feels really nice for them. You're going to have Winter Vibrant who starts to scale. You will have Marcy. The biggest part of Marcy position 4 is how do you get to your BKB? You need to keep fighting this hero can't farm unless you use Unleash. So once you get to the BKB timing, you feel pretty safe. They have really no abilities that go through debuff immunity other than swap, but you should have a pretty free reign. You get like one jump, and that should definitely be a kill. Orc, Bootless Travel coming up.
Tier 1 here to be taken. Same time, Noob and Ducalis, they have their eyes on mid. Start to see Mikey stepping out. Getting very close to having a Midas after his vessel, so he can also begin to scale.
And also in terms of scaling,
Yep.
you'll have Marcy with Ion Shell, Surge on
Yep.
top of her. You can use Splinter Blast on your ally, so before you get a jump, like you can also get some extra slow. You have the sidekick of your own, Alacrity from Invoker. So this is going to be great scaling for Team Bald. Noob with amplified damage, ready for the jump. But seems like they're not going to be able to find anything. The good thing about Tiny, because he has this new faucet crash landing. I mean, the new faucet, it allows you to pretty much one-shot the creep wave when your toss is maxed out and you have grow. So you don't have to commit. You don't need to stay in the lane, use your insane attack speed that you need to hit like 2 or 3 times. Use the avalanche because it is quite a lot of mana. Now it's quite different where you just use toss and you run away.
Still not finding the chance to go in as they may have hoped to around the mid. Quest, they fall back. Gorg is going to have the money for the shard as well. Next after the travel. Omar is going to be starting to kick out some damage himself with the Maelstrom on its way. Top lane. He's looking to start to get a bit more aggressive on the map now, Gorg. Feels strong. With these first couple of items done. He's in a good spot.
If they don't burst him down, if they get multiple rounds of spells with Surge, Death Seeker, Ghost Shroud, maybe some reset with the Spirit Vessel, Winter's Curse, or Cold Embrace, they have so many spells that they can prolong the team fight with, and this is where Radiance damage and also the Heartstopper Aura damage will kick in.
Smoke time from Quest. They want to try and play with these timings. So the Maelstrom on the Hoodwink. And the major one still not quite having the Radiance on Brew. About 700 more gold to go. So Malik will have that online. But yeah, they want to fight regardless. See if they can get the opening here. Malik's got eyes on Gorg. The bushwhack to open things up. See if he can keep him stunned. He's able to get the Ghost Shroud
They
off.
dispelled
The
him.
burst
They
is there.
sniped him.
Beautiful shot from Omar. And now with the swap from TI13, they're ready to get another one out of this. Nagato gets caught by the magic missile. Take out the 2, and now they're ready to dive the tier 1. See if they can find Mikey. He's going to be able to get away by a little bit with the Ghost Walk. No detection on the front lines. So he'll get away from there, but a good sweep and a jump there from Quest. Immediately finding and isolating Gorg and blowing him up with the combo.
Pretty much the perfect target. This is going to be their damage dealer. This is what this whole lineup is pretty much built around. He's out in 15 seconds with no split. They should be able to look for a fight.
He's going to go for a 3-man back wall. He's going to try and see what he can find from this. He's got the illusions out. TI13 will be able to escape for now, but Saberlight is going to chase him down. Swap from TI13 to give himself a bit of a barrier. Saberlight juking around the cliff here. Finally able to get back in and finish TI13 off, but he will die for this. Gorg's back in action. Should be able to deal with the illusion here of TI13. The rest of Quest should be fine to get out. Ducalis quick with the TP away. And Malik already out of there. So Saberlight, he'll lose his life. But definitely worth it there. Commits for the fight, starts off the action, and Team Bolt will end up getting the 2 kills thanks to his death.
Absolutely. He's just chatting it up on this Darkseer. Aghanim Scepter, Veil, Blink Dagger, Casual Ogre Axe going into BKB. He wants to get those multiple punches in. Also creating illusions, as we said, of Vengeful Spirit. There's going to be a lot of confusion from Vacuum Wall, illusions from the Vengeful Spirit when she dies, Brew Split. There's going to be a lot of damage on the ground. Quest, they also want to reset, but they also want to have Brewmaster ultis. They want to have this split available and get something done. And every single time that they use split, pretty much they manage to kill Gorg. Who's going to get it? Omar. will pick it up, so extra damage. Incoming spell damage as well from Hunter's Boomerang. Not too bad.
A lot of bursts. We'll see what Gorg goes for item-wise next to try and protect himself from this sort of setup and combo, or if indeed anything's coming out from the teammates that will be able to provide some sort of safety. Nagato's trying to get the Blink Dagger so he can get in position, be there for the saves, be there for the curses, potentially to hold back Quest if they do try and go in all in on the Necrophos.
So maybe a little bit more tankiness. There is quite a lot of magic damage. Eternal Shroud always feels nice. Jump. Malik, can they burst him down?
See if they've got the burst. They do. The Scythe there with the follow-up. They're able to shut down the Brew before he gets a chance to split. Malik's gone.
That's the first Reaper Sight. You need to get those stacks going. Gold for Gork. 2.5k gold on him. Let's see what he decides to put in his quick buy right now. Still top 2 in terms of net worth on Necrophos.
And behind the tower, I mean, Saberlight just keeps finding opportunities. Incredibly aggressive on the Darkseer. And yeah, being sort of the leading force in Team Bold, getting each and every kill that they've had this game.
They don't have that Blink stun initiation, so he picked up a Blink Dagger on Saberlight, and he is initiating with Blink Normal Punch, which is kind of insane to think about. But right now, the lineup for them is working. We still haven't seen that one big fight where Necrophos manages to reset multiple times when they play around him, try to get, you know, Winter's Curse on top of him so that they don't get the kill immediately. And if he's not isolated, I don't think they're going to be winning the fights on Quest. I feel like this lineup that they have, it does have quite a lot of damage. You have Tiny, you have, you know, Sharpshooter, which is about to be level 2, and also Omar did go for scaling, as you mentioned, picking up that Maelstrom, going into Gleipnir, pretty standard stuff on that position for Hoodwink. But if they manage to get multiple rounds of spells on Bald, Necrophos is going to own. He just needs a little bit of protection for himself. And going into BKB, he's like, okay, I did not want to die. I was thinking about the Eternal Shroud, but I think the big one, the biggest so far, is this Dispel mechanic from the Brew Split.
Absolutely, and should have that for the next fight. Next fight, however, will be into the Aegis for Quest, as Quest take out the Roshan. See what they're able to do with this now. That Noob has the safety of that second life. Pressure's been put on the top by Saberlight and Saxa. Of course, Saxa also now having the gold to finish off his own BKB. So Aegis may be on Quest, but the 2 new BKBs ready to be revealed. Actually, in fact, the 3 is Saberlight also has his done. So Team Bold, they've got the BKBs up. They're going to be ready to protect themselves against Quest Burst if they're quick with the BKB pressing.
Yeah, I also would not be surprised if they decide to take the fight immediately with the 3 BKBs. Even knowing that PSG Quest, that they have Aegis on Tiny, I still think that they can take the fight. If they don't overlap their abilities with these 3 BKBs, should give them enough sustain, should give them multiple rounds of spells guaranteed in the middle of a fight.
Quest on the hump with the smoke. They do hit the scan, so they know that someone's around here. They've got Saxa. We'll see if Saxa's going to put the BKB. He's not going to get it off. Maybe just accepting his death. Even if he presses it, probably would have died regardless.
Yeah,
so just saves the charge.
Right-click damage is way too much. Vengeance Aura maxed out. When you're sitting next to the Tiny, that's going to be almost 400 damage on your Tiny. And Echo Saber about to be finished on him. He did disassemble it to pick up a BKB. But Saxa is the big one. He's level 15 on Marcy. Malik is level 14 as an offlaner.
KB haven't come out here for Saberlight. They try and set up on him with the Earth Splitter. Saberlight's going to try and turn. He gets him in with the vacuum, but they don't quite have the full team around of Team Bold. They have to be a bit cautious. Backing off now. See if Quest get any sort of catches. Noob's got the blink ready. But Nagato hiding in the tree line. Doesn't look like they'll see him straight up. They will now, but he's out with the blink. Noob's going to try and chase. Not able to get anyone with the avalanche.
He's alone.
And now they turn. Noob's got to put the BKB. He's able to get the toss back. Oh, where is he? He's up in the air. There's actually just caught in the bushwhack in the middle of the air. I mean, the vacuum's going to get dropped down, but with the wall, Noob's been separated from the rest of the team, so they'll be able to take him down once. So if they can go for a second round on this, Of course, have the Scythe at the ready, but Noob is able to get out with the blink in time. Malik also popping the split, but behind the tier 2, it's going to be hard to get their hands on any of Team Bold, as Team Bold can sit back.
Don't think they're going to get anything out of this split. But yeah, Saxa dies, but it was such a nice illusion from the punch from Darkseer, blocking off Tiny. Noob overplaying his hand, having a BKB, having Aegis, pops the BKB before he dies, kind of to save himself. And now, again, less than 1k gold lead for Team Bold. I feel like they should fight. They should try to smoke up and try to get something going. Lanes are in relatively good position. You know that there is no split available for another minute and a half.
Yeah, and no split, and the BKB still on corner for the 30 seconds. They'll settle for the Tormentor first. Saxon gets back in the game. Team groups up. Grab that shard. Gets this one. It is going to be going the way of the Wyvern.
Good shard. Reduces the cooldown by 4 seconds. There will be more Splinter Blast. I know that Marcy's not the best one, like especially the previous iteration of Marcy shard, but this one is okay. Also, like reducing the cooldown, and also allows you to cast on the enemy, so you have like a guaranteed jump in the middle of a fight. And there's that smoke that we mentioned. They are trying to make something happen after killing the Tormy.
Saberlight. Oh, he was seeing if he could find something. He doesn't. Quest. They want to try and fight this themselves. It's still 30 seconds without that split. TI13 might try for a swap back. They've already got the vision down here, Team Bold, so good information to work with. They're not going to get caught by any sort of setup close to the tier 2.
They say it's enough. Gork TP's bottom, level 19, about to crack level 20. And going into Heart, he wants to be as tanky as possible. Can't really blame him. Has picked up Vocal Flames, more armor, more magic resistance, and even more overtime damage. And this also works with AoE, so that's pretty nice with his innate ability.
Malik, he's got the split. They're trying to control him to stop him from getting him off, but they won't be able to get complete control out into the brew with these two heroes alone. So Malik will manage to split. Can he get a kill with it though? Sax is already ready to jump out. Same time, Noob's been able to get him with the burst, take down Nagato on the Wyvern. Saberlight's into the trees with the TP out. Saxa also able to make it away. So Quest, they get a kill, but elsewhere split does have to be used and nothing's found around that.
Forcing a defensive split is also fine. It does give them opportunity to go one more time, try to grab something. After Winter Wyvern respawns, they also need to fix the lanes. Mid lane is being pushed in. Noob, he has one job pretty much. Try to find this Winter Wyvern in the middle of a fight. It's the only hero that he can burst down right now from 100 to 0 because others are way too tanky. Saberlight. The rest of the team needs to reconnect with him. He's playing a very dangerous game right now.
Oh, he is. Does have the BKB ready to press. We'll see who Noob and Omar find first. Saberlight.
He's in.
He goes in. He's got the BKB. I mean, could they punish him for this? They've been able to burst Mikey, and they should have a good chance of chasing down Saberlight as well here. The BKB comes to an end. Stomp. Not going to quite catch him. If they got any other way to close the gap, they don't. The Blink's up, the Surge as well. Saberlight, he actually gets away with that. Yeah, very cheeky
really
plays
pushing the limits.
Yeah, absolutely, just kind of going into 4 of them, coming in with a punch, and just running away.
But they did lose Mikey. That's Mikey's second death. Again, Tiny going in with a little bit of a help from Hoodwink. Getting that kill. Pretty even game. We haven't seen Team Bold get the fight that they want. They're still in the farming mode. 31 minutes into the game. Heart next on the menu for Gorgets. So more amplification with that level 20 talent with the Heart synergizes nicely. If you get Cold Embrace in the middle of a fight while he has Ghost Shroud, he goes back to full HP immediately. It's just insane amount of heal.
Oh, that's very true. Quest. What's the plan now? 400 gold or so away from the Octarine for Malik. Close to the level 18. They've got the BKB on TA2000, so will be much better kitted out to really get stuck in on these fights.
Yeah. Oh, it was Saksa the one who actually killed the shard when he was playing Marcy for Tundra?
Yes, he did. Yeah, he didn't want it.
And now he has it in
that.
a quick buy.
I remember
the
back
shard,
in the day, indeed. He didn't want it.
The shard did change. He did not want to inflate his net worth. And let's see. TA2000,
Oh.
BKB available.
Very quick BKB. They're able to get the punch off. Saberlight, he'll have to put the BKB as well himself. Swap back for TI13. There's a lot of physical damage. It's enough to kill him. The Cold Embrace will not save him. They turned over towards Gorg with the burst, but he's able to get the BKB off in time. Noob puts the BKB as well, gets forced back to the safety at the side. Gorg's going to try and dive in and go for more, but he's got to be careful now with the BKB coming to an end. TI2000. Did die the once, but the Illusion has to swap back onto Gorg. They have the Cold Embrace trying to keep Gorg alive. Is it going to be enough to allow him to heal up? It's not. Gorg will fall. Blink out in time from Nagato. He's back up to the high ground. The rest will get away. The Quest, they take the fight 2 for 1, maybe even with a third here. As the chase from Omar and Noob will catch out Saxa. Quest, they'll take it 3 to 1.
Unable to prolong the fight, Necro, he just dies. The problem is this Vengeful Spirit, the way you play when you get Aghanim Scepter, you pretty much don't care. You're swapping people aggressively, and they should not underestimate the physical damage. Like, look at the damage numbers from Vengeful Spirit. 5.2k damage in the previous fight, more than the whole Team Bald squad did. So, do not underestimate this hero. Yep. Level 20 as well. He also steals 20% of the reduced damage and armor. That's pretty massive.
Just a bit of an awkward time for them to fight as well. I mean, for all the time that kind of Team Bold have been focused on the farming and Gorg kind of staying ahead on the net worth, he was very close to his heart, about sort of 500 gold short before that fight. But yeah, ends up getting caught in the action rather than focusing on just getting that next big item done. So I can only imagine that Team Bold, they're going to get their heads back on focusing on the creep hit and get that heart finished on Gorg before they try looking for a round 2.
Yeah, very close to that heart that you mentioned, but he's also always close to our hearts, the way he plays. Gotta give him some loving. They need a little bit of extra loving to make a comeback in this game.
It's true.
Needs
Don't
that
let him get too close, because he will stop your heart. He's playing Necrophos with the old heart stopper. Maybe they're dangerous. Don't get too attached.
Next, Roshan is available on Radiant side and gonna turn to Dire side in the next 25 seconds. Team Bold prepping for it potentially. They need to set up some vision right now. Nagato has one observer ward ready. Still yet to see the big curse. Something that splits the fight, bails people out of trouble. But again, scaling from them, I'm not too worried, but problem is Tiny and Hoodwink are getting way too much. Both of them also have Nemesis Curse, so they deal quite a lot of damage, and they might cut off Mikey here.
Ooh, who are they going to find? Mikey's got to be careful. Got the Ghost Walk. They've got a sentry down. They're ready for him. The vision was set. The trap a success. At the same time, though, Omar does get caught by the rest of Team Bold. So 1 for 1, but obviously Team Bold now down their mid laner for a minute. First, they're going to absolutely want to try and fight into
Omar
them.
has buyback if necessary.
The illusion. Malik leading him with the primal split, see if he can get his hands on anyone. Gorg and Sax are now on the retreat. Sax, he's actually going to jump aggressive, go with the unleash. He's looking at TI2000. They'll put the BKB. He's going to chase TI2000 out to the side of the fight. Gorg trying to follow up as well. The curse is there. TI2000, he's gone the once. See if they can get anything else to follow down as the Earth Splitter comes out. Gorg thrown up into the air though. Whilst the Earth Splitter was there, so a bit of a counter synergy between the two spells. Gorg, he's fine and he's ready to keep on killing. The scythe comes down.
Omar, dieback.
It's a dieback indeed, and the split has come to an end. Malik, let's be a bit cautious. I mean, can they still tackle this Necrophos? Gorg, caught by the sleep. Saberlight turns with the punch on towards Malik. They've got the burst in there. Oh my goodness, they can absolutely kill the Necrophos. Noob coming in hard there with the damage. Saberlight will TP out. Quest, time to put a stop to the TP out. Quest, they'll take the fight, and with that, they should be able to claim this rush.
Whew, man, it looked like Necrophos might be in a good spot, and then he gets hit by 4 heroes, double hit from Tiny. He's sitting next to Vengeful Spirit and has 700 damage with a double hit. Also add Nemesis Curse on top of that. It's just way too much right now.
Oh, dude, look at this. Can they do something there? They're thinking about it. I mean, it's half HP. They could definitely mess with them. Saberlight, he's got the wall in 10 seconds or so. Absolutely a play on the table to potentially be made here by Saberlight.
Wall in 5 seconds. Shiva's guard to scout things out.
He's hiding, but they're looking for him, and they've found him. He's going to get the Shivas out, but they've got the combo to completely stun lock him. His BKB wasn't ready for 20 seconds, so he tries for a play, a sneaky one. But Quest, they're on top of it. They take him out. He's gone for 70, and with the Darkseer gone, I don't know how much more Mikey and Nagata
Oh,
can
Malik's
sort of hang around
chasing.
here.
He's going to catch Mikey.
He's got the setup here. He can get the stomp full up as well. Mikey. Caught with the bushwhack. He's got nothing to save himself. They pick up an Invoker kill on top of it all. Quest now an 11k lead.
That observer board is providing them vision. Second time Mikey dies because of that observer board. Sentry just out of reach. Very close to getting a D word from Bald, but not close enough. And then Malik with Panda scouts things out. Very nice spell usage. Throws him into the air. Ducal is ready with the Astral Spirit Echo Stomp, and it also gives enough time for Omar to come back into the fight and get another Bushwhack, get another Gleipnir, a little bit more control that they need. I don't know. I'm not feeling this Midas Octarine build on Invoker. Haven't really seen him do much. If we could check the damage numbers, I feel like his damage numbers are going to be pretty low, pretty similar to Winter Wyvern, I would even say. Higher, but really down there.
See if he's able to come kind of more into his element on the high ground defense, because that certainly should be a setup where the ability for Quest to get on top of him is going to be much harder, so he should be able to get out, combo after combo on the defense.
Still a lot of team fight on their side. If they get the good curse, if they get vacuum into curse, wall as well, tornado to try to reset. Problem is, you lose the fight right now with Aegis, with Cheese, you're going to lose your base. If you don't have buybacks available, I think this might be game over. If you lose this fight, they have more than enough right-click damage. Vengeful Spirit sitting at 400 damage. Tiny with almost 800. Vacuum.
He's in, but Noob's able to turn with the Avalanche on towards them. They get the swap from TI13 to keep Noob safe. The Winter's Curse being used. But do too much here. TI2000, he's at half HP. Actually, that's
Good
enough.
combo.
It's low enough for them to finish him off with the Scythe. They get TI2000.
Orcs did not skip the Mat class. That was pretty much perfectly executed. Winter's Curse with the Blink Dagger into Reaper's Sight, and a little bit of extra damage. Those 2-3 extra hits from Tiny making a difference. Vengeful Spirit, she's still ready with the illusion. No buyback available on him, but the slow siege is going to start from the Brewmaster. 6,000 gold almost on Malik. He can decide to pick up some extra armor as well, because this has been the way they've been playing. Amplify. I like AC on a Brewmaster. I know Refresher's also a really good pickup when you have Octarine 4, of course, but if they manage to get AC done, could be pretty much a game ender on their side.
So what the plan is next for Quest. They may have lost tier 2000, but they're still able to make use on the map here with the Aghanim's Venge, and the fact that they still have this Aegis for 2 minutes. So definitely on the cards for them to go for another aggressive play against Team Bold. So the timings for the Bold Gorg, 200 gold off the Aghanims. So that Aghanim's Heart combo is going to be online. Absolutely steps up the amount of damage he's going to be passively kicking out in the team fights if they can keep this Necrophos alive.
Yeah, and he's also getting close to his level 25, the Heartstopper 0.5. Going into Refresher, back in the days when you could...
Okay.
I think this was one of the most obnoxious things in Dota ever, where Necrophos could Reaper Sight you and you could not buy back. That was
that was amazing, yeah.
that was actually one of the most
something.
OP things ever. So with Refresher, it does allow him to kill, like, Tiny, he needs to pop a BKB relatively early in the fight. Maybe not now in the next minute and a half where he's still holding the Aegis, but if he doesn't have the Aegis, oh, Saberlight, he's been found.
Yep, they've got him with the opening. He's able to get the BKB off and turn with the punch. See if he can run away from this. He can't. The swap's there. He'll turn with the vacuum wall, but Saberlight's gone. The curse out onto the three of them, as well as the EMP dropped down. They still got to back off from this. Nagato's been caught by the silence to get the quick boost with the rebound. So it's Split actually being popped here by Malik. Not quite sure if he's going to be able to get any kills with this. I might be able to put some pressure onto the base, though. They know there's no Saberlight for a minute as he's out, and he's 200 gold short of buyback. So quite a window for Quest to push on and maybe get something done here with this last minute of Aegis on Noob.
Yeah, very close to buyback, but doesn't have it. No bounty runes on their side of the map. There is one available on Dire's side, but even if they pick that one up, it's still not going to be enough. So 40 seconds without him. Brewmaster split is going to run out. Well, catch Saksa. with that Cyclone. This should be...
Oh, there with the jump.
He's in.
Quick tornado. They're trying to protect him. Everybody in the cold embrace off onto Saxa, but immediate damage comes in there from the two of them. The Kanda from TI13 completely annihilating Saxa.
That Kanda on Nether Swap or your Magic Missile, Echo Saber, Enchanted Quiver as well. All these, like, you don't see the damage coming out from Vengeful Spirit, I would even say, especially with the attack that she has. It's kind of camouflaged really well. Tiny now 25, 2 toss charges, and this is something that we did mention. You lose a fight near your base against Tiny Vengeful Spirit combo, you might just lose the game. Amplified damage is available. Bottom, give it to Tiny.
If he's able to get that and get his hands on the base, yeah, Noob, he's going to take down these racks in no time. But Quest, they may play a bit more cautious now that the Aegis has come to an end. See if it's on Team Bold to maybe look to get out on the map and try and catch Quest when they least expect it. When Team Bold's got the full line of backup, 20 seconds until Sax is back in.
Amplified damage on Tiny. Going into Daedalus next. He is running out of slots, however. We'll need to replace his items. He can, of course, upgrade his Blink Dagger into Swift Blink. Then you can get rid of your boots. Have that extra movement speed coming out from the Swift Blink. 20k gold lead for PSG Quest. Being in the lower bracket, I want to see if they decide to risk things, if they smoke up, try to get the kill, and just try to finish off the game off that, or if they want to wait for maybe next Roche, still potentially even 5 minutes if it's going to be a longer spawn, but they are going for the full wraparound, it seems. Team Bold also playing the enemy side of the map right now. Radiance has been turned off. Malik, he does not want to reveal himself, and he did turn it on right now, so they should know.
Trying to play to the high ground here, Team Bold. Quest with the secondary smoke, ready to go for more. Set up TI13, trying to scout things out with the Wave of Terror. It's difficult to get in on this, and Quest know that they've got the pressure already building up on Team Bold's base here on the bottom lane, so they can just get back and force Team Bold back. Noob already taking out the mid racks. Couple of swipes and the range racks are gone.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Gorg leading the way. You see the jump to the side. Coming up onto TI13, immediately pop the BKB. Bushwhack comes out to Gorg. They get the opening Bushwhack stun, but no immediate follow-up. So Gorg is able to put the BKB, get the side, slam down on towards TI13. Splitter comes out of Gorg. A swap from TI13's illusion completely destroys Saxa. See if they can go for Gorg here as they've got the Bushwhack. The Cold Embrace comes into play. Saberlight, he'll also buy back.
No BKB on Tiny anymore.
I mean, Omar's ticking down with the damage coming out from Gorg. The 3-man stun coming in, and sleep follow-up as well. Team Bold get completely destroyed. There's Noob, cleans up with the triple kill. Magic Missile over towards Gorg. They've got to save him somehow. They have a Cold Embrace. Have they got anything more, though? Because Dakalis is trying to set up the sleep stun, but Saxa, he's in with the interrupt. It doesn't matter. Gorg still falls. They get the kill. They've had to use 4 buybacks here, Team Bold,
Refresher
to try and keep this game alive. The jump over towards Malik, but indeed with a refresher, he's ready to go with another split. I mean, whatever the outcome of this fight, Quest, they will be more than happy. Forcing out 4 buybacks from Team Bold, one of them being a dieback. Saberlight immediately sent back to the base as he came in on the action.
Saving that fight pretty much single-handedly with the 3-man stomp. He's been popping off. He's been able to keep the distance. The problem with the Bold lineup is they don't have that, like, blink stun. Oh, Noob. Can he burst him down?
Ooh, not quite. Sax is able to jump back.
Problem is you don't have that blink stun. You don't have something to start a fight with like you do with Noob on Tiny, who's having a pretty much a perfect game. 11, 0, and 13. He's been also playing Tiny. This is his Siggy. This is a hero that kind of got them in the professional scene when he was playing with Level Up back in the days. He was the one that kind of, I would say, stood out the most out of the whole squad back then. And we're going to see that fight again.
Oh, we are.
Damage from Vengeful Spirit is way too much. Getting swapped in, getting that shield on Vengeful Spirit, and this is exactly the target that wants to die, so they have to heavily commit. They blink in with the Darkseer, they use Reaper Sight just to grab that kill, and the strong illusion from Vengeful Spirit is still going to be able to deal quite a lot of damage later on.
4 buybacks from Team Bold in an effort to keep that fight going. And you see there indeed the beautiful 3-man stomp. Not a chance when you get caught like that. The 3 of them on top of one another.
And the heroes just disappeared. You have eat the aura on top of the heroes. If you have that physical damage, it's just way too much. Roshan is about to respawn. It's on Dire's side, guaranteed, which means Aegis, Cheese plus Aghanim Scepter. Tiny still doesn't have Aghanim Scepter, neither does Brewmaster, but most likely gonna go Tiny's way, just to have that extra round of spells, just to have that extra bit of damage. Gork, if he gets swapped in, if they get a stun on him, they can definitely burst him.
He's looking to start action. He might get it. I mean, they'll see TI13 off to the side. Death Pulse chasing him down. Jump forward as well, but this is such a risky fight for Team Bold. They lose heroes here. They'll almost certainly lose the game with the buybacks that they do not have. Jump forward. There's the burst from Noob. He's looking to combo from Saxon with the double toss. It's not enough to kill him. Saxon's able to jump out with a rebound. They turn now over towards Gorg. Ball's been dropped. Curse to hold TI13 back for now amongst the split. Scythe's there. Comes in but he
too early.
Still gets the job done. He's out the once, but of course he's ready to go for the second round. Gets the swap back onto Sable after the cold embrace from the guard that comes out. Killed out the illusion. Saxon now with the unleashed. Looks towards Dakalis. He has the dust prepared as well. Chases Dakalis down, but Dakalis able to turn and take Saxon out. 2 dead now on Bold. He's left to 3 versus 4 Gorg. Still surviving through it all. He's got a secondary BKB charge ready to pop. Mikey from the high ground will finish off Dakalis. Team Bold, they should be able to get away from this team fight with the state of the game still relatively intact. You know, nothing's changed greatly. They lost 2 heroes, but they were also able to take down 2 heroes.
Respecting the damage from Necrophos, as soon as they saw that refresher coming into play, Tiny didn't feel too comfortable joining the fight. He doesn't have a BKB available. Again, Observer Ward scouting things out. The first Observer that they placed was inside the Lotus Pool, providing him some vision. Got killed in the middle of a fight. Noob, Shield Rune available.
Oh my goodness, able to get the blink out just in time there before the tornado setup comes in from Mikey. Gorg he's still feeling strong with his BKB ready to press. Malik.
Split. Coming off cooldown. Refresher as well in 45 seconds.
Noob.
Malik. Everybody's super tanky. He also has Marge's Plate on Brewmaster, so plus pipe. That's 70% magic resistance right now on him. So feels pretty comfortable being the front line for his team, going into Shiva's next, but for now, keeping the buyback Sunstrike. We'll scout things out. They need to take this fight. Darkshire is going to come out in 4 seconds. They need his wall. They need his wall to connect, create illusion of Tiny, try to create illusions of Vengeful Spirit. That's the key one. And Roshan will go down to the bottom. PSG Quest already prepping for it.
Or do you just have to let it go?
It's a dangerous move. If you go through the gates, that's a bit of a suicidal move. I think you need to start TPing to your outpost, but look at where Malik is. He's the one already there trying to control, so I think they might need to run bottom. They heard the roar from Roche. I don't think they get there on time. Because going through the gates against Tiny ET, one bushwhack could make your whole team disappear in a matter of a second.
I mean, they're getting through sort of this dangerous part of the game where...
Not just a casual refresher on the ground. Sorry, Owen.
Well, they left
Nobody wants to pick it up. Yeah.
What?
It's no good. They wanted the Aghanim Scepter. How do they... These are professional e-gamers.
Come on,
They're getting
professionals.
They are getting paid thousands of dollars. But my boys, you know, from Herald bracket, most of them would pick it up.
I mean, the big brain thing now, we'll see if any of Team Bold are kind of checking out their inventories and they're like, hey, where's the refresher shard? And then bam, they check out the pit themselves. We'll see if any of the players do that. I feel like someone like Saxa, he's got the kind of mind that would do, you know, he'd be thinking about those things. He would be like, okay, they've got refresher shard out, hold up. None of them have a refresher shard. They've left in the pit. Yep. We'll see. It'd be pretty big. The question is,
how do you pick it up? This is some Giga Brain type of a play. Problem is they are in the bottom lane, so you can't go through that. You can't even send out the couriers. No. And now the slow siege starts. Manta style, first split. Swap.
He's gonna get swapped. They give a swap, but he's able to get the BKB off. Cold Embrace as well, keeping Gorg safe. Noob, he's falling pretty quickly here. The curse will hold him back. TI13 in with the BKB, but he has to step away from Saxa. He's caught by the curse. The side comes in. That's TI13 gone. The once, Noob. He's going to be able to get away just in time. Blink out at the side. Saxa leads in, but TI13 is able to swap to take Saxa away from the rest of Team Quest. Borg, about to sleep. He's got refresh from BKB if necessary. He's not going to need to pop it. Ghost Shroud alone, enough to get him back to the safety of the high ground.
That was such a clutch Winter's Curse, and also Cold Embrace while he popped the Ghost Shroud, so went back to full HP immediately. Another refresher available on Gork if necessary with the Reaper side. They might need to go. Buybacks coming off cooldown shortly, less than a minute.
The silence, Tornado, not going to clip onto Ducat. This is too speedy. He gets away. The racks are gone though, and of course Nubi was able to push in the mid as well, so only the bottom melee racks left standing here now for Team Bold. Swap onto Saberlight, Saberlight, he's gone. 10 seconds though and he'll have the buyback. The scythe comes in onto Noob, but it's not enough damage to kill him. Gorg pots the BKB, backs up with the Ghost Shroud. That's the Aegis gone as Noob will fall the once. Gorg dragged back by the Bushwhack though, they've caught him.
And silenced,
he's out.
He's dead.
This buyback, it's going to be up soon, 30 seconds. So whilst they don't currently have it, they do have them very shortly. Saberlight, he's gone in early though, and he's gone in to die. He's out. May have been worth waiting, so that they had just to wait 10 seconds before they had the 3 other buybacks, but Saberlight, he goes in. He's out now for good. The tier 4s are falling. See Gorg having buyback in 8 seconds, but that might be too long.
These are long
here
5
with
seconds.
The
They're
Ancient
focusing the
exposed.
throne.
I mean, Mikey's trying to hold them off, but Noob, he's focused on closing this one down. There's the buyback. The curse is there, but the Carlos and TI13, they'll close this one up. Game 1, it goes to Quest.
Oh, it took them 53 minutes to finish it off. I did say during the draft that I did like what the Team Bold were cooking, and you could see at the later stages of the game the strengths of their drafts. It's just that some of these fights, they had issues starting the fight, and also the overwhelming damage from Tiny and Vengeful Spirit was a bit too much. It was
crazy, yeah.
insane amount of damage. Double hit from the Echo Saber, double hit from Vengeful Spirit plus Kanda. You get swapped in, you lose your armor, all your base armor from the ET. Quite a difficult one, but very entertaining game. We've seen some of these refreshers from the Brewmaster, refresher from Necrolite as well, but it was not enough. They did lack a little bit of oomph when it comes down to super late game. I think it also comes down to mid lane difference. Tiny, he did not die. Noob had a pretty perfect game, while Mikey, he had a pretty horrible game. I really didn't feel the influence of the Invoker pretty much throughout the whole game.
No, it's true. It wasn't able to do a whole lot. I mean, as I say, this is a hero that very much a Mikey a specialist on it, but not a hero that people are really playing right now. And maybe for some of the reasons we were seeing this game, just not able to do enough, despite obviously how good he is on the hero. Just not one of the hottest right now. Yeah, we see these moments. The early game, I mean, kind of the early first half of it, it was very close, right, at Lacoste. The Team Pod, they absolutely had a chance at the beginning of this one.
Yeah, most definitely. Gork, he was farming. He was not involved in these like early engagements. You are, after all, playing Necrophos, so you're not going to rotate. You want the rotations to come to your lane, or you need to, just maybe get some bots into Reaper side, go back to farming. He was playing into quite a lot of physical and also quite a lot of magic damage, a lot of control on their side. The repositioning tool is something that he was really afraid of, getting swapped in the middle of a fight. Saberlight, he was owning throughout the first, I would say, 25, 30 minutes, really pushing the limits of the hero. And then he remembered what he tweeted. He's like, man, I really said if we qualified for this TI, I'm going to go bald. And he has a really nice hair, so kind of stopped playing super aggressive and got caught multiple times. The damage is just too much from PSG Quest. You get to this... It is. You get to this stage of the game, you get bursted down from 100 to 0 in a matter of a second or two.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, as I said before, I wasn't not necessarily the biggest fan of the Carry Revenge, but this game and this draft, they really made it work.
Now you like it, huh?
I like it. With the Tiny and such, it's just, the numbers get insane. And honestly, a lot of these fights, TI13 really did his job in the sense that they were going on it, right? They were using a lot on this Venge each and every time. But to an extent, he kind of didn't care, because obviously with the Axe, he's still able to play the fight out despite having everything thrown down on him the first time round. And we see the KDAs, I think, Noob has to be the standout here. Flawless game, 12-0-17, an absolutely insane time on the Tiny, and every reason to sort of, I think, cause Team Bold to probably ban that one out in game 2. They just couldn't stop him, Lacoste.
No, he was all over the place, and him being shut down early on, forcing him to buy different items, getting the soul ring so that he's... Because in the first 10 minutes, 2 runes have been denied by Winter Wyvern. And also, he's been constantly low on mana, kind of kills the game that you want to play on Tiny, but he still managed to find Soul Ring. He managed to find these like small kills on the side, and in the mid game, did find Winter Wyvern multiple times from 100 to 0, not allowing them to reset multiple times in a row. So Noob, definitely a hero that they should be looking out to ban in the second game, because he caused quite a lot of issues.
Yeah, or at the least have a much better answer towards him. Unfortunately, the Invoker, as fun as the Invoker can be to see, just didn't seem to be enough for Mikey to really have a handle on his Tiny. Well, what a crazy game one, a nice long one as well, big juicy one. 53 minutes. PSG Quest able to take that victory, but every reason to believe that I think we're going to get another banger of a game coming in game 2. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of this best of 3 goes the way of PSG Quest, but game 2, we'll see how that one plays out. It'll be right around the corner after this break.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe qualifiers for the Road to the International. I'm ODPixel here with Lacoste, and we are getting ourselves ready for Game 2 of Quest versus Team Bold. I mean, overall, Lacoste, what would you say are the big takeaways from what we saw in Game 1 from these two teams?
Very innovative draft, I would say, from Team Bold Reborn. Just a little bit lacking in terms of execution. Mikey getting caught a couple of times in a row. That one fight where Gorky got caught, immediately got killed off. PSG Quest decision-making is slightly, I would say, on a higher level, but we've seen some really good fights. And also, we did mention after the game ended, this noob Tiny, it has to go. It's also Omar's one of the better heroes for him, a bit of a flex. TA2000 also plays it, even though it's not a range hero. We always talk about TA2000 being a range hero specialist. Was he playing a range or was he playing a melee hero in the previous game? I think that's a good question.
Yeah, no, indeed. Yeah, a bit of both, really. Bit of both. But it worked out. It worked out. I think I'm happy for him because I said this was something that they tried yesterday and it just didn't look good. It was a slightly different draft. He just wasn't able to have anywhere near a level of impact that he did end up having that last game, TA2000. So I have every reason to believe he may be, and the team may be finding another way this draft to try and get that Venge draft in again, because it's something they like to do. They like to do it in the past as well. TA2000 used to play the Venge carry before it was cool. Well, we'll see how Team Bold kind of address that in the draft here in Game 2. Bans so far. This time, Team Bold, they are actually going to ban out the Darkseer themselves, so we're going to get to see Saberlight come in with something a little bit different. And yeah, let's see sort of the Tiny kind of comes in on these first wave of bans here.
Probably. I mean, at PSG Quest, they have the first pick, so I don't think you should give it to them. We've also seen TA2000 wearing sunglasses at night inside the house, being very cool. We can see him on the camera right now, sipping some coffee. My man, he is in the zone. He played an amazing game on Vengeful Spirit. Kind of hard to look flashy on Venge, especially on the carry Venge, but he was doing the job. And this man right here, this forehead that we're seeing on the screen, did one hell of a job with the ET, managing to get multiple stomps, some really nice, like his positioning was top tier in the previous game. Kept the distance, get some really nice Earth Splitters, and he was always ready there to amplify damage of his Tiny and Venge.
No Tiny, of course, this time round. Quest. See if there's anything from last game that they don't fancy Team Bold getting their hands on again. I'll say so the bigger threat would have been the Darkseer. They don't have to worry about that. Of course, the Team Bold taking that out themselves. They're going to open with the TA, so that's in the name, TA2000. As you say, he loves his range carries. TA, we didn't really see much of that yesterday, but this hero is still pretty good cost.
Absolutely. This hero is insane. Like, I'll go back to Chinese qualifiers when the hero at the start of the qualifiers was not touched because it was banned pretty much in every single game. It was banned 100% of the time for the first like two and a half, maybe even 3 days. And then people started to, try to theory craft how to beat it. Insane hero, better than it was before. Flash farmer. Gets online super quickly. You have this tower taking potential. This hero pretty much has everything. The hero also doesn't fall off as quickly as it did before, of course. But yeah, having this, instead of instances, you do have this shield, this barrier that you get, which makes the hero much more difficult to kill. And Beastmaster is, I don't know if you've seen, if there was a lot of Beastmaster recently in other regions, but in high-level pubs, this hero is pretty much everywhere. It allows you to have a BKB piercing ability, and also the new tech build with the Aghanim Scepter, of course, being super popular, but you can also go for the Helm of the Overlord. Against Templar Assassin, you might opt to go for something different, because she's one of the few heroes who can one-shot that creep and always feed 250 gold, which is a bit too much and quite a lot of experience.
Esports turn to ban.
Let's see. I mean, I've seen it in games, and the laning can be incredibly obnoxious. So not fun to lane against this lad if he starts to get ahead. And we saw what Saberlight was able to do on his Darkseer very early on. So every reason to believe that on the Beastmaster, he's going to create quite the problem early on, especially if paired up with something nice for Saxa.
Yeah, especially at the early levels where Templar Assassin isn't really a fully ranged hero, so you can get on top of her with your Hawk, with your Boars, and try to get some kills. And as you said, if he's paired up with Saksa, if he's going to be playing some really strong position 4 in this game, and speaking of strong position 4s, a lot of those did get banned already. Dark Willow is one of my favorite ones. The hero feels way too good right now, having these extra 4 brambles. They don't last as long as the other brambles, but the scaling and also the new kind of a build where you are playing off your shard, playing off your Cursed Crown instead of maxing out the Shadow Realm and trying to be another hyper carry at the later stages of the game. You do provide the team with so much control, and there's another one that could be paired up nicely with the Beastmaster. A little surprised that we haven't seen Weaver being contested. This has been the first pick hero, pretty much.
Yeah, we had some of the series yesterday in Western Europe. It was kind of ignored. Some of it was very contested. I think we had one series where it was literally played every game, and looked very, very good. Both 2 games of the carry, won those 2 games of the carry, and in fact, it was Quest themselves this series. Who were they against? It was Entity, right? Yeah, against Entity, where Weaver was in every draft. So
for a good reason. The hero is the strongest hero level 2 in the game right now with innate ability. So you are basically old level 3 Weaver, where you have your Geminate attack. It's 5 damage. It's not as much. It's more about the double attack. So having a double damage, if you want to call it, on one hit, and then also having the Swarm, having Shikuchi. I would not mind seeing that picked up right now as the carry and potential flex to position 4. Works really well with the Beastmaster. If we're looking for other position 4 heroes that can be played here, Saksa has been playing quite a lot of Primal Beast position 4, quite a lot of Tusk recently. Just in the last week or so, he played 16 matches with these 2 heroes combined.
5 seconds remaining.
What about his Marcy again here? Would you like to see that? Do you want to... Oh, Veno comes in. All right, what's going on with the Veno hero right now? I mean, he can... This kind of noxious plague that spreads and spreads, it's pretty obnoxious.
It's obnoxious plague, pretty much. It's super strong. It's the better faucet. The other one is the one where you're griefing your...
Put wards on people.
You put wards.
Can't you solo? You can solo roast right with it. Can you still do that?
I don't think you can do that anymore. I don't think you can do that anymore without triggering it. It's been fixed. It was in the game for a couple of days, but it is a hero that deals really well with Templar Assassin. You get 1 Gale on top of her. Most likely she's going to die. So this time around, I also would not mind if they play... Usually, Veno, it's played as a position 5, but in this game with Beastmaster, you can follow Templar Assassin around and try to make her life as difficult as possible.
Get some heals online here with the Enchantress.
I don't know if you've seen Enchantress with her faucet that gives her wisps. Becomes unkillable. In China, this was...
so early on in the game, just you can't take this hero down. Yeah.
No. You have Fluffy Hat, you have a neutral item that gives you some HP, Magic Wand, Raindrop, something literally unkillable. Like, if you don't have the burst damage with Beastmaster, Venomancer, this is not the type of a damage. It's more of a build-up, slow damage over time, multiple axes, of course, everything from Venomancer. So Enchantress feels really nice, and she also manages to stabilize most of these bad matchups while having Nature Attendance, healing her carry. So I would love some kind of a setup. Shadow Demon.
Here it is. Yeah, we've got the disruption. I mean, great for the setup and great, of course, to provide a bit of save for those getting caught by the Roar.
Yeah, these 2 supports, when I see Enchantress, when I see Shadow Demon, it does remind me a lot about Extreme Gaming support duo. This is the support duo that Falcons love to run, especially when it's paired up with flashy, like some flash farmer like Templar Assassin, where you can easily stack with the creep. You can, one of the best heroes in the game, Stack Demon, where he can stack multiple camps at the same time. It's not a stun that I wanted, but they can get the stun from the off lane, something to start a fight with. They definitely need that.
Dire team pick.
Monkey King. Now that probably, I would say, is going to be Sax's hero, right?
Most likely. This is the hero. When I first read the changes to Monkey King, were with his faucet that allows him to not have cooldown on the tree jump when he
you're everywhere.
is... yeah, you can be pretty much anywhere on the map. You can kill the couriers. You can go through the twin gates easily. You can start it as a tri lane, get a kill, go through the twin gates. Your offlaner doesn't lose as much. Just wild hero. You need to have extra regen. You need to buy into either Tranquil Boots. You need to buy like Urn of Shadows, something that you have to keep your HP above 90%. It was, I believe it was 100% before, which was a bit of a lackluster, so you need to be full HP. Now with 90% feels really good. This was the hero that was banned in the last stage of the game with Dazzle, so quite a lot of sustain. But now seeing Monkey King, Venomancer, I could... this could also be either mid Dazzle or they can play carry Monkey with Dazzle. A lot of...
Yeah.
They can. A lot of turnaround potential.
Yeah, I think most likely probably it's just going to be Gorg getting the last pick and Saxon Monkey King and mid Dazzle, but you're right, there is that flexibility. There is. They could switch it round if they see fit. So, yeah, I like that they've set themselves up for that team bold. They're not locked into anything as of yet. Wind Ranger is going to come out. Could be the mid, could be the offlane, right? We've started to see quite a few people bringing out the offlane Wind Ranger.
Still works if it's a good matchup. If you're going to be playing into Dazzle, let's say 5 with Monkey King, a lot of value from a Wind Run, but also keeping the flex open for now. I mean, they don't have the last pick overall in the draft, so they will need to reveal their hand. I don't think you can pick, another hero. I think most likely this is going to be Noob Wind Ranger from the mid lane. Let's see how Team Bold reads the situation.
Out the Gyro again, though that could be a hero that we could have seen Bold take in multiple positions.
10 seconds remaining.
What about some... if they don't want to run this Monkey as a core, which most likely they won't, to me this just smells like it's going to be Saxa plus a Beastmaster. Yeah. When he was playing in Tundra, one of the best lanes that they had with a lot of success was Dead Prophet being played by 33 and Monkey King Saxa position 4. So you have a stun with the Dead Prophet. In this lane, it's going to be quite a lot of slow with Beastmaster and with the Primal Spring. So for the carry, I wouldn't mind. I see Underlord. I would say that they are probably looking towards some CK type of a hero. It's not the hero that TA deals really well with. Focus Fire can be good if you get that before he gets his Phantasm off. You build into Gleipnir, but yeah, I think CK could really work for Team Bold.
10 seconds
remaining. We saw a lot of CK yesterday. Super hot carry right now in the patch.
5 seconds remaining.
And definitely one that Gorg is very, very good on. We love his build as well, the Ags build. And they know it. They're going to ban the CK out. We're not going to get to see it here. Quest, we're ready.
So some kind of a stun Centaur, Underlord, they have been banned. Maybe Axe. I wouldn't mind seeing Axe. You're going to be playing into Dazzle.
That would be lovely. I mean, I guess they have kind of, the kite and stuff, and they'll go with the Slardar instead. So still that stun you're hoping to see.
Yeah, and now it might be not the greatest against the Wind Ranger, but maybe some Razor, maybe some Troll. I would love maybe Troll, because you're going to be playing into Templar Assassin, Wind Ranger, and Slardar. Mischance from Axis feels really nice. You have a pretty free lane against Slardar. So I'm looking towards these two heroes, leaning towards the Troll. It does, at least in my book, feel better. But I could also see them pick up Razor.
Yeah, I'm checking. I mean, on terms of what Gorg's been playing, hasn't played Troll for a couple of months now. Go with the Bristle. Okay. All right, so Bristle coming in as the last pick. That, of course, will be Gorg. So they'll have this Bristle Veno lane. Indeed, yeah, Saxa taking the Monkey King off the top lane with off the off lane with Saberlight. What do you think about this one to close things up? I mean, it's another Gorg classic, the carry Bristle. Is this a pretty good game for it? How does the Bristle feel here?
To close things up as draft, or close things up as their run towards in this lower bracket?
We're getting a game pretty shortly. I mean, what do you think, Agora? Do you have doubts about the Bristle here? What?
No, not necessarily. Bristle has looked pretty strong. Also want to see which faucet he's going to take, because the one with minus armor feels really good. It's going to be the front line.
Yeah.
Again, a lot of sustain, a lot of overtime damage. Patient Zero from Venomancer. Then you have Beastmaster, Dazzle as well. Multiple resets with their lineup. It can work. It definitely can work. But if this game goes, again, post 40, post 50 minutes, if Monkey is not scaling, PSG Quest is just going to outscale them. Bristle does tend to fall off at the later stages of the game. So, I mean, if you itemize, there's multiple ways to itemize Bristleback. I've seen, some like crazy item builds with SNY Satanic, where you can't be slowed. You have status resistance, you're life stealing, you're playing with Echo Saber and stuff. Or you can go, your core item's still going to be Aghanim Scepter, but it gets pretty wild. Like Dota late game with these type of the heroes that we have on both sides can get pretty chaotic.
For sure. No, I think, Team Bold, they last game round, the first half went pretty well for them. So having a lineup that's going to be able to go more all in on that and not sort of settle and sit back and allow Quest to just outplay them in the later stages, as Quest were able to do in that game one. Team Bold, they got to try and step it up this game. They lose this one, they are out at the runnings to make it to TI. Everything on the line for them here in this game.
And they are going to use the late smoke. They set up the vision in the bottom lane, which is going to allow Saksa to jump on those trees and try to grab some courier kills. Let's see if they can find Malik. He does have leg day as his faucet. Never skip the leg day, especially when you play Slardar. It's the better faucet. It's the one that seems slightly OP. It got nerfed in the previous patch, but still feels really nice, where you get that extra movement speed at the start. So getting pretty difficult to kill.
And in terms of sort of the Carlos, can they make a go on him here? They'll use the disruption up top to set up onto Nagato, and that's looking like a first blood. Noob able to take it. And so he'll be able to turn towards the mid lane with that one. Team Bold, they'll themselves get a kill. Saberlight able to find Carlos. They chase him down at the tower, but yeah, definitely the big one going to Noob there. First blood here for the mid-wind ranger.
Yeah, that's the big one. Also, matchup against Dazzle. I guess that's why they also picked it with the Wind Run. You don't care too much about the Poison Touch. There is got to be a big timing on Team Bold if they can hit it. Aghanim Scepter on Bristleback, of course. And then Dazzle, he does have his innate ability, reducing the armor. So it got to be quite a lot of minus armor. And quite a lot of overtime damage. So very toxic lineup from Team Bold. They've been cooking these drafts, and I kind of like it. I am preferring Quest draft because it looks more stable. It looks very good at scaling. Killing Roshan also going to be very important. Both teams can relatively easily kill it. Between 15 and 20 minute mark, Roshan is just going to drop 100%. I don't think they're going to be killing it earlier after the laning stage ends. But looking at the top lane, Malik, this is the hero that kind of messes up with Slardar in the laning stage. Venomancer, he doesn't get to like really do what he wants to do in the laning stage, put a lot of pressure. He gets hit by one Gale and needs to run back immediately. The good thing is they have Shadow Demon, so if you create illusions off Venomancer, you still get the Poison Sting. That extra bit of a slow can make a difference.
That should be enough, yeah, indeed, to keep Malik safe in this lane. Make sure that he's still able to trade farm with Gorg. And from sort of the mid point of view, Mikey on the Dazzle. Well, see top lane, maybe they could have a go here on towards Malik. The slows are stacking up. I mean, he's going to be gone. They're going to be able to finish him off. Gorg, though, my goodness, he's going to die in return. Omar's able to take out one of them. I mean, can he get Nagato as well?
Not done.
The poison's stacking up. I think he might be able to if he can hit the few more. No, he doesn't want to go for it.
Omar also did go for a deny attempt, didn't get it. But yeah, I'm a little surprised that Slardar did go for Bash of the Deep. I mean, you're playing into Venomancer with your faucet, with Leg Day. You have Guardian Sprint. You have 100% slow resistance. So could definitely bail him out of the trouble, and they still might get a return kill. And also something that you don't notice in the middle of those fights is stacking damage from Shadow Demon. His Menace every single time you get hit, you get extra 2% damage.
It really adds up. We saw Gorg obviously have to stand his ground and take down Malik, but yeah, the damage he was receiving in return, huge amounts. Still trying to swing across towards Omar. Looks like Omar did try and make an aggressive play onto Nagato with the disruption, so he hasn't got it to protect himself, but he does have a TP, and of course these two heroes won't be able to do anything about that.
It's that easy. Just TP out. They have nothing. I'm looking at Monkey King. This is just wild. What the hero can do when he's full HP or above 90% HP with his Simian stride, jumping on top, jumping bottom, getting like, maybe even baiting some tango play where he's like, oh, we're gonna cut down his tree with a tango. I know exactly which tree he's on, and then you don't cut it because he's too fast. Pool has been opened, so we'll allow. I almost said Tundra reading off the screen. Team Bold to get the pull off.
Now we're seeing in the mid 24-5 on Noob so far against the 19-1. Do you think this game overall is going to be a bit easier for Mikey to have impact with the Dazzle as opposed to what he was able or not able to do on the Invoker in game 1?
Oh, for sure. Most definitely. I think Invoker in the previous game was quite a difficult one for him after the laning stage ended, playing into all these burst damage, playing into repositioning tool from Tiny, from Vengeful Spirit. You get swapped in the middle of a fight, you're gonna die from 100 to 0.
Top Omar continuing to very easily handle both Gorg and Nagato. Bottom lane. Bit of an attempt to be made, but yeah, Dakalis unlikely to die. TI13 a bit more of a chance of threatening him. Refractions back up. Won't be able to deal completely with TAs. TI13 able to continue to farm. Both of them getting an equal amount out of this lane, TI13 and Saberlight.
As long as they can keep Monkey below 90%, that means that there's not going to be jumping around the trees. And there was this play that they did, or anti-professional e-gamer play, where Saberlight did cut down the tree of Saksa with wild axes.
Oh no!
A lot of stacks being made in the triangle. Gotta be careful.
He's in a lot of trouble. They're able to chase him down. He gets caught in the trees and not able to make his way back towards the safety of his tower. So a kill to be found here for the safe lane duo of Quest.
Two melee into two range heroes. Not the easiest thing. If they can like get the jump, if there's no Ducalis around right now, Ducalis is jungling. Bristle.
Top lane. Setups there. There's an easy kill here for the two of them. And at this point with the levels, Omar's just able to set up with Disruption and Malik. Level 5 now. Kicks out a lot of damage, far too much for the Bristle to be able to sustain in the lane.
I love the itemization from Malik, going for double Wraith Band in this lane, knowing that there's going to be quite a lot of minus armor. Bristleback is a level 3. So I just got level 4. Again, off screen we can see quite a lot of stacks being made for Bristle. They can also steal the stacks. With Templar Assassin, Malik, if in danger, just TP out.
It's really stopping them getting these kills that they've really hoped to find when they've got this Bristle Venom lane. Just not quite getting them here. Bottom, TI13 very much at a point where it's super difficult for Saberlight and Saksa to go aggressive on towards him. Not able to have the same amount of impact as they were this duo in game 1, where they were really threatening Quest underneath the tower. This time round, it's going to be much harder, much of a slower start.
And you also got to be careful about TP rotation. Noob, and there's that TP rotation in the top lane. They want to get the kill. Malik, he's ready to turn.
DD turns. And Noob is coming in with a focus fire on towards Gorg. Malik's got the stick charges. Malik will die. Gorg, he'll go down in return there. As Noob's able to focus him, and they should be able to find Nagato as well in the trees. As Noob and Omar chase him down. Noob coming in with his solid moves. We saw last game he was yet to die. In this game too, he's off to another hot start. 3 kills straight up.
I thought he might make a rotation in the bottom lane when they try to play, when the lane pushes in, if they try to play aggressively onto TA2000, but they've been shut down. This bottom lane so far has not worked out. Saberlight also, he could be the one clearing some of these stacks, but the Bristle is also in such a bad spot. He's going to die again. Gork, level 4 only.
It's rough.
Not having a game. 4
Not at all.
deaths. Level
They're
4.
completely punishing him. And, you know, comes in
How many
with
deaths is he going to have when he hits level 5?
I mean, he's not going to be going back to this top lane, at least not this tier 1, I'd imagine.
Think so.
This
I
is
think
not a
it's time
place
to
to be
jungle.
anymore.
Is under attack.
It's a bit of a that's why I didn't like it as much during the draft. They picked Bristleback into Temper Assassin, into Slardar. Like, Wind Ranger also deals relatively well with Bristleback. You get one Shackle shot with Focus Fire. If he's not turned around, you're going to be able to get the kill. Later on, Shadow Demon with the Aghanim Scepter, with the break mechanic. Quite a difficult game for him. And as you said, can't really go to the lane. Will need to start jungling.
Mikey at least trying to apply some pressure on the mid whilst Queston moved away from that lane towards the top to make those moves. Noob's ready to swing back across. Saxa's got eyes on him. Incredibly difficult for these two to try and make a play. They're going to go for it. See if they've got the burst before it's the wind run back up in a second, but they don't. Noob, he's totally fine, and now the TPs are coming in, ready for the turnaround. They've dove in pretty aggressively for this one, Mikey. He's got the shallow grave. Has he got any way out of this, though? He does not. Saxa is going to go for the TP. If they got something to stop it, they don't, so Saxa will make it away. But a very aggressive move there from Team Bold. Gets heavily punished as Mikey goes down.
Way too deep. Noob was though underneath the tier 2 tower. He has power treads on strength, pick pull, a lot of sustain on his side, and that was 2 points in win run. It did reset 13 seconds cooldown, and he was also underneath the tier 2 tower, getting that extra armor, extra regeneration. Quite a lot of stacks in the triangle, but let's see who's gonna farm it. Whether they give it to Bristleback or whether they give it to Beastmaster, who is going for Aghanim Scepter. So all 3 cores actually from Team Bold rushing Aghanim Scepter.
Who's going to get it first? Probably
That's a good
Saber.
question.
Or Saberlight or Gorg. What do you reckon?
Mikey is halfway through. He has 2 components.
Okay. That's true, actually, if you do the maths. He's ahead at the moment.
Has been killed.
This is also not a playmaking mid-hero. Dazzle, he wants to sit back, try to get some farm. You have Venomancer as your pause 5, which is also pretty static as a hero. Saxa, I don't think he's getting out of this one.
He's gone. Of a kill to be found. TI13 continues to have an incredibly free start this game. Both him and Noob beautifully farmed up here in this first 10 minutes. 3k lead as a whole here for Quest. A very, very hot start.
That's my issue. Who's going to be able to hold them back while PSG Quest is making these aggressive moves? And Scan just connected. Gork continues to farm up. Level 6 now. Malik, level 7. Corrosive Haze available.
And they've got the setup here with Omar and the Demonic Purge. Not a chance for Gorg.
They even dispelled his safety bubble barrier. Makes him less tanky. It needs to be Monkey. It needs to be Monkey paired up with the Beastmaster, but for now, Saberlight, he does continue to farm up. Will clear those stacks. And Noob, he doesn't have the target to go for with amplified damage. We'll just focus down the tower.
And they're turning up towards the mid lane. Team Bold from maybe potential defense attempt. The Shackle's going to come out onto Mikey. Jump forward with the Primal Spring over towards Noob. They've got the Wukong's command. They've got the Roar. Oh my goodness, he gets pushed out to the side, but he will die as they take down Noob. They take down Omar as Team Bold turn up with the full 5-man in the mid lane to secure the 2 kills and potentially the tower as well.
2 big kills. Unfortunate for them, Nagato is the one who got both last hits. Sure, Venomancer will get some farm, but you would definitely love to get it on one of the cores to push him close to the Aghanim Scepter. And you might be right. It seems like it's going to be Saberlight getting that first Aghanim Scepter, clearing the stacks and stealing some of the enemy stacks as well on their side of the map. Just 600 gold away. Mikey, he still needs another 1,000 gold.
See Quest are able to set up another move to try and hunt down Gorg. They've got the blink on TI1300. As he continues to clean up the stacks prepared here for him. Team Bold continuing to hold this mid lane. We'll see how much things change when these Aghanim's are online. As 500 for Mikey, a couple of hundred for Saberlight. Gorg, still about 1,700 away.
And look where Gorg gets his farming. He's really in the outer ring, the furthest you can go, pretty much. Like this is the furthest camp away from the Radiant side of the base. He needs to find a safe spot for himself to not die. Like, he can't afford another death because Aghanim Scepter is already delayed and it can't be delayed anymore. More stacks for Saberlight.
On Malik. So they'll be very ready to lead the charge. Get the jump onto any of these heroes. Quite a few of them relatively squishy on Team Bold at this stage. Here it is, smoke time from Malik and Omar. Same to be said from Saberlight with Saxa. So who's going to find who? Saxa and Saberlight likely to have the vision advantage. They've got eyes on Noob. They've got the Boundless. Ooh, it's not going to quite be able to come out as Noob's able to break away from them. Don't quite
Not
get
sure
the
what
opening
happened there. Didn't get the immediate roar off.
Yeah, it was just sort of a quick shackle shot came out from Noob that interrupted the cast animation. And now Saberlight, the roar does come out, but he's dead. Does not go as to plan there at all for Team Bold.
That's a bit of an unfortunate one. Malik, he's trying to go for a solo kill underneath the tower. A bit of a risky move. Saxa does have Boundless Strike available, but this is a tanky Slardar. Gale,
Yeah, they can't get him.
Close enough.
He's able to get away with that one. In fact, he might get back in. I mean, he's got Dakalis with him. I guess Mikey's back in play now, so they have to respect the fact that the Dazzle's around. Power shot. Going to scout some things out. The shield rune as well on Noob.
Quite a lot of heal from Dakalis. 2 points in Nature Attendance. Does have Trusty Shovel available. Gives him Healing Salve. Saxa being very annoying on these trees. Jumping around. They also have Vision from Venomancer. They have Deep Observer Wards, like deeper into their own jungle. Look at the Observer Wards from Team Bold. They want to protect their cores. They want to get those Aghanim Scepters online. And I see a big item from Saberlight. This has been buffed in the previous patch, Crimson Guard. So instead of giving your max HP, instead of strength, it gives now percentage of your max HP, which works, I would say, slightly better. And you can also buy it on non-strength hero. That's why it feels nice.
Still going to have a very strong group up and push from Team Bold with all these items coming into place. See around the power rune. See what they can find here. They'll try to open up with the Gale. Looks like they want to attempt to go for the fight, Team Bold. They've got the Roar onto Noob. Same time on the back lines, Malik and TI1300 able to focus Mikey. Mikey's gone. Nagato as well to fall. They've taken out the two of them. Noob is trying to escape from Saberlight, but Saberlight actually finishes off the kill. So they get the trade. It's a 2 for 2. Saberlight
Not too bad of a fight. That was also
not too bad
a
at all.
fight where Windranger had the shield rune available. He gets saved by a disruption for a little bit, but they still get 2 big kills. I would say the one on Windranger, that's his first death in the whole series. Didn't die in the previous game when he was playing Tiny in that 53-54-minute game. But this is going to be like the timing that we said during the draft between 15 and 25 minutes. This is where Bold lineup should feel pretty strong. This is also a fight for Aghanim Scepter on Bristleback. And it's about to be completed.
Things kind of falling into place for Team Bold. Definitely get back on with the pressure and try and look towards some of these tier 1 towers. Saberlight very strong.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Maybe 6k down, but Team Bold definitely with a fighting chance.
Most definitely. There's a lot of unspent gold on PSG Quest. That's why this 6k gold advantage didn't feel as much. Templar Assassin didn't have her Mithril Hammer. It's being delivered on the courier. So basically 3,000 gold on him. Wind Ranger sitting on 2.6k gold. Doesn't know what to buy. 1k gold on Slaughter. Well, most of the Team Bold members, they invested all of their gold. So basically that was a pretty even fight in terms of net worth, what they brought.
Top lane. And maybe tempted to go for a jump on Gorg if he's not too careful, but Gorg, he's keeping away from the lane. It's going to get the chance here, by the looks of it, for Quest to step into Roshan. And of course, do it very quickly.
And as we said, 15 to 20 minutes. Roshan does belong to one of the teams. It is level 2 corrosive, minus 15 armor with focus fire. It goes down immediately. Team Bold, with their lineup, you have Bristle lineup, you want to have tempo in the team. So stealing away Aegis from this type of a lineup, it's going to hurt them, but I still feel that they can take the fight. Arcane Rune available on Dazzle with Aghanim Scepter. 3 Aghanim Scepters online, 1 on Beastmaster. About to finish off Crimson. That's quite a lot of damage block. That's going to be almost 100 plus damage block on each hit for 8 seconds against Focus Fire. One of the best ones, one of the best items. Sure, you're still going to have these magical Maelstrom procs, but then again, you have Slaughter, you have Templar Assassin. The best item, which, ooh, Quick Fingers from TI13.
Hold the tower for now, Team Bold, but looking for a fight into the Aegis of Quest. Might be too risky. So having to play responsive and reactive and making sure that Gorg has some sort of space on the map to try and catch up in farm. I want to finish this push here, Quest.
Quite a lot of damage over time. Saksa did pick up the shard of his own on Monkey with the triple raid ban, playing a bit of a different game. It is the shard that has been buffed. It does apply Primal Spring 60% of the max channel slow, so it does feel really nice. So you have like double slow, and you can also jump out of the trouble. You can connect onto the target. Uh-oh. You are tanky as Bristleback, but not tanky when you run into Deso and Slardar. That's 20 plus or minus 20 armor that you get from just one item and one ulti, plus also meld on top of it. We are in pretty much minus 30 territory.
Yeah, pretty much if you do the maths. Another chance for Gorg when he gets caught like that. And they're going to be able to step across and take the Tormentor as well with all this minus armor.
Ooh, nice try from Saksa. Try to kill it with the Boundless Strike. Omar will get it. So that's going to be great pickup. Great against Venomancer, the Dispel mechanic, the overtime heal, against Dazzle's Poison Touch, against Goo. And that's going to be another tower most likely. Let's see if Team Bold decide to take a fight here, but they need to bring the numbers.
They definitely at least need to rally around Gorg. They can't allow Gorg to get caught out again. Keeps up around the tier 2, and here's the smoke. Gonna try for something, but yes, it is a risky move with the 2 minutes still left on TA2000's Aegis. They're fighting into the Aegis here. See Takalis wanting to go for him immediately. They've got the Boundless Strike down onto him. Takalis getting the heals up, but the damage is enough to bring him down. Off to the side, Noob comes in with a Shackle Shot and the Power Shot, but the heals are there. Team Bold able to keep Nagato at full HP. Let's see if they can jump in for more. Malik. The retreat of oh, nice move there. She gets back in over towards Saxa. He was ready for that, but Saxa's still able to make it up to the high ground away from this Slardar. Team Bold, they're considering pushing on. Gorg's got to respect the minus armor though, and the heavy hits coming out from this TA's Deso. Still pushing on is difficult with to say TA2000 still having the Aegis in this fight. Malik, he's in with the jump over towards Nagato and Gorg. They tear through the Slardar very quickly. He'll be protected for now by the disruption. He'll give him the chance to get off another crush. Saberlight goes down without being able to get the roar off. If they've lost their Beastmaster, Noob trying to push them back. BKB now comes to an end. Saxa reaching from the trees, and they may have got the 2 there. Team Bold, but one of them was denied. TA2000, of course, able to get the deny onto Omar.
Ooh, another 5-man strong lineup from Team Bold. When they are holding the hands together, they feel really nice. All those heals, Venomancer with the Guardian Greaves, heal from Shadow Wave, and then you also have Bristleback in their faces, Beastmaster with his Drums of Slum, healing things up, healing himself up, and his units, Crimson Guard as well. Quite a lot of sustain. So they will need to isolate the target. That was also a fight where Malik jumps in. He has a great healing glow. Just gets in, eats that, but still dies. And also the area of effect. If you're trying to fight, let's say you get Noxious Plague, you get Galed, you're fighting inside Wukong's command, you're not taking that fight as PSG Quest. Noob, you'll get Tormy, you'll get the shard, because they stole the enemy shard. And it was also Slardar who bought it for himself. Not bad. I think this is a good way of resetting. Instead of getting one on the Enchantress, getting one... That's pretty early. This is like 23 minutes into the game. Wind Ranger having Gale Force, so you can push people out of Wukongs. You can try to reset the grade against, let's say, countering Primal Roar. It's not the best thing, but it can work.
Team Bold. Not quite ready to push onto the tier 1 yet. Look to get that next round of items done. Saberlight, 700 off the Blink Dagger. Mikey obviously having his now on top of the Ags. And tier 2000, his next up was getting the Crystalis out. Yeah, they'll have that very shortly. So this TA is going to hit hard. If they can get the jumps in these fights, Quest, they will still kill most of Team Bold's heroes very quickly.
Any kind of burst damage. Paired up with Corrosive Haze, they want to burst down the target from 100 to 0 so they don't get another round of spells. Maybe Dazzle's not quick enough to use the Shallow Grave. Saxa is collecting these Lotuses, jumping on the trees, jumping through the Twin Gates, has another great healing Lotus.
Smoke time on Quest. They get the jump. The fight's going to be very hard to piece together for Team Bold. Aghanim's done as well on Malik. So Team Bold are ready for this one. They have to be prepared. They're going to smoke up themselves. Not with Sax at the moment, but of course he can quickly swing across to join them. Quest approaching. Not going to get in on time. Team Bold inadvertently stepping away from this.
Oh, they know. They know. Saxa's showing in the bottom lane. Couriers are flying out, so they should know. That's Enchantress's courier, so they should know exactly where she is.
They're going to try and look towards him up to the side. The Roar's been dropped down. They're looking towards Noob, but Noob's able to step away and he's ready to turn. Goes with a focus fire on towards Saberlight. The Wukong's command's been dropped down. They have the Grave to provide Saberlight some safety. The heals as well, but it isn't enough to save him as Saberlight falls. Omar focused off to the side. Gore getting torn apart here by the damage of TA2000. As they'll take the 2 kills, Quest. They will lose Omar as Sex is able to jump back in and finish him with the Boundless Strike. So something to be found, but they have to run here. Team Bold, Mikey in the trees going for a TP. Oh my goodness, the crush from Malik just falls a little bit short, so Mikey will get out.
Oh, they need to break the formation from Team Bold, and that's exactly what they did in the previous fight. They isolated the target. Beastmaster, he got popped, I wouldn't say immediately, because he can soak up quite a lot of damage with the Crimson Guard. It did get dispelled by Shadow Demon, and that's where you can feel that he's not as tanky anymore. Gets focus fire down. But if they can break a fight like that, where they are fighting on 2 different fronts, PSG Quest is going to win that fight every single time. Saberlight did pick up a Blink Dagger before that previous fight, so he can lock onto a target. It also allows them to gank the side lanes. Blink Dagger on him, Blink Dagger on Dazzle, so you have a follow-up Hex with the Poison Touch.
Team Bold, they've got the cooldowns ready to go if they want to try and go again for a smoke move to see if they can get the jump. So they haven't got a smoke out on themselves right now. Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. So yeah, they're ready to go. They've got to try and take their chances.
Losing too much on the map, and also they don't know when Roshan is going to respawn. So we'll... Oh, mid lane. They need the Roar. but it's
Yeah,
not
it's a
there. Saberlight's been in the triangle. Rest of the team playing like they need him. Like he needs to be the one jumping. Maybe Monkey provides a vision, try to set things up with his boundless strike. This could have been a really big kill.
Top lane, Mikey showing. Out in time with the blink, but Noob might still find him. He gets the blowback with the Gale Force into the focus fire. Mikey is caught by the silence, but he's still able to get the Grave out in time. They'll turn with the roar over towards Noob. Saxa coming in with the Wukong's command. Noob slides out to the side. He's able to get away. He's got the Shackle Shot locked down onto Saberlight to hold back the Beastmaster. Side of the fight, Nagato's coming with the slow on both Malik and Jakar. This boundless strike from Saxa down onto the two of them. They're trying to back out of the fight here. They've lost Nagato, but Saberlight, he's in the midst of it all. TI13, he's ready to turn and start doing the damage. Gorg's gone. And indeed, Mikey's out of the game.
Nah, he disconnected definitely. That's a bit of an unfortunate for him because they need this Grave. They needed this Grave to go off on the Bristleback so that he can get, you know, some extra damage with the cold spray, but not losing a single hero. It did look promising for Bolt where they get jumped. The slow, the Noxious Plague, it does spread that you have Boundless Strike slow with the Shard. It's still not enough the way they disengage. I'm also looking to a little surprised they don't have Guardian Greaves, or nobody at least has it in their quick buy, because it's a really great item when you're trying to disengage. You cannot be slowed for a second and a half. Great against Bristleback, great against Venomancer on side of PSG Quest. Go when ready, they say. Dazzle, no Blink Dagger, so he also got slowed by Power Shot.
Yeah.
Saxa has BKB ready, but on my screen, I see very dead Saberlight.
And maybe even Saxa or Mikey as well as Noob's chasing down with the win run. They get the silence with the trap of TA. Jump forward with the boundless strike. Saxa's up to the high ground, but Mikey, he ends up being the one getting caught. And TA, he's considering diving the base hit. Saxa will get away, but the pressure's ready to come in now towards the high ground. They've got the creep wave moving in. TI13.
They missed the timing on Team Bolt, not having those early Aghanim Scepters that they were hoping for. This Crimson Guard, Mech, the sustain from Dazzle, and now pushing the high ground 28 minutes into the game. Status resistance from Slardar. He feels almost unkillable while he's in the puddle, and with that Deso, with those right clicks, it's going to be a set of barracks.
So the tier 2 standing in the mid, so they'll have to pull back a little bit for that. So yeah, they can settle for the safe route out this if they want to go for the Roche. Let's back up.
What a hero.
Nice attempt from Malik to predict. Yeah. Try to go for the prediction move on Saxa, but this Monkey King too slippery.
Man, Jin Q, when he read the patch notes, is like, okay, this is going to be 100% banned hero when they're going to be playing against Extreme Gaming. Because the first thing that I thought about is Jin Q killing some couriers, being very obnoxious, playing like 3 different sides of the map, and second Roshan now does belong to PSG Quest. They might have 1, maybe 2 more fights on Bolt, because things are getting quite more challenging for them. These Lincoln's pickups, amplify damage now on Wind Ranger as well.
Oh,
double Lincoln's, EA2000.
Oh, I mean, Gorg tries to get out, but indeed he's out. 50 seconds.
They can try to creep skip, maybe buy a little bit more time, but the things are gonna get difficult. Mid is pushed in, bottom lane did get killed. Saxa trying to buy as much time as possible. Aghanim Scepter also completed an Omar. What is this little fella doing, hiding behind the tree? Now we can see you. We have good observers.
Tormentor taken here by Quest. They're getting everything. 3K lead.
5 shards already on PSG Quest. They did kill 4 Tormentors.
Time to go for the base for Quest. Team Bold, as you say. Maybe they've got 2, maybe just 1 more fight left in them. 1 more defense to be had. As they try to hold on here. A loss here would mean the end of their, unfortunately, short-lived run in the qualifiers. in the closed at least.
I was about to say they did
Yeah,
play
the open run,
qualifiers.
they had that. That was, you know, they did very well there, but it's closed qualifier first series. Ace against Quest, very strong team. And Quest, they're moving up to the high ground. To Carlos, he's able to slide his way back to safety.
Well, disconnect. Let's see if they decide to jump him. Already
They
down
do.
to half
They're going to
HP,
try, but
broken.
Sablelight's in with the Roar. Going to move in straight away over towards the Shadow Demon. They'll take down Omar. There'll be a buyback as well from Nagato to try and make this fight work. Saberlight's getting healed up here by the Dazzle. The Grave comes out as well. Saberlight continues to push forward. Focus Fire's coming in over towards Saberlight. Saberlight's gone, but they're taking the Aegis out of the hands of TA2000. Saxa,
Committing
the
buybacks.
Wukong's arm. The Boundless Strike not able to come in time as the Blink's there from TA2000. He gets out.
Double buyback from Team Bald. Not going to get much out of it. They did kill Shadow Demon. They did take down Aegis on TA2000. Shadow Demon is a good jump. If they can get the jump on him immediately so that he doesn't get that break mechanic, doesn't get the second ulti, doesn't get the second cleanse as well. But running out of options here.
That's the jump. 2000 to get up with the blink in return. Quick silence to cut off the trees though. Saxa, and he's going to get caught. Omar's in as well. Saxa, he goes down. He'll buy back straight away. They'll get the roar off, but Malik's in with the jump. Crush onto Saberlight. No buyback, of course, available to him as he's out for 90 seconds. Saxa jumping onto the side towards Noob and Omar, but Omar was able to control him with the disruption. Gorg's got to run back to base. Saxa has been left behind as he's out. No buyback for him. It's only Mikey and Gorg that will have to try and stand the defense here against the full 5-man push of Quest.
And Mikey collecting the tips in the previous fight didn't really do much. Didn't see those Graves coming out. 60 seconds without Beastmaster, no buyback. Same goes for Venomancer. Monkey also did use his, spending all of the gold on buybacks. 32,000 gold lead, 32 minutes into the game. In my book, when it hits 1k gold per minute, the game automatically ends. There is no coming back.
It may just be that way. Easily going to get the mega creeps here, Quest, and maybe even the game. It's 30 seconds until Team Bold are going to be able to piece together their full 5-man for one potential final shot. The Tier 4s are being focused. Quest looking to get this series done with. They're looking at Gorg. He's going to get caught here by the Demonic Purge. Mikey, can he provide enough heals to get him back to the fountain in time? He can, and Gorg will live. The purchase is clutch.
Scepter. Genius, Noob says
there
in
we
the
go,
old
gives
chat.
him credit.
Okay, well, now you're stuck
Okay.
with the Ghost Scepter playing against Mega Creeps. That's the big issue, but nice play from Gorgets.
See them now back in action. Team Bolt, they've got everybody alive. Final chance to fight me. Saberlight's in. He's going to try and look over towards Omar, but Omar's able to get out to the side away from Saberlight. Saberlight's getting fully focused down. He's gone. They do kill off the Shadow Demon, but they're also able to cut the tree as Saxa. Saxa jumps into his death. 3 versus the 4 of them. See what Mikey, Gorg, and Nagato can do. As Gorg falling low, they'll get the Hex out over towards Tier 2000. Gorg is being healed up. He might be able to bring down Noob. Noob getting incredibly low. The Grave comes into play. And now it's just Gorg against the world. Can he bring Noob down? He can. But they're out of the buybacks, and the game is over. Indeed, he got Noob at the end to close it. But Quest, they'll take this game. They'll take this series. 2-0 here today against Team Bold, as Team Bold will be knocked out of the competition.
Yeah, it was a good run through the open qualifiers, but being paired up against PSG Quest immediately in this lower bracket, kind of a hard run for Team Bald. The first game was pretty even, like for a long period of time. It was 1k gold lead for good 40 minutes. And this one, they got crushed in the laning stage, especially the top lane. Bristleback was level 4, forced to jungle in the furthest away camp from the enemy base. Still got caught there, got killed off one more time. The map was getting smaller and smaller, but you could see the strength of their draft, like 17 up to 20 minutes when they group up together with this Crimson Guard, Guardian Greaves, heals from Dazzle, the sustain damage is there, very obnoxious to play into these type of, we're going to hold the hands together because we have overwhelming team fight and the enemy team wants to go for pickoffs, and that's why they've been striking the hardest back, but still not enough. When you're going to be holding hands together, that also means that enemy team will not take the fight. They will be farming the different sides of the map, and eventually you will get out-farmed.
Unfortunately so here. This game 2 not quite as close as the most part as game 1 was able to bring us between these two teams. Quest warmed up after that game 1 and were able to shut this one down pretty convincingly. They'll be going on in the competition. And of course, in particular, DeCarlos, he's going to be happy. Last time round when he met Team Bold in the qualifiers, he wasn't able to make it past. But this time with Quest, he's able to get the victory and move on in the qualifiers. Yeah, we'll see some of the moments again from this second game. Some good efforts from Team Bold, despite the fact that they were so far behind in this game, to try and pull together a team fight and just go for it. But it really was a case of them being as far as behind as they were. It didn't matter if they landed the spells. The odds were really against them when they fall behind this much. Lacoste.
Yeah, it was quite difficult, always playing with the deficit. But that 7 up to 10k didn't really mean as much. And then they fed a couple of kills, that fight where they were not on the same page that we saw right before this one. You could see the power of their lineup, but it's not there. Like, they needed a little bit of extra oomph, something, an extra item, extra half an item to be finished coming into these fights to be able to punch back. But PSG Quest, very experienced team when it comes down to closing out these games, and they're staying ahead and drafting themselves some really nice drafts, I would say, both of these games.
Yeah, they really did. Yeah, they really. The synergy was absolutely there. They had a clear sort of vision when it came to what they wanted to do with their lineups. The game 1 was a bit more complicated, but yeah, this game 2, it fell into place very, very quickly. And I mean, out of the players, I mean, who just sort of get the standout shout out to out of this sort of performance? Because every part of the kind of the well-oiled machine was just working flawlessly from Quest.
Pretty much. In this one, I would give it to TI13 because he popped off completely, didn't even die a single time. Played his signature hero, it's in the name, just dominated that laning stage, not allowing them to get the ball rolling. They were forced to clear the stack. That was their way to come back into the game. On point, decision-making wise, Roshan, 17, 18 minutes into the game, the whole squad is there. Just, I love the synergy between these players. I feel like the results that they've been having recently do not do them any justice. Dota, sometimes competitive can be a very difficult game if you're having a rough month, if you're having a rough time adjusting to a certain patch. But when their heroes are back in meta, like we've seen Tiny being played by Noob in the previous game, Wind Ranger's also back, Templar Assassin, we've seen Vengeful Spirit being played by TA in the previous game. This team, again, feels strong.
Oh, they really do. They really do. They can absolutely go far for sure. This is a team to keep your eye on throughout this lower bracket run. And there we go, indeed. TA2000, flawless game. We had game 1, Noob, not dying at all. Game 2, TA2000 steps up and is able to come in with play that even the best efforts of Team Bold to try and trip him up, trying to get him with this Beastmaster Saberlight, not able to do enough to really ever threaten this Templar Assassin from the lane to the late game. So well played there from TA2000 and the lads moving on in this regional qualifiers. Now, of course, they will be moving on in the lower bracket to play against the winner of the next series, Lacoste. And the next series, it's another pretty entertaining one. We're going to get a lot of eyes on this one, a lot of people ready to see if Nigma are going to be able to do it, or if Just Better might have the way to deal with them. I mean, what do you sort of make of this? Because you've got to remember, Just Better, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, you might not know the team name, but you'll know the players. The kind of like the Skylarks, the Thugs. It's basically the Greek stack, that the ad finum of old that you may remember. This team's pretty scary, right, Lacoste?
Yeah, and especially in the lower bracket. This team led by Spartan, it feels like this team, like, they never have anything to lose, so they're always giving 100%, and there is literally zero pressure on them. Always smiles on their faces, some good vibes about the team. For this one, I am going to give slight advantage to Nigma Galaxy, but Just Better as a team, they can also cause some of the issues. As you said, Ad Finum during Boston Major making some miraculous run. It was the only time that they shined fully. but it could also happen again because these are very persistent players. They've been in the scene for such a long time. And if Spartan doesn't do his, standard, the classic Spartan 0-20, I feel like I think this is a 3-game series.
I think it might be. So don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a short break, and then we will be back for that last exciting series of the day. Nigma Galaxy going up against Just Better in the lower bracket here, the Western Europe regional qualifiers for the road to the international. We'll see you in a few moments.
The official headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version. Experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe regional qualifiers for the Road to International. I'm ODPixel here with Lacoste, and we're getting ourselves ready for the final series of the day. Another lower bracket matchup. It's Enigma Galaxy going up against Just Better Lacoste. What are we expecting from this one?
Expecting a lot of fighting, expecting slightly more mistakes when it comes down to, let's say, previous series where PSG Quest, they had, pretty clean execution when it comes down to the fights, when it comes down to strategy. These teams, not to fool ourselves or anybody, haven't really looked good when it comes down, if we're talking about, the tier 1 scene, because these are all players that have been successful for a really long time. It's just that it's not there right now, and it has not been there, especially for Enigma Galaxy, for quite some time. The boys are still back together, trying to make it run in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, yesterday they did drop down 2-1 against OG, so we'll need to go through the lower bracket. They've also been the kings of the lower bracket, so not an unfamiliar territory for these players, so they can definitely make it. Just Better as a team, newly formed name for for the same players. I think it comes down to one of the memes. I believe it was one of Tundra members, 9 Class, who wrote it when they were playing against OG in the old chat. I believe that they got inspiration from that one. But it's very important to keep the memes fresh.
It is. And memes, talking about fun. As you say, Just Better, they'll line up their players. They'll be approaching this game in a very kind of just relaxed, fun way, I'd imagine. Of course, they're here to win, don't get me wrong. But as you were saying earlier, they will be kind of screaming and having a great time if things are going their way in the team fights. Well, you got to imagine the vibe over on the side of Enigma Galaxy. It's going to be much more serious, right? Because if if they're to lose this series, it's going to feel very rough, right, for the brand and for the fans, right? As Nigma Galaxy, with these sort of these players, these names of players in your lineup, you don't expect to be knocked out straight away in the lower bracket here.
Yeah, not getting. I mean, you did get some wins, but didn't get a serious win. So this one, I am favoring Nigma Galaxy, but I could also see an upset. It really depends on the draft, just better how they're going to play. And if you're wondering why we still didn't start the game, I got to give you some inside info. One of the players first was shirtless. Can't really show that on stream. There is a heat wave in Europe, so can't really blame them. It's been really hot. I think everybody has been experiencing it. And also, we couldn't see Spartan. You know, every single time you see Spartan on on the camera, he was in the full darkness, and
he's normally he is.
We could not
the lights
see him.
out. Yeah.
So needed to turn some of the lights because he's been molded in the darkness. This man, big smile, big energy around him, but doesn't like to play underneath any kind of lights. And it's always been like that. So we'll see if he finds some kind of a light, if he finds a light switch in the full darkness.
Yeah, looks like they're just checking if they're checking if he's got the suitable amount of light. I think he's trying to find the balance. You know, he doesn't want to overdo it. Just wants to get enough that things are good here for the broadcast. And is that true? We've got Focus in chat. He's saying happy birthday, Miracle. I didn't realize it. It's Miracle's birthday, I guess, Lacoste.
And it is. It is. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, I saw it on Twitter, and is his birthday. He's still a relatively young lad, I believe, 26 or 27. Let me just double check that real quick.
Yeah, what do we got?
So 27, still very young. You know, Prime Miracle was like, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, and you still think, oh, he might have been old now, considering how long ago that was, and he's still 27. So still has a lot to offer in terms of his Dota skill, in terms of his fans, entertainment in general. This guy always creates hype. Whenever he's back in business, there's always going to be people watching him because he's just been differently, because he reached his peak relatively early in his career, and I want to see him pop off one more time. I mean, with the boys, GH, Kuroki, Sumail, FBZ, not the standard guy from the squad, but he's been playing some good Dota. The CEO of the old Boom Esports.
Yeah, so I think it was yesterday. We got some good action coming in from him when he was playing like the Underlord, some really nice map moves. And in the one game that they did win, Miracle in particular, he was able to have one of those kind of old-school Miracle pop-off games, playing as Morphling and doing a very, very impressive showing with that one. So we'll see if he's able to maybe bring that out. I think that's going to be something, at least a hero that we will have to watch out for from them here. At the end of the day, when you've only had the one win in the series so far, you might want to try and replicate a bit of a similar scenario getting into this one. So again, sorry for the delay, ladies and gentlemen. We are just waiting for both teams to get themselves ready. I guess, but more specifically for Just Better to sort their cams out so we can get into the action. And from Just Better side, I mean, we talk about sort of the fun that they want to bring to the game. Is this a team where we can expect some pretty crazy picks to come kind of out of nowhere? Try and break away from the meta, play sort of their own game of Dota?
Just Better or Enigma Galaxy?
Just Better.
Definitely. These are the type of players that are not too afraid to experiment with the new stuff. As we said when we were closing out the previous series, this is the underdog team, has been the underdog team for the past decade pretty much. They were never favorites coming into most of their series playing against tier 1 teams, so definitely could expect them to try to pull something relatively cheesy, something that you've been trying in the pub, something that you've seen others do. Because meta right now, you do have these relatively strong heroes in the first phase, like when we're talking about the supporters, these Phoenixes, these still like Chen, Clockworks, etc. These heroes still feel really good. I mentioned Chen. There's a bit of a mixed feelings between professional players, whether the hero is strong or not. But, these very stable position 5s. And most importantly, I would say Phoenix is the big one, where the hero... One thing that the hero lacked throughout the Dota history of the hero was very like lack of laning stage, level 1, level 2, and then you had the introduction of the blood grenade, made hero viable, and now with the innate and with faucets, the hero feels much better. The mischance allows him to get the trades in the lane that previously he was unable to do.
Yeah, no, we've seen Phoenix, I think, pretty much show up in the majority of banning phases of the games that we've had. Very rarely getting a chance to get through. Well, we'll see if that happens again here. The draft, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your patience, has begun as we get into Game 1's draft between Just Better and Enigma Galaxy here in the lower bracket. Let's have a look. T8, it's going to be an opening ban. And of course, just see last series how much that hero was able to do.
Same goes for Darkseer.
Yeah.
Insane hero. From the off lane, from the carrier role, seen in Chinese region a couple of times, feels really nice. Mostly from the off lane. The hero can't stay on top of the network, even when he's not paired up with some of these, traditional partners in the laning stage, like Clockwork, Nyx Assassin, something that utilizes Ion Shell. A lot of the times you'll see him being paired up with some like random range position 4 that's still gonna get the job done in the lane, doesn't utilize the Ion Shell, but secures the farm for Darkseer. And that's what matters.
Tiny and Witch Doctor, Batright as well. Will just continue to be the staple bans here. Shadow Demon, hero that we did get to see pop off quite nicely from Omar in that previous series. Won't be having any of that here, so at the least getting a good setup to get something a bit different from what we've been seeing so far today.
I want to see Weaver. I think this hero is too good to be skipped early on. One of the best carries in the game right now. Allows you to go 2 different routes when it comes down to item build, with either Deso Shard or going for Gleipnir when you need to shred through the high armor heroes and having extra bit of a lockdown. In my book, this is the best position 4 in the game right now. Tiny definitely up there. Batrider can also be said the same thing, but I am leaning towards Dark Willow because of her AoE control that she brings. Much stronger in the lane. Team fight control with Bramble Maze. Very hard to navigate, like either pre-BKB or when the BKBs are down. If you don't get the kill on this hero, if you don't have any kind of AoE, any kind of silence to deal with Dark Willow, oh wow. Enigma Galaxy. First pick.
Straight up. Yep.
Enigma. Okay.
Strong hero. Bit of flexibility as well. As a support, have is the offlane.
There is no Tiny. That's one of my favorite lanes when paired up with Enigma, where you can toss back into Eidolons, Avalanche, Tree Grab, Blood Grenade. Pretty much any hero can die from 100 to 0. Maybe those with built-in magic resistance, like BKBs and stuff, like Lifestealer and Jug cannot, but others, they do feel killable pretty much throughout the whole laning stage. And some other strong supports that we talked about. Clockwork will get banned out. Cogs have been insane. I don't know if you played against good Clockwork players, but getting bounced multiple times inside of Cogs feels like, especially level 1, you use one spell, your mana gets burned, you're like, okay, what am I going to do? I have no mana.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. And then you kind of get level 2 in it, and then suddenly you're just doing so much damage as well. You're killing these tanky heroes early on in the laning stage. If you're able to make the connection with them. I see the ban. Taking out the gyro. They don't want to have to run into that when they're running the Enigma in the lane. See what Enigma Galaxy want to grab.
I would love to see some maybe Tusk. I think that's a good substitution for Enigma if Enigma is going to be played from the offlane role. Just some kind of a extra stun, some kind of a setup melee position 4 that the GH does shine on. Tusk definitely first hero that comes to my mind.
I think yesterday we saw GH himself playing quite a bit of Willow. Not going to get that this time.
Radiant team pick.
Okay, we're bringing back the classics, so they can pull the lane back.
Yeah.
If you start with Fisher, it depends. They're gonna see the matchup because you have Earthshock, Aftershock as your innate ability now, so you can even start with Totem if you're gonna be playing into melee core. and then you can start to put pressure on them, get some early denies early on. But if you start with Fisher, and then you get Eidolons, you pull the lane back, you need to block the small camp, of course, so that they cannot do it. So very strong lane, and pretty much anti-carry. This is not a lane that any of the carries would like to play into, especially early on. And there's another one. These strong supports paired up with Dragonite. A lot of team
Feels
fight
pretty
already.
good.
Yep, Phoenix
this-
always has been good against Enigma to have something
Yep.
to cancel the black hole. You pretty much use the supernova. It's going to be the battle of the galaxies. What's the strongest thing
10 seconds.
in the galaxy? Whether a supernova or some supermassive black hole.
5 seconds remaining.
We're going to find out here. Enigma Galaxy, they're going to probably want to get something in that can help deal with the egg, deal with that supernova. Also got to be aware of the fact that there will be that instant jump from DK. We saw a lot of previous drafts in which a lot of elusive heroes were being picked, but just better have the answer for that this time. They've got good catch.
Looking at Just Better draft, it looks really good right now. I
It does.
don't know how they got Dark Willow and Phoenix as their first two. Dragonite, it does get banned. Again, I was covering a lot of China, and this hero has been first phased. It's been last picked. It's been last picked throughout Chinese Dota history. It's always been Chinese classic. But yeah, looks very easy, very simple. To execute. You have pretty clear entry to a fight, Blink Dagger on the Dragonite, and then you also have Dark Willow with the Bedlam, Sunray behind them. This is the hero that I wanted to see slightly earlier with Weaver, one of the best carry, if not the, I would say top 3 in the game. Let's see how they decide to counter the Weaver, because you have Terrorize, you have Dragonite,
Remaining.
Stun, you have reliable stun, so that's always going to be good.
Remaining.
But I do feel like you need slightly more. And looking at the carry hero pool, playing into Enigma and Earthshaker lane, again, nobody likes to play into that. You might need to start thinking differently. How do you deal with Eidolons? One of the best heroes in the game has been banned. That's Gyrocopter, who can still harass, who can still, get stuff done, get the kill the Eidolons easily. You might need to take an L in this lane and just pick
Sure.
something for the game. Just better.
Yeah, sure. Let's have a look. So, I mean, they probably don't want to show the carry pick now unless they feel the boun's going to hurt them too much. So, they're taking the Wind Ranger. Likely to be the mid. And what would you imagine with DK off lane, Wind Ranger mid, get the carry last?
Yeah, most likely. Dragonite can also be matched against Leshrac in the mid lane. It's been better recently with the addition of the innate and faucets, where you can put the harassment early on as Dragonite every single time. Like, you're playing into range matchups, so you're not going to be able to get as many right clicks as possible, but getting those right clicks, constant harass damage from Corrosive Dragon does feel nice.
Yeah, I suppose they do also have the flexibility to put the Wind Ranger in the safe lane as well, if they want. And yeah, with these final bans, definitely seems that Enigma Galaxy are assuming this is going to be safe lane Wind Ranger, mid DK, and Just Better is still saving their off lane for last pick. Does Enigma Galaxy target that position with the Centaur and Beastmaster bans?
5 seconds remaining.
Enigma Galaxy, the way they opened up the draft, it's gonna be quite wonky, but they managed to fix it, picking up some strong laners, strong heroes right now. Weaver, Leshrac, Earthshaker, Enigma, not the opener that you would see coming out from the most of the teams, but quite a lot of stuns. You have quite a lot of protection as well for Weaver. I think in this one, you want to be building into Maelstrom because you want to have something to proc the wind run from the Wind Ranger.
Yep.
And also having Gleipnir, great against Dark Willow, great against Phoenix, have that little bit of oomph that you sometimes need to get the kill.
They're going to ban the Troll. They're assuming that this Weaver is going to be the support. and that Miracle's going to get something else as of last. But yeah, I think you're right. I've seen no problem with putting the Weaver as the position 1 this game. See if Enigma
It could
Galaxy agree.
be, yeah, it could be Earthshaker off lane, Weaver position 4, but I also think that Weaver 1 really works well in this game.
Yeah,
You're also
I
a
like
natural Link Inspire as your like 2nd/3rd item. If you count in Dragonlance or Power Treads, it really depends. Great against Dragonite, great against Dark Willow, Wind Ranger as well, so you don't get like shackled, you don't get stunned, you have a pretty free reign in the fights. Just better, we'll need to find the last hero for themselves in the next 10 seconds. I feel like this is going to be, because they have a little bit of flexibility, but it's going to be the counter. It's going to be still potentially a counter to this Weaver, and we've seen Wind Ranger plus Slardar combo in the previous series, the last game, where you just explode almost instantly when you get Corrosive Haze, Focus Fire,
10 seconds.
and that's why they banned Troll as well, because the hero doesn't really deal well in the lane.
So with that coming in as the last pick, do you think if Enigma Galaxy were going to keep the Weaver as the position 1, they may now take it away from that and get something else for Miracle?
They could. I mean, there's still Morphling option for them, I would say. There is Razor option if they want to play a different carry, but I still think this matchup is playable. Now it gets a bit tricky playing it into Slardar, where you have Linken's. It doesn't stop you from getting jumped by Corrosive Haze. Slardars also, they pick up the early shard, so you get that Corrosive Haze for 5 seconds, and they see exactly where you are. So 20 seconds for Enigma Galaxy. They need to show us what they cooked so far. I don't mind the draft, and it's going to be Disruptor in the end. A little bit more control. AoE control, and Miracle will be playing the Weaver. It was a great Weaver game. That's why I wanted to see it early on. When you see Slardar, this is where you need to start questioning whether you still want to play the hero as a carry or if you want to get something differently. They did a great job inside of Enigma Galaxy, camouflaging who's going to be playing what pretty much until the end, having that last pick. They did give it to Kuroki, so Disruptor, great pickup when we talk about, Phoenix running in, some control against Wind Ranger most likely, where you misuse your Wind Run, you're trying to get back into the fight, and we can see Spartan with quite a lot of light. They told him to get some light going, and mostly it's from the monitor, but...
I just cranked up the brightness on the screen, and he was like, yeah, lights are on now. I mean, it's good enough. We see him, we know he's there, we can make out that
it's him. I can confirm that is Spartan.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, if he had any more light than that, we'd probably be a little bit suspect. We're like, is that really Spartan? Yeah. But no, that's the classic Spartan webcam there. All good to go here in this game 1. So with things wrapping up with the draft, what do you got to say overall? What are you liking in terms of both teams' approaches, and do you think one of them is a bit stronger than the other?
I got to crack one joke. You know why Spartan doesn't have much light around him? Because he does have Faucet Dying Light on his Phoenix that he's going to play.
Okay. An up-to-date joke, I'll give you that one. That was good. Keeping up.
So
what
was the question again? Keeping up. With
which draft do you like? Which lineup would you be taking if you were going into battle on Dota 2?
Oof, I'm just better. They drafted themselves, I would say, a strong draft. This lineup from Enigma Galaxy, it needs to be executed, having Earthshaker, Disruptor, Enigma. If you misuse your abilities, things can look difficult. I mean, some things can be said about, did he land a 2/3-man terrorize? Did Supernova go off in the middle of a fight? But they have quite a lot of protection for the egg, for Dark Willow. Just judging by the draft, I'm leaning towards just better in this one. I think this is much easier draft to play with quite a lot of pickoff. Again, Roach taking potential between 15 and 20. With Slardar and Focus Fire, you can easily take it as seen in the previous series. So, yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of brawling post 10 minutes in the laning stage. Pretty much everybody has some kind of a stun on just better other than Phoenix, but Phoenix has also been... Spartan in the old chat. Good luck, have fun. Let's go upper bracket is for, what has been said. I think that's one of Enigma Galaxy's quote.
Yeah, what was that? What TI was that from? It was a while back, wasn't it?
Oof. Hard to remember. Was it like 7-ish?
I think, yeah, maybe around then. Maybe around 2017. a while back now. Let's see if Enigma Galaxy do still have that lower bracket magic. Or just better. It's going to be able to knock them out of the qualifiers in this best of 3. Looking at the lane setups, I mean, are you a fan of this then, obviously, with the way that things have ended up, you know, having the Wind Ranger as the carry? And, you know, we see Wind Ranger in a lot of different positions. Do you think this is the best position for it right now in the most games that we get it coming through?
Well, it does the same job, farms slightly more early, because she doesn't join some of these fights, doesn't have the levels to join. But also a hero that can scale well, and you're going to be playing against Enigma. So they wanted to have something to survive in the lane, and also something to kill off the Eidolons. And again, it's going to be Dragonite against this Leshrac. When we talk about who got better with the introductions of faucets and innate abilities in this matchup, some of the matchups did change. Dragonite did receive a little bit of a buff in this one. Compared to Chronoptic Nourishment. Whoever thought of that is pretty genius. I like it. I like Chronoptic Energy.
What does it mean? What does Chronoptic mean?
It's there was a meme, you know, some Chronoptic Energy Burst or something like 5-10 years ago. Can't remember, but yeah, Leshrac.
I don't remember that. What was the meme?
Yeah, let me just Google that.
That sounds like an old meme. We don't use words that big anymore. Chronoptic. See how this mid lane. This would be interesting to watch because I feel like in the past sometimes good Lesh would kind of handle DK, but DK being as good as what was it?
So 3 years ago, posted on Reddit, Chronoptic Energy.
Ago.
Chronoptic Energy bursts from one plane to the other, evaporating anything it touches, and everybody's just spamming it. So I can't remember the origin of it. Chat will definitely know.
That rings a bell. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was a thing. But I don't know what thing it was. But no, now you said that line, I remember that. And there we go. Well, Valve keeping up with the memes. Takes them 3 years late on it. But, you know, keeping it, you know, showing that they're down with the kids, basically. With their up-to-date meme facets.
So the lane is already back at the tower. With Fisher block and with also Eidolons denying. So there's going to be quite a lot of denies in this lane, but so far so good for Focus, sitting at 8-1 on his Wind Ranger, and he's paired up with one of the best supports right now with Phoenix, so that's going to feel pretty nice. Gives them a lot of kill threat, GH behind enemy lines. Making sure to block that camp. We said during the draft, very important to block the small camp.
Oh, top lane Astral. They'll be able to get him. Kuro with the glimpse back sets up for Miracle to claim the first blood.
That's a really strong lane for Enigma Galaxy. Playing Slardar into 2 range heroes, and as I said multiple times, Weaver, level 2, strongest hero in the game, having Geminate attack, Shikuchi, Swarm, you're ready to go. Kuroki has Glimpse available. Astral doesn't have TP. Not sure what happened there, if he tried to TP out or what happened.
I think earlier he died to a neutral creep. He denied himself to neutral, I think, in a...
Oh, when I was Googling about Chronoptic Energy...
It was during the Chronoptic incident, yeah.
When that plane crashed or whatever it is because of the burst of energy from Chronoptic beam. That makes a lot of sense what I just said. Back to the top lane.
Yeah, the CS so far on this top, it's rough start for Skylark. Not having an easy one. Against these two. Very easy for Miracle and Kuro to hold the lane in good position. So yeah, both offlaners really having a slower start. FBZ definitely being dealt with. We're seeing the Eidolons, Spartan and Focus are able to look towards them and take them out anytime FBZ tries to present them in the lane.
Everybody used the spell at the same time. Fisher, Power Shot, and Malefice. So you kind of heard the sound at the same time. Dota sounds are so well made.
They're very good.
Yeah, that was having some sound issue like 2-3 weeks ago. There was a bug for 2 or 3 days. and I just couldn't play Dota. Like it's completely different when you play without sound.
Wait, what was wrong with your sound? Did you plug your
That was
headphones
not-
in?
No, it just had this like crackling noise. It was, but Valve did fix it quickly. Just
Mid lane
started
CS,
randomly. Yeah,
It's
we're
very
hoping to
even
see us-
right now.
Yeah, that's why I said Dragonite. You know,
Yeah,
with this,
he always does well.
He does well. Once he hits level 6, I want to see some potential rotation. He's also not the one who's picking up the bottle, so you want to steal the runes from Sumail/Rack. And Sumail not putting any points whatsoever in Split Earth, maxing out Chronoptic damage, 3 points in Diabolic Edict.
Top lane there, a bit of a miss. They may have had that kill on Skylark, but Miracle not actually getting the bugs on him. And if he did, they would have gone for the glimpse back and probably would have had him. A bit of a miss there.
One thing that surprises me the most is the Spartan didn't die yet. 5 minutes into the game, he's going in.
Bottom lane, Spartan, he's going to be able to get FBZ. Is he even going to die for this
He
one,
has
Spartan?
healing
He's
lotus.
not. He's fine. And he's able to turn. They'll get the 2 of them down here. Spartan even going to survive against the creeps. As you say, this is Spartan stepping up his early gameplay.
Him and Focus keeping each other, keeping the spirits high in the team. Early point in Shackle Shot. He got level 4 from that one and saw the opportunity and took it. Usually you want to max out your wind run, of course, but in this lane they have no stuns whatsoever. So that's going to be, I believe, full Tranquil Boots on Spartan. Never mind, doesn't have. He's selling his items, bringing something new. He decided to change his mind. Kuroki making a rotation. Same goes for GH. They want to secure the rune. For Sumail, it's stop.
This rune will be there. Top lane, Skylark. Getting aggressive onto Miracle. Be able to trade a bit more damage. In fact, they've got the Bramble connection onto him. Another bash, but underneath the tier 1, Miracle will be safe. They can't dive for him yet, Astral and Skylark.
Tog is having some issues in the mid lane. I said I wanted to see his supports rotating. This is 3 points in Diabolic Edict. 2 supports from Nigma Galaxy and the Catapult. If nobody responds, that's a dead tower.
A lot of damage here.
Okay,
on that
he
first
managed
push
to
around
pull it
Edict.
off. With Breathe Fire. Pull off the creep aggro. But still, damage has been done. Next Edict, where there is no one around, you're going to lose your tower.
See if he gets a bit more backup from the supports next time round. 7 minutes and both teams able to secure their own wisdom runes. Spartan maybe considering getting in from an angle on towards the bottom if Focus can get in with the setup onto FBZ. Just to deal with the Eidolons first. They've got the Shackle Shot connection. A TP is going to be coming over for this. Sumail heading down to the bottom lane with this Invis rune. We'll see if this is able to set up for anything. Focus and Skylark, Focus and Spartan, sorry, are ready for this one. Looks like as far back under the tower they are, will mean that Sumail not able to look for an aggressive move and probably just swing back towards that mid lane.
Gotta be careful rotating away from lane where you're laning against Dragonite. He pops Corrosive, that Elder Dragon form, and takes down your tower at least half the damage. Skylark will try to TP out. Glimpse has already been used, so they have nothing to stop it with.
That's going to be a solid answer to that sort of play. TP out, always going to save him. Keeps held after the glimpse. Other than that, it's going to need GH to come in with a move if they want to try and find something. GH will be able to steal the illusion rune. Probably cost him his life here with a dive forward from Spartan. GH will fall. Miracle turning up for the action in this mid lane. Sumail, he's caught by the Cursed Crown and the Brambles. Sumail goes down. Thug, he's able to clean up the double, and Miracle, he's not able to finish off Astral as Astral heads into the Shadow Realm and TP's out of it. Enigma Galaxy, they try and take that fight mid. End up losing 2 heroes and not getting anything in return.
Just better, bringing in numbers. You can see damage coming out mostly from Leshrac. But overtime damage, Dragonite and also Phoenix with Dying Light. He gets Fire Spirits on top of Earthshaker, who's only level 4. This is the problem with position 4 Earthshaker. If you're not getting anything done early on, your game between, I would say, 7 and 15, 16, 17 minutes is going to be pretty difficult to play. Not having a Blink Dagger, he at least did find some neutral item for himself early on. Royal Jelly, the best neutral item you can find on Earthshaker early on is Trusty Shovel to get mana, get HP, and get some extra gold, which is exactly what you need to get the Blink Dagger. Oh, top lane.
They're going to try and do something. It's a miracle. Has to already pop the time-lapse, though, getting caught in the bramble. And even with GH turning up, they weren't able to get the setup onto Skylark or Astral, so just better continue to remain safe.
Looking at the build, Dragonite, Tug is going for Blink Dagger immediately. Seems like they want to keep the pressure. I also wouldn't mind seeing a Mage Slayer. Like, it's such a great Mage Slayer game. You're going to be playing against Leshrac. It's the item that does destroy him. Spartan's going.
Now he's going to get the setup, but good glimpse back will tear focus back away from FBZ. Spartan's going to try and finish up the kill with the Fire Spirits and the Blood Grenade, and he's got it.
He snipes him.
Spartan able to hit his spells. Can he get a deny here from the Ancients? He's going to try for it, but GH, he's in with the Fisher to make sure the Enigma Galaxy do get the kill in return.
And they're getting something out of it, but both supports on Enigma Galaxy are quite under-leveled, especially Earthshaker. Not the most level-dependent hero. It's not you're going to be landing some big salamis early on, but you want to have multiple points in Fisher. Maybe that Echo Slam will allow you to get the extra stun, get some extra damage, and get a kill. Now Smoke, Blink Dagger, ready on Tug. They want to jump. They want a big kill. Sumail is being eyed on, but also Astral, level 4 on Dark Willow. Haven't noticed that one. Would definitely love to have that extra damage from level 6.
Ooh, Smoke on Smoke gets dispelled. It's unlikely now that Thug's able to make the surprise move that he'd hoped for with that Blink.
Spartan pausing the game, checking what's happening with his position 4, why he is level 4 11 minutes into the game. Just kidding. But yeah, Dark Willow, if you're not owning early on, the hero has issues getting the levels, can't really clear the waves fast. You need that level 6 again to be able to do so. I think Blink Dagger on Dragonite is a bit of a mistake here.
Sure.
I would prefer if it's a Mage Slayer, gives you some extra farm potential as well. Now you're going to have like a naked Blink Dagger. And you also need to check the levels on your hero. So now you don't have a hero to play with. And it's going to take him good 2 or 3 minutes to get that level 6. It also makes you much tankier. Like, you get one hit in, means that you're most likely not going to die to Leshrac, Spartan, in no man's land.
He's going to have to dive away. Keep vision, though. Kuro will have a glimpse at the ready, so it's taking quite a bit of time here to chase him out.
Space created. GH
I mean, he certainly is.
Well.
Yeah, GH taking a lot of damage in return. Spartan will go down, but the damage of the Spirits, it's going to allow him to get GH. So absolutely worth there from Spartan.
Dire's structures are fortified.
That's a bit of an uncharacteristic mistake from GH. He didn't get the XP, but he also, got the kill. Got almost 300 gold for it. Things are looking good for Just Better.
Well, they are.
Continue to farm up.
And look at this Blink jump down bottom. Thug. He's in with the setup on a FBZ, and Focus easily having the damage with the Focus Fire.
Okay. If he can play with Wind Ranger or wait until Dark Willow gets level 6, Astral, well, he's not getting out of this one alive.
Somehow. Usually pumping out the AoE damage to take him out and may be able to turn back over towards the tower. They are losing the bottom one as Thug and Focus push on. Spartan in the neighborhood as well with the Supernova ready to drop if Enigma Galaxy do bring the fight towards them. Tower's gone. That's the Maelstrom done here for Focus.
Spartan really enjoying himself this game, playing on their side of the map. Being very annoying. That Supernova back up from Dragonite if necessary. They did take down the tower. And also Skylark continues to farm up. And speaking of farming up, he is going for a heavily farm-oriented build on Slaughter. Echo Saber as first item. Usually we don't see that nowadays. When Echo Saber was first introduced, people were toying with it. I think it can work on certain offlaners like Underlord nowadays. Not necessarily as your first item. Night Stalker is fine. Buying that as his first item, but Slardar, it is, maybe he thinks, okay, my Dragonite picked up a Blink Dagger, so I don't necessarily need to get a second Blink Dagger immediately, so I'll continue to farm up, be that secondary carry.
Yeah, I think it's exactly that, yeah. It gives them that potential. Oh, so Thug, he's very, very active. Again, another smoke coming in. Wants to continue to make these plays with the blink. So who's going to show first? Kuro. Spartan's got eyes on him. Thug still remaining hidden in the shadows. Mail stepping up. The smoke will dispel between the two of them. Tier 1 tower nearly to fall in the mid. They're going to try and set him on a focus. They'll drop the static storm, but the dive forward from Spartan is there.
Oh, the Yule Scepter caught him in there.
But the Supernova comes out before the stun connects. They're trying to take the egg down, and they'll succeed. As Nigma Galaxy deal with Spartan. Now let's see if they can chase out for more. Thug finding himself a handy shield rune. Turning actually get the shackle shot. Power shot as well onto both of them. Doesn't matter. They have to keep backing away.
Manages to blink out thanks to that shield rune. That was the most classic Spartan move I've seen so far in this game. Like, he's been in their faces, but this one, black hole in the middle of 5 people pretty much underneath the tower with no protection whatsoever. Skylark was not in that fight. He's still continuing to farm the top lane.
Because you said black hole.
I meant Supernova. Supernova.
We're mixing up our stars here. You know?
Yeah. Supernova is stronger than the black hole.
Get your astrology right. Skylark, he's gone. They'll get the kill up top. Quick move there as he was a bit greedy with the farm. They're able to take him down. He does, of course, have the Echo complete, so his farm will continue to stay good. But a good kill for Enigma Galaxy. Miracle, his game, his farm still remains in a good spot at the top there. There's the Dragon Lance and pretty much has the goal to get the Maelstrom out. So we'll be on track for a solid Gleipnir timing. This is to continue.
So Mael, usually we don't see Yule Scepter being rushed anymore. Okay.
It's a quick jump.
That's going to save him here. Not really.
And the rest of the Enigma Galaxy is heading over. Maybe see if they can get something in return from this. Miracle is going to turn towards Spartan. Spartan dives away and he's out. They take him down and Kuro, he's got the control with the kinetic field and the static storm laid down onto Thug. Thug will fall. Enigma Galaxy get the two of them. Power shot not quite going to clip onto Kuro, so Kuro lives. Astral lays down the bramble. It'll be enough to hold back Miracle and get the space for the rest of Just Better to escape.
And that damage from Geminate attack, Maelstrom proc brings down Astral from 100 to 20% HP. And Yule Scepter, again, usually we don't see that item anymore unless you have no lockdown, you're playing against Storm Spirit. But this game, great against Windrunner, great against Dispelling Yourself, Miracle.
And he wants to try and steal these stacks, but he's caught by the bramble. He's trying to follow up with the Terrorize. He will have the Terrorize, not quite there in time. Shikuchi's away. FBZ, of course, has the threat at the black hole. If they do fight in towards them, but they won't. They'll push Enigma Galaxy back, give themselves the chance to finish off. Well, okay, I tell you what, he got at least, what, 4 of those?
4 of those. That's 200 plus gold for GH.
That's his Blink Dagger.
Blink Dagger.
That's his Blink Dagger done. Easy money there for GH with his Fisher.
And he's ready to play right now. So
yeah.
Blink Dagger, 16 minutes into the game, considering how everything went for him. He was 0-2-0, quite under-leveled, managing to salvage the game for himself. Echo Slam is not going to be as potent. Of course, only 1 point in Aftershock, or 2 out of 5, now that it's part of his innate ability.
See what they can do with the reveal. They're definitely set up for the fight. Echo into Black Hole and Static Storm. They've got a solid way of going in and killing whoever they want. Spartan has got the egg. Preparation to fight back in these team fight scenarios. Enigma Galaxy, they'll head down towards the bottom half of the map. Want to try and finish off this Tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a defense of this bottom Tier 1 tower. Lane is pushed in, so they have a little bit of time, but Enigma Galaxy already did set everything up in the bottom lane. Top lane still needs to be killed from Just Better. They do have Focus Fire, they do have Dragon Knight. A little surprised that they were unable to take down the tower almost 18 minutes into the game.
Just a Tier 1 for Tier 1 trade. If they want to go in for more. Enigma Galaxy. BZ. They're just going to split back up. He's going to continue to get the farm in mid, try and get the BKB done next. They're looking towards Roshan Just Better. Skylark ready to start things off with the Corrosive Haze. got a good shot at taking this down. I mean, Enigma Galaxy is smoked up. They are going to head over. And actually looks like just better they're hesitating. They don't want to get caught in a fight in the pit. They'd rather take the fight outside beforehand.
And they go for it. Maybe if that was level 2 corrosive haze, it would be enough and they would commit with the focus fire. But this observer board scouted all 5 members of Just Better. Right in front of the Roche pit. It does see pretty much everything. So they want to take the fight. Double Blink Dagger available. 1 on Enigma, 1 on Earthshaker.
They've got great information here, Enigma Galaxy. Gonna see them start to split. Skylark has to TP back towards the mid. They're gonna, in fact, all just escape this area.
They can't escape because Enigma Galaxy can't really just take Roshan immediately. They can try, but if also Just Better want to take that fight, they can bring it there by smoking up and rushing to the top lane. Enigma Galaxy will do it, seeing that members of Just Better TP'd out. I don't know if they are giving too much respect to this Black Hole because you have Supernova available. Maybe they were waiting. Focus maybe made a call and he said, I need a BKB for the next fight. Getting very close to it. Less than 100 gold away.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy is going to be very happy with that. And the fact that Just Better did not stick around, try and piece together a fight. They get themselves a free Roche.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
2 big items that just came out. Maybe 3, because Tug finished his BKB. It's on the Courier. Blink Dagger on Slaughter needed extra 30 up to a minute to finish off those items. So maybe went to the Roche pit slightly too early. Didn't have that Corrosive Haste level 2. Extra 5 armor with Focus Fire does make quite a lot of difference on Roshan. But I could still see them take a fight even into this Aegis. If they are grouped up, Focus is on a different side of the map, does not have TP available.
Samael. Walk into the opening here from Thug, but it is just the 2 of them, so nowhere near enough follow-up to threaten the Leshrac. Their superior control of the map right now, Enigma Galaxy. The numbers are close, but with the Aegis in their favor.
Barton needs to be careful. They'd use Sunray, losing his HP, dying Tormy. Skylark will finish off the job. Astral will get it. Spartan did buy one for himself. So now you have Cursed Crown, even more brambles that you need to navigate through.
Enigma Galaxy can look for their Tormentor themselves. Swing back, finish that off. They've got another smoke coming out on Spartan, so maybe Just Better do try and go for a move. It's going to be difficult whilst there's this 3 minutes of Aegis on Miracle. Both teams happy to farm it out for now. Neither
Bloodstone
really
finished on
pressure.
Samael. Yeah, no big item coming out on Miracle. He did finish off his Gleipnir, BKB / Lincoln's very far away from it. But I want to see them fix the lanes and try to get the fight going. It seems like this is I need another item type of a game where everybody's waiting. Now FBZ is like, oh, I'm recipe away from my BKB, and then it's not going to sync up with the BKB on Weaver. Everybody is waiting, but this is also the fight that I wanted to see Just Better make. Smoke, they have quite a lot of damage. If Miracle gets caught here, ooh, could have been big. This could have been massive.
A step ahead. They get out before they're found. And with the focus that they sort of draw bottom, Enigma Galaxy, they can get the pressure back on this top tier 1. Miracle. Already scouting things out here in the triangle area. See, there's some Ancients to be taken.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Going up with the TP is Just Better. Fighting into this is still pretty difficult, Thug. He's going to try and start something with the Jump Dragon Tail onto Samael. Focus heading in as well. A Focus Fire, but with the Yules here buying a bit of time for Samael, is it enough to save him? It certainly isn't. They'll drop the Supernova. They get the kill. To commit quite a bit for that. The 2 BKBs on both Focus and Thug, and Spartan with the Supernova. but it will kill off that mid Leshrac, take some L out of the game.
Enigma Galaxy wants to take a fight right now. Seems like even 4v5, knowing that these BKBs are down, still running that minute on Aegis. Astral.
Skylark.
Ooh, the damage.
He's going to get in with the jump. He's trying to jump GH, but GH is able to hold his ground with the Echo Slam, and they just kill off Skylark for his attempts. GH will probably take out the Spirit Vessel as Spartan's able to dive in and still finish him off. But Miracle, he cleans up Astral as well off to the side of it. They get the glimpse back onto Spartan. They're going to be able to get all 3 kills here for Miracle.
Miracle is back into the game. On top of CS, on top of net worth, 6-0 and 1. Didn't die a single time. Now with Aegis running out, he's going to finish off his BKB, and there's going to be BKB for FBZ for the next fight. We haven't heard or haven't seen the black hole other than me misplacing that, misusing it for Phoenix ulti.
And not yet.
Saving those charges for the late game. If it only worked that way.
Yeah, that'd be pretty wild. Yeah, if you had added any sort of ability to the game where you can only use it a finite amount of times, and then if you're kind of screwed otherwise.
Kuro aggressively blinking in.
A very aggressive blink there. Was not expecting to find Focus or Skylark, but he does.
For a second, I thought it was a different hero. Disruptor did blink in. Probably wanted to deward the area around the Twin Gate. Try to set up some vision. Oh, he caught him midair, FBZ.
And just a few seconds as well before Supernova would have been back up. 4 seconds on the cooldown as he goes down. So the perfect time to strike there from FBZ and GH.
Quite a lot of these interesting deaths that we see. First, position 5 from Enigma Galaxy. Kuro blinks in, dies immediately. Then Spartan playing, again, super aggressive. We've seen extremely aggressive Supernova early on in the middle of 4/5 heroes and underneath the tower. Still relatively farmed, like most farmed support in the game right now. Having Spirit Vessel, having Shard on himself, going for potential Shivas. Right now, only Helm available for him.
Enigma Galaxy. See how strong they feel here if they want to push on for the tier 2s. Continue to move around as a unit. All their ults at the ready. They know they've got pretty easy kill threat. Skylark picks up an invis, but just better continue to just play a bit more separated across the map. Trying to catch back up in farm.
Haven't seen that one big fight from both of the teams, heavily committing to see Supernova against the Black Hole, people using the BKBs, maybe some buybacks on the supports. Roshan has been taken down quite early on. What was that, like 18, 19 minutes from Enigma Galaxy? It will potentially respawn in a minute. And we've seen a lot of these dodges on the ganks that they try to go for. Were not very successful. Radiant did use the scan. Let's see if Miracle gets jumped here.
It's a hard target to take down with the farm that he has. And with the team behind him, many ways that the rest of Enigma Galaxy can jump in to save him. It's not able to find anything. Just better. Really waiting for that Aghanims on Wind Ranger before they go for something themselves. I want to be
not sure if that's the item here. Usually we don't see that item being picked up early on carry Wind Ranger, but seems like he wants to play a bit of a different game. Maybe try to snipe Enigma, try to get him to use the bad Black Hole or kill some of these supports in the back lines. You need to commit with the BKB though. If you're going to be running into multiple heroes, XP Rune about to respawn in the next 15. Very farm heavy game. Everybody just waiting again for another item. Never fight ready.
Definitely feels like that's playing out to Enigma Galaxy's advantage here. Each moment continuing to keep that lead ahead.
Let me take my stick, the wooden stick that I have on my PC, try to poke them a little bit to do something. Nothing has been going on. A couple of these failed gank attempts. Everybody, jokes aside, waiting for Roche to respawn since they killed it relatively early on. Observer ward being pinged out. Kuroki did just place it, but they're going to pop the smoke. FBZ, good target to get a jump on first.
Oh, they've got eyes on him. They get the Dragon Tail opening into the Terrorize, but he's able to actually get the BKB off in time. He's going to turn and drop the Black Hole. Well, Spartan dives into that in an attempt to put a stop to it. And tell you what, they're actually able to kill FBZ off, and Thug survives. The Supernova's ready in place at the side of the fight. Enigma Galaxy, they have to step back a little bit. Miracle's going to try and chase down Skylar, but he did not have enough damage on his own to kill him. Jump in from GH with the Echo Slam and the burst of the Thunderstrike. They'll get focus, and now Miracle can turn over towards Spartan. Gets in with the BKB, will be able to clean up the double. So a bit of a messy start there to the fight for Enigma Galaxy, but they managed to come out on top. So if they can get something else, they'll be able to get the glimpse back on any of these, so no further kill to be had. It's a bit of a messy one, but Enigma Galaxy, they get the 2 for 1.
This whole fight pretty much has been pretty lackluster in terms of execution. The Terrorize doesn't connect, then Enigma gets the Black Hole off. Dragonite does manage to get out of trouble, but Windranger heavily commits using the Focus Fire, and they don't get the value out of it. Sure, you do kill off FBZ in the end with the Focus Fire, but you don't get any kills. You did commit with the BKB, and then GH, his positioning, staying further away from a fight, gets the Fisher, gets the Echo Slam on top of Windranger, and she does die. Roshan will be on Radiant's side. That's going to be Roshan's banner, and Aegis available.
Seeing if they could try and get the catch on Skylark, but he was very quick with the blink there to make it out in time. They can go for this, but at the same time, Just Better will certainly want to bring them the fight. 25 seconds till Supernova's back up for Spartan. Should have it for the next team fight, and a fair bit of a window, of course, where that's up, and threats such as the Black Hole and the Echo Slam won't quite be back there for Enigma.
Supernova coming off cooldown in 15 seconds. This is the time. Like, they need to use this good 30 up to 45 seconds to be able to get something done. Try to catch them off guard where they have no big abilities available. Enigma will smoke and try to look for something. Lincoln's has also been delivered on Miracle, who's sitting deathless in this game. 8-0 and 1.
We're going to see FBZ, but FBZ quickly blinks away as soon as the smoke dispels. Knowing that they're waiting for him in the trees, they'll try and set things up with Skylark getting glimmered. It'll clear the way first.
Enigma Galaxy managed to reset. All of the abilities are coming off cooldown. Black Hole ready in 15. Echo Slam as well.
That definitely makes this fight attempt a whole lot more complicated for Just Better if they want to continue to look for this. They'll avoid one another. They'll still want to hold this area, Enigma Galaxy, with Roshan being ready for them. Skylark.
Both teams waiting. I think Enigma Galaxy will start Roshan. They don't have the most explosive damage to kill it, but eventually they will bring it down and will force Just Better into Roche fight, where they have Static Storm, where they have Black Hole and Echo Slam. So 2 heroes who are killing Roche are pretty much Leshrac and Weaver. Our shot will scout things out.
Skylark coming in with the jump. He gets the 2-man crush. He's going to look towards Samel first. Now he's considering backing off.
Bloodstone.
Now he's going to stand his ground. He's going to see if he can steal it, but the Black Hole comes in from FBZ onto the 3 of them. Echo Slam down onto the head of Focus as Enigma Galaxy. They'll get the kills. They'll get the Roche. They'll get the Aegis, and they should just get the cleanup. Thunderstrike down on the Thug. Glimpse back as well to put a stop to Spartan's attempt to escape with the TP out. As they'll find the 4 of them. Astral, he's lucky to get out with the Shadow Round TP and D before the Gleipnir connects. Enigma Galaxy, 4 kills, Roshan and an Aegis. They get it all the cost.
Yeah, great decision-making from Enigma Galaxy, forcing Just Better to come into the Roche pit. They know exactly where they want to take the fight, how strong they are, and FBZ keeping the distance. Same goes for GH. You have 2 very tanky cores one with Bloodstone BKB, the other one with the BKB and Lincoln sitting inside the pit, killing Roshan, and it gives just enough time for FBZ to get the jump, forcing the hand. Just better, needed to make some kind of a reaction, and they don't see Enigma, so he gets a two-man black hole, pulls focus in from the outside of the Roche pit, trying to pull him in, and he just dies pretty much from 100 to 0 during the black hole.
Yeah, great stuff from FBZ. Should be able to get a fair bit done with this push if they want to. I mean, I guess the cooldowns again are going to be up a bit sooner, but at this point, Miracle with the farm that he has got a lot of damage. Demon Edge going into that MKB next.
He also has level 20 talent. That talent plus 90 Geminate attack, that's 160 on your hit, and then you have Maelstrom proc, you hit again, you have Mana Burn / Mana Break, 115 talent, and once you get to level 25, having that extra Geminate that combines level 20 Geminate attack, things get pretty damn difficult to sustain against Beaver damage. When this hero gets on top of you with a BKB, you're pretty much dead, 100 to 0.
Thug. Okay, just a bit of a tickle there from Miracle and a time lapse out. Didn't want to pressure it too hard, was maybe scared of the threat of there being more behind, was trying to force out a BKB charge. They don't get it. Thug keeps his cool, doesn't press it.
Sumail will get shard from the Tormi. That's the last shard on their team. So fighting in this area of effect, let's say there's going to be a next Roche fight, like the one that we've seen, things are going to get pretty difficult for Just Better. Using Split Earth on top of you, you get jumped. Like if you don't pop a BKB, you get stunned, and you're most likely gonna die. 35 minutes in, these are 2 catapult waves. Let's see if Nigma Galaxy wants to push one of those waves. Pop the Edict, pop a BKB, try to, slow siege the high ground. Can be risky. They have. You still got to respect the damage. Still got to respect the control from Just Better. Getting jumped by Slardar, getting jumped by Dragon Knight, Focus Fire. You can die pretty easily.
Corrupt. Close to his Aghanim's. Just 1,000 gold away for the Disruptor. Bottom push ready to go. Same time, maybe Miracle and FBZ looking for a catch around the mid. So if they can go for focus, they're going to try. FBZ is in with the blink black hole. They lock him down, and Miracle's got the damage.
He was so ready with that one. Using pretty much a blind black hole, because Windranger was invis during Wind Run with Aghanim Scepter. And he lands it. FBZ. Last 2 black holes have really been on point. I don't think we've seen black holes before that, so 100% black hole usage is top tier.
He's absolutely been saving them for where they count the most. Great stuff. At bottom, Skylark. They're going to find him, or maybe he's able to just squeeze through that little bit of a gap.
Hey, how the hell did he find that gap? On my screen with Fisher, there's not enough space between that tree for Slardar to sneak through. He is Fish after all, very slippery.
That is true. Let's see what the plan is here for Just Better. When they've got their carry Wind Ranger back up, maybe they can try and go out for a hunt whilst this black hole's down for 90 seconds. Thug and Astral, they look to be getting aggressive. Don't have the whole team with them. Spartan and Focus making their way over. I guess Skylar will be there quickly enough. They're going to try for the jump. They're going to look to GH. Terrorize down, but Sumail's able to put the BKB in time. They'll kill GH. Sumail, though, he's going to be able to step away. Focus. Look for the shackle and the focus fire, but yours is going to buy Sumail time. And the rest of Enigma Galaxy have turned up, so now they could be in a bit of trouble here. Just Better if they can't get out quick enough. Focus has to put the BKB. He gets glimmered up. He'll be able to retreat. Split Off will catch on to the 2 of them. Just Better, they'll get out. So they go pretty aggressive for that move. They only get the 1 kill, but they at least don't lose anybody for it.
Sumail buying a little bit more time. With that Yule Scepter, pops the BKB. GH was the one who suffered the death, immediately changes his item build. Doesn't have much gold to work with, but wants Aeon Disc. Does not want to get bursted like that. If you get jumped by Dragon Tail, by Slaughter. Pretty much gonna die almost instantly. Mark Willow, the Gleipnir.
Yeah, another catch. Miracle always in with the answer to that Shadow Realm TP.
Glipson Glopson, that's why this item is so good on Weaver. I mean, there are two different routes. As we said, you can go for Deso, but in this game, it feels much better to get
Are scanning.
Gleipnir playing into high armor and also playing against Wind Rangers. So before you get MKB to have those procs land, Focus has quite a lot of damage. If he catches somebody off guard, has Ancient Guardian.
Miracle's going to find him.
Wow.
The Mindbreaker.
Mindbreaker and also Glipson Glopson. You great against Invis, great against what do they have? Glimmer Cape and also Windrun with the Invis Aghanim Scepter upgrade. 23.5k damage from Miracle.
It's definitely starting to look pretty rough here for Just Better. Falling 17k behind. Enigma Galaxy coming in with a very carefully played game here. Not taking risks. Slowly building their lead, and it's working out for them.
Kind of expected to see Slaughter's numbers being low, but 6.9k, not nice. Like in a game like this where you had relatively free laning stage, this Echo Saber build, I feel like so far it has not worked out for him. He needs a little bit more time to get the value out of the item. Looks cool though. Echo Saber plus Defiant Shell, hitting people 3 times in a second if you get attacked.
That's always fun. Yeah, that's true. You're gonna get that bash up pretty quickly.
Radiant's top tower is under
Enigma
attack.
Galaxy, top tier 2 is gonna be theirs.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
So if they go for more, they do have all their ultimates. They've got good ways of jumping the high ground.
Galaxy still gonna respect going for the high ground. Again, that burst damage, they're not the only one to do have this chronoptic outburst damage on their side. They can easily get killed. One focus fire with corrosive haze, jump from DK or Slaughter, and Skylark will finish off the Tormy. So shard for Dragonite, Fireball, some extra damage, of course, nothing too crazy.
The setup here, Kuro. Standing Storm down on the Spartan, and indeed that's going to get the job done very easily. We see GH getting jumped by Skylark. He's going to pop the Echo Slam, jump for from FBZ. He's in with the Black Hole. He's caught the 2 of them. It's going to allow them to bring Skylark down, maybe, or maybe not. Now the final right clicks from Miracle and the Gleipnir will get him. So sure, they'll lose GH, but FBZ again coming in to make sure that they can take down these cores in return.
Another great Black Hole, catching 2 of them. Dragonite, Tag was very risky there, knowing that if he doesn't have that level 20 talent, he walks into a Black Hole. Extra Dragon Form. Oh, Gleipnir again.
And he's got a lot of damage here with his amplified damage rune. He's tearing through the Dragon Knight. The Supernova will be there. Samel, he's going to get caught underneath it. But the damage that he's kicking out, it's enough as well with the sustain to keep him alive. Double kill for Samel. Triple kill for Samel. Everybody's dead on Just Better. And nobody has buyback.
Yeah, the sustain that they have, this Lincoln Sphere that they've been using, BKBs as well, Yule Scepter plus a Bloodstone. He goes back to half HP and damage from Samael and Miracle in the previous fight. GH was the one who died off immediately, and they're gonna plant the banner. Finally, this item does something. Very happy about the item. AoE is just big enough to get the value out of it, but you can also counter it. Like you can't just plant it at tier 3 tower and influence the creeps getting closer to tier 4s, and Huggy's gonna call it.
He's called it. He's called it. I mean, after that sort of fight and after being this far behind, there's no coming back in this one. GG's cool. This game won, going to Enigma Galaxy, and it really did look like that for the majority of this game. They just had this one under control, Lacoste.
They did, yeah. I mean, they continued to farm up. Miracle didn't die a single time. They try to focus mostly on Leshrac, especially in the mid game, but there's been a lot of these random deaths, especially from Spartan diving in that Supernova in the middle of a fight, not getting anything out of it. they had the advantage, I would say, to keep the pressure going on the map, considering the start that they had. Then Dragonite picks up the Blink Dagger. I think itemization should have been different. Having that Mage Slayer against Leshrac and then picking up a Blink Dagger could have been better, while your Slaughter goes for the Blink Dagger as your first item instead. And then there's been a lot of, like even Windranger with Aghanim Scepter, it's quite a lot of gold to spend that you don't get too much damage. This was also the fight where it was pretty crazy. They went through that tiny little bridge, so they needed to do the choo-choo train. Not everybody can pass through. And FBZ here with a really nice two-man black hole, catches focus inside of it. Great positioning from Enigma Galaxy and great decision-making. They even caught the dragon. I didn't see that one initially. So three-man black hole, technically. And at this point, the game felt pretty difficult to come back into damage from Miracle. Too much. Like, Beaver can... As Windranger, you can't really defend yourself. He tried it with Invis, but there is Gleipnir, and then you have MKB procs, Maelstrom procs, so basically you're going to hit every single attack.
Yeah, really nice sort of close-up of a game in which they were able to build this lead in that mid-game. Enigma Galaxy not leaving themselves open for any chance of just better getting in with these sort of comeback plays that they did try to make towards the latter stages, but the sort of mid-portion in which not a lot happened from Radiant side of things definitely slowed things down a bit too much for them. So well played to Enigma Galaxy with this game performance. Definitely the sort of level of play that we were expecting from these players. We'll see if they're able to do it again in a second game. I mean, going into game 2, if you're just better, what would you like to see them change up? I mean, do you think it was a problem with the draft, or did something just sort of go wrong with the play? Was it item builds, do you think, that kind of caused them issues here?
Yeah, the item build and also the play. I don't think there was anything wrong with the draft. They got really strong heroes. They got two of the best supports in the game right now in meta, Dark Willow and Phoenix. So they had strong lanes, just unable to capitalize on what they drafted for themselves. And again, some of these random deaths they had did set them back where they were supposed to be going in deep, but then they decided to take the farm instead of going for these pickoffs. You see them getting a jump on Sumail, but they need the third hero. Dark Willow was quite under-leveled. She got level 6, like 13, 14 minutes into the game, which was pretty late, so you can't pair her up with Slaughter, can't pair her up with Dragonite, don't have that extra damage that you need. And standout player, of course, is going to be Miracle in this one. Didn't die a single time, almost 30,000 hero damage that he dealt, and been pretty active. And one of the reasons why I valued this hero highly, survived through the first 2 banning and picking stages, was picked in the 3rd phase, I believe. This hero can be flexed. It can be played as position 4, can be played as 5 if you want to, be even greedier. But yeah, as a carry, definitely one of the top tier carries in the patch.
Yeah, it really was. And I think maybe one of the slip-ups from Just Better in this draft, we saw them close up with the troll ban. I think they really felt that they themselves had drafted in a way as such that Enigma Galaxy wouldn't want to do the Weaver in the carry position. But yeah, with the outcome of the result of Miracle's performance, it just goes to show that Just Better may have been a bit more afraid of that Weaver getting to be the carry, because it ended up being a perfect game for him. Yeah, completely flawless, 14-0-7. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 coming out here for Enigma Galaxy. And as I said, it really looks like they kind of have this completely under control. We'll see if they can follow that up with a repeat performance in Game 2. If Just Better can just do a little bit more. Yeah, it's slowed down in that mid-game. They didn't really do a whole lot. So I want to see more action, more aggression from Just Better. See if they get that after the break. Don't go anywhere. Game 2, Just Better versus Enigma Galaxy coming right up.
Headset of PGL tournaments. Now, with a wireless version, experience unparalleled speed and reliability with the latest wireless technology, advanced hybrid ANC, and built-in EQ for your favorite game. Designed with elegance and durability, and extreme noise-canceling microphone. Always stay one step ahead with Aspire Wireless.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Western Europe coverage of the regional qualifiers for the Road to International. I'm Odie Pixel here with Lacoste, and we're getting ourselves ready for Game 2 of Enigma Galaxy versus Just Better. Lacoste, after that last game, what are sort of the big takeaways for you from that?
Yeah, the drafts look good, I think, for both teams, especially for Just Better coming into a series when you're playing against a better team, against Enigma Galaxy, more experienced team. You need to have a good draft. I've watched this team/stack play for a really long time, and a lot of the times when they don't draft the good heroes for themselves, it does feel like they are losing the games mostly because of that. Throw in, some more mistakes that the team like this is going to make, but overall, I feel like that they should be pretty happy if they draft like this coming into the second game. Chances of them winning it should be pretty high. Again, it's just that they need to polish some of the things that they did. I see no aggression whatsoever, especially in the period where they needed to be dictating the tempo of the game. They also, like, there's 45 seconds, almost a full minute with no black hole. You're trying to figure out how to kill Roche. The first Roche attempt as well, where they go in and they figure out, oh, do we want to use the focus fire or we don't? They're all underneath the vision, which doesn't get dewarded, and they run out of Roche pit. They go back to their own side of the map. Enigma Galaxy takes Roshan for free. So quite a lot of weird decision-making from Just Better, and there's something to work on. The draft definitely not a thing that they need to fix coming into the second game.
No, for sure. Yeah. I wouldn't be even surprised if they try and go down a similar direction with what they do in the drafting phase. I think it's the same for both teams, honestly. Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah.
I imagine one thing that will change, the level of respect given to the Weaver, I think really has to be stepped up, right? It can't be getting through as this kind of second to last or picked towards the end of the draft, surely.
Definitely not. A flex hero that can be played as a support and can be played as a really good position for, I would say, even one of the better ones out there. When paired up with a strong offlaner, you can get quite a lot of kills. Getting that level 2, having a blood grenade, it's a guaranteed kill. The question is whether enemy is going to get the trade out of it. And then you also have one of the best carries in the game. You can start to play super aggressively. Problem was they always played from behind because their carry has been shut down. Focus, he played into Earthshaker, played into Enigma. They blocked off with the Fisher, the lane, pulled it back with the Eidolons. So he had a hard time killing Phoenix got a lot from that lane. I don't think Focus did. And then they had a couple of these feed moments. So yeah, gameplay-wise, improve that, but to draft, keep things pretty simple like they did.
Yeah, well, let's hope they're able to do that, and we get just a bit more of a close game, a bit more of an exciting one. Really was a match that just really didn't do a whole lot in that second bit. Definitely fell apart pretty drastically. Enigma Galaxy absolutely keeping their cool. As I say, this was kind of on par with the performance in the series yesterday when they were able to get that one win. Where when they're looking good, they're looking good. The potential of this squad, it really is still there, right, Lacoste? If they can get it going right, the coordination, the team play, it can really just all fall into place very, very beautifully sometimes for Enigma Galaxy. They just need to make sure that magic is a bit more consistent.
Absolutely. When the boys play together, when they are sticking together, you can feel some magic between them. But the thing is also, them as a team, they have them and OG, whenever these two teams play, they have massive fan bases. So every single thing will get looked under the microscope. Who made what kind of mistake, especially in a losing game. There's always a lot of hype around the team, whether they're going to make it or not. They haven't been as successful in the last 2 or 3 years or so. Not the results that you kind of expect from the team, from these caliber of the players, but always a fun team to watch. No matter what happens, there's always, as you said, especially when they're winning, there is some magic happening with the boys, and it does feel great, giving you, these good vibes. After all these years, they can still make some really nice plays. And just by watching this game, you could see them their positioning from FBZ, from GH as well, keeping the distance. And if one of those get jumped, the rest will do their jobs. Like the Roche, the second Roche, where you have Miracle, you have Samael killing Roshan, and the rest of the team exactly know where they need to stand.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I think FBZ in particular, this series, and even the last series the other day when they lost games, he was looking to be one of the more reliable of the squad. Had some good performances even when they were losing. Apologies for the delays, ladies and gentlemen. Look like we're still just getting things sorted before we're able to set into this game 2. And I think one thing's for sure, from Nigma Galaxy's side of things, they are going to need to keep up this level of performance if they want to obviously be able to get the win and move forward, but then to be able to stand a chance further in the tournament. Because from what we saw today, right, the matchup for whoever wins this game, they will have to go against Quest. Quest looked pretty hot. That team's pretty scary. I think out of these two teams, Nigma Galaxy and Just Better, whoever does make it through this, they are really going to hit quite a challenge in the next round of this lower bracket.
It is a long run in the lower bracket, and it's going to be quite a lot of good teams. You have in the upper bracket Tundra, Team Secret, Entity, OG. So whoever wins, whoever loses in that one, that's going to be potentially your next opponent after you maybe beat PSG Quest. So you're going to be playing against all the good teams pretty much. So you need to win this series, and then you need to win another 4 BO3s to qualify to the international.
It's a long road ahead for either of these two teams. But as we saw, and as Spartan was drawing attention to, we know that Nigma Galaxy, they have managed to make lower bracket runs in the past. Quite in the past. I can't remember when that one was. I think, as you said, probably back in 17, 18. A while ago, but maybe they got to the point where they're able to find that magic here again in the regional qualifiers for the upcoming international. Looks like we're just about to load in the game, so again, apologies for the delay whilst we're getting things sorted. But we should have it on your screens fairly shortly as we get ready for this Game 2 draft of Nigma Galaxy and Just Better. And let's see, the Weaver, if that's going to be involved in kind of the first phases. I think you don't, or you got to take it, right? And as you say, just take it early. It never feels bad to pick this hero first.
No, in China, the way they drafted around in the first phase when they wanted to first pick Weaver was to get rid of Slaughter, which has been causing the issues. Not in the previous game. I don't think he had that great of a game. Pretty much never locked onto Weaver. But Night Stalker and Slaughter were the two big ones that needed to go until you get a BKB, until you get, some Hurricane Pike or a Force Staff on Weaver. You need to adjust your item build to be able to deal with these heroes. So I think all eyes on that hero when it comes down to early stages of the draft. For now, it's going to be Darkseer, Witch Doctor, 2 super strong heroes. The offlane, I think everybody who is playing Dota, who's been playing Dota recently, this new tech, the new faucet on Witch Doctor,
the
Voodoo Festeration. Solo zoning out 2 heroes. He gets Maledict on top of you, throws in a casual blood grenade if necessary, runs you down. Quite difficult. Like, there is no real counterplay to it. You might try to surprise him with some burst damage that you have. Maybe try to get a trade in the lane, but one of the most obnoxious position 5 supports to play into right now.
It really, really is. We'll see actually changing with the bans. He's throwing in an early Visage ban this game, Nigma Galaxy. So I only can imagine.
It is a Skylark's hero.
Yeah.
It's been, people try to theory craft with his itemization. This is the hero that can. Hero has received quite a lot of buffs, these small buffs overall. I think his faucets are not as good. It's not like he's gaining much from it, but he did receive a lot of the buffs in a different way. Feels good to play. Can build into pretty much any item where you want to get right-click damage. And this time around, Nigma Galaxy, they saw the opportunity for Phoenix to take it, and they immediately banned out Weaver, which leaves some of these, again, stronger position 4/5s in the pool. There is Clockwork available, something that can mess up with the Phoenix, with the Battery Assault, with the Cogs early on. But you will also need some kind of a right-click damage, some big attack speed to break down the egg in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, talking about the clock, if that kind of gets ignored by Just Better, that would be something I'm sure Enigma Galaxy would be happy to grab. That
Oh,
was,
yeah, for sure.
We saw GH yesterday have a great showing, at least a great early game. I think they may have lost that game, but his early game movements on the clock were fantastic.
This is big damage from Tiny, but it's no attack speed whatsoever, so you can't really kill the egg in the middle of a fight. Tiny, what if this is a core Tiny that you just picked into Phoenix, it could be really tricky. Percentage-based damage against Tiny feels really nice. Phoenix, one of the reasons why Phoenix is such a great hero, because we have been in the tank meta for quite some time, and actually damage feels really good to have. Banning out Io immediately. They do not want to have this paired up with the Tiny. Tiny as a carry can be like very explosive, can be slow to 1 point until he feels fight ready, one and a half item, 2 items, and then he's going to join the fight. Io allows him to play much faster Dota. He can join some of these early engagements with the relocate, so not really bad they banned it out.
So they want to pair up with the Tiny. Maybe just get one of the supports thrown out, especially with the bans coming in.
10 seconds remaining.
Clock, Willow, Hoodwink.
5 seconds.
Yeah, Hoodwink, Willow, these are the ones that I'm looking for the most if they want to keep this Tiny as a core, whether from position 1 or from position 2.
There's the
Clockwork was still at a pulp. Okay, I thought that they're not going to pick it up immediately. I thought they were going to pick up immediately, but they went for Tiny, so I thought that they're not going to put their eyes on Clockwork. Again, great against Phoenix, and now you need to start thinking, what do you, like, who wants to suffer? Who wants to have their mana burned early on?
So we'll look, I mean, for Enigma Galaxy, I think they would have wanted to take that clock, so good steal from Just Better. They could settle for the Willow themselves.
This is the support duo that Just Better ran in the previous game. I'm big fan of those, because 2 supports who can protect each other always feels nice. If you pair, like, let's say they, bang out some Underlord, which might be too early for it, but later down the line on 17, 18 for Enigma Galaxy, percentage-based damage with Phoenix and Underlord. These 2 heroes can shred through anything at any stage of the game. Focus, as we can see on camera, very focused.
All right, FBZ Brew. They will get the offlane hero at the least now, early on.
Seconds remaining.
I'm probably going to pair that up with the support here.
5
GH.
Phoenix,
remaining.
let's see if it's going to be GH Phoenix or if they want to give it to Kuro.
Radiant team pick.
Ooh, the Treant Protector. What about this one, Alikos?
Leech Seed, very difficult to trade in the lane.
Yeah.
You just stand your ground. You can plant a tree, get heals all around it. It's the old school combo with Phoenix, great egg protection. It's a bit on the slower side when it comes down to what these heroes can do. You can't really gank that easily post laning stage, so you will need your mid laner to do stuff and might need to have a slightly more active carry.
Oh, they're trying to speed things up here. We're getting a Beastmaster and a Luna coming in. They're ready to take your towers and take your base.
So Luna, this Tiny can still be played as 4. Clockwork is 5 in this one, paired up with Luna in the lane, strong lane. I wouldn't mind. I mean, it's a good drow game, but then again, like for the game, but you're playing into 2 heroes who can get on top of you. Morphling will do pretty much the same job, I would say. Again, this is a lineup from Enigma Galaxy that needs time. This is, on one side, you have the speed. On one side, you have, we want to wait. We want to have this Brew Radiance. We want to have Shard Blink Dagger on our Treant Protector, 1 item on our Phoenix, and then you want to have 2-3 items on Morphling. This is the hero that doesn't join in some of these early engagements. A lot of pressure on Sumail in the draft. Like, he needs to get stuff done early on.
Radiant team ban.
I mean, could you look to see him on one of the spirits this game, or
Yeah,
are you kind of concerned about the raw? For the you think you just have to play it regardless? You don't care.
Nobody will want to play into roar, hookshot, tiny.
Sure,
There's quite a lot of stuns, so you will need to choose what you want to play into. Maybe looking into some Ember Spirit that is still left in the pool. Lashrak Storm. These are the early heroes. Like, none of these heroes love to play into what's on one side, on just better side, because it's way too much control, way too many stuns that you're like, oh, I don't want to play it into that. But you will need to take an L. You will need to be the driving force of the team. And you also don't have the last pick in this draft. So Enigma Galaxy in quite a bit of a pickle with the last pick that they have, the 23rd pick, will need to be something massive. And looking at what they are banning, they are removing... I think Hoodwink has to go. The burst damage against Morphling, another great scaling, very elusive hero. I've seen quite a lot of Hoodwinks position 4 when there's not enough lockdown. The hero just pops off completely, can keep the distance with Scurry.
I've got to agree. I think that out of the supports that left in, that's definitely the one that screams the loudest here. So if they've got something else on their mind, though, Enigma Galaxy.
Is there a better ban than Hoodwink? Because I'm looking to surprise the Morphling. You can play off the distance with the Clockwork. Super good scaling if the game slows down. It's going to be Shadow Demon.
Okay.
Another good one.
Yeah, they're a bit about the SD Luna. There's the Ember that we expected, so Sumail gets his Spirit. Yes, wouldn't mind the Hoodwink here. I mean, anything else? Well,
going through the hero list, there really isn't much.
10 seconds.
Is there a way that they can swap things? Nah, there's Beastmaster now. They need
5
position
seconds
4.
remaining.
If they want to have some extra lockdown, I'm down for Shadow Shaman, but it's not going to be that easy of a game. If they feel like, oh, we need to control Ember, we need to control Morphling, but I'm down for Hoodwink. I feel like Hoodwink just works the best.
what about a Marcy 4 to help take down the egg? Run a Marcy Beast Lane.
It is a strong lane. Morphling
Yeah.
doesn't like to play into that early on. I think they could also snap fire it up. Have
That
this
would
long,
be nice.
This long faucet. What's the name for it again? The full bore, where you get like the verse shotgun. You deal more damage the further away they are, and you have Lil Shredder, extra bit of a control. You can push people out of trouble. I think Hoodwink or snap. Okay, this is also fine.
Okay,
Maybe it was. Maybe that was a call from Kerry where he wanted to have the spell mechanic. You are building into Manta style, but there might be, Searing Chains. There might be Spirit Vessel. Quite a lot of these annoying things that you want to get rid of. But this is good. It's a leash mechanic against Ember. It's great with. Against Morphling as well. Silence, something that they don't like to play into, and gives you the spell mechanic. So this is also a good pickup. I kind of underlooked this hero in terms of priority, but definitely works. Unless you pick the wrong faucet, which did happen to me the other day. I was testing things. I was testing things out, and I'm like, buying the items. You're talking on Discord with your friends that you're playing with, and suddenly you're like, oh man. I took the wrong one. Like, I didn't even change it. I forgot about it. I'm old, however, so I have an excuse. I don't know what's your excuse.
Sure, no, none at all. Just bad. Were you able to make at least some cool plays with your strokes?
No, definitely not. It just feels so underwhelming compared to Instigate.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, let's see, ladies and gentlemen. This game 2 draft. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I think I kind of like what Just Better's got going on. I think if they get ahead, if they're able to sort of have just as good of a start as they did in game 1, things are definitely could become a bit more trickier for Enigma Galaxy in this game too. Just Better, they have a lineup that could run them over, Lacoste.
They could. The one thing I didn't like in their performance in the first game is that they were unable to keep the tempo. I think with Beastmaster Luna, you should have a clearer picture how to do it. But you never know. With just better team, anything can happen. Spartan on the Clockwork has that expanded armature, starting with the cogs immediately. One of the best level 1 abilities in the game. They're going in, focus.
They're trying to. Spartan's coming in from the side. I mean, he's got a 3-man cogs. They've got the ink swell as well. Just better. They're going to push forward a 4-man ink swell stun. They're looking towards Kuro first, but Spartan, he's going to get focused. They get the first blood for Thug. Enigma Galaxy, they get the kill in return, taking down Spartan. They're looking over towards Skylark, but they're not going to be able to chase him out. So just the 1-for-1. That would obviously just better. First blood for them, and it's first blood for the mid. First blood for Thug.
Not too bad of a trade for Enigma Galaxy, considering the way it looked at the start is, oh man, 3-man cogs into Inkswell. It's a long duration ability, 27 seconds, so you will get one of those. If you go for Stroke of Fate, you might get 2, and then you've seen the damage from Phoenix. He was the one who stopped the aggression, over 1,000 damage already with Fire Spirits.
We'll get the favorable amount of the bounty runes as well, taking 2 and denying 1. Just better. See how these setups go. Mid, Sumail on his Ember. Had some good moves in the game yesterday. Wasn't able to get the win, but some flashy plays to be had by Sumail.
Ember feels really good in the patch. You still, go for the same items pretty much, picking up the Mage Slayer, going for the Maelstrom, having that double strike, double impact, on Ember Spirit, his faucet, which allows you to get even more farm. You proc those Maelstrom procs as well with your second attack. Feels really good. They don't have a stun. They don't have that blink stun this time around, so the fights might need to last slightly longer until they are going to be fight ready. But yeah, a slower lineup from Enigma Galaxy. We'll need quite a lot of time to build it up. FBZ, what is he going for? I see a couple of bracers for him. GH in the bottom lane, dropping low, but it is a Phoenix with Dying Light, so it has a free Radiance pretty much.
Yeah, Spartan taking a lot of damage in return there for that trade. As this bottom lane, I mean, does it stay safe for Focus, or is there going to be a lot of pressure from this Phoenix Brew?
Oh, if they get an opener, if Spartan is pulling, the lane's pushed in, they could definitely punish with roll out the barrel. Faucet to why is roll out the barrel not a Witch Doctor faucet? This really bothers me.
That's true. I like the classic song. Top lane, Miracle. The backup of Kuro. A very aggressive duo though between Skylark and Astral. Bottom lane, Spartan will be able to hold them back and get away from his own cogs, make sure that he doesn't die. Still remaining very low on the bottom lane on the clock. Mid lane, CS so far. Slight edge here for Thug on the first few waves against the Ember.
In the bottom lane, the reason why Spartan is unable to play as aggressive is he didn't bring a healing salve. This is the matchup playing against Phoenix, playing against the Brewmaster. You know that once you go in for a trade, you're going to drop down super low. So instead of bringing another set of tangos, you need to have a healing salve. GH, he's out of mana, but doesn't need much mana to cast his abilities.
Might be able to chase down Spartan with the spirits connecting. They dive forward.
Lotus,
Spartan's going to get the Lotus. Will be able to grab it and pops it. It won't save him. Enigma Galaxy get the kill.
This is going to be the killer lane for them. Top lane is more about sustain. It's Morphling, and it's also Treant Protector. So you might get a trade kill, but you're not going to be the one trying to put the pressure and trying to be aggressive.
Watching the mid, both of them getting it incredibly low. quite able to threaten one another. Sumail will back up, go for the bounty room refuel. Top lane, continues to be slightly easier for Skylark in this matchup on the early few levels. Getting a good few denies in as well, away from Miracle's morph.
Who do you think is the biggest loser when the faucets and innate abilities were first introduced? I'll hold that thought. Focus.
Oh, can they get him? They can. They're going to get Spartan as well. So this bottom duo lane continues to look better and better. I mean, the biggest loser. Wait, there was a hero that kind of got screwed by the facets, wasn't it? Who was it?
I think it's Stream Protector. He just didn't get anything. He's like, yeah, this is it. You already have this, and you're gonna keep the same thing.
Wait, what are trees to? I mean, is it always the same one you're taking, or?
And I meant like the innate ability. You got like
the innate.
Nature's Guys.
Oh, okay,
yeah, it's like Faucet. He has an okay one. This sapling with Leech Seed. It does feel nice, but with innate abilities, you're like, I really didn't get anything. This is
Mid lane, they're in with the combo. Have they got enough burst to take down Sumail? They don't. He's able to get the slight off. Sumail, another Phantom's Embrace is thrown down upon him. He's able to kill it in time. He's going to live. He's even considering reaching back in for another slight. It comes in, won't be enough to kill Thug. Sumail survives there through the attempts of Astral and Thug. Bottom. He's in the cogs, but these two won't have enough to take him down. With the classic innate at the start was the people weren't really having a good time with, or thinking it was quite funny. Was it the Enchantress one, right? What about that one?
The Enchantress one?
Where you just get a neutral item drop.
Oh, yeah, that one. I mean...
The Forest freebie.
People were saying that it also doesn't work. I saw it on Reddit the other day.
Wait, what? There's no way.
Sometimes it doesn't work. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't work for some reason. Hopefully that's gonna get fixed, or because I didn't test it. I didn't, go into jungle and use it 100 times just to test it out because some guy on Reddit said it. But I do believe that guy.
Shout out to that.
For now.
Yeah.
Shout out to that guy.
So far, I've got to say, overall, this start is now 1K lead already for Nigma Galaxy. It doesn't feel like Just Bet is getting that early edge that they kind of want to begin the snowball with their heroes. I mean, they're not falling behind. The cores are farming. It's still early days, but a couple of kills here and there from Nigma Galaxy, giving them a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, but we don't see that aggression. Right now, Luna will start the jungle, level 4. Yep. Right now on focus, and they're gonna lose the tower. They're playing with the catapult in the bottom lane. Spartan on a mission. Wants to steal the enemy XP rune.
So he's able to click it quicker. It's gonna be Spartan. So they get the 2 wisdom runes, and Spartan's out with the TP. Mission success.
Bog champions, they did get the 2 XP runes. Pretty big, especially when you have Phoenix and Treant Protector. These are very level-dependent heroes. At least good thing for them is that they dominated this bottom lane, so Phoenix is already level 5 without getting the XP rune. Would be almost level 6 if he picked it up.
See if they can make this move top. It's tricky. They have to kind of get good with the raw opening from Skylark.
Tiny doesn't even have for a full combo. Needs to use the bottle. Oh, Miracle just used Waveform in the top lane. Let's see if they have enough damage.
Opening. Same time in the mid, Sumail will be able to dive the tower, get the kill. TPs are coming in to help Miracle, and Miracle is going to get the backup he needs. FBZ turns up with the Primal Split straight away, throws the rock the way of Astral. They'll run down the Grimstroke. Miracle is going to be perfectly fine with the backup in, and in fact may just be able to claim himself a kill. Waveform forward, he'll be the one to take out Astral.
Found a really nice spot for himself, goes into fog. Beastmaster cuts down the trees, and then he, because he's shifting, hits him with the adaptive strike, pushes him away. He doesn't get the roar off. Nothing's going right for Just Better right now. This is a time where they were supposed to be strong during the first nighttime, where you're getting all this extra damage. Lunar Blessing becomes global, so having extra 15 right now is just that they are unable to get anything done. Tiny first rotation, doesn't get the kill.
And they've got eyes on focus down bottom. So just Kuro here right now without the split available from FBZ. Not a whole lot they can do about this, other than be happy that obviously FBZ just getting complete free farm, on track to get a very solid Radiance timing this game. Top farm right now.
It's all about delaying until they get their items. So Radiance, they get one item on Morphling. And it seems like that's going to be a Lincoln Sphere for him. Going
Trying to make the jump now with Sumail, swinging across towards this bottom line of jungle. As focus has been found, and he just doesn't quite have the backup. Spartan comes in with the cogs, but focus has already gone. Nothing to be done, and now they can turn a Spartan as well. Jump forward from Sumail. The chains are there. It's going to be another one. Double kill for Sumail on his Ember. 8-1. 3K lead here pre-10 minutes. Nigma Galaxy. They're looking solid today. There's no messing around from the boys, and this is already gearing up to be a tough game too for Just Better.
The boys know this is their, potentially last series if they drop it, and lower bracket run. They're pretty familiar with that one. And I like that Sumail is maxing out steering chains. He's not putting more points in Flame Guard, just having that one innate. So wants to be able to control, because they have no stun. Like they literally they don't have a stun on their team other than some boulder smash, the boulder from Panda and Supernova. But yeah, you need to heavily commit.
They're just going for them here, diving in towards Thug. They're going to pop the split on FBZ. Thug needs help, but it's not going to come. There's nobody ready to try and assist him in this mid lane. It's dominating now, Sumail.
They are falling apart. Big stacks in the triangle being made. Skylark needs to clear those off. Imagine if they killed off this tower or invaded enemy triangle and it would amplify damage, maxed out Sleight of Fist. They could have stolen some of that. We've seen in the previous game, GH taking 4 or 5 creeps with the Fisher, which gave him just enough gold to buy a Blink Dagger. Kuro in the bottom, soaking up some of the XP, level 5.5. Same level as Astral on this Grimstroke, who did get 2 XP runes for himself. Slightly too late. Triangle invasion.
And Sumail's caught him. No chance for a TP out. Sumail continuing to be the king of this game. No hiding from this Ember Spirit.
Only 53 CS on him, but we said that he needs to play a bit of a sacrificial game. Needs to sacrifice some of his own CS to try to grab the kills, and so far it's been working out amazingly for Sumail. Getting all the runes, it's also important that the team is playing around these runes, securing them. He had Arcane, he had Amplified Damage. Let's see what's going to be next for him. Yeah, you should know, because 6, 8, 10, 12, you should know what 14-minute rune is. Those chosen like if you're paying attention.
Spartan. He was intense that he got the rune, but he won't get out with his life. It's getting pretty painful, this one. Chains onto Astral. He will make
Blink
it.
Dagger on Tiny. Let's see if they can get something done with this one. They need to pair him up with the Grimstroke, 3-point, and Inkswall. Blink Toss should be able to grab them some kills, but these are some tanky heroes. 1300 HP on Phoenix, 1200 with Raindrop on Treant Protector, Sumail. I don't think they have enough to kill them off immediately from 100 to 0. They might need a hookshot, which is not ready.
Just trying to hold them back here with the cogs. Keep his Tiny safe. Very difficult for them to try and pull a play together now, Just Better with how far behind they've already fallen. They're going to give it another shot, though. They know they have to. They can't sit back. They didn't get FBZ. The silence on him. If they got enough burst, they haven't got anywhere close to. He's easily going to be able to remove the silence, and if he needs to, put the split. He doesn't. They only take him down to half HP. And that was an attempt there from the 4 of them.
Drunken Brawler in magic resistance stance. He got brewed up, had 64% magic resistance, so dealt no damage whatsoever with Tiny.
And now he's ready to get a solo kill mid FBZ. Okay, Samel will help out. Continue to add to his
Help
streak.
out, yeah.
Easy kill secure, and he's ready for another one. Jumps over to the side. They've caught Spartan. If this continues, Lacoste, this one could be a pretty quick one.
It could be, and I now know what KS means. It's not a kill steal, it is King Samael. This guy is getting all the last hits on the heroes. Mage Slayer ready, Fairy's Trinket, as we said, maxing out those Searing Chains to have slightly more control since they're lacking stuns, and as long as this game goes late, they're going to steal the XP rune. That's the highlight so far from Just
There we
Better,
go.
stealing 2 XP runes.
That's true, that's true. Actually, they got both, didn't they? They got the Axe. Aghanim's on Beastmaster. The drums are out.
Let's see if they can find something. So far, they did smoke 2 times, unable to catch anything. Spartan with the Ink Swell, looking for a hookshot play.
Just not quite finding it.
Yeah, problem right now is also you have 2 position 5 heroes. Pretty much. Grimstroke is not doing too hot. 2k net worth, 15 minutes into the game. They need to get something done out of this one. Hookshot.
Hey, maybe they get Samael in.
Hogs.
They do. That's a big one. They get the Samael kill. The question is, can they get out alive? Supernova's going to be there. They cannot kill it. They cannot focus the egg. They'll go for a roar, but the Overgrowth and Supernova combo is a success. As Nigma Galaxy, they'll find 3 of them. Astral's going to try for the TP out. They got anything to stop it. They don't. They'll get away just in time before Miracle turns into Tiny and tries to use the Avalanche to stop him. They get Samael, but it cost them the 3 heroes, and Miracle will throw out a friendly tip over towards him.
Yeah, that's his first death on Samael. Involved in 11 out of 16 kills. They got a big streak, but lost quite a lot in the previous fight. Not a good trade for them, of course. Lost many heroes. They lost Observer Ward. Mount Runes also picked up. FBZ ready to go. He's brewed up.
Goes straight in onto the 2 of them. Doug will be able to toss him away for now. But still, the Fire Spirits, the Vessel Charge getting thrown down onto him. It's Doug likely to be dead again. GH on the killing spree.
Way too much overtime damage. Earth Vessel, Fire Spirit, Dying Light, Radiance. Spartan will get solo killed here by Samael. There was some help in between. Skylark now needs to run.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Able to start tackling these tier 2s and stairs split as they are across the map. Nigma Galaxy with how strong they are.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Maybe even go for Skylark if he shows. He's going to follow them through the gate. No, he's not. He's going to quickly decide against that. Oh. Okay, Samael. He's going to come through the gate. He's got the backup here of the Phoenix, but they've got the Roar and the Eclipse. They'll be able to blow GH up before he gets a chance to Supernova. Samael jumps in with the Remnant. He'll still get Spartan.
Oh, Searing Chains. Just ready, but unable to get them off. FBZ, he's chasing.
Yeah, they'll get Skylark here. No way for the Beastmaster to play his way out of this, surrounded by the 3 of them. Nigma Galaxy continue to take these favorable trades, 2 for 1.
FBZ is on fire. He's completely popped off. They had a great laning stage, getting multiple kills in the lane, and now he did transition that into Radiance. Boots of Travel did pick up the shard of his own, so Primal Split duration, and you can cancel it early. They're hunting them down. Map is getting smaller and smaller. Just better playing on a different side of the map, dodging these ganks, maybe getting a pick off here and there, but they've been shut down completely. Luna still not fight ready. Focus, Mask of Madness, Manta style, needs to try to run away. Samael is chasing.
Manta on cooldown for 7 more seconds as such. The Slight won't catch him. pushing the tier 2s. They want to, keeping all the lanes pressured in. We'll see Just Better have managed to make their way out on the top lane.
And in case you forgot, there is still Morphling in this game. Top net worth, haven't seen much from him. Level 15, Manta style about to be completed on top of Lincoln Sphere. So yeah, now it's his time to join these fights. And so far they've been playing pretty much 4v5. Miracle ready to jump in, ready to soak up some of the damage because he is super tanky.
It's very difficult to go on him. They've got the hook shot and the roar now. I say very difficult. Actually, they've got the combo to do it. They're going to line it up, take him down. Now, can they survive? Spartan, he can't. Skylark and Astral able to step away. If they just lose Spartan for that, they'll certainly take that trade. All things considered in the game so far. Taking down Miracle. It's pretty good. Okay, they lose. They do end up losing Skylark as well. So it makes it a little less of a sweeter deal.
I saw Phoenix behind him. That's why I thought that he's not going to be able to die. Maxed
I thought he was going to live.
Overgrowth as well, but he got silenced. He got controlled. And focus on different side of the map. Continues to farm up. He is keeping up almost with the Morphling. Level 15 as well on him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Thinking about trying something mid.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Smell with his eyes on focus top. They're going to be bringing the TPs over. FPC ready to help out. He's got the Eclipse focus, but Samel's more than happy to tank a fair bit of that. He'll try for the TP out, but the stun comes out from the bruise split. As a rock is thrown his way. Back over in the jungle. GH does get caught by Thug's setup. See the chase
Getting
is.
some kills. But every single time they get something done, they lose 1 or 2 extra. Hook shot, defensive one.
Bottom lane Skylark. I'm going to use the Roar to help himself escape. And we'll work out by the looks of it. Still has the TP. Back over in the mid though, Samael continues to chase down Thug. Catches him with the chains. He's going to go for the TP. If they got enough damage, they don't. So Thug will get out.
Everybody TPing out. Spartan, couple of seconds too late to steal the 3rd XP rune from Enigma Galaxy and will pay with his life. So far, died 12 times in 21-minute game.
That's half the deaths, half the kills.
He's always been like that. He's always had way many deaths compared to, like, so many more deaths compared to other Position 5 players. Tormentor will die eventually. Tiny will get it. Grimstroke, of course, the one who picked it up on his own. As soon as you get the gold, the spell mechanic too strong on the Inkswell. Smail now tipping Miracle. Not sure what Miracle did there. Farming the jungle instead of going for the Roche, it seems.
There he goes, ready to join them.
Those 3 extra seconds that he needed to clear the camp. Samael saw it and saw the opportunity to tip him back.
Top lane. Focus, he has got backup coming in to help. Samael, with the hook shot, the damage to the Eclipse. Samael, oh, he's trying to jump out with the Remnant. He's got another Sleight of Fist. He's got another jump with the Remnant. The attack's going to follow him up, and Skylark's there. They'll get the kill. Bringing down Samael. Sure, the space was there for the rest of the team to get that Aegis. But yeah, if there was ever a time for Miracle to tip back Samael, it probably would be around now.
Yeah, but perfect timing, pretty much. Good execution. Cogs, very difficult to push him back if you have expanded armature, because you need to run back. I don't, especially with hookshot level 1, not enough stun duration to pull it off. 1.2 seconds, not enough. But yeah, good bait. Eclipse into hookshot. He soaked up most of that damage, and then Skylark did flank him from a different side.
So if they want to get this high ground push going, they've still got a sizable lead here, Enigma Galaxy. And what can Just Better do to slow this down? 23 minutes in, fortification comes out.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Have the team fight combo. So now bringing in the mid lane. Now losing the tier 2 top, so just able to find something in return, but the tier 3's gone. Jump to the side, Spartan. Immediately taken out.
Unlucky 13. 13 deaths on Spartan. And they're continuing to push. Luna, he needs to come back if they want to take this fight. It's like they're just going to lose the barracks, lose a couple of heroes.
Skylark.
Axes,
Ooh.
will snipe him.
Miracle indeed, using the axes against the Beastmaster. FBC does get caught in the fountain, but he's pretty tanky here. They get the soulbind out into the two of them, but they're healing up under the Sunray. They can easily step back. Just continue to keep Just Better held in their fountain here. 24 minutes in. Enigma Galaxy, they take the bottom set of racks and they're ready to keep going for more.
FBZ will push out the mid lane. Get TP with bots. Oh, nice stun. Nice dodge. Didn't get the toss off immediately. Oh.
It's a lot of burst, but not quite enough. Thug.
The sustain
Back up.
is insane. He plants the Leech Seed tree. He continues to heal up. Sunray ready if they get the jump.
There's the smoke. They want to try and catch them by surprise, catch them from an angle they won't expect. But even if they do, getting these kills is not easy for Just Better, as the tier 3 in the mid's gone. The barracks as well falling. They've got to try something. Thug is going to go for it. Gets in with a jump on the Miracle. Skylark's in on the backlines, trying to deal with the Phoenix, take him out of the fight. The follow-up hookshot is there, but the Supernova still comes out. They couldn't stop him from getting the egg off initially. They will be able to kill the egg, so they bring the egg down. But FBZ and Samel, they've finished up the double for Miracle. They're taking out the four of them. They're going to get the team wipe. Thug to fall as well, as there it is. GG is called. Enigma Galaxy. They take this game 2, and with that, the series is theirs. 2-0. They will be moving on.
Yeah, pretty clean execution of the draft that they had. I think it was a bit on the greedier side. Samael needed to make some magic happen, and he really did on this Ember Spirit, making the right moves, buying enough time for Miracle to come online, and also FBZ. They dominated this bottom lane. They completely destroyed the bottom lane. Luna was jungling level 4. This is like, you have Luna Clockwork. This is supposed to be the strong lane. Didn't really felt the presence of it, overextending, being in the jungle, not having the protection of the tower. And Enigma Galaxy, they find the opportunity, they get a kill, they get another kill. Suddenly the lane is over. They're too tanky to be killed. And FBZ finishes off the Radiance, continues to farm up throughout the whole game, and gets heavily involved. Like, he's been involved in what? 25 out of 31 kills, having
That's the highest
0
on the
deaths.
yeah, nearly the highest. GH was 26, I guess, but yeah, very much up there, right? That's exactly what you want to see from the offlane. And I said something that we've been seeing from FBZ in pretty much most of the games. He's been looking pretty impressive as of recent on Enigma Galaxy.
Yeah, definitely a good fit. They needed somebody to join the squad, somebody that looks really good, that has a relatively big hero pool, and FBZ, he does fulfill that role quite nicely.
It really does. Well, we'll see the moments play out again in front of you. It was a rough game, this game 2. They definitely seemed like they had a bit more hope and chance at the beginning of game 1, but yeah, this game 2, it's as I said, the level of performance that you expect from Enigma Galaxy and that you need to be seeing if you're going to see this team be able to make a lower bracket run, right? With these 2, wins very securely taken, it does go to show that they've got a chance to try and move on. They're going to have to keep up this level of play, or if not, just to continue to improve it, though, because the next matchup, as I say, against Quest, PSG Quest down in the lower bracket, that's going to be quite a challenge for Enigma Galaxy.
For sure. These are the teams that know each other inside and out, playing in the region, same region, whenever they need to play the qualifiers, so they have much more information. PSG Quest, they looked clean today, but so did Enigma Galaxy. I would say that, different teams that they played against, Team Bald put slightly more resistance, especially in the first game. Just better, not on the same level as Enigma Galaxy here. Yeah, but the next one should be a good one. Enigma Galaxy, one of these teams, sadly, we will not be seeing at TI. There are limited amount of slots, but Enigma Galaxy, if they continue to play like this, they definitely have great chances of making the lower bracket run.
We'll see there on the KDAs. All 3 cores, the very little deaths, and as you say, very many split between Just Better, 31 and 7. Poor old Spartan having a rough one. The 14 deaths there on the clockwork. But I feel like in honor of the 0 deaths, we've probably got to give the special shout out to FPC. while Sumail did make some great moves across the map, he very close in contention, I'd say, for that spot. FBZ not dying and just being the solid rock that Nigma Galaxy have needed as of late to get these wins and to continue to put them up. Well, see, the production's giving it to Sumail. Between the two of them, right? We'll get that side shout out to FBZ.
Yeah, for sure. We're going to give, the second MVP or standout player to FBZ, but Sumail was the one. He was the driving force of the team at these earlier engagements, making the moves and just sacrificing his own farm. I was watching the CS chart. He was sixth at one point of the game because he was all over the place, going to the side lanes. Supports on Nigma Galaxy did one hell of a job getting those runes up for Sumail so that he can be active.
He really was, all over the map, all over the place. There we go.
Yeah, there it is.
FBZ,
there we go.
Give him a quick shout as well, as I say. Really impressed with what he's been doing on the offlane for Nigma Galaxy and this game in particular. 6-0, 19, did not die at all. Played it perfectly from the lane until the late game. Set up a lot of stuff himself, a solo with those primal split aggressive moves. Well, that is it for today for the Dota 2 Lacoste. We've had some great games, some excitement for sure. Obviously, with the games that we've covered, we've lost Team Bold. They're not going to be, unfortunately, making it any further in this qualifiers. And as we just saw there, we have lost Just Better. They also will not be able to make it through to the next stage. The upcoming series tomorrow, a lot of exciting stuff, Lacoste. I mean, looking at these, we've obviously got the 2 upper bracket matchups and the 2 lower bracket ones. I mean, yourself personally, which one will you be making sure you're tuning in for?
Oh, I'll watch pretty much all 4 of them. Doing something, maybe not going to be playing as much Dota as I intended to, but instead I will be watching some good Dota because these are some spicy matchups. This is going to be Tundra against Team Secret. Team Secret, they are in the upper bracket. Somehow, let's see if Puppy can make the magic work for his own team. This TI, Entity against OG. 2 big names in the European scene. Entity, they are looking better. A team that always struggled getting, big finishes at the tournaments. But in the qualifiers, this is the team that always looks scary. And OG definitely stepped it up. And then looking at the bottom part of the bracket, Navi Jr. against Dandelions. I'm leaning towards Dandelions. Again, not a clean execution from what I've seen, but Navi Jr. didn't really impress me. I think this just might be it, where they managed to get through the Twisted Minds. And the last one is going to be the spicy one. The PSG Quest against Nigma Galaxy. It's going to be a good one. PSG Quest, they look extremely good today. Something that I haven't seen much from them recently because the results were not there. They were just not getting the top finishes again, but a team that has a lot to offer.
Oh, they really do. They really do, yeah. From the start to the finish tomorrow, there's going to be a lot of exciting action that I'm sure none of you lads and ladies at home will want to miss. So make sure you're tuning in. We will be here in the same place and for the entirety of those 4BO3s throughout the day here at PGL Dota 2. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. And that is it, as I say, for today. You've all been amazing. Hopefully you've enjoyed the games. Hopefully you've enjoyed the coverage here with myself, ODPixel and Lacoste, and of course our wonderful observers and production team. We'll see you all tomorrow for more Dota 2. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you soon.